down the black stick and slid down to the ground drop by drop. This world will be changed by me. Looking indifferent, Nagato looked at Hanzo, who had been pierced into the vitals by himself with a black stick, and slowly spit out his declaration. I hope so. Hanzo opened his eyes with difficulty. He was powerless to resist. His physical exhaustion and injuries made him unable to even do extra movements. Boom! Exclamation with a flick of Nagato's hand. Hanzo was smashed to the ground, and a human pit was formed in an instant. The battle situation in this valley is already obvious, and the troops belonging to Hanzo have been wiped out. Some members belonging to Zio were standing behind Nagato with joy on their faces. Hanzo is no match for their leader at all, which is why they firmly believe that their organization will succeed. Hee. In the pit, Hanzo laughed, powerless and desperate. Nagato didn't make a move, and neither did the others. Zio-nan stood beside Yahiko, silent. She really didn't expect that the hailed demigod was in the hands of Nagato, completely powerless to resist. Slap! Exclamation. Nagato's feet touched the ground, and then floated up again, about 1 meter away from the ground. Yahiko, have you seen it? This victory that belongs to us is right in front of us. Tears welled up in Zio-nan's eyes, and his eyes fell on Yahiko, who was motionless without Nagato's command. Hanzo was lying on the ground, with blood on his body. A gloomy sky. The dark clouds are dissipating, and the sun is rarely shot down from the sky. Has the land of rain ushered in the dawn? Hanzo narrowed his eyes. Such a sentence came out of his mind for no reason. Having such a pair of eyes may really be able to change the status quo of the kingdom of rain. Who knows? Hanzo began to close his eyes, and emptiness and powerlessness began to fill his body. His exclamation. The sound of the detonating talisman sounded from under Hanzo. It was the detonating talisman he had set himself. Yahiko died before his eyes, he was sure, but in the previous battle, Yahiko reappeared and was able to fight him. Although he didn't know the reason for this, Hanzo's ninja sense told him that he must not leave his body intact to Nagato. Boom! Exclamation. A big bang ended an era. Nagato did not stop Hanzo, but watched all this quietly. Hanzo, dead! Exclamation. A new era belonging to the kingdom of rain has opened. Saitama, it was a good fight, wasn't it? Almost half of his body was exposed to the ground, with a smile on his pale face, and Katama was standing beside him, standing in a hidden place in the valley. The two watched the entire battle between old and new forces. Is that the ability of the eyes of reincarnation? It's really amazing. Although Kiyu knew some of the abilities of Samsara Eye for a long time, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he was even more shocked. No matter how many times I saw that fairy-like method, I couldn't calm down in my heart. Ready to go? Baiju continued. His tone was very frivolous, without the nervousness of facing the eyes of a fairy. Well, let's go. Saitama nodded, stepped on his feet, and headed towards the battlefield over there. Page 234. After watching the battle, it's time to get down to business. The long hair at the back of the head was tied into a ponytail by Kiyu and hung on the shoulders. Most of the bangs in the front were combed back by Kiyu, leaving only a bunch of bangs floating on the corner of the eyebrows. A meeting of great significance is about to begin. Baiju looked at Saitama's back, the corners of his mouth turned up, and the green algae-colored hair was blown by the wind. As Saitama walked away, he also slowly sank into the ground. Baiju didn't say a word from beginning to end, as if he was an outsider, and none of this had anything to do with him. On the battlefield, following Hanzo's death, the salamander wailed and turned into white smoke. As a psychic beast, it has done many things that psychic beasts should not do, but it still cannot save Hanzo's life. Hanzo died, and as a psychic beast, there was no need to continue fighting. Nagato, we won. Zio-nan took a few steps forward and held onto Nagato's shoulder. Although the eyes of reincarnation are strong, they are not his own eyes after all, and Nagato still feels a little weak. Patted Zio-nan with one hand and grabbed his hand. Nagato didn't show much joy, his expression was still indifferent. Zio-nan, this is just our first step towards a new world. Yeah. Zio-nan straightened the expression on his face, and the sense of joy was subdued immediately. However, the other ninjas who followed Nagato still did not hide their inner joy, and everyone had relaxed smiles on their faces. Who's there? Suddenly, Nagato turned around and looked up the valley. There, a figure was standing there straight. The sunlight hit Nagato and the others from behind the figure, making it impossible for them to see the face of the person coming. Only then did Zio-nan and the other members of the organization come to their senses, and quickly put on a defensive posture. Nagato, who has just experienced a battle, is now at his weakest moment. If the enemy is going to be against them at this time, it is the best time. Yeah, Don't be nervous. I'm not your enemy. Saitama put his hands together near his head in a helpless gesture. Swish exclamation under the gaze of Nagato and others. Saitama jumped directly from the valley tens of meters high. The wind whistled past his ears, but Saitama felt extremely refreshed. Exclamation, he hadn't experienced this kind of wind blowing around him for a long time. Slap exclamation, with his feet slightly bent, Saitama stopped his momentum, and the black robe was thrown around his body, splashing countless dust. Chapter 111. Nagato and Saitama. Ahem. Don't be so wary of me. I have no malicious intentions. Saitama spread her hands, expressing her kindness again. Who are you? Why are you here? Hanzo's helper. Zaonan stood at the front. Her eyes were on Katama's guard, and she asked a few questions in an instant. I'm not Hanzo's helper. To be precise, I'm here to help you. Saitama pointed to Nagato behind Konan. What is your purpose? Nagato said. He had just finished Hanzo, and his inner world was at its peak. Looking around, Saitama glanced over the ordinary members of the Akatsuki organization who were still standing aside, and straightened his face. I can help you make better use of it. While speaking, Saitama pointed to his eyes with his right index finger. HMPH, just you, a guy you've never seen before? Nagato was a little disdainful. He thought highly of himself. Although Saitama didn't look weak, but he wasn't worthy of showing off in front of him. Swish exclamation. Kyu narrowed his eyes, kicked his legs on the spot, jumped up, and dodged to the side. On the spot, a figure punched the ground, leaving a huge hole. That's not a nice way to say hello. There was no joy or anger on Kyu's face, but some displeasure could be clearly heard in his tone. Scatter. Zaonan ordered the other members to disperse. After Nagato made a move, they could not intervene in the battle. If you can escape from us, I can consider continuing to listen to some mysterious things from you. Nagato raised his hand, and his white arms were exposed from the wide sleeves, with rows of black sticks sticking out of them. And following the movements in his hands, Yahiko moved again and rushed straight to Saitama. Interesting. Ju showed half of his body in a corner, and Baiju had a deep look on his face, as if he was the ultimate boss. Watch the show well, idiot. Haiju spit out a sentence. An unknown light shone in his one eye. Page 235 TCEH. Baiju made a signature voice, and like Haiju, he focused his attention on the few people who were fighting. Saitama stared at the Tiandao who was coming straight towards him, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He was no longer the same Katama as before. A Tiandao might not be his opponent. Swish exclamation. Saitama slapped the ground with one hand. Circles of blue and white electric current started from him and rippled away in a semi-arc shape. The lightning was extremely fast, and everything it passed was scorched black. Chen Liu Tianzheng Heavenly Way, stand still, and block forward with both hands. A barrier invisible to the naked eye appears around him. The electric current rushed along the ground and rushed towards Heavenly Way, but it stopped about 1 meter in front of the enemy. With Yahiko as the center, an area that cannot be attacked is instantly formed. Saitama was not surprised. Even he was prepared. The moment he released Chidori Ryu, he started to act. Immediately afterwards, the electric current rushed towards Heavenly Way, standing in place. He doesn't need to test the information like Jiraiya, because he already knows the information. But Nagato needs to explore Saitama's information from the battle. Knowing that there would be a 5-second cooldown after using this move, Kyu boldly went straight to it. His speed is extremely fast. At this time, he does not need to use chakra to stimulate the cells, and he is already faster than the original peak speed. Boom exclamation. A punch hit Chandao's face, and the muscles on it changed instantly, and they were directly sunken inward. Nagato. Conan stood aside, seeing Katama hitting Yahiko in a split second. He couldn't help but yelled, but immediately, she covered her mouth again, fixed her eyes on Saitama, ready to help. The Intantani Heavenly Way, at the moment of being blown away by Saitama's punch, one finger pointed at Saitama, trying to attract Saitama to him. Bark exclamation. Saitama was hit in an instant, and flew over at a faster speed than Tiandao, and hit the black stick sticking out of Tiandao's right hand. Crackling exclamation before Zaonan, who was watching the battle, showed his expression. Saitama's body, which was hit by the black stick, erupted with violent chakra fluctuations. A trace of electric current flowed along the black stick, sweeping across Chandao's body, and Caillou also exploded. Obviously, the Katama who was recruited was not the main body, but the Thunder Dungeon clone. Nagato frowned, feeling that the sudden appearance of the ninja was particularly tricky, and every time he made a move, he seemed to have calculated his attack method accurately. Rounds of chakra fluctuations spread from Nagato's body, and the eyes covered by the hair began to glow strangely. Boom! Heavenly Way landed next to Zionin, and countless black marks appeared all over his body, apparently just been severely damaged by Saitama's Thunder Dungeon. At this time, Heavenly Way has not yet been characterized by Nagato to the extent that he can physically resist the Nine Tails Jinchuriki later. Yahiko. Although Zionin knew that Yahiko had died on the day of saving her, she was still a little sad when she saw Yahiko's body was injured again. Where did you go? Nagato stood in place. Chakra kept sweeping the surrounding environment, but still did not find any trace of Saitama. The toes of both feet were on the ground, and Nagato slowly rose into the air. With the eyes of reincarnation, he is from a high position in terms of personality, and he can form the effect of reducing dimensionality when hitting anyone. Clap! Exclamation. As soon as Nagato left the ground, the place where he was standing suddenly shattered, and a hand stretched out from inside. Immediately afterwards, that area was completely shattered, and Caillou jumped out of it. Well, I'm still a little unskilled. Saitama shook his head, as if he was a little annoyed by his performance. At present, his body is composed of Beiju and intercolumn cells, and he has been able to perform a stealth similar to Beiju's mayfly art, integrating his body into the ground and connecting with plants. However, because he didn't use it often, Saitama didn't seem to achieve his goal this time. Wind escape gale palm. Nagato glanced at Saitama at his feet, clasped his hands together, and pressed down. A transparent wind escape attack was formed in an instant, and under the blessing of the eyes of reincarnation, ordinary ninjutsu still exploded with extremely high power. Nagato is an all-rounder, who is proficient in all kinds of ninjutsu, not a tool man, who can only use the eyes of reincarnation. Pedal! Exclamation. Caillou looked up, and there were three strange Guyu in his eyes. Instead of retreating, Caillou swayed on the ground, and then shot into the air, fleeing towards the top-down wind. Wind escape palm blade. Scarlet blood eyes instantly judged the trajectory of the ninjutsu released by Nagato. Saitama put his right hand together, and a light blue chakra blade extended from his arm to a distance of half a meter from the palm of his hand. Twish! Exclamation. The hand cut straight in the middle of that ninjutsu, and after only half a second of pause, it was cut off by Saitama. Huh? Nagato was a little surprised. He hadn't met an opponent who could beat him in terms of ninjutsu strength for a long time. Saitama knocked Nagato's ninjutsu behind with a single blow, and continued to move towards the sky without losing momentum. It seemed that he was preparing to face Nagato. Hee. Nagato rarely smiled, and the circles of lines in Sansara's eyes glowed with a faint blue light. Chinese letter. A black stick blocked Saitama's right hand. The three hooks in Katana's eyes spun crazily, and Nagato directly took advantage of the momentum to press down on Katana and slam down. Boom! Exclamation. The two fell on the ground, smashing the ground into a large pothole, and at the same time rolled up the surrounding dust, creating a large visual effect. Page 236. Nagato. Zionin was a little worried about Nagato, and shouted, but the dust blocked her view, preventing her from seeing the situation of Nagato and the enemy. She didn't join the battle group rashly, because she knew that Nagato didn't like others to assist him, and that would make Nagato weak, which was what Nagato had been emphasizing since Yahiko's death. He doesn't want to be protected! Exclamation. He is the new god of the world and should be invincible. Chapter 112. Akatsuki and Saitama and Jusun. The dust settled, and two figures appeared in Zhao Nan's sight. You are very good. Nagato and Caillou looked at each other, and the hostility disappeared unconsciously. At this time, the two of them had no fighting spirit, and they were as harmonious as old friends. Laughing, Saitama shrugged, stretched out his hand and flicked the dust that didn't exist in the black robe on his body. Nagato. Konan stepped on the right side of Nagato, and glanced at the two people who stopped their hands with some doubts, but she remained on guard and focused on Katama. It's okay, Zionin. Nagato regained his calm, smiled at Zionin, and then returned to indifference. Hello. Caillou stretched out his hand kindly to greet Zionin, but was ruthlessly ignored. Not annoyed, Saitama kept smiling, grabbed the outstretched hand back with the other hand, and then clapped both hands together to complete the high five. Uchiha Saitama, a new member of our organization. Nagato looked around, his eyes fell on the members who gradually gathered around him, and he said in an unquestionable tone. The other members didn't know why the leader was fighting the enemy to death just now, and formed a team directly in a blink of an eye, but they didn't question Nagato's decision. The authority of Nagato is deeply rooted in their hearts. But Zionin was different. He frowned instantly, and turned his head to look at Nagato, but there was doubt in his eyes. Obviously, Zionin didn't quite agree with the sudden appearance of Saitama. It's okay, Nagato nodded again and stopped explaining. Clean up the battlefield and get ready to pick the fruits of our victory, Nagato said to the other members around him, and as soon as his voice fell, everyone started their work with great enthusiasm. Time went back to the second when Saitama and Nagato had just landed. Nagato, let's cooperate. Oh? Spread peace to the entire ninja world. Saitama looked serious. Nagato has a thoughtful face. With just a few simple words like this, Saitama poked at Nagato's G-spot, and the battle was over. So after this battle, the organization is extremely exhausted, especially the core members, which have been maintained at 2 fingers. Saitama and Nagato have the same goals and are not weak in strength, so Nagato has no reason to refuse. And he could see from Saitama's eyes that bringing real peace to the ninja world was Saitama's sincere words, and it was not deliberately fabricated to fool him. Therefore, Nagato didn't think there was anything wrong with accepting Saitama. He also has the confidence to accept Saitama. It can be said that the current him is not the real peak. Nagato can feel that the development of the eye of reincarnation is more than that, and there are many more mysterious ninjutsu that he needs to continue to explore. And if Katama is really restless, or if he really approaches him with some kind of bad purpose, Nagato has full confidence to suppress Katama. The prerequisite for acceptance is naturally the strength. A conspiracy is a paper tiger in the face of absolute strength! Destroy with just 1 finger. This is a secret base belonging to Zio, hidden underground in the Kingdom of Rain. Of course, this was built under the influence of the Hanzo forces before. Now, Zio no longer needs to be so sneaky. Yuin village, or the country of rain, is already under the control of Zio. A long table made of stone. At the other end of the table sat Nagato with an indifferent expression, while Zionon, standing behind Nagato, remained vigilant, turning into Nagato's loyal guard. On the other side of the table, Saitama rested his hands on his chin, looking at the environment of the base. Now you are also a member of the organization. I hope you can do everything for the organization well. Page 237. Although Nagato accepts Katama, it doesn't mean that he will tolerate Katama's inaction, so he first established the rules. Understood. Saitama straightened his posture and nodded. Although we won the final victory in this operation against Hanzo, the members of the organization suffered heavy losses, so what we have to do now is to continue to develop. Nagato's eyes fell on the table, and he said slowly to Katama, you should be able to understand this, right? Understandable. Saitama nodded again. In the coming time, we need to firmly grasp Yuin village and gradually consolidate it. Nagato didn't treat Saitama as an outsider either. He was straightforward. The next step of the organization is to use Yuin village to slowly expand outwards and develop its strength. Of course, we can't be too blatant now and start with intelligence. Saitama, there are only 3 core members in our current organization, including you, me and Zaonan, so we still need to continue to recruit members, especially powerful ninjas. Let's start with the rebels from the major ninja villages. Nagato's tone was flat, but there was no doubt about it. It was not so much a discussion as he was giving the order alone. Kyu was not annoyed either. What Nagato said was exactly the same as what he thought. At present, Zao should really focus on development. Only by accumulating a certain amount of strength and gathering as many powerful ninjas as in memory can one be qualified to start the Conquer plan. Speaking of which, I have a candidate to recommend. I don't know if it is possible. Saitama touched the table with his hand, and the 2 people on the other side focused their eyes on him at the same time. Tell me. Nagato gestured to Katama. Saitama nodded and smiled. His eyes unconsciously looked at the wall beside him, where there was a small tree root, which should have grown from the tree above. Absolutely. Kyu yelled in that direction, and under the puzzled eyes of Nagato and Zionan, the tree roots on the wall continued to expand, and then a hermaphrodite wrapped in a pitcher plant with its upper body drilled out of it. Twish! Zionan took a step forward and blocked Nagato behind her. This was just her subconscious action. Zionan! Nagato made a dissatisfied voice. Zionan's body froze, and then gave him a little space. Absolutely. She was good at intelligence gathering and possesses physical characteristics that ordinary people cannot discover. Seeing Ju popping up, Saitama introduced, stood up and took a few steps aside. Ordinary people can't find it. The corner of Nagato's mouth curled up, and a strange gleam shone from his eyes. Even if it was him just now, he didn't find out how Ju appeared here. Hello. Ju squinted his eyes, protruding most of his body from the tree roots. Absolute faced Nagato like a soldier waiting to be examined. After a long time, Nagato spit out a sentence without much explanation, and directly agreed to Saitama's proposal to include Zetsu in the organization. Then am I a member of Akatsuki? I'm so excited! Baiju yelled exaggeratedly, matching the exaggerated expression on his face. It looked very funny. Shut up! Haiju uttered a low voice, yelling at Baiju. Xiao Nan was a little surprised to see that the black and white sides actually quarreled, feeling that the world is really big. Nagato didn't ask. The eyes of reincarnation can exist. It's really normal for a person to have schizophrenia. That's all for today. You two go down to familiarize yourself with the environment first. We are going to settle in Yuin village. Nagato stood up, dropped a word, and then left, followed by Zionin. That's amazing, Saitama. After Nagato and the others left, Baiju slowly approached Caillou and said, Haizia also squinted his eyes and looked at Saitama. According to his plan, he wanted Saitama to disguise himself as Uchiha Madara and approach Nagato as a guide, but he never wanted Saitama to refuse directly. But it doesn't matter what Caillou does, as long as he successfully establishes a relationship with Nagato. After a second thought, Haiju closed his eyes again, not intending to continue paying attention to these trivial matters. Nagato, are you really planning to let these two guys of unknown origin join Akatsuki? Conan was one body behind Nagato, and his tone was a bit hasty. Zionan, don't worry, I can handle it. Also, send someone out to collect information about Uchiha Saitama. I always feel that this name is a bit familiar. Okay, I'll do it. Page 238. Koen looked intently at Nagato's already thin face, and nodded. If you really dare to attack Nagato, I will make you pay the price. Blood flashed in Zionan's eyes, and a paper rose on his blue hair gave off a unique luster. Chapter 113. Konoha's 48th year, the time it all started. Now that he joined Akatsuki, Saitama can't be lazy. At present, the most urgent task of the organization is to take control of Yuin village. Although Hanzo has died in the hands of Nagato, the foundation of many years cannot be broken just by breaking it. In Yuin village, there are still a group of diehard fans belonging to Hanzo. These people are currently the biggest obstacle in front of Zio, but in the face of absolute strength, weakness is the original sin. Those ninjas who disobeyed Akatsuki were all cleaned up. As for the civilians, they didn't care who was in charge of the village, as long as they were fed, and they didn't have the power to manage the ninjas' affairs. Saitama, is this the last one? It is absolutely attached to the ground, its feet are sunken in the ground, and most of its body is exposed to talk to Saitama. It's almost there, it should be the last one. Saitama straightened his collar and pulled up the sagging collar to cover his neck. Boom! Exclamation. It was just a light kick, but there was a loud noise, and the door was kicked away by Saitama. Exclamation. Saitama didn't even look at the situation inside, and walked in directly. Who is it? The owner of this house walked out of the house and saw Saitama in a black robe. Are you Takeshinjiro? Saitama asked instead without answering. Are you from Akatsuki? Takeshinjiro stared at Saitama's face with anger. I will not succumb to you. Lord Hanzo has been a village all his life. I never thought you people would be so ambitious that you would kill your lord. This Takeshinjiro is a loyal supporter of Hanzo and also a very important subordinate of Hanzo, who is in charge of most of the capital flow in the village. This is also the reason why Nagato sent Saitama to come. For an organization to develop, the most basic thing is funds. Without strong financial support, it will never grow. Since you know who I am, then you should know why I came, and I don't want to talk nonsense. Saitama's face was calm. He was opposed to taking over such a task in his heart, but it seemed too unreasonable to directly refuse the first task. HMPH, even if I die, I will not betray Lord Hanzo. Takeshinjiro still looked stubborn, looking directly at Saitama. Father, who is outside? The door of the inner room was pushed open, and a little girl with shafar braids leaned against the threshold and asked Takeshinjiro. The little girl looks beautiful and has big eyes. The only regret is that her eyes are dull. She should be blind. Following the voice, Saitama turned his gaze to the girl and then to Takeshinjiro, with a funny smile on his face. But this smile was not very friendly in Takeshinjiro's heart. He subconsciously blocked Saitama's sight and covered his daughter. Lan Xin, go inside first. Dad will come right over. Tilting his head, Takeshinjiro said something to the girl, then frowned and looked at Saitama. Your daughter? Very cute. Katama just praised casually, but it scared Takeshinjiro very much. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, I'll tell you. Saitama nodded. This was a very simple matter. As a ninja, he had many ways to get this Takeshinjiro to speak, but it was best if he took the initiative to explain. Okay, Looking at Takshinjiro turned and ran into the house. Saitama stood where he was, with his hands in his arms, not worried that he would dare to run. Soon, Takshinjiro came out with a thick book that looked like a bill. Here, I hope you don't bother me in the future. Takshinjiro threw the things in his hand to Saitama, and walked into the house as if resigned to his fate. Lord Hanzo is dead. He doesn't want to put his daughter in danger in order to keep a secret for Hanzo. This is his only weakness. Takshinjiro's loyalty to Hanzo is true, but it is only limited to himself, and he is only doing it to protect his daughter. Anyway, these things can be sorted out as long as it takes a little time. Snapped exclamation, throwing the thing in his hand up. Saitama caught it again, then turned around and left briskly, and at the end he didn't forget to pick up the door of someone else's house, and put it in the original place. Saitama is still very polite, provided that others treat him politely. Zio, the task of cleaning the entire village is slowly unfolding. Saitama is only a small place, and it is also the most civilized. Like other places, it is not like here in Saitama, where the task is completed without a knife or a shot. Dynasties change, accompanied by blood and death. The victor steps on the opponent's bones to climb to the top. Nagato won the battle, and he deserved everything. Page 239. Hello Zio Onan. He walked to the gate of the newly established base camp of the Zio organization in Yuin village, and saw Zio Onan. HMPH. Joan didn't like Kyu, who appeared out of nowhere, and turned to look elsewhere. The weather in the land of rain is terrible. Every day is drizzle and covered with dark clouds. I got the thing. Do you take it or should I give it to Nagato? Kyu took out the book he had just obtained from the sleeve of his robe, and gestured to Zionan's face. Give it to me, I'll check it out. When it came to business, Zionan regained his composure and didn't target Saitama. Yeah, Kyu threw it to Zionan without being pretentious, and then walked into the base. The spooky weather outside was still lightly raining, and although Saitama was physically strong, he was not used to getting wet in the rain. As for that woman Zionan, who cares about her? Zio's base is a tall building. Due to the special climate of the land of rain, drainage channels have been built in many places in the building to facilitate the drainage of accumulated water, and according to Saitama's observation, the drainage system of the whole village is like this, well proportioned, messy yet orderly. While completing the function of drainage, it also has some unique aesthetic feeling. Nagato is on the top floor of the building. This is information that all members of the Akatsuki organization know. Saitama climbed up the stairs, and soon returned to his own room. Downstairs, Zio-nan stood in the rain. Her hair was wet by the drizzle, but she didn't move extra. There was some light in her eyes, which was the light of thinking. At this time, the latest information just obtained appeared in her mind, which made her fully grasp the situation of Saitama. Achiya Saitama, a Konoha ninja, was besieged to death by Iwa ninja in Konoha 47, but the cause of death is doubtful. What are you going to do? How did you survive? Or how did you resurrect? Why didn't you go back to Konoha? Is it because the murderer was Konoha's ninja? Zionan put away the things that Kyu had just handed to her, brushed a lock of hair from his forehead to the back of his head with one hand, and then walked back. It's raining heavily, and it's not like she's mentally ill, so why does she have to get wet? Baiju, what's the matter? Saitama lay on the bed, looking at Ju with half of his body protruding from the wall. I don't know if Saitama is interested in going to Konoha village. Nine-tailed Jinchuriki is estimated to be produced. If we destroy it, we can lay a good foundation for collecting tailed beasts in the future. A narrow smile appeared on Baiju's pale face, and a dangerous light flickered in his eyes. Aunt Haiju didn't speak, but his gaze also fell on Saitama, as if he was testing Saitama's bottom line, to confirm whether Saitama dared to attack his former companion. I'll ask Nagato later if there are any more missions. If not, go to Konoha. After all, I also want to meet some people. Saitama pondered for a moment, then spit out a sentence. He had known for a long time that it was Konoha's 48th year, and he had been underground for more than a year, which was a very long time. Yes. Ju slowly sank into the wall and disappeared without a trace. Interesting. Saitama raised his mouth and put his hands behind his head. He had thought of going back to Konoha for a long time, but in order not to arouse suspicion, he didn't take the initiative to propose it. Now he will definitely not take the initiative to propose it, so he naturally didn't let it go reason. Nine tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kushina, Saitama muttered, and then stopped talking. The rain outside the window is getting bigger. Chapter 114 Konoha Village. The dark clouds completely covered the sky, and the drizzle was scattered from the clouds, and Yuin village was shrouded in rain. Everything is so unreal. Nagato stood on the top floor. There was no window here, only a single log extending from the house. Standing on the single log, Nagato can overlook the entire village. He is the god of Yuin village, the hope of Yuin village, and even the dawn of the ninja world. I didn't expect you to be in a good mood. Isn't it cold? Saitama stood at the entrance of this floor, holding his chin with one hand, showing a pensive look. You bastard, shut up. Xiaonan stood on the side of the room and said to Saitama in a bad tone, this world needs to be saved, and the same is true for Yuin village. Standing here, I can only see the decline of Yuin village. I need to give them salvation. Nagato turned around and faced Saitama, but behind him, it was pitch black, and there was a flash of lightning from time to time. Does that mean it's not cold? Saitama continued to ask. Nagato took a deep look at Saitama, and stopped talking. After letting Saitama join the organization, he discovered that Saitama seemed to have the attribute of a poisonous tongue. Is there anything else to do next? Kyu took a few steps forward and came to Xiaonan's side. At present, there should be nothing we need to do by ourselves. Why? Nagato heard Saitama's implication. Page 240. Doesn't the organization still need to recruit members? Now I have another goal, and I'm going to go out and look for it. Saitama said it very easily, with concern for the future of the organization revealed in his words. If you want to join Xiao, you can't just find some rotten tomatoes. Xiaonan mocked at the side, with distrust in his eyes. She and Nagato have always wanted to expand the core members before, but they have not been able to meet the right ones, and some famous ninjas do not have the strength to match their fame. Don't worry, this person has a lot of background, and his strength should not be underestimated. After all, he is a man who has fought against the god of ninjas before. Saitama met Nagato's gaze and said slowly, God of ninja? Nagato's focus was obviously not on the same plane as Saitama. What are you talking about? If you really fought against Kanshu Jujian, you are probably in your 70s and 80s now. How can you continue to maintain your combat power? Xiaonan obviously didn't believe it, thinking that Saitama's boasting was too much. You'll know when I find him out. Saitama waved his hand, not caring about Conan's gaze. Then if there's nothing else, I'll leave first? Saitama turned sideways, finally motioned to Nagato, and found that Nagato ignored his intention, so he turned and left directly. Come back early. Saitama's half-body left this floor, and Nagato's voice came from his ear. Saitama didn't stop, and continued to walk down. You let him leave like this? The reason for his going out is obviously not to find help for the organization. Xiaonan waited for Kyu to leave, and his tone was a little annoyed. It's okay. We have to try to trust others, and even if he has other goals, I can do it. To put it bluntly, Saitama's joining Akatsuki is only for the same purpose, and Nagato doesn't need to restrict his actions. As long as Saitama gives combat support in some matters, it will be fine. Thinking of this, a meaningful smile appeared on Nagato's indifferent face, and then he walked on the log again, and began to overlook the entire village, or the entire world. It didn't take long to go from the land of rain to the land of fire. In just 2 days, Saitama set foot on the territory of the land of fire. What Kyu told Nagato was that he would come out to find talents for the organization, but it did not prevent him from going to Konoha village. Anyway, the place where Kekudo is active is almost the same as the land of fire, and the two are not in conflict. At this time, the horns should still be circulated in various underground exchanges, right? After all, he is such a man who loves money. In other words, he doesn't like money, but thinks that only money is the most real, and he won't betray him. Kokuto is also a poor man! Saitama thought about it inexplicably, and found that Kokuto, who was betrayed by others and only believed in money, was indeed a bit miserable. Originally, Baiju was going to come with him, but Nagato temporarily arranged a task for him, asking him to go to some places to inquire about information. Therefore, this operation is only Saitama alone. Of course, if Baiju really wanted to follow, he had many ways to do it. It is already August of Konoha's 48th year. The war between Iwagakure and Konoha has long since ended, and Namikaze Minato has been succeeding Hokage for almost a year. Peace is always so fascinating, and it is easy to forget some things, such as some people. Saitama's name was engraved on Konoha's heroic monument and worshipped by many people, but as time passed, people only remembered that name, and even Saitama's appearance began to blur. Many may forget Saitama, but some will not. Kazuki Uchiha came to Konoha's heroic tomb again today. Her body was hunched over, and her pale hair was blown by the wind in front of her forehead. As Uchiha Saitama's caretaker, Uchiha Zhang may be the last person who cares about Saitama to know that Saitama died in battle. As soon as Chudo knew the news, Uchiha Zhang couldn't believe it. Saitama is so proud in her heart, and his strength is so strong. Whoever may die in battle cannot be Saitama. But the reality is so cruel, and the old Uchiha Zhang has to accept it. When a person is old, there are many things that need to be faced, such as the aging of the body, the slowness of action, and the reality of weakness. Uchiha Zhang has experienced the death of her family members in battle. The news of her husband and her own child's death in battle many years ago was also told to her through layers of people. No tears, no crying. Uchiha Zhang just nodded to the tribe who told her the news, and then went home to sleep for a day. A few days later, Saitama's name was engraved on a stone tablet, along with her family members who had died in battle. Kiyu, the old lady is here to see you again. I don't know how you are doing now, old lady. I have spent decades to forget the previous tragedies, but I didn't expect you to leave now. Uchiha Zhang's tone was very low, and anyone could hear a trace of sadness from the sentences she muttered to herself. Page 241. One hand rests on the steel. The skin on it is like bark, clinging to the bones of the hand, and age spots are also densely covered on the back of the hand. When the fingertips crossed Saitama's name, Uchiha Kazuki's eyes began to cloud. Saitama gave her a feeling of home, a feeling that she could not experience living alone for more than 10 years. But now everything is gone, with Saitama's departure, dissipated. Old lady, I don't know how long I can live on, and my health is getting weaker and weaker. I might come down to find you sometime. Uchiha Zhang took a deep look at the heroic monument, sighed, and turned to leave. Saitama was walking on a familiar street, but the lively atmosphere around him did not suit him at all. When I returned to Mui village again, my mood was completely different. The excitement is theirs. I have nothing! Saitama remained expressionless and walked straight along the street. He used Baiju's barter transformation art to change his appearance and chakra fluctuations. Even if the person who is most familiar with him stood in front of him, it would be difficult to recognize him. This is also one of Kiyu's trump cards for daring to sneak into Konoha village. Of course, his biggest trump card is his own strength. Chapter 115. Brother, buy a mask? A peddler about 40 years old asked Kiyu, because he saw that Kiyu had been rummaging through things at his booth for a while. Well, that's it. Saitama smiled in satisfaction, and what he was holding in his hand was a mask of a faceless man, on which there were 2 red dots funny on the cheeks. Well, Chain Hui 800 taels. Go slowly and don't give it away. The boss is also a straightforward person. After talking about the price and accepting the money, he couldn't afford it, and watched Kiyu leave. Going forward, Saitama is aimless. He hasn't figured out the purpose of coming to Konoha. Maybe he just wants to meet acquaintances, or go around, not far away, whether it was a tacit understanding or some other magical thing. Kiyu looked forward with a feeling. A hunched figure came into view, and Saitama's body shook, but then returned to normal. This is Konoha's commercial street, which belongs to the most prosperous area in Konoha. The war that just ended has stimulated the rapid development of other industries, so there is naturally a lot of people here. Uchiha Zhang raised her head, and she noticed a person not far in front of her watching her. Looking over suspiciously, she only saw an unfamiliar face, ordinary clothes, and the mask that person was holding. I don't know. Uchiha Zhang confirmed that she didn't know her, but the standing posture made her feel familiar. Oh, I'm old. Shaking her head, she continued to walk forward. Grandmother Kiyu held back his mouth and didn't cry out. It's not the time to recognize each other, and he doesn't want to cause trouble for Uchiha Zhang. Watching her mother-in-law leave, the corners of Kiyu's mouth raised slightly, and he will reunite with her mother-in-law after he finishes everything that needs to be done. Stepping forward, Saitama continued to walk forward. Perhaps due to the fact that Jinchuriki is about to give birth, Konoha's guarding power is very strong. At least in Saitama's perception, many Anbu-wearing animal masks take good care of the people from other villages who have recently entered the village. With a glance, Saitama saw a ninja at a distance of 20 meters behind him out of the corner of his eye. At this time, the ninja was sticking to the corner, watching him. Ignoring it, Kiyu knew that it was not that he was exposed, but that people from other villages were treated like this when they entered the village. Naruto office. 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato has a solemn expression. He is about to become a father, his brows have begun to mature, and he has begun to transform into a mature and warm man. And such a long career in Hokage has trained him to be capable and stable, and his face will not change when the mountain collapses. But at this time, he started to get into trouble, and his expression was very strange. Master Tsunade, do you really want to leave the village? Following Namikaze Minato's gaze, 2 figures were sitting on the sofa in the office, It was Tsunade and Shizun's master and apprentice. Tsunade had already taken off his ninja vest and put on loose clothes. His blonde hair was only tied into a loose ponytail at the back of his head, making him look very bohemian. Originally, Tsunade should still be on the battlefield during this time period, but no one could stop Tsunade. So Tsunade appeared in Hokage's office. Well, I didn't come here to ask for your permission. I just came to report, so as not to suddenly see a warrant for our arrest outside and say that we are traitors. Tsunade folded her hands on her chest, and her chest was squeezed into a strange shape, but she didn't care, staring at Minake Minato. Okay, does the teacher know that you are back? Minato Namikaze knew that no one could take Tsunade, and even the 3 generations who had retired could not change Tsunade Haim who had made the decision. I told Jiraiya that he knows the situation. Tsunade nodded. The current war with Kirigakure is stabilizing, that's why she decided to leave. Anyway, there is still Namikaze Minato, and Kirigakure can't afford much waves. Yenian and Union are currently fighting fiercely and Konoha can concentrate on dealing with Kirigakure. Okay then, I don't know when Tsunade-sama will come back? Namikaze Minato sat upright, with a questioning look in his eyes. Who knows? I'll come back when I'm done playing. Page 242. Tsunade shook his hand, but did not answer the question. Okay then, Namikaze Minato showed a helpless look. He was indeed a little anxious as Hokage, and people like Tsunade, who were of high seniority and status, did not always give him the status and respect he deserved. Of course, this is not to say that Tsunade and others look down on the newly appointed Minato Namikaze, but that both parties have not yet adapted to their new identities, and mentality is very important. Okay, Shizun, let's go. Tsunade nodded at Namikaze Minato. With a smile on his face, he stretched out his hand to pull Shizun aside. Shizun froze, forced a smile, and nodded to Namikaze Minato. Oh, it's really a big headache. Hokage is really not something that ordinary people can do. Namikaze Minato scratched his head, glanced at the sunlight outside the window, thought of a red figure in his mind, and then shook his head. I don't know how she is doing in the hospital. Is she still fussing? It's a child's temper, Namikaze Minato muttered to himself, but there was a hard smile on his face. Shizun, what, are you still unhappy? Tsunade put one hand around Shizun and put his face on her shoulder. Master Tsunade, tell me, is Saitama really dead? I always felt that he must still be alive in this world, but for some reason he couldn't meet me. Shijing raised his head, his eyes started to turn red again, and his voice trembled a little when he spoke. Yes, he must be in this world, watching you silently to see if you are happy. Tsunade comforted Shizun and patted her on the back. Let's go. I've already thought about the place we're going to. It's a place full of passion. It was only after the first generation of Hokage fought there that they won such a great reputation in the ninja world. Tsunade said slowly in a mysterious tone, and gradually swept away the haze on Shizun's face. Is there really such a place? Jing Yin's eyes were a little suspicious, and curiosity appeared on her flushed face. She had never heard of such a place, but Tsunade-sama, as a descendant of the first Hokage-sama, shouldn't have lied. Yeah, with Tsunade's confirmation. Shizun nodded, knowing that it was time for him to go out for a walk, and release the depression in his heart. The taste of this meatball is still as good. Although it is a bit greasy if you eat too much, it is really delicious if you eat less. Saitama was holding a wooden stick in his hand, and he was still chewing on it. Just passing by the meatball shop that was my childhood favorite. Kyu couldn't bear it and went in to buy some. This is already the end of the commercial street, and if you go further, you will find the Hokage building not far away, which belongs to Konoha's heavily guarded place. Saitama didn't intend to continue to move forward to attract suspicion, so he turned around and left. Rinjariki should be in the hospital right now. There is no need to provoke him at this point in time. Saitama raised his head and looked in one direction, which is where the hospital is. In Saitama's perception, there is a powerful chakra in that direction, tyrannical and evil, with a little ominous. As the delivery approached, the 9 tails in Uzumaki Kushina's body seemed a little anxious, and a trace of chakra leaked from the seal, wandering in the surrounding space. Mute, hurry up, we have to go back to get things first. A familiar loud voice sounded next to his ear, and Saitama's eyes moved accordingly. Tsunade was urging Shizun, who was one step behind her. Understood. Tsunade-sama. The muted voice was a little helpless, and at the same time accelerated the pace of footsteps. The two hurried past Kyu, not noticing Kyu beside him, but Saitama kept watching Shizun until she disappeared from sight. It still looks good, and it will be good in the future. It won't be too long. Saitama raised his hand, and he threw all the sticks into the trash can. The purpose of coming to Konoha today has basically been achieved, and those who want to see it have also seen it. Next, they should complete the task that should be done and find Kakatsu. Let's go next time we meet. I don't know what it will be like. Saitama narrowed his eyes and straightened his back, as if he had broken some kind of bondage. Chapter 116, the real beginning of the story. Under the watchful eyes of several ninjas at the Konoha gate, Saitama easily registered and left. Naturally, everything registered was fake. Even Saitama's appearance and chakra fluctuations were copied from an unlucky guy. Standing at the gate, Saitama turned his back to Konoha, the corners of his mouth raised. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Looking at the surrounding woods, Saitama slowly left. While walking, Saitama's appearance began to change a little bit, and soon, it returned to its original appearance, but no one saw it. Page 243 in the Underground Gold Exchange. No one knows who controls all of this. After all, a grey organization that covers the ninja world and has not been destroyed for many years cannot be established by ordinary people. In Katama's memory, there are also many speculations about the gold exchange. Many people think that only Haiju, who has been hiding behind the scenes and has been in the business for thousands of years, has such ability to run an organization so well. But Saitama doesn't care about that. He just wants to find someone and beat Kakuzu or get killed. Of course, it is impossible for the current Saitama to be killed, so there is only one option left, to defeat Kakatsu and incorporate him into the organization. Although Baiju didn't follow him, he assigned a clone to provide intelligence assistance to Saitama. When Saitama was wandering around Konoha village, the Baiju avatar searched within the fire country according to the physical characteristics of Kakatsu provided by Saitama. Don't tell me, he really found a dot, and the ninja suspected to be found in Kakatsu is not very far from Saitama. After the avatar informed Kiyu of the information he had, Kiyu started on the road. Boom! Exclamation! With just one punch, the black hard-shelled fist knocked over a mist ninja with a rebellious forehead on his head. His body spun a few hundred degrees in mid-air, and then hit the ground. Jayadu stared at the target, who was blown away by his punch with green eyes, and the face under the veil was still unmoving. That traitor once assassinated a minister of a water country and slaughtered the minister's family because the minister did not give him the respect of the ninja. Naturally, the daimyo of the country of water was furious and issued a wanted warrant, offering a reward of 1,000 million taels. But because this person is good at the fog-hidden assassination technique, and he is a chicken thief, no one has been able to complete this task. However, when he met Jayadu today, things became easier. Puff! Exclamation! Rebel spit out a mouthful of blood, and his chest was already sunken, which was the power of Kadatsu's punch just now. Who the hell are you? He stood up with difficulty. The coldness in his eyes was undisguised. This man who directly attacked him when he met him was very powerful, and he was no match for him. Jayadu glanced at the enemy lightly, without speaking, and continued to walk towards him. In the eyes of Jayadu, this traitor is just a pile of money, so he is not qualified to talk to him. Twish! Exclamation! After taking 2 steps at a normal speed, Jayadu sped up suddenly, and disappeared from Renren's sight, and was stepped out of a shallow pit by him on the spot. Damn it! Rebel Nin's face changed. One hand covered his chest, and the other hand pulled out a special long kunai, which was his assassination weapon. At the same time, he turned his body, trying to find Kakatsu's figure. Boom! Exclamation! Rebel's pupils shrank slightly, and a huge fist kept growing in his eyes. At this moment, he captured Kakatsu's movement, but unfortunately, his body could not make evasive movements. It's over, the thought flashed in his mind, and immediately, his fist hit his throat heavily. Bark! Exclamation! If the speed is fast enough, inertia will keep the object under force from moving. Rebellion is like this. Kakuzu's speed and strength are extremely strong, so when Kakuzu's fist hit him, he did not appear to be knocked into the air. Instead, he stayed where he was, while Kakuzu's fist pierced directly through his throat, and then came out from the back of his neck. The scene was very bloody for a while, but Jayadu seemed to have gotten used to it, and didn't feel offended. With Rebel's eyes wide open, Jayadu slowly withdrew his hand, and the blood flowed from his throat continuously along the movement of his arm, spilling all over the ground. It's really trash, but 1,000 W taels is at this level. Jayadu flicked his hand, the blood on it flew all over the ground, and the enemy fell straight down. The ninja's life is still very tenacious. Even if Kakuto's fist punched through the throat, Rebel Ninja didn't hold his breath for a while. His eyes widened and he tried to speak, but his throat was destroyed and he could only make the sound of a broken windmill spinning ho-ho. Standing on the spot, watching the enemy die gradually with green eyes, Kakuzu's heart remained unmoved, and he even wanted to laugh. After all, he got another sum of money. Boom! Jayadu stepped on the ground with his feet, and the ground made a muffled sound, and the enemy's corpse was also thrown off the ground. With another kick, the horns knocked the corpse into the air, and then he grabbed the corpse with one arm and held the corpse on his shoulder. I remember that there seems to be a gold exchange in front, so let's go there, Jayadu muttered to himself. The blood of the enemy dripped down his shoulder and onto the ground. Every time he took a step, the blood painted Kakuzu's steps with a touch of color, coquettish and bloody. Suddenly, Jayadu stopped his pace and glanced at the woods beside him. On the thickest branch, a figure in a black robe stood upright, yawning, seemingly bored. Kakuzu was startled. This enemy obviously did not arrive just now, but he only realized now that this is a taboo for ninjas. Twish! With a bend of the calf, the horns flew towards the rear, widening the distance from the enemy. Who are you? The green eyes fixed on Saitama, and the corners were a little nervous. He hasn't had this feeling for a long time, and the faint pressure on Kiyu's body is still squeezing him all the time. Kakuto? Saitama already recognized from his attire and clothing that this is one of the members of the undead duo in the future, but he still asked again. Kakuto's body trembled again. Very few people knew his name. It can be said that almost no one among the living people can call him out, but the guy in front of him who looks very young, and even looks a little immature, can actually know his real name. Page 244. Boom! When Jayadu stepped on the ground, a strong airflow pushed the ground out of a hole, and the body of the traitor had already been thrown aside by him. Swish! The figure rubbed past in the air, and Kadatsu took the lead. He wanted to test this young ninja who appeared here suddenly. Boom! The fist hit the branch that Saitama was standing on, directly smashing the whole tree, and even the force of the fist left a crater on the ground. A little faster. Jayadu's heart tightened. The punch just now did not hit the enemy. Snapped! Saitama appeared behind Kakutsu, twisted his body in midair, and kicked towards Kakutsu with one leg. The air was torn apart, making a piercing sound. Good job! Jayadu seemed to have been prepared, turned around, and punched. All in one go. Boom! Saitama's leg and Kakuzu's fist collided heavily, and the airflow rippling away from the point of contact between the two, blowing the surrounding trees upside down. As expected of Kakuto, Saitama raised the corners of his mouth, as if he was a little happy. Kakuzu's fist is not ordinary, but it can punch through the seal wall of the Temple of Fire. Kakuzu was also a little surprised. The ninja who could wrestle with him would definitely not be an ordinary person. The emerald green pupils narrowed slightly, the corners of the fists were closed, and they swept back. He is going to use ninjutsu to deal with Saitama, although this is only the first meeting with Saitama, but he likes to nip danger in the cradle, even if Saitama has not really communicated with him since the beginning. Twish! Saitama also swept back, propped his hands on the ground, and fixed his eyes on Kakuzu. Chapter 117. The Enlightenment of Jayadu. It doesn't matter who you are, kid. Jayadu stood up straight, and strange black lines that seemed to be alive began to emerge from all over his body. Those lines first tore through the outer clothing at the corners, and then slowly untied the sutures at the joints of various parts of his body. Puff! Several clusters of lines, resembling faceless monsters, were squeezed out of Kakuzu's body, and Jayadu's body didn't disappear. It was just a little shrunken than before, and those black lines were still emerging from all parts of his body and scattered around. I don't want to waste time. Go to hell, boy. I hope your head is worth a little money. Jayadu's mouth is full of those nimble black lines, but it doesn't hinder him from speaking, but makes his voice more powerful. Saitama was not careless, although his strength has increased by leaps and bounds since he was rescued to the present. He has not fully exerted his full strength, so it is impossible to judge what step he can achieve. Keeping vigilant, Kiyu's whole body began to be filled with electric current, and the blue-white electric current surrounded his whole body, as if guarding a god. Twish! 3-hook jade appeared in Kiyu's eyes, and he stepped on it at the same time, pulling out a long afterimage in the air. Fire escape, head hard wind escape, suppressing harm. Kakuto didn't panic, seeing Saitama rushing towards him. His years of combat experience kept him extremely calm. I saw him controlling the earth resentment mask monster that had just been born from his body, letting them stand in front of him. Then two of the masked monsters directly started to perform ninjutsu. One was fire escape and the other was wind escape. Although the two ninjutsu thrown alone are not particularly powerful ninjutsu, but here in Kakutsu, They exploded with great power. Compound ninjutsu flame storm. Fire uses the wind, and the wind helps the fire! In a blink of an eye, a sea of flames blasted directly at Saitama. The area of the sea of fire is extremely wide, and the heat of the fire is extremely high. Even Saitama, who has not yet approached, can feel a little bit of heat. Twish! Saitama stepped into the ground, quickly stopped her forward pace, and then backed away. Even he knows that this ninjutsu cannot be solved by hard resistance. With the help of Lei Dun, Saitama's speed was extremely fast, and he was not caught up by the sea of fire, but the surrounding trees were hit by seedlings, and they were ignited one by one. Fortunately, this place is a rare place, and generally no one hangs out here. The scarlet sharing eyes locked on Kakuzu, and Saitama was not in a hurry to get close to him. Kakuzu released a ninjutsu and took a long breath. Although the ninjutsu was released by the masked monster, it was still controlled by himself, and the consumption of chakra also came from himself. His emerald green eyes swept across the area affected by ninjutsu, and soon Kakuzu caught a black figure, and at the same time his brows frowned uncontrollably. Saitama didn't have any damage on his body. Obviously the ninjutsu just now didn't cause the slightest damage to him. Twish! Saitama in Kakuzu's sight suddenly disappeared, and a black line appeared in the air. That line keeps getting closer to him, making Jayadu feel nervous. Bark! The current surged in Saitama's right arm, and there was a strange burnt smell in the air. Twish! Hidatsu judged Saitama's movement trajectory. A masked monster opened its mouth towards that side, and a powerful thunder-dun energy ball began to brew in its mouth. Boom! The masked monster leaned back, and the ninjutsu from its mouth was sprayed out, and the recoil pressed it back a step, before it could barely stabilize. Saitama was running Sharingan. He had already captured the trajectory of the ninjutsu that was shot at him. Keeping the same speed, Saitama continued to swipe towards Kakuzu, not caring about the approaching thunder ninjutsu. The body twisted in midair. Saitama completed a simple evasive action. The ninjutsu sprayed out from the mouth of the masked monster, rubbed his shoulder and flew backward. Boom! Behind the explosion, a huge pothole appeared, and the current that kept wandering around the pothole made the ground scorched black. Page 245. So fast, such a keen insight. Kakuto narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw the Gaoyu in Saitama's eyes. That's Sharingan, Konoha's ninja. Kakuzu's chest sank, and the moment he didn't react, Saitama had already rushed in front of him. With just one punch, Saitama blasted Kakutsu flying, blowing away the black rock and soil gathered on his chest. Twish! The moment Jayadu flew upside down, even the three masked monsters flew backwards at the same time. Saitama's eyes froze. He found Kakuto and wanted him to join Akatsuki, but for a strong man like Kakuto who has lived for so many years, he must first show his muscles. His eyes fell on one of the masked monsters. Saitama's right hand thundered, and a javelin-like thing began to condense in his hand. Thunder escape thousand birds sharp spear with a twist of the body to the right and back. The muscles in the waist tensed, and Saitama threw the ninjutsu with his right hand. Twish! With the sound of piercing through the air. Thunder dunk! Chidori sharp spear shot straight at the masked monster who could release thunder dunk. Bark! Ninjutsu sank into the chest of the masked monster, and at the same time a burst of electricity burst out. Snapped! The masked monster was nailed to a tree and made strange noises. Kakuzu's eyes shrank. He didn't feel anything. Black lines gushed out from his body, hooked around the surrounding trees, and buffered the strength of Saitama's punch just now. Saitama watched as the masked monster nailed to the tree by him was ruthlessly crushed by Chidori Ryu. It turned into a black line in a short while, and the mask was broken and fell to the ground. Standing still, Kyu didn't take the initiative to speak, but the lightning current all over his body was still surging, driving his aura up. Ninja Konoha, we don't seem to have any grudges. Jayadu was killed by a masked monster in an instant, which was equivalent to losing a life, but he still remained calm. It was not that he was afraid. Didn't you do it first? Kyu spread his hands. He felt that this was just reciprocity. Also, although the source of this eye is Konoha, I don't currently belong to Konoha. Saitama pointed to his right eye with one finger and explained. The guards on the left and right of the remaining two masked monsters were beside Kakuzu. As Kakuzu breathed, the black lines on their bodies kept rising and falling. Boom! Saitama was about to continue speaking, but the ground under his feet suddenly cracked, and a black thread shot out from there. Secret technique Earth resentment at the front of the black line. A hand is clenched into a fist, and a black shell still covers the fist. Boom! Saitama reacted in an instant, crossed his arms in front of the fist, and swept his feet backward. Although he avoided it, the fist still hit Saitama's arm heavily. Careless, Saitama glanced at Kakatsu, and found that he had kept his right hand behind his back, obviously hiding the fact that he had released his right arm. And when Kakuzu's fist hit Saitama's arm, Kakuzu controlled two masked monsters to chase Saitama. Fire escape and wind escape intertwine continuously, leaving no room for Kyu to breathe. The punch that Kakuzu just gave was not insignificant. Saitama's arms also felt a little sore due to the physical attack enhanced by Dantu spear. But fortunately, there is no serious problem. The cells between the columns are indeed very powerful. The figure kept moving among the trees. Saitama took advantage of the terrain and kept dodging the attacks from Kakatsu. Boom! Another wind blade spewed out from the mouth of the masked monster. Saitama grabbed the tree trunk with one hand and pulled his body to another direction, narrowly dodging the ninjutsu attack. But in the next second, a huge fireball approached Saitama again, and the scorching heat instantly roasted the nearby leaves, revealing their brown color. Twish! With one kick, Saitama stepped on the branch again, turned around a few times in the air, and headed towards Kakatsu's body. The blue-white electric current kept stirring, and Saitama's hair also began to float due to the effect of the electric current. Let me teach you a lesson. Saitama showed a slightly angry expression, feeling that his methods were still too light, and Kaku couldn't even straighten his attitude. Boom! Both feet landed on the ground. Kyu's body bent, his speed doubled, and he turned into a bolt of lightning, shooting towards Kakuzu. Chapter 118 Boom! Kakuzu turned his head to the side, and at the same time blasted forward with his left hand. But Saitama's speed was faster, and his strength was not small. The moment Kakuzu made his prediction, he had already arrived in front of him. The fist of the right hand was wrapped in lightning and hit Kakuzu's astonished face. Kakuzu's face instantly deformed, and his body flew backwards. But Saitama didn't give him a chance to get away. The other hand grabbed Kakuzu's clothes and pulled him back again. Boom! It was another punch. Saitama punched in the opposite direction and landed on the other side of Kakuzu's face. After doing all this, Saitama backed away quickly, and at the same time slapped his hands on the ground. Earth dungeon earth array wall! Boom! Several yellow earth walls stood upside down from the ground in an instant, surrounding him, protecting him in the innermost part. At the same time, the attack of the masked monster arrived, and under the blessing of Feng Dun, a fireball turned into a bigger fireball, enveloping Saitama and the earth walls around him. Page 246. Since finishing this body, Saitama has been able to use escape techniques of all attributes, so it is not a problem to mere earth escape. The scorching temperature continued to scorch the earth wall, but it did not break the protection. Jiadu was not idle in this gap, and controlled the masked monster to retreat back. He saw that Saitama was shrinking. Although he didn't know why, it also showed that Saitama didn't use all his strength in the battle with him. He was able to kill him in an instant without trying his best. Even Jiao felt a bit chilled. Boom! The flame became smaller, and the earthen wall exploded in an instant, blowing away even the surrounding flames. Saitama was safe and sound, surrounded by a circle of undamaged land, while other places were either scorched black after the flames burned, or there were still burning flames. Can you listen to me for a few words? Saitama spread her hands, feeling that she had already demonstrated the ability to match Kakuzu, so she should be able to speak a few words normally. The two masked monsters guarded Kakuzu, and the black silk thread rose and fell with the breathing. Kakudo could see that Saitama had no intention of continuing to fight, and did not take away the masked monster, and said in a calm voice, "Tell me." At this time, Kakuzu's extended right hand had returned to his body, and the cloth covering his face was also torn to pieces by Saitama's two punches just now. "I'm looking for you not because of your bounty, but because I want to draw you into my organization. Of course, you also have the right to refuse." Saitama straightened his body, and easily flicked the dust off his body while speaking. After finishing speaking, Kyu added in his heart, "If you don't join, I'll kill you." "Your organization?" Zhao Du asked. He was used to being alone and didn't like the constraints of an organization. "Yes, I can't tell you the name of the organization just yet." Saitama nodded, and took a few steps towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu looked at him warily, but did not attack. "What benefits can I get by joining?" Jiao knew that the current situation did not allow him to say no, so he wanted to find a step. "Well, you can take over the economic power of the organization. If you have other ideas, you can also mention them to our leader at that time." Saitama squeezed his chin, knowing that Kakatsu's economic power is just a theory, and he doesn't have a way to use money. When it comes to spending money, Xiaonan is the one who uses money the most in the organization. She is a woman who spends all her money on art. I can join you, but I don't like being restrained. Zhao thought for a while and nodded. Well, the organization is not very binding. As long as you can complete the tasks assigned by the organization, you can arrange other times freely, Saitama explained, and at the same time took away the electric current around his body, expressing his kindness first. Okay, Kadatsu cherished the words like gold. Seeing the wave of Saitama withdrawing his chakra, the black silk threads all over his body also began to rush into his body. Are all the people in the organization as powerful as you? Jiao-du was a little curious. Saitama just showed a strong strength, and can suppress him in many ways. That's not true. The only one who is better than me in the organization is the leader. With your strength, you can also rank high in the organization. Saitama saw Kakuto's inner thoughts and explained casually. Anyway, Zhao, at present, there are only 4 core members plus Jiao-du. Jiao-du's strength can indeed be ranked, at least 4th. Since you have joined us, I will take you to meet other members and learn about the organization. Saitama walked to Kakutsu's side. The black silk thread was still swaying around Kakutsu. Obviously, he was still a little vigilant. Let's go. It's time to go back this time. Saitama motioned to Kakuto and walked forward at the same time. If time is not urgent, I am going to go to the gold exchange first. Kakuto walked to the corpse of the trader from before, and threw the corpse on his shoulder. Okay, I'll go and have a look too, as long as I gain insight. Saitama smiled, looking very gentle, not at all wild as in the previous battle. Ju, is this here? Xiaonan looked at a bungalow not far away with a cold face. It was very ordinary, nothing unusual. Zizi exclamation. A black and white figure wrapped in pitcher plants slowly emerged from the ground. That's right, that person is inside. Baiju looked at it, said to Xiaonan, and then fell into the ground again. And the moment he entered the ground, rows of densely packed thin needles shot out from the bungalow. The target is Xiaonan. Swish exclamation. Xiaonan jumped, and 2 white paper wings appeared behind him. Rainy Village, Xiao's space. Page 247. It rained all the time, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Nagato stood on the top floor, and Chandao Yahiko also stood beside him. Yahiko, did you see? We are 1 step closer to our goal. Don't worry. I will help you realize your ideal. Looking at the raindrops drifting outside, Nagato's eyes flashed coldly. Yahiko on the side didn't move, because he was just a puppet. The traces left by his previous battle with Saitama have disappeared, and the black chakra sticks on his body have become more numerous. Nagato coughed violently, covered his mouth with one hand and opened it again. It was already stained with a trace of blood. It may be that the ability of the eyes has been overused recently. Nagato's body has become thinner, and the color of his hair has become much lighter. Click exclamation. A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the floor where Nagato was located, and at the same time illuminating behind Nagato and Yahiko. I saw a few figures standing neatly on the side next to the wall, with black sticks stuck all over their bodies. Together, Saitama and Kakuzu first exchanged the bounty at the gold exchange, and then set off again for the Uganda village. He didn't know that many things had changed during the time he was away, but he didn't care. On the other side, Xiaonan was also followed by a figure. That figure was like a scorpion, crawling forward on the ground. I hope it's really as good as you said, otherwise it will be a waste of my time. Although time is worthless to me. A deep voice came from the puppet, like rotten wood rubbing against each other. Join the organization, and many things will be bought by the organization for you. Information and supplies can satisfy you. Xiaonan didn't get angry either, and walked while talking. The sun dragged 2 different figures, one long and one short, behind them. Chapter 119. Akatsuki's prototype. Yuin Village, Xiaoyu, Xiao Base Gate. Saitama looked curiously at the short figure beside Conan. With that kind of shape, Saitama can easily recognize the scorpion that successfully caused Konoha and Sand Hidden to fight. That is, the red sand scorpion, known as the genius puppet master once in a few decades in Hidden Sand Village. Zhao Nan noticed Caillou's gaze, and his expression was a little smug, his chin lifted slightly. At the same time, he looked at the seemingly ordinary Kakutsu next to Saitama. Although she hasn't been in the ninja world for a long time, she has some memories of famous ninjas in the ninja world. But looking at Kakuto's unremarkable attire, Xiaonan didn't have the slightest impression, so she felt in her heart that she was definitely better than Saitama in recruiting members. This is also the reason why she is a little happy, a little bit of a mentality of comparison. Yo, did you just come back? Kyu smiled and walked towards Zionin and the others, and Jayadu followed behind Saitama without saying a word, but his eyes fell on Zionin and Zai. After living for so many years, he still has good eyesight, although Zionin looks young. The amount of chakra in his body is not to be underestimated. As for the scorpion on the side, although the horns didn't even notice the raging chakra, the sense of crisis from the needle pricks on his body was even stronger. Obviously he wasn't someone to mess with. You are a scorpion. I am Saitama. This is Kakuzu, and we will all be members of the same organization from now on. Kyu didn't care about Zionin's cold expression, and introduced to Zai. I didn't expect to be able to recognize me. Scorpion's voice came from the puppet, very crisp. After the recent human puppet experiment, Zai specially made such a puppet to protect him, but he didn't expect to be recognized by the young man named Saitama in front of him. This is Conan, this is Scorpion. Saitama turned around and introduced to Kakuzu again, and Kakuzu's green eyes responded. Hello. Jayadu was also the master of Gaoling, and simply greeted him. Go in, the leader is waiting for us, Jaonin said while gesturing to Kyu with his eyes. She didn't call out Nagato's name, apparently to remind Saitama. Well, I didn't expect that we would come back at the same time, so let's go in together. Kyu nodded, thinking of something. In the original plot, Nagato has always used Chandao Yahiko as his image endorsement, although that is because he no longer has the ability to act at that time. But Nagato's current plan still uses Yahiko as a facade, which can be regarded as a small strategy. Zio's space. The lower floors are all controlled by some ordinary members of Yuyin Village. The daily work of Yuyin Village is arranged on these floors. Page 248. The maintenance of a village cannot be accomplished with just a few core members. In particular, the minds of these core members are not in these areas. Yahiko sat at the head of the long table, with the blue-haired Conan on his right, and the handsome and youthful Saitama on his left. On Saitama's side is Ju, and then Kakuto, who was recruited by Saitama. The scorpion's size is not suitable for sitting, so it stays alone at the bottom. At this moment, everyone remains silent, waiting for Yahiko, who was the leader, to speak. I am the leader of Akatsuki. Everyone can call me Pain. Yahiko's eyes were indifferent, scanning everyone, and the eyes of reincarnation were unabashedly revealed. Kakuto squinted his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. As an older generation ninja in the ninja world, he naturally recognized the legendary eyes, and the lower scorpion didn't show anything. Even Saitama couldn't perceive his situation through the puppet. Zio, which means the dawn of dawn. Our goal is to bring reform to the entire ninja world. Yahiko continued. A faint light flashed in Samsara's eyes. Although it was a corpse puppet, under the control of Nagato's reincarnation eye, no one could detect that it was a puppet. Although there are nails and chakra sticks all over his face, Kadatsu and Scorpion only regarded these as part of non-mainstream when they met for the first time, and didn't care. If Katama hadn't known it in advance, it would be difficult to make a judgment, which is where Jiraiya lost later. Jayadu and Zai didn't say that they didn't care about this, and what they cared about was not so far-reaching. But Zio can provide them with convenience, and it is okay to work for the organization. Our goal is to collect tailed beasts and create the ultimate weapon of war, so that everyone can appreciate the value of peace. Only pain can breed peace. Yahiko spoke slowly, and Saitama put his hands on the table little by little, but still looked serious. His purpose is basically the same as that of Nagato, but it does not emphasize pain breeds peace. Although he doesn't intentionally create pain, war will always cause damage, which is unavoidable. Is it just us? Although Kakuzu recognized Samsara Eye, he didn't think he could compete against the entire ninja world. After all, the tailed beast is a strategic weapon of each ninja village, and generally does not leave the village. Even if they leave the village, that kind of guard force is not much different from the shadow in the village. And Zio's goal is to collect all the tailed beasts, which is almost an impossible task. The last person who completed such a task was Senjujuma, known as the god of ninjas. Kakuzu and Senjujuma have fought against each other, so they naturally understand the gap between gods and ordinary ninjas. And such a powerful aura, Jayadu didn't feel it from this leader, even though the other party had the legendary fairy eyes. The matter of collecting tailed beasts is naturally not started now, and now is not the time. Yahiko glanced at Kokatsu and explained. He has not yet made a good plan to face the entire ninja world, and the development of the eyes of reincarnation has gradually deepened under his research. The current goal of the organization is to collect money and develop peripheral members and intelligence networks. Jayadu heard this and nodded, feeling normal in his heart. I have no problem, but I need the corpse of the strong man to do puppet research, as well as various special metals. Scorpion controls the puppet, and he doesn't care about the situation he's about to face. He was always a very proud person. Xiao Nan approached him, just when he had just completed human puppet. After communicating with Xiao Nan, and under the temptation of her various conditions, I chose to join. But now that he heard that his future goal was to become an enemy of the entire ninja world, his already cold heart began to gain momentum. Only excitement and eternity are his real pursuits, and Xiao's goal just allows him to prove what kind of person he is. I don't have a problem either. Jayadu's green eyes glanced at Xiao Nan, who was diagonally opposite him. Seeing that she didn't have any expression, she seemed to have known about this situation for a long time. The intelligence network covering the ninja world will be temporarily handed over to Ju, and the others will be responsible for the organization's funds. Everyone's eyes fell on Ju, who was wrapped in pitcher plants, and Saitama was no exception. Oh, I feel that the burden on my body is a bit heavy, Ju shouted in a surprised tone, but there was no unnecessary movement on his body, which seemed very uncoordinated. And Scorpion seems to be very interested in Absolute, seeing that Absolute can emerge from the surrounding environment at will. He guessed whether this is a kind of blood succession limit. Zai felt a little itchy in his heart, but he also knew that it was definitely not a good thing, and the two were both members of Zio. This idea was not a good idea, so he put away his inner thoughts. In order to make future actions more convenient, I will distribute a ring to everyone, with their respective code names on it, which is also everyone's identity in the organization. Yahiko took out several boxes from under his large sleeves, and with a flick of his hand, the boxes fell to several people present. Page 249 snapped! Saitama pressed his hand on the box, glanced at the very ordinary box, and prepared to open it curiously. Although he knew that there would be such a set, he also wanted to know what his code name would be. Slap! With 2 fingers, Saitama opened the box in front of him, and the others did the same. Chapter 120 The ring and the red cloud with a black background. A ring with a unique shape lay on the soft cotton in the box, and a huge red gemstone was inlaid on the ring. Kyu picked up the ring with his right hand, and read the words on it. If I remember correctly, the ring belongs to Uchiha Itachi, who is also a member of the Uchiha family. The fate may be so wonderful. Several other people also took out the ring and saw the words on it. I am Zero, Conan is Shiro, Uchiha Saitama is Yu, Ju is Gen, both horns are north, and Scorpion is Yu, representing Lingzang. Beihu, Suzaku, Xuanwu, Beidou, and Yunyu respectively. Yahiko squinted his eyes, and explained to everyone what the words on the ring meant. Very good. Saitama smiled and put the ring on the ring finger of his right hand, and the others also put the ring on their hands. Since the scorpion was still inside the puppet, it controlled the puppet to put the ring into its body. This ring not only represents everyone's core identity in the organization. Similarly, I can contact everyone based on this ring. Yahiko watched everyone put on the rings, while continuing to talk. He put the rings on the thumb of his right hand. Here is a copy of the sealing technique that will be used in the future. Take it down and have a look. Taking out 4 scrolls from his sleeve again, Pain threw them to everyone except Saonan. The current core members of the organization are still too few, and in order to improve the tacit understanding between everyone, 2 people form a group, and they also take care of each other, and then start action. Beihu and I, Suzaku and Xuanwu, Beidou and Yunyu for the time being. No problem. Pain looked at Kadatsu and Scorpion, obviously asking them, and Jayadu glanced at Sai. He has always been a loner, and he doesn't mind having a teammate. As long as the teammate doesn't die soon, it's fine. With ground grievances, Jayadu has never had the concept of companions, and he only believes in himself. And at some critical moments, his companion may become his life. No problem. X2 Jayadu and Zai replied at the same time. Their tone was calm. I'm going to have clothes delivered to you all in a moment, and it's going to be our uniform. As an organization, I feel like it's a necessity. Pain wrapped his hands together, and there was a light blue gleam in his eyes. Then come here today. In the corridor, Saitama and Setsu walked side by side. Pain is getting more and more handsome now. Baiju felt a little emotional. His left hand kept rubbing the ring on the little finger of his right hand. He obviously liked such things. Well, this also means that we are one step closer to the plan, doesn't it? Hugh nodded, looked at the black-bottomed red cloud high-necked windbreaker Ju was wearing, and felt a little moved. Xiao should enter a quiet period in the future and use it to develop its own strength, Saitama said to Ju, but mainly for Haiju. Sure enough, Haiju spoke after hearing what Saitama said. This time you went to Konoha. Did you see Ninetales Jinchuriki? Haiju's voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. How could I see such a thing as Rinjulai? But her chakra fluctuations are fairly stable. Hugh smiled, a little cheerfully. Pain will not do anything to the tailed beast at the moment, but I don't think it's a good thing to let the Ninetales Jinchuriki ignore it. After all, this Renjuriki is half a perfect Jinchuriki. Heizi continued to follow Saitama down the stairs, and the words in his mouth showed that he seemed to have some ideas about Ninetales Jinchuriki. This Renjuriki belongs to the Uzumaki family and is proficient in the powerful sealing technique. Although he cannot perfectly control the power of the Ninetales, he can use the sealing technique to appropriate part of the Ninetales chakra. This time, taking advantage of the production, if we don't do something, it will definitely be very troublesome in the future collection process. Haiju's half-face was serious. His eyes kept observing Saitama's expression. That's what I said. But what do you think I or you can do to Jinchuriki in the heavy surroundings of Konoha? Saitama stopped and looked at Ju. What I'm most afraid of is the sudden quietness of the air. What Saitama said is indeed the main problem. Page 250. Saitama may be capable of fighting alone, but if the opponent is a village, it will not be able to cause too much waves. Of course, you can persuade Pain. Saitama shrugged, then turned around and headed for his room, leaving Zay unmoved. Saitama is right. We seem to be really powerless. Especially the current fourth Hokage's Namikaze Minato, who is good at space ninjutsu. Looking at Katama's back, Baiju spoke to Haiju in a strange tone. Haiju didn't continue to speak, but there was a gleam of thought in his one-eyed eyes, obviously still thinking about Ninetales Jinchuriki. Nagato. Zaonan looked a little unhappy, looking at the figure sitting on the chair. What's the matter, Zaonan? Nagato looked straight ahead, and his eyes fell on the overall situation of Yuin village. It's nothing. Zaonan looked at Nagato, who was thinner again, and chose not to speak. She knew that even if she continued, Nagato would not listen. Since Yahiko's death, Nagato went to an extreme, and the situation is getting worse now. In her line of sight, Nagato's condition is very bad, not to mention the color of his hair is much lighter, even his eye sockets are sunken, obviously too weak. Zaonan, I know my situation, I'm fine. Nagato took a deep look outside, then shifted his gaze to Zaonan. Yeah. Zaonan walked over and stood beside Nagato. For the ultimate peace, something needs to be sacrificed, which is insignificant compared to Yahiko's ideal. Nagato leaned on the chair, glanced at Pain, who was standing aside, and said in a low voice, self-contained. Zaonan stopped talking. All she could do was try to help Nagato. In the past, she was the one who was threatened by others. Now she also wants to protect her companions from wind and rain. Even if she can't do this, she can't hold back. Scorpion's room. The sound of the organ kept ringing from Fei Liuhu's body, and soon, the body of the scorpion came out of it. Bright red hair, handsome face, an image that doesn't match Zai's deeds at all. It's interesting. Scorpion's eyes showed an interesting look, and he didn't know who he was targeting. Shaking his head, Zai came to the tool table he specially explained and customized, took out a few more scrolls, took out the things he needed, and started his own art creation again. It seems that the organization seems to have taken control of a ninja village, and its strength is indeed good. Then the money I can control should have climbed to another level. There was a green light in Kakuzu's eyes, as if a pervert saw a beautiful woman. He has lived for so long, the concept of life and death has disappeared from his mind, and the only support left to continue living is money that can bring a heavy touch to people. In the plan to collect tailed beasts, 9 tails and 8 tails must be carried out at the end, so it is currently impossible for Nagato to contact 9 tails. Saitama stood by the window, watching the drizzle outside, but as Haiju said, if Uzumaki Kushina is left alone, it will definitely be a big trouble in the future. Do I want to learn Abaito too? Although I'm not familiar with Namikaze Minato, and I haven't met Kushina, but I still can't do it if I follow Abaito's original path. The most important thing is that Namikaze Minato continues to be Hokage, which may be good news for the Uchiha family. He rubbed the center of his brows, turned around, and leaned his back against the windowsill. It's difficult. Chapter 121. Zio. The organization currently has Jayadu and Zai joining in, which can be regarded as temporarily making up for some lack of high-end combat power. And the entire Yuin village is in the hands of Zio, and the allocation of resources is naturally given priority to the few people who are the core. Hugh thought about it, and finally took advantage of Akatsuki's convenience to forge a short knife for himself. Adding expensive and rare chakra metal, and hiring the best craftsmen, it took half a month to finally create a weapon that Saitama was satisfied with. While building this weapon, Scorpion also provided some help. Under Saitama's entanglement, he also contributed some of the precious metals he had treasured for a long time. Of course, Kiyu said that he will definitely return it, but only Kiyu knows whether he will really return it. Swish! Exclamation! His right hand swiped the knife in the air, making a pleasant sound, just like dove, very silky. The whole knife is only 65 cm in length, which is not very long. There is a round hand guard on the handle of the knife, and there is a place for shaking hands wrapped with shark skin. In the Naruto world, there is not much difference between a sword and a sword, so Saitama's sword is also double-edged. And because a variety of precious metals are used in casting, the weight of the knife is not light, and Saitama also feels heavy in the hand. Page 251. Kiyu-kun, do you want to go out and watch a good show? Just as Kiyu was sitting on his windowsill, looking at the knife he just got, Baiju's voice sounded. Following the sound, Baiju poked out half of his body wrapped in pitcher plants from the wall beside him, showing an amused smile. What a good show! Saitama was a little curious. He hasn't left the village for a while, and has been staying in Yuin village, so he doesn't know what happened outside. About Orochimaru. I know Saitama and you seem to have a good relationship with Orochimaru, so I want to invite you to watch a good show, Baiju said in a joking tone, which made Kiyu's brow start to frown. I'm so interested. Kiyu jumped off the windowsill, grabbed the windbreaker hanging on the side, and put it on his body. I have to say that the windbreaker organized by Akatsuki is indeed very stylish, which satisfies Saitama's second-rate heart. Last month, Orochimaru seemed to have returned to the village to recuperate for some reason, and he has not left the village during this time. However, recently, he seems to have been targeted by his former Hokage because of some unseen things. Baiju continued. With the strongest concealment ability in the ninja world, he was able to pry into many unknown secrets. Really? Kiyu looked at Baiju's pale face, but couldn't see anything. But he had some guesses of his own in his heart. Regarding Orochimaru, he never knew what attitude to take. On the one hand, Orochimaru regards human life as worthless, which makes Saitama a little disgusted. But on the other hand, Orochimaru's attitude towards Saitama has always been quite good, with a taste of appreciation. So Saitama doesn't hate him very much. If it's Orochimaru, in this time period, it should be those things, right? Saitama thought silently in her heart, and a clear light flashed in her black and white eyes. Would you like to take a look? Baiju spoke again, as if he was waiting for Kiyu to speak. You can go and see. If possible, we can also pull Orochimaru into the organization. Saitama nodded and walked outside. There is no need for him to report to Nagato or anyone else. This is his free time, and he can arrange it as he pleases. Ju stared at Saitama's back, then slowly sank into the wall and followed him. The war between Konoha and Kirigakure gradually entered a disadvantage due to Yanian's first surrender. Although there are only 2 Sannin left on the battlefield, they still have an inestimable effect on the stability of the situation. Even if Yakura is the perfect Jinchuriki, it will be very difficult to deal with 2 ninjas who cooperate tacitly and are almost as strong as him. However, Konoha did not send all its troops to fight against Kirigakure. Since the war between Iwagakure and Union was still going on in some places, Konoha had to take precautions in other places. Therefore, under such a situation, Kirigakure's war against Konoha has become increasingly powerless. The consumption of the war also made the daimyo of the country of water a little dissatisfied. A lot of materials are consumed, but they can't exchange for an inch of land in the country of fire. This is not something the daimyo of the country of water can bear, so he kept reducing the war materials given to Waiin village, firstly to give a sense of urgency, and secondly to express his dissatisfaction. But this kind of operation made Kirigakure's ninja more distracted from the battlefield, lacking food and clothing, and gradually losing the will to fight. The reason why he continued to stay on the battlefield was that Mizukage did not give the order to retreat. The situation like Kirigakure also gave Konoha more free time, and Orochimaru took advantage of this opportunity to return to Konoha village. Originally, as a Hokage candidate, he has always been the most promising person to become the next Hokage, not only because he is a direct disciple of the 3rd generation of Hokage, but also because of the achievements of Orochimaru on the battlefield over the years. But Namikaze Minato's succession to Hokage has become a fact, and Orochimaru is not much annoyed. He knew that compared with Namikaze Minato, his image in the village has not been very good. Moreover, Namikaze Minato also captured Iwayne, forcing Iwane and Konoha to conclude an armistice agreement. Orochimaru has no malice towards Namikaze Minato, as Jiraiya's disciple. Namikaze Minato, although he is not very familiar with him, he still wants to call him uncle. What annoyed Orochimaru the most was that Hiruzen Sarutobi, who he thought would stand behind him all this time, actually started to set up defenses against him, as if he didn't believe him. For a long time, the third generation has been a role of teacher and father for Dashuin. Orochimaru, who lost his relatives when he was young, was always encouraged and supported by Hiruzen Sarutobi, but the distance between the two grew farther and farther. I don't know when it started, but Orochimaru had many questions. Maybe it started when I picked up the white snake when I was young. Maybe it started when I watched my disciple die as a master, or when I watched Tsunade cry silently as a companion. Orochimaru's understanding of life began to change. He wanted to know the meaning of life and the source of all truth. So he started to get in touch with taboos, things that are not allowed by the world. Page 252 jingle exclamation. Orochimaru put down the scalpel in his hand, not caring about the scarlet blood on his hand. He glanced at the operating table with satisfaction. What an interesting sample. I feel like I'm one step closer to the truth. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked it near his lips. His purple eyeshadow reflected a dangerous aura under the dim light. This is his secret base outside Mui village, where he stores some experimental samples. This is his daily life after returning to the village. Every day he takes time to come here to feel the wonder of life. Looking up at the clock on the wall, Orochimaru showed a thoughtful look. It's about time. There was no fear in his eyes, and there was even a sense of relief. For a long time, doing experiments secretly made his whole temperament more gloomy and cold, and staying underground all year round also made his skin paler. I don't have to hide anymore in the future, which is also a benefit, teacher. Orochimaru muttered to himself, as if he had made up his mind. Slap exclamation. Walking to the place where he washed his hands, Orochimaru began to wash his hands seriously. His hands, which had just finished his research, were covered with blood, which was not a good way to welcome guests, so he decided to wash his hands. Boom exclamation. With his back facing the door, Orochimaru seemed not to have heard the sound from outside, and was still cleaning his hands on his own. Crunch! The door was knocked open, and several figures rushed in. Among them, a black figure with armbards and shoulder armor was the most eye-catching. The sun shone in here, hitting Dashuin's back, and the Gaoyu earrings reflected a ray of light. Chapter 122. The Snake Out. Ashimaru, what are you doing? The black figure was the third Hokage, who had already retired. His face was black now, and his eyes seemed to spew fire. Two Anbu ninjas stood beside Sandai, holding weapons of different shapes in their hands. In their sight, this not-so-large underground laboratory was covered with all kinds of wreckage, some of which were even dripping red liquid continuously. This place is not like a laboratory, but a slaughterhouse. Anbu ninja looked at the figure still facing away from them with some surprise. Familiar long hair, familiar vest, familiar earrings, and familiar back. Ba exclamation. Orochimaru slowly turned off the switch of the water source, turned around, and looked at the three people blocking the door. It's still been discovered, Sarutobi-sensei. There was not much surprise on Dashimaru's pale face, but relief was written all over it. In the golden vertical pupils, three figures were reflected, and Orochimaru threw the water droplets on the hands to the ground. As you can see, teacher, all this is your student, my masterpiece. He opened his arms and embraced the entire laboratory as if embracing the whole world, his face full of pride. What are you doing this for? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was full of unwillingness, and his eyes revealed a look of reluctance. Is this disciple whom he was so proud of once embarking on this path of despair? Ashimaru, do you know what will happen to what you did? Also, did you do the Chunin and Genin that were lost in the village recently? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was serious, and his hands were tightly bound. Are you talking about this? Orochimaru walked to the table beside him, picked up some Konoha forehead guards, and gestured to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Master Orochimaru, why are you doing this? An Anbu ninja couldn't bear it anymore, and said something in a deep voice. And the third generation on the side stopped talking. He seemed to be ready to fight and take down this disciple who made him very entangled. Are you ready to do it, teacher? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked at Sandai. The two Anbu also tensed their bodies, lowered their posture, and stared at Orochimaru. Mr. Sarutobi, you are getting old. Orochimaru looked at Sandai's white beard and somewhat shriveled body, and said something for no reason. Boom exclamation. A cloud of purple smoke fell from the ceiling of the laboratory, enveloping Hiruzen Sarutobi and the two Anbu. Oops! Sandai yelled, and the two Anbu swayed their bodies, and they had already lost their strength, obviously poisoned. Orochimaru took some time off, and finally glanced at the third generation in the poisonous mist. His eyes began to become cold. Immediately, he pressed a switch, and a secret door appeared behind him. Sarutobi pulled himself together and stared at Orochimaru's back, with some smiles in his eyes. Maybe this was the last time he helped Orochimaru. The eyelids finally closed heavily, and the last scene in sight was the haughty back of Orochimaru. He is like a gambler who has abandoned everything and walked towards the unknown darkness. Page 253. Goodbye, my disciple, Sandai murmured to himself and fell to the ground. Walking in the tunnel, Orochimaru's expression was a bit complicated. He could see that Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately let him go. Otherwise, even the third generation who had entered old age, it would not be so easy for him to solve it. There are several exits in this tunnel. Orochimaru knew that there were definitely more than 3 Sarutobi Hiruzens outside the previous laboratory, so he chose to leave through the tunnel. After more than 10 minutes, Orochimaru saw a bright light not far away, but he didn't go out in a hurry, but used ninjutsu to sense it very carefully. Prepared to be discovered, Dashuan is ready to rebel against the village. Konoha gave birth to him and raised him, but as far as the current situation is concerned, it has restricted his growth and prevented him from continuing to explore the truth. Therefore, betraying the village is imperative for Orochimaru! Even if he is not discovered by the third generation, he will leave the village on his own initiative before long. Judging that there was no danger ahead, Orochimaru quickly exited the hole and swept in one direction at an extremely fast speed. This place is still covered by the Konoha forces, and safety cannot be guaranteed. Only when he arrives at the new base that he has prepared before, can he rest assured. Chenjiguo, a poor and remote small country, is his final destination. As the figure shuttled among the trees, Orochimaru was vigilant while planning alone. Now, after confirming that he left the village, he became alone, so he still needs to find some helpers who can help him in other places. Although Orochimaru had the idea of taking away the disciples and even his subordinates in Konoha before, but in the end he let it go. It is impossible for people who were born and raised in Konoha to defect from the village in order to follow Orochimaru. Now is the time when the ninja world war is about to end. There are many orphans all over the world, and those are the goals of Orochimaru. And in this war, Orochimaru also took a fancy to many blood successor limits that interested him. It's time to collect them. Boom! Orochimaru stopped in his tracks and looked at the figure not far away. Zilai also! Why is he here? Orochimaru has a headache. Shouldn't this idiot still guard the front line? Ashimaru, come back with me. Jiraiya stood on the ground, looking up at Orochimaru on the tree, with a very calm tone. Do you think there is still a chance at this time? Orochimaru looked at this companion who grew up together, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and a charming reddish rippling on his pale cheeks. I don't care what you do, I will be punished with you, as long as you go back with me. Jiraiya still had a stern face, and said to Orochimaru in a very serious tone. The burly and tall figure is like a mountain, lying on the route of Orochimaru. If you still want to run, I will break your hands and feet and bring you back. Jiraiya lowered his body. A serious expression appeared on his face. His white hair rose without wind, and the chakra airflow began to circulate around him. Idiot! Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya for a long time, and finally spit out 2 words. As soon as the words fell, Orochimaru shot at Jiraiya, and snakes came out of his cuffs, entangled with Jiraiya. Snapped! Jiraiya kicked his feet to avoid Orochimaru's attack, then turned around in midair, and grabbed Orochimaru's collar. Snapped! 2 hands clasped together. Viral pill! Evil snake wrist explosion! Jiraiya squinted his eyes, and squeezed out a blue ray of energy ball with his other hand, and smashed it towards Orochimaru. And Orochimaru also used his own ninjutsu. Several snakes jumped up from under his feet, wrapped around Jiraiya, and then exploded. Boom! The smoke from the explosion diffused, and at the same time, the 2 figures quickly dispersed. Bark! Clutching his hands on the ground, Jiraiya frowned and slid backwards. Shoot with the heart to kill me, Jiraiya, or I'll kill you. Orochimaru made a hoarse voice, and a dangerous light appeared in his vertical pupils. Jiraiya stared at Orochimaru complicatedly, not knowing what to say. Is there really no way to turn back? Orochimaru. Jiraiya was also a little angry, and his voice increased. It's not a matter of turning back, Jiraiya. Orochimaru showed a somewhat crazy expression. He didn't feel that he needed to turn back. Konoha had become a prison for him now. Jiraiya stopped talking, Staring into Dashimaru's eyes, he began to feel that this companion had become strange. Come on, kill me, or be killed by me. Cut off the fetters between us. Orochimaru opened his arms, and his voice was rare and insolent. The atmosphere between the two began to turmoil, and the danger factor continued to rise. Boom! Excuse me. A voice came from the tree next to it, but the two Sannin didn't notice the speaker for a while. Page 254, chapter 123. Orochimaru and Jiraiya swish! The two eyes stared at the seat, where the voice came from at the same time. The two who had drawn their swords at each other a second ago seemed to have reached a consensus, and decided to speak out unanimously. Saitama was standing on a tree branch, with a sleek mask on his face. Only two eyes were exposed. It was the mask he had just made with wooden dun to cover up his appearance. At present, he doesn't want more people to know that he is still alive. It's too early. It's not the time. Jiraiya was watching out for Orochimaru's movements, while watching Saitama standing on the branch. Who are you? Jiraiya also squinted his eyes, and his tone was a bit hostile. But he is not a fool. He knows that the person who can get so close to himself and Orochimaru without the two of them noticing must not be easy to be with. How are you two seniors? Kyu spread his hands, pretending to be relaxed. In fact, his whole body was tense, and only now did he realize how reckless his behavior was just now. Orochimaru and Jiraiya have fought side by side for so many years, although at present, there is a tendency for the two to break up. But that is also a matter between them. If an outsider appears at this time, the two tacit understanding will definitely cooperate again. Orochimaru's vertical pupils showed a thoughtful look. Although this person who appeared suddenly, although his appearance was covered up, even his voice seemed to have been processed. But the snake's sixth sense told him that he must know this person, and he might be a relatively familiar person. With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, Orochimaru found that there are still so many secrets waiting for him to discover in this world, and there are such characters around him that he can't see through. If Orochimaru wants to leave, I can temporarily hold Jiraiya back for you. If you don't want to, I'll leave immediately. Saitama signaled Orochimaru, and at the same time, several chakras appeared in the distance, running towards this side. Obviously, he was provoked by the news that Orochimaru and Jiraiya fought just now. Oh? Orochimaru squinted at Jiraiya and suddenly kicked his feet to open the distance. Hearing these words, Jiraiya also felt his heart tighten, and also took a few steps back. Although I don't know who you are, it's really interesting. When Orochimaru spoke, he raised his leg and was about to leave, as if he really believed that Saitama could help him stop Jiraiya. Ashimaru, don't run. Jiraiya also saw that Orochimaru had a tendency to run and rushed directly to Orochimaru regardless of Saitama standing on the branch. Swish! The branches trembled, and the figure disappeared. Saitama stood between Orochimaru and Jiraiya, and Orochimaru walked away into the distance without looking back. The chakra fluctuations not far away are getting closer and closer. Although he is one of the Sannin, he is not an invincible existence. It is the safest plan to leave first. As for this mysterious person who suddenly appeared, Orochimaru chose to believe it temporarily. Go away. Jiraiya also stared at the person who got into his path, surprised at his speed, but at the same time, his hands were merciless. Viral pill, a blue palm treasure appeared from Jiraiya's right hand and smashed towards Saitama's body. Zizzy! There was a piercing sound of electric current all over his body, and Saitama was not afraid, and greeted him head-on. A ball also appeared on the right hand, but the color of the chakra was slightly different, deeper. Boom! Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that Saitama would do this trick, and at the same time he was surprised. He also began to speculate on Saitama's identity. The two spiral pills collided with each other, and there was a stalemate for a second, but then an explosion occurred, and the airflow spread around. Saitama staggered a little and took several steps back. Sure enough, the pirated version does have some shortcomings compared with the original version. Saitama thought about it secretly. Spiral pill. As a time traveler, he would definitely not let it go, so he has been practicing it all the time. Who the hell are you? Jiraiya asked Saitama calmly. Before Kyu came, in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he deliberately changed the windbreaker he was wearing, and took out the black robe inherited from Uchiha Madara again. And when he was fighting Jiraiya, he didn't use Sharingan either. Jiraiya's burly body made his chest rise and fall, but his eyes fell behind Saitama. Since Orochimaru has left, I don't think there is any need for me to stay. What do you think, Jiraiya? Saitama took a tentative step back, only to find that Jiraiya didn't make any moves. Swish! Exclamation! The electric current was wrapped around the lower limbs, and Kiyu was ready to dodge. In his perception, the chakra of Orochimaru has disappeared. During the time he blocked Jiraiya, Orochimaru had disappeared. Kiyu originally just wanted to watch a good show, and assisting Orochimaru was just a spur of the moment. The art of chaotic lion-haired Jiraiya stared, made ninja marks with both hands on his chest, and at the same time stepped hard on the ground with both feet. The enemy in front of him gave him a very familiar feeling, so he decided to keep this person. Before he finished speaking, the hair behind Jiraiya seemed to have life, not only becoming dexterous, but also extremely hard. Page 255. Whoosh whoosh! Exclamation! The white hair turned into a net and rolled towards Saitama. In a blink of an eye, Saitama, who was retreating, was restrained by Jiraiya with ninjutsu. Let me see who you really are. Jiraiya lowered his body, constantly controlling chakra to make his hair harder. Click! Exclamation! Saitama's body seemed to show signs of shattering, and several obvious cracks began to appear on his face. What? Jiraiya was startled, and at the same time loosened the restraint of Saitama's hair, because the restrained Saitama has slowly turned into a human-shaped piece of wood, and his own ninjutsu has squeezed it out of the slightest crack. How is it possible? Jiraiya lost his mind for a moment. As one of the Konoha Sannin, it is impossible for him not to know the first generation of ninjutsu, and what this mysterious person used just now is definitely wood uncloned. Jiraiya looked around and found that the mysterious person seemed to have disappeared from his perception. Swish swish! Master Jiraiya, what's the matter? Several ninjas appeared beside Jiraiya, looking at the wooden man on the ground with some doubts. This is... Anbu Ninja took a deep breath. As Konoha's highest-ranking unit, they naturally had a lot of insight. Jiraiya, did you let him run away? Hiruzaru Sarutobi also arrived, and there seemed to be weakness in his voice. Well, old man, come and have a look. Jai Lai also nodded, and at the same time called the third generation to come over. Hiruzaru Sarutobi heard that Orochimaru had run away. A flash of understanding flashed deep in his eyes. His feet also moved, and walked to Jiraiya's side. He was not acting just now, but was really poisoned by Orochimaru, so his body is still very weak. This is the clone of Mudun. Sandai walked to Jiraiya's side, just standing behind Jiraiya. He didn't notice this place, but now he saw it and yelled out, "Is this made by Orochimaru?" Sandai was a little surprised. He knew that Orochimaru was researching taboos in private, but he didn't expect it to make him successful. No, it's another mysterious person. I failed to keep him. Jiraiya frowned, deep in his eyes revealing deep thoughts. Sandai also stared at wood done on the ground, lost in thought. He knew that Orochimaru and Danzo were working together, and they seemed to have worked out something, and his old buddy Danzo also acquiesced to many things, one of which was a child who could use wooden escape. But that child should still be in Danzo's hands, and he doesn't have the strength to escape from Jiraiya's hands, so shouldn't it appear here? The third generation had some headaches, and the poison he had just suffered seemed to have worsened, making him start to lose his mind. Let's go back first, issue a wanted warrant, and announce that Orochimaru has become a traitor, and the reason is to kill ninjas from the same village. Sandai patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. Although he could let Dashimaru go, the charges against Dashimaru could not be changed. Old man, the battle over Kirigakure is almost coming to an end. I decided to continue to pursue Orochimaru. I want to bring him back. Jiraiya paused for a moment, and said to Sandai. Hiruzaru Sarutobi was stunned for a moment. A little melancholy appeared on his old face. Go back first and talk about it. Several figures walked through the woods, and headed towards Mui village. Chapter 124. Party Sarutobi Hiruzan and his group withdrew their troops and returned to the village, and the place became quiet again. After a few minutes, a figure covered by pitcher plants slowly emerged from a tree. The red clouds clothes on a black background are particularly eye-catching, but still no one can spot him. Kiyu's growth is really fast, and now he is so proficient in the application of wooden done. Baiju said with a feeling, and looked at the wooden man who was still lying on the ground. Compared with Kainshu Jujian, the strength is still a little bit worse. Haiju seldom speaks, his voice is hoarse. He is completely a big villain. Q should go after Orochimaru now. Should we go and see? Ashimaru's character, he probably won't join Akatsuki organization at the moment. Let's go back first, and leave some personal space for Saitama. All right. Ju's figure slowly sank into the tree trunk and disappeared. Orochimaru's speed is very fast. As a ninja with many years of ninja experience, he has already made several plans before deciding to defect. Although Kiyu's appearance disrupted his arrangement, it had no effect. Following the previous route, He quickly left Konoha's sphere of influence. Although he is still in the land of fire, it is already difficult to meet the ninjas belonging to Konoha. Swish! Orochimaru stopped in his tracks, stood on a branch, and crossed his arms over his chest. Page 256. Soon, a figure appeared in his sight. It was the mysterious person who helped him stop Jiraiya before. Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and seeing that Saitama was not damaged at all, his vigilance against Saitama rose again. Saitama landed on a branch not far from Orochimaru, squatted down halfway, and put one hand on the mask. I wonder what your plans are next. Saitama was no nonsense, straight to the point. You who left Mui village should have already made plans. Orochimaru didn't speak, and kept looking at Saitama with interesting eyes. Why, isn't Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, afraid to speak? Saitama stood up, his right hand couldn't help touching his waist, and the newly forged sword hung inside the robe. I wasn't sure before, but from the tone of your voice now, I seem to think of someone, but that person is dead. Orochimaru leaned forward, eyes showing a dangerous color. Swish! As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared on the branches. Is it really Orochimaru? The moment Orochimaru spoke, Kiyu had a premonition of his movements, and his body began to tense, wary of him. Sure enough, Orochimaru started to attack him, even though he had helped Orochimaru not long ago. Swish! Saitama's feet were entwined with electricity, and he dodged aside, and several snakes suddenly appeared at the place where Saitama had just stood, strangling the air. Clatter! Orochimaru followed Katama closely, with a cruel smile on his face, as if he really wanted to kill Katama. Bark! Saitama pulled out the short knife under his robe and stabbed at Orochimaru. Whoosh! Turning his head, Orochimaru dodged Saitama's attack, but his body continued to rush towards Saitama with a weird angle. Crackling, blue-white electric current, like an explosion, scattered around Saitama's body. While forcing Orochimaru back, Saitama knew where he was exposed. Orochimaru did not continue to attack, but stood on the branch, looked at Kiyu, and slowly smiled. Long time no see, Kyu-kun. Orochimaru licked his lips, and his long tongue squirmed deftly in his mouth. He seems to have confirmed Saitama's identity. Saitama paused, with a wry smile on his face under the mask. Click! He slowly took off the mask, pushing the hood of the robe back from his head at the same time. Sure enough, Orochimaru stared at Saitama's face, which was only a little more mature than a year ago. Sure enough, Orochimaru is the best. Saitama didn't intend to hide anything, and after taking off the mask, he shook his head and shook his hair away. Although it was the news brought back by Danzo, I have always felt that it is impossible for you to die so easily. Maybe this is a kind of intuition. I have also seen his situation. It's thanks to you. It looks miserable. The chakras from two different sources can't reach the balance, which leads to the collapse of the body. Orochimaru continued. The first thing he did, when he came back, was because Danzo could no longer suppress the power belonging to the first generation and needed his help. So he can know these things. Danzo and Kiyu heard this name. The killing intent in his heart began to overflow. No matter what he said, everything he has now is caused by Danzo. You really want to kill him? If there is such a plan, I can help you once. Orochimaru squinted his eyes, and his tongue circled around his mouth as if to test the temperature. What he said didn't take Danzo into consideration at all. It's as if Danzo can really be killed easily. There will be such a day. Saitama nodded, agreeing to Orochimaru. Although I don't know what your purpose is now, I still have things to do, so I won't continue to talk to you about the old days. You can come to me when you have time, and I welcome you anytime. Orochimaru took out a scroll from his pocket, threw it to Saitama, then turned and left. Saitama caught Orochimaru's things, spread them out and took a look, and found that they were the detailed addresses of several bases. Remembering the above things, a lightning flashed in Saitama's hand, and it surged on the scroll. Soon, the scroll turned into fly ash and scattered in the air. Finally, taking a deep look at the direction where Orochimaru was leaving, Kiyu found the seat in Yuian village, and left with his legs. Calm has returned here and everything is business as usual. Zio base. Kiyu went out again. Zio-nan stood behind Pain and whispered, Zio-nan, don't worry about it, as long as he can help our plan. We don't need to care about these little things. Pain spit out a few words, overlooking the entire ninja village. Page 257. I think we need to speed things up. Pain stared indifferently at the raindrops falling outside, and stretched out his hand to feel the temperature. Has the situation deteriorated again? Zio-nan was a little worried and moved closer to Pain. It's okay, but I need you to go out again recently, Pain said without looking back. It is good. Absolutely. I will provide you with information. It is good. Leaf Village. Jiraiya was sitting alone at home with a glass of sake in his hand. He had already swapped out his ninja vest for his loose house clothes. Jiraiya's face was a little red as he kept rubbing the cup with 2 fingers. Teammates left one after another. The former was justifiable, but the latter really shocked him, and it was also the one that hit him the hardest. Although the 3rd and 4th generations took turns to dissuade him, Zurai was still determined to go out. No matter how rogue Dashwin did, he was also his best friend for decades. Jilai would never really give up on saving Orochimaru, so he decided to leave the village tomorrow to follow in Orochimaru's footsteps. The battlefield on Kirigakure's side is almost coming to an end, and even Yagura, who is Mizukage, has already returned to the village. The reason why the war has been going on is just to show off to the daimyo of the country of water. Although that daimyo allocated funds for the war, he wanted to see results in a short period of time. It was impossible to snatch a piece of meat from the mouth of the strongest ninja village in the world, and after a short sweet period, the daimyo of the country of water could not see the results, not only reduce the military expenditure, but also continue to want to see the results. This is even more impossible. So Yagura has given up the war with Konoha this time, but in order to take care of the daimyo's face, he did not choose to withdraw his troops, but let Kirigakure continue to have small-scale friction with Konoha as a military training. With such a situation, Zilai can also leave the village with peace of mind to find his friends. Boom! Exclamation after drinking the sake in the glass in one gulp. Jiraiya threw his body backwards and hit the floor heavily. It's such an uncomfortable life. Zilai also murmured to himself. He didn't know he was unconscious, but his voice was full of vicissitudes, like an old man who sees through the world. Soon, there was the sound of heavy breathing in the room, one after another, and the waves became higher and higher. A base of Orochimaru. Master Orochimaru. 2 ninjas who didn't look very special knelt in front of Orochimaru, with fanaticism written on their faces, as if Orochimaru was their god. Get up. Now I have officially left Mui village. Several people kneeling on the ground were a little excited when they heard this sentence. We'll always follow the adults, said one of the leaders, who looked like a leader. Well, take me in first. Orochimaru nodded. He ran all the way from the land of fire and didn't take much rest, so he was very tired. Yes, your lord. The 2 stood up and walked inside. Although the space was established by Orochimaru, it has been maintained by the 2 of them, and they are also the orphans of Ninja Village that Orochimaru rescued in the early years. Although they are too old and their strength cannot change much, they are still handy in managing some base affairs. Chapter 125 Manchurian Force Production. Mui Village has been heavily guarded recently. Even for foreigners with innocent backgrounds, it has become very difficult to enter Mui Village. Of course, this is not because Konoha Village no longer accepts outsiders, but because Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is on the verge of giving birth. The atmosphere in the whole village became inexplicably tense. Of course, the civilians in Mui Village still had to eat and drink, but they still noticed that the atmosphere in the air was different, so they stayed at home with nothing to do and didn't plan to go out. Mui Village, as the most powerful ninja village at present, naturally cannot be underestimated. Countless figures shuttled on the roof, and the combat readiness troops were on standby at any time, and the security barrier of the entire village was maintained at the highest level. The whole village seems to be serving someone. Minato, what's the matter? Narashikaku stood beside Namikaze Minato, looking at him with a sad face. Jiu Zinai has been reluctant to go to Halshin for delivery. She just wants to stay in the hospital. Namikaze Minato was a little helpless, but the worry on his face was more about Kushina's safety. Page 258. Even you can't persuade her? Lu Jivu was a little surprised. He knew that Kushina, who had a somewhat pungent personality, was a very good baby in front of Namikaze Minato. Hey, it's useless for anyone to say in the past few days. I don't know if Nine-Tails is affecting her. She has a bad temper. Namikaze Minato spread out his hands with a helpless smile on his face. All right. I will be responsible for evacuating the people around the hospital to minimize the danger. Lu Ju nodded. He knew that women who were about to give birth were the most troublesome. If you really annoy her, she can tell you that she won't have a baby. However, it's all at the door. Can you give birth? It is good. Root. My lord, your medicine. A ninja handed Danzo a needle. Hidden in the darkness, Danzo's expression could not be revealed. I have to hurry up and plan. My body can't continue to procrastinate. Danzo took the needle and hid it directly on his right arm. As the liquid in the needle was injected, his tone seemed to be more relaxed. Yes, the ninja lowered his head. His exposed eyes flickered with an unknown light. Without a sufficient number of writing-sharing eyes, the arm is becoming more and more difficult to use. Danzo is like a wounded lone wolf, wretched in the dark, slowly licking the wound. Lake Biwa. The third generation came out of the back room, seemingly in a bit of trouble. Oh, I forgot she went to take care of Kushina. Forget it, just eat something, and then I'll go and see. Sandai rubbed his shriveled stomach, but his eyes began to brighten. Although he is already a retired Hokage, but in such a special period recently, he still needs to exist as a leader and set a good example for many people. The chakra belonging to Nine Tails in the air seems to become more vigorous, and many ordinary people can detect the depression in the air. The Anbu ninjas on patrol jumped between the roofs. This level of vigilance can be compared to wartime. Kakashi squatted outside the window of the hospital, silently guarding the mistress inside. This is a task he just received not long ago, and it is also a task assigned to him by his teacher, the fourth Hokage himself. Although there are countless ninjas in the dark protecting Kushina's safety, Kakashi did not slack off, and his expression became more vigilant as time went by. Swish exclamation! A yellow light flashed past, and Minato Namikaze appeared beside Kakashi. Teacher! Kakashi nodded. The only person who can appear in this way is his teacher, the current Hokage Namikaze Minato. Thank you, Kakashi. Namikaze Minato nodded, putting his hand on Kakashi's shoulder. No problem, right? Namikaze Minato didn't enter the delivery room, and Sarutobi Bako said before that he should not have any contact with Kushina, so as not to cause emotional fluctuations in the parturient. Well, it's nothing serious. It's just Kakashi had a strange expression on his face. He hesitated to speak. What? Namikaze Minato looked at Kakashi. Kakashi is not like this usually. Doesn't he usually speak directly when he has something to say? Master Jackson has said that you have no conscience, so you don't go to see her at this time, and when she comes out, she will divorce you. Kakashi took a deep breath and said all that Kushina had been yelling before. Looking up at Namikaze Minato, Kakashi found that his teacher's face was full of helplessness. Then you stay here, I'll go and have a look elsewhere. Namikaze Minato seemed a little unable to bear the eyes of his apprentice, and was about to get out of the way. It is good. Lin, didn't you go to the hospital to help today? Obito was like a fool, dangling beside Nohara Rin. The teacher told me to rest today, so I didn't go. Lin looked in the direction of the hospital with some worry, her hands twisted together. Clearly, there is no peace of mind. Oh, I heard that Kakashi was sent by the teacher to protect Kushina-sama. It's really biased. Obviously my strength is not low. Obito thought about it. He was still comparing with Kakashi at this time. Page 259. Obito, we are Chunin. Although you have Sharingan and I can also use medical ninjutsu, Kakashi is indeed much stronger than us. Isn't this arrangement normal? Lin turned her head and stared at Obito, and only turned her head away in embarrassment before Obito continued to walk forward. Lin, where are you going? Obito chased after him like licking a dog. It's getting late, I'm going home. Lin slowed down and replied Obito. Oh, let me invite you to eat barbecue, and then I will take you back after eating. Obito thought for a while and suggested. Well, okay. Seeing the sincere expression on Obito's face, Lin couldn't refuse. Okay. I happened to do the task the day before yesterday, and I just got the task gold. Obito looks very happy. What's your plan? Ju's face showed no extra expression, but Baiju's voice always made Kyu feel that it was a play. After all, Baiju is in existence like an idiot in life, and sometimes the questions he asks are very brainless. Just go around and see if there is a chance to get some benefits. Saitama was expressionless and indifferent. Today's Konoha is not what it used to be, and it allows you to get in easily. Baiju continued in a joking tone. He just tried to use the mayfly technique to enter Mui village, and found that there was still a highly sensitive detection barrier in the underground of Konoha, so he gave up sneaking in. Try it, but wait. Saitama was able to guess Konoha's current level of vigilance, and he also had many plans in mind. Then shall we join in the fun? Baifang said to Haiju, eager to try in his tone. Whatever. Haiju was quite confident, as if he wasn't afraid of being discovered. Saitama glanced at Haizi, and found that he was also observing him with one eye. My goal is Book of Seals. If you want to go in, you can help me cover it. Saitama proposed, and he didn't think he would refuse. No problem. Is there anything you're interested in? Baiju was a little curious. He felt that what Uchiha Madara had taught Saitama before was enough for Saitama to digest for a lifetime. Konoha is the strongest village in the ninja world, and there are still many ninjutsu in it that can be used for reference. Saitama said plainly, and did not show much desire for the sealed book. Okay, I can cover for Saitama, it's kind of boring anyway. Baiji tilted her head, and her green algae-colored hair looked very special among the pitcher plants. The two figures stood on the top of this mountain like this, looking at Mui village, which seemed to be singing and dancing in the distance. The windbreaker with red clouds on a black background was blown by the evening wind and drifted in one direction. As night fell gradually, darkness enveloped the land, but Mui village was still brightly lit. Chapter 126 Infiltrate. This is Konoha, the strongest village in the ninja world, where there are so many masters, the birthplace of various forbidden techniques, and the place where the turmoil in the ninja world began. Konoha is not destined to be peaceful tonight, as the ultimate weapon that Konoha village has always owned, but has not used much, Ninetales Jinchuriki is about to be produced. Be alert. Yes. Is there anyone else? Tell them to come over and go to the roof over there. Understand. Pay attention to keep in touch with the people in the communication class. Learn. Hundreds of people serve so few people on this night. Maybe this is a privilege, but no one doubts that when they perform their tasks, they are timely and swift. In the black sky, many flashing figures are busy. Konoha Hospital. Outside the Kyuibai delivery room. What's the matter? Namikaze Minato stood outside the door. No matter how strong and stalwart he was outside, when he got here, he was still a young man who was about to become a father. If Kushina wasn't Jinchuriki, Namikaze Minato wouldn't be so nervous. As Renjuriki, it is weakest at the moment of childbirth, and the tailed beast bound in the body will also be the most noisy at this time. Namikaze Minato had to prevent Kyuibai from making trouble during this time period, not only for the safety of Kushina, but also for the safety of Konoha village. Page 260 Shuiman, I have temporarily evacuated the nearby residents. As Minato's think tank and staff, Luju arranged everything very well. Thank you, Luju. Namikaze Minato smiled. Oh, Kushina's shout came from the delivery room. Minakaze's face tightened, and he was about to go in. Don't worry, Minato. Sandai also stayed outside the ward at this time, sitting on a bench holding a pipe and puffing. Don't ask why you can smoke in the hospital. It's a privilege to ask. Understood, Sandai. Namikaze Minato straightened his face, knowing that he was impatient. In the delivery room, Uzumaki Kushina, with the assistance of several medical ninjas, is performing prenatal massage techniques, which seem to be helpful for subsequent delivery. And an old woman who looked older was comforting her. The old woman is the first wife of 3 generations, Lake Biba. It's okay, just bear with it. Baibako wiped the sweat from Kushina's forehead with a piece, and talked while wiping. Sushi is well maintained, although Baiba, who is 60 or years old, his face is still rosy, except for some old age lines on his forehead. Yeah, Kushina nodded, then looked at her swollen belly. Because of Jinjulai, Kushina chose a more secure natural delivery. Naturally, the pain was greater, but it could reduce the risk of Kyuibai's troubles, and it was also good for the child's future. It's just that he suffers a little more, and Chuzinai thinks it's not too bad. Her face is full of determination, and as she breathes, her lower abdomen cooperates with the medical ninja to exert force continuously. Saitama, do you feel it? There's an ominous breath lingering in the air. Baiju twitched his nose a few times, as if smelling something, with a bit of morbid enjoyment on his face. As a product of 10 tails, Baiju should be very familiar with the chakra of 9 tails. After all, they are all part of 10 tails. It should start. Let's get ready and start sneaking in. Saitama did not respond to Baiju, and expressed his own thoughts. It is good. Ju nodded, watching Saitama leap from this cliff and jump down. I've seen a long time ago that you still have many plans in mind. In order for Madara's plan to be implemented smoothly, let me help you in this step. Baiju muttered to himself, while Haiju quietly watched Caillou's receding back, without speaking. Let's go. Seeing that Saitama had disappeared into the forest in the distance, heading towards Konoha village, Haizi spit out a few words. The two of them have long seen that Kyu has not been hard-hearted, and always retains some of the affection he had when he lived in Konoha. Tonight, just to help him finish it, Kushina in the delivery room began to cry out again, and the chakra belonging to Kyuibai also began to diffuse. Around the hospital, a group of Anbu are setting up barriers. Hurry up. Ninetales' chakra is about to explode. A ninja who looked like a leader was speaking, while urging his subordinates to take their positions as soon as possible. Soon, a group of people stood up near the hospital and began to make ninja marks. They are the part-time enchantment class of the sealing class responsible for the production of Rinjulai, and they can be regarded as the top existence of Konoha. And with the movements of their hands, a light blue barrier began to cover the hospital, locking the coercion and chakra belonging to 9 tails in the hospital. Yaxi, a member nodded in satisfaction. After using the enchantment, the air when breathing became cheerful and not so heavy. Steady your mind. This is not the time to relax. The voice of the leader came from the ear, and the faces of all the members straightened, concentrating on maintaining their part of the work. Standing at Konoha's closed gate, Saitama felt a little complicated, and finally walked on this road. Although his goal is not selfish desires such as ruling the world, others will not understand until he spreads peace and tranquility to the whole world. Therefore, there will inevitably be conflicts, and now sneaking into Konoha, in order to better spread love and peace in the future, he will definitely encounter Konoha's ninja. On the journey, all sacrifices are worth it. Looking at the Konoha sign on the door, blood flashed in Saitama's eyes. Page 261. There is no change of dynasty that is not stained with blood. The loss now is only for a better life in the future. Saitama cast ephemera art. His body slowly sank toward the ground, and as he sank, a wooden mask slowly formed on his face. Passing through the enchantment at Konoha set up underground, Saitama was like a drop of water melting into the sea, and there were not many waves. Enchantment troops, sensing that something has entered the village, I suggest sending someone to investigate. A ninja sitting cross-legged on a circle of curse seals kept moving and said to the person in charge of recording, "Someone invaded at this time?" The ninja next to him was a little surprised. "No, it's not like a human being. My perception of chakra doesn't fluctuate much. What kind of animal might it be?" The ninja in charge of the barrier did not open his eyes and continued to explain. "Okay, I'll ask them to go and have a look." The ninja nodded. In this critical period, you can't be sloppy at all. After crossing the barrier, Saitama entered Konoha village smoothly. Following the chakra fluctuations in his perception, Saitama slowly moved away from the tyrannical aura belonging to Kyuibai, revealing his body in an inconspicuous place. The sealed book should be kept in the Hokage building. Today, Jinjulai produced it, which is considered to be the weakest moment of protection. You can try to see if you can get it. Saitama squatted in the darkness, with a clear light in his eyes. The place where Kyuibai's chakra fluctuates the most is the hospital. Obviously, Kushina is still in the hospital, and the Hokage building and the hospital are not in the same area. This gave Saitama a chance to get in touch with Book of Seals. Without Namikaze Minato, ordinary Anbu ninjas can't pose a threat to him. As long as he moves quickly and gets the Book of Seals before Anbu sends out a distress signal, everything will be fine. Thinking about it, Saitama slowly sneaked over according to the seed in memory. Anbu, who was patrolling in the past, did not notice that in the dark shadows, there was a figure that was constantly moving, approaching the core area of Konoha. Twish! Saitama stood in the shadow of a building in front of the Hokage building, perceiving the situation ahead. Although Renju was strong and the center of gravity of the guards was around the hospital, the Hokage building as the core was still heavily guarded. However, in front of Saitama, who is proficient in the Mayfly art, he is like a girl who can ask for anything, without the slightest resistance. Keeping calm in his eyes, Saitama sank to the ground instead. Mayfly art, although it is very good, Saitama doesn't like the feeling of being intertwined with various plants in the ground. This is also the reason why he does not often use this ninjutsu like Baiju. Moreover, if you use this ninjutsu too many times, Saitama will feel a strong sense of discomfort in your body. It was as if something strange had been mixed into the body. After all, the essence of this ninjutsu is to connect the body with various underground plants and use their roots to shuttle. Chapter 127 The Book of Seals and Minato Namikaze Naruto Building. At night, there were no signs of people still living here, but anyone with a discerning eye knew where the Anbu, responsible for protecting this place, was definitely hiding. Saitama was wretched in a corner, quietly waiting for an opportunity. When Juzinai gave birth, the tailed beast would never be peaceful, and that was the best time for him to do it. Absolutely don't know where he went. If he is here, he can be used to attract some people's attention. Kyu thought silently. Ju's ability to hide was stronger than him, and he was more comfortable doing things in this area. Konoha Hospital. With the progress of Jinjulai's production, Kyuibai began to riot more and more, and his red and ominous chakra kept waving out of Kushina's body. Even the medical class responsible for delivering Juzinai had to assign several people to hold Juzinai down. Although she was still awake, the strength that Kyuibai blessed him made Kushina move at will with great strength. Outside the door, Namikaze Minato walked back and forth, with a look of anxiety on his young face. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the stool very calmly, smoking a cigarette one after another. He has seen this kind of situation a lot, so he is not in a hurry. As for Namikaze Minato, it would be nice to experience it a few more times. Shaking his head, Sandai continued to look at the moon outside the window. The moon tonight is extraordinarily round, and the stars all over the sky are lining the moon, making the moon more charming. Bang! Exclamation! Bang! Exclamation! Bang! Page 262. A series of explosions appeared in several directions of the village, which was particularly piercing in the quiet night. It was almost midnight now, and most of the people in Konoha village had fallen asleep, but the explosion brought them all back to reality. Sandai frowned, and slowly moved the pipe away from his mouth. His existence was to deal with the current situation. Meeting Namikaze Minato's eyes, Sandai shook his pipe and said, "I'll go and look outside. You stay here." After finishing speaking, Sandai put the pipe on the stool, took off the outer robe, and revealed the black ninja battle armor inside, including shoulder pads, arm guards, and plastron. "Everything is complete. I'm sorry for your inconvenience, Mide-sama." Namikaze Minato nodded. What he needs to do now is to protect his wife and children, and also protect Kyuibai. By the way, the production of Renjulai is originally a secret of Ninja Village, but it is impossible for enemies to know about it from various aspects. Konoha has already formulated various plans to deal with various situations that may come. Doing this should attract some attention, right? Baiju leaned out half of his body on the wall, looking at the detonating talisman that was still burning with sparks. "Let's go, someone is coming," Haiju said, and glanced at the seat where the third generation was. Although he was old, the breath of the third generation was still the most striking one. "Okay, we'll see Kiyu next." Baiju's eyes flashed playfully, and slowly sank into the wall. 3 generations. Anbu knelt on the ground and reported something to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What did you find?" Sandai looked at the place where the explosion had ended. "No enemy has been found yet, but it is definitely a man-made accident." The Anbu followed closely, with confidence on his face under the mask. "Continue to send people to search, and in addition, strengthen the security near the hospital." The third generation looked around, and found that the residential buildings around the explosion were all lit up, obviously disturbed by the explosion. The civilians in Mui village also have a strong psychological quality. Even if the explosion happened near their own homes, they would not panic after confirming that there was no loss, and they still have the temperament to watch the excitement. The third generation frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Continuing to look at the place where the explosion occurred, Sandai frowned deeper and deeper. "What is the enemy's purpose? Just to distract me?" The third generation looked in the direction of the hospital. The explosion happened at the edge of the village, and the hospital was almost in the center. "There's movement. Is this absolutely dead?" Kyu heard the movement outside and was ready to act. The body slowly sank to the ground, and Saitama headed towards the building. With his perception, he was able to find chakra fluctuations in many places in the building. Although it was hidden enough, it still couldn't escape his perception. Easily bypassing those guards, Saitama walked towards a powerful barrier in his perception. Throughout the Hokage building, there are barriers in many places, and Saitama picked the strongest one, which is also the closest to Hokage's office. Soon he entered a dark room, but in the very middle of the room, there was still a light shining on a thick scroll. Although it was the first time I saw it, Saitama immediately judged that this was the real Book of Seals. Twish! Exclamation! 4 figures appeared in front of Saitama. All of them were masked Anbu ninjas. "Who are you?" Anbu looked at Saitama, who had suddenly emerged from the ground, very vigilant, and had already drawn out his weapon, ready to fight. Also wearing a mask, Saitama's mask is brown wood with not many extra patterns on it, which looks very ordinary. Twish! Exclamation! No nonsense. Saitama started directly. There is no extra time for him to waste at this time. The core of this village is no joke. I don't know if these Anbu have notified the other companions. When Saitama kicked his feet, the electric current began to wrap around his body and shot at several Anbu. Bark! Exclamation! As Anbu, his strength is definitely not low, but in the hands of Saitama, he still can't please. The figure was staggered. Saitama used his hand as a knife, punched the blue chakra continuously on the edge of the palm, and slashed across the chest of Anbu, leaving a scar on it, and blood gushed out instantly. Fighting here, several Anbu did not dare to perform ninjutsu, and fell into Saitama's taijutsu round. Sharingan didn't even open, and after a few sprints, the 4 members of the most elite army were all lying on the ground, dead or alive. The protection here is too simple, isn't it? Saitama couldn't believe it, but the movement of his feet was not slow, and he walked towards the scroll on the table. In the battle just now, there was not much movement, and due to the existence of the enchantment, it was difficult for the sound to spread. Then I'll take it. With one hand on the scroll, a smile appeared on Saitama's face under the mask. Konoha Hospital. Outside the delivery room, Bo Feng Shui Men's expression changed, as if he sensed something. That alarm ninjutsu he set on the sealed book sent him a message just now. Someone is moving the sealed book. Without thinking too much, Minato Namikaze disappeared in place, and he left the mark of Flying Thunder God on the Book of Seals. Huh? Saitama looked a little embarrassed, and saw that he was holding one side of the scroll with one hand, and with a flash of yellow light, he grabbed the other side of the scroll with one hand. Page 263 Namikaze Minato. Saitama's heart tightened. The whole Konoha, what he was most afraid of encountering was the scene in front of him. Extreme speed is not just a word! Saitama knew that compared with Namikaze Minato, there was still a gap in his speed. Namikaze Shueiman's expression was normal. He held onto the scroll tightly, and at the same time looked at the enemy, who was hiding his appearance. Swish! Saitama exerted force instantly, and a strong current flowed along his arm, along the scroll, and shot towards Namikaze Minato. The material of sealed book is unusual, and Saitama is not afraid of damaging the scroll. And Namikaze Minato also rubbed out a ball at the first time, and slammed directly at Saitama with his right hand. Chidori Stream Spiral Pill. Saitama's Sharingan was activated instantly, and he didn't dare to be sloppy at all to fight against Namikaze Minato. Twish! Capturing Namikaze Minato's trajectory, Saitama staggered to avoid the attack. Boom! Namikaze Minato kicked again. Saitama used his knees to resist, while grabbing the scroll, and stepped back. The Chidori Ryu just now forced Namikaze Minato to let go of the Book of Seal. Frowning, Namikaze Minato looked at Saitama. The two holes in the mask were small, but he saw a pair of Sharingan with strong eyesight. Uchiha? Namikaze Minato was a little puzzled. Is this ninja from the Uchiha family who appeared here? But judging by his strength, he wasn't any Uchiha ninja he knew well. Yellow light flashed! Namikaze Minato disappeared again, but Saitama did not have any surprises. The moment Minato Namikaze appeared for the first time, he knew that there must be a symbol of Flying Thunder God art on the scroll, and he confirmed the location of the symbol the moment he grabbed the scroll. With preparations, Namikaze Minato's flying Raijin is no longer miraculous in Saitama's eyes. Thunder Dungeon. Thousand Birds. Clenching his left hand tightly, a dazzling thunder flashed, and Saitama blasted directly to the side of the scroll the moment Namikaze Minato disappeared. Sure enough, Minato Namikaze appeared in this seat. Saitama narrowed his eyes, increased the output of chakra, and made Chidori be more dazzling. Disease? The moment Minato Namikaze appeared, he recognized this ninjutsu. He twisted his body, and a kunai slipped out of his cuff and appeared in the palm of his hand. Twish! Kunai was thrown towards Saitama with a light blue whirl of chakra. Saitama didn't back down. Namikaze Minato was close at hand. He had no reason to retreat, so he deviated his head to avoid kunai. Twish! Namikaze Minato disappeared again and appeared on the side of kunai. At the same time, he shook kunai's hand again, and through kunai, the target was still Saitama. Saitama's Gaoyu rotated, drew a circle with his left hand in midair, squatted down his body, completed the power accumulation, and then shot out. To fight Namikaze Minato, one needs to have sufficient responsiveness, and the other needs to not lag behind too much in speed. And Kyu knew that there was another thing that he couldn't let Namikaze Minato touch him! So, as not to be engraved by him. Twish! Saitama's attack failed again. Namikaze Minato appeared on kunai's side, and a ball in his right hand hit Saitama pedal! Kyu knew that this would be the result, and he kept paying attention to kunai's position in his heart. The body turned around in midair, and Saitama's left hand withdrew the current, and instead condensed a ball that was bigger than Namikaze Minato's ball. Deu Spiral Pills. Boom! As soon as the two hands touched, there was an explosion, and the airflow swayed. Who the hell is it? Minato Namikaze looked at the enhanced version of Spiral Pill that Saitama used, feeling a little confused. It's Sharingan again, Chidori again, and now it's Helix Wind again. Saitama's Dayama Spiral Maru suppressed Namikaze Minato, but in the next second, Namikaze Minato disappeared again. It's really annoying. Saitama masked Zia's face with helplessness. Fighting against a ninja like Namikaze Minato, who is good at space ninjutsu, is such an annoyance. If you can't hit it, you're so angry. Konoha Hospital. There are not a lot of ninjas here who are responsible for guarding Kushina, and all of them are elite. In the air, spores invisible to the naked eye filled the air, slowly seeping into the ninjas who were standing closely together. Using the mayfly technique, She arrived in the delivery room very quickly. Several medical ninjas are patiently assisting Kushina in giving birth. The head came out. It will be fine soon. Lake Bibo wiped the sweat off Kushina's face and said patiently, absolutely in the blind spot of several people's sight, slowly revealing his body. Chaos, it's about to start. Page 264, chapter 128. Tailed Beast Riot. Even though half of his body had been revealed, no one in the delivery room found him. They couldn't think of anyone who could break through the protective circle of so many people outside and enter here silently. Uzumaki Kushina's chakra belonging to Nine Tails became more intense, but her face and body were covered with layers of curse seals, which were obviously the sealing technique prepared in advance. Kushina tried to twist her body, but was locked by several medical ninjas. Even so, it still drove a few ninjas to swing on the huge hospital bed. The absolutely black and white body moved on the ceiling. The speed was not fast, but very even, and it didn't take long to reach the top of the hospital bed. During this process, no one noticed the slightest abnormality, and everyone focused on Jiu Zenai's delivery. Lake Biba kept comforting Kushina, and his hands were not idle, constantly wiping the sweat from her face. Soon, muttering incessantly, Baibahu looked at the half-baked baby. His face was full of anxiety. Although she also knows some medical ninjutsu, she is old after all, so the work here is only to give Kushina some psychological assistance. After all, she is someone who has experienced it, and has a good relationship with Jiu Zenai. The child's loud voice sounded, and a medical ninja wrapped the current hockage with the cloth he had prepared long ago. Okay. Lake Biba leaned closer to Kushina's ear, because childbirth is physical work, and Kushina had to resist the Kyubai's riot, which seemed to be very difficult, so she was very weak at this time. Slowly opening her eyes, Kushina smiled. Kyubai seemed to know that there was no chance, so she also started to calm down, so she wanted to ask someone to hold the child for her to see. But the moment she opened her eyes, she saw a yin and yang face on the ceiling. Baiju smiled playfully at Kushina, who seemed to see him, and the latter's expression changed instantly. What's the matter, Kushina? Lake Bibo was not a powerful ninja, so he didn't notice it. Zizzy exclamation different from the sound of thunder and lightning. The sound is like a bubble expanding instantly, and the moment Baibako finished speaking, white paste emerged from the entire ward except Kushina, and it turned into white in the blink of an eye. Spore art. This is Beiju's unique ninjutsu. It can hide the spores in the enemy's body. When needed, it can turn into Beiju's clone and affect the enemy's body movements. Damn it, Kushina was Nine Tails Jinchuriki and a powerful ninja after all, and she immediately realized it. Pushing off the quilt covering her body, she was about to get up, but there was a figure faster than him. Ju swooped down from the ceiling and approached Kushina in an instant. Bang! A pitch-black hand pressed on Jixina's abdomen, and a circle of black runes spread from the palm to her whole body in an instant. Not only did it destroy the sealing array that Kushina had prepared before and suppressed Nine Tails' chakra's broken body, but also destroyed a corner of the sealing technique that sealed Nine Tails in the body. Boom! Exclamation. A red chakra instantly broke through, blowing away several struggling medical ninjas in the room, destroying everything in the room. Let's go. Ju looked at Jiu Zenai, who was frozen in place, and slowly sank into the ceiling. They were about to get out of the way. Outside the delivery room, the ninja guarding there sensed the situation in the room and broke in directly. The weak Kushina was sealed by Haiju, and a corner of the seal was destroyed. Kyubai gained power in an instant and began to affect Kushina like crazy. If it was the original, as the last face of the Uzumaki clan, in this case, Kushina could barely suppress Kyubai, but Haiju didn't know what he did just now, which made Kushina lose the ability to extract chakra. In addition, he had a baby before and struggled with Kyubai, which wasted most of his energy. At this time, under the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, she slowly lost consciousness, and a strange red chakra coat was forming outside her body. Damn it! Lu Ju had been staying not far from the hospital, and rushed over when he heard the movement. As soon as he came, he saw the half-tailed beast like Kushina, who was confronting Anbu Ninja. Give me the baby! Lu Ju saw Anbu holding the baby in his arms, and pulled him into his arms. He can't let Minato's child have an accident here. Although he doesn't know where Minato has gone right now, as Hokage's assistant, he must protect this child. Roar! Exclamation. Kushina lost consciousness and roared like a beast. Just now she was fighting with Nine Tails for the ownership of her body, but the gap between humans and tailed beasts appeared at this time. Kyubai has been fighting against the seal when she was about to give birth, but she is still alive and well. Kushina couldn't do it anymore, The impact of 9 tails one after another made her fall in many ways. Snapped! Exclamation! A red tail smashed around, completely destroying the room at the same time. Quickly, take Bako-sama down, and the rest of the people are here to hold Jinchuriki. Luju glanced at Saruto by Lake Biba, who had fallen into a coma, and Baiju's avatar had long since disappeared here, and no one saw it. Everyone here started to move, and Luju hugged Naruto, who was still struggling, and stayed away from here. He is not a fighting ninja, so he needs to keep a distance from the enemy in order to fight better. Page 265. Roar! Exclamation! The beast-like roar resounded all over Konoha Ninja Village, bringing those who were not awakened by the previous explosion back to reality. Most of the residents near the hospital were evacuated, which can be regarded as Luju's foresight. Naruto building. A bad thought suddenly came to Namikaze Minato's heart, and immediately, a beast-like roar came from his ear. As soon as his face changed, a murderous intent flashed in Namikaze Minato's eyes. Unexpectedly, the ninja in front of him was just a bait to lure him out of the hospital. Taking a deep look at Saitama, Namikaze Minato's figure flashed and disappeared in place. Kyu also felt puzzled when he heard the shouts outside, and as Namikaze Minato's figure disappeared, Saitama was ready to leave after confirming that he had left. Swish! Exclamation! Swish! Several black figures walked through the corridor and broke into here. They were Anbu ninjas who heard the movement. After leaving Namikaze Minato and Saitama knew that the current situation seemed to be beyond his own expectations. However, there was still a situation with Jinchuriki, forcing Namikaze to drop him and leave directly. With a flash of thunder under his feet, Saitama rushed to those Anbu, and at the same time held the Book of Seals under his arm. It seems that Minato won't come back for a while, and he can feel at ease now. Bark! Exclamation! As soon as an Anbu saw Saitama's figure, Saitama used his hand as a knife and pierced his chest. Regardless of other things, Saitama scanned the surrounding environment and found that there are more ninjas coming here. Boom! Exclamation! A blue-white lightning flashed, and Saitama broke a big hole in the wall and jumped out. A group of Anbu followed closely behind. Bark! Exclamation! Saitama didn't care so much. While running, he tore open the scroll in his hand and pulled it directly to the front, looking for the ninjutsu he needed. Fire escape! Big spray dragon! Saitama stepped on the platform outside the Hokage building and shot towards the outside. At the same time, he turned around in mid-air and released ninjutsu towards the back. A huge fire dragon was ejected from his mouth, sweeping towards the group of Anbu ninjas who were chasing him. Disperse! Anbu scattered with a sound, and Saitama's ninjutsu hit the main body of the Hokage building, colliding with the barrier above. Boom! Exclamation! Sparks splashed everywhere, and there were many damages and fires on the Hokage building. I'll give it back to you. Saitama found what he needed, memorized the steps at a glance, and smashed the scroll out of his hand with a bang. There is the mark of Namikaze Minato on it, which cannot be taken away, as long as you see what you need. Slap! Exclamation! Saitama landed on the roof of a building, and his body directly merged into the building and disappeared. And those Anbu ninjas were obviously attracted by the scroll thrown by Saitama, and when they chased Saitama again, Saitama had already lost track, and they are not Namikaze Minato, and they cannot catch up with Saitama's pace. What's going on? The third generation appeared in the hospital. At this time, the entire hospital had been razed to the ground, and a group of people from the ceiling class were fighting with the beast-tailed Kushina. I don't know. Rinjulai burst out suddenly, and Anbu said that the people in Kushina's ward were all in a coma at this time, so no one knew the specific situation. Anyway, Jinjulai burst out suddenly. It should be that the tailed beast started to try its best to get rid of the seal by taking advantage of Kushina's loss of strength after giving birth. This caused Renjulai to lose consciousness and fell into a state where the tailed beast controlled his body. Send people to evacuate the civilians. Sandai arranged, looking at the completely irrational red figure. Swish! Exclamation! The yellow light flashed past, and Namikaze Minato arrived. Little Pepper? Looking at Ju Zenai, who was temporarily suppressed by the ceiling class, he frowned. I've only been away for a while. Why did I become like this? 3 generations. Namikaze Minato saw Saruto by Hiruzen wearing armor. Minato. Sandai nodded. I'm here. There's a mysterious person on the other side of the Hokage building. He snatched the sealed book. Go and see. Namikaze Minato is still very worried about Kushina and is not going to leave here. Okay, I'll go there. The third generation sensed the movement over there, but the 9 tails here is obviously more important, so they rushed here. Minato looked at the struggling tailed beast Kakushina, and slowly slipped a special kunai from his cuff. Root base. Listening to the movement above, Danzo didn't move at all, and flicked his fingers on the armrests of the seat, not nervous at all. Page 266. My lord, Jinchuriki seems to be out of control. Do we need to take action? In the darkness, a figure knelt in front of Danzo. Don't worry about it. Danzo didn't know what he was thinking, and the light in his one eye was very gloomy. Yes, the ninja hesitated, but still responded, and then disappeared into the darkness. Kyu sank to the ground, and soon sensed the signal Baiju left him, and searched for the past. The back mountain of Konoha is the back of Hokage Rock. Kyu slowly emerged from the ground and stood beside Baiju. What are you doing? Kyu stared at Baiju with something wrong in his eyes. Oh, I just broke Jinchuriki's seal a bit, but unfortunately there is not enough time. Otherwise I should be able to release Kyuubi directly. Bai Zi's tone was very playful, while Hai Zi kept keeping his eyes on Katama, wanting to see his current expression. Okay, Saitama stood there with a blank expression, looking in the direction of the hospital. Things have developed to the present, which is beyond his control. This is also good. It can weaken part of Konoha's strength and lay some foundations for future strategies. Konoha Hospital. Here, the red chakra began to fill the sky, and a huge ceiling formation seemed to be unable to sustain it. Boom! Exclamation! A fifth tail emerged from behind the beast-tailed Kushina, and his body became much larger, and that enchantment array finally failed to support it, and shattered in the sky, turning into scattered chakras. The corner of Ju's mouth curled into a smile, watching all this quietly. Chapter 129. Chaos. Quick, hold on. A member of the ceiling class yelled. Swish! Exclamation! The yellow light flashed past, and Minato Namikaze rushed towards the beast-tailed Kushina. Boom! Exclamation! Although he knew that this was Kushina, Namikaze Minato still didn't let go, and a blue ball in his right hand directly covered her, blasting her who was almost out of human shape to the ground. Roar! Exclamation! Kushina was irritated and let out a louder roar, with 5 huge tails swaying behind him. Boom! Exclamation! A few tails swept towards Namikaze Minato, but they missed nothing. Flying Thunder God art is not so easy to deal with. Kushina, who was irrational, or whose mind was controlled by 9 tails beast consciousness, jumped up, and a few tails scattered like flowers behind him. Boom! Exclamation! When it landed again, Juzinai had left the spot by hundreds of meters. Dust was everywhere, and this piece of buildings looked like a toy city in front of her after she transformed into a tailed beast, which could be easily broken. Namikaze Minato frowned, realizing that Kushina's state was very abnormal. As the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, she has mastered the strongest individual seal of the Uzumaki clan, King Kong Blockade. It stands to reason that even if she is weak, she will not be disturbed by the completely sealed 9 tails. But the fact is that the current Kushina no longer has a clear mind. Twish! Exclamation! After disappearing again, Namikaze Minato appeared in the sky above Kushina, where a kunai was passing by. Boom! Exclamation! Maltai fell under the pressure of the top, and Namikaze Minato fell from midair, stepping on the head of the tailed beast Hue Kushina. A thin layer of chakra protects Minato Namikaze from being corrupted by Kyuubi's chakra. Roar! Exclamation! Kushina tried her best to raise her head, but it was very difficult, and she roared angrily. And as Namikaze Minato fell to the ground, a circle of black curse marks centered on the feet, enveloping Kushina. 6. Seal. Namikaze Minato saw that the seal in Kushina's body seemed to have been broken by a corner, which caused more chakra extended by Kyuubi, so he was able to forcibly control Kushina's body. Boom! Exclamation! Kyuubi exploded again, finally seeing a chance to get out of trouble. Another sealing technique covered it, making it very uncomfortable. The red ominous chakra transformed into a larger 9 tails coat around Kushina's body, squeezing away the unformed sealing technique. Drink! Namikaze Minato narrowed his eyes, squeezed out his ninja seal with both hands, increased his strength, and continued to step on Kushina's 9 tails coat. Sealing class is ready. Luju saw that Namikaze Minato could not seal Kyuubi again by himself, so he greeted the sealing team who came from the side. Yes, a group of people hurriedly settled down, surrounding Kushina in the middle, and in the distance, a black figure is also approaching here quickly. It is the 3rd generation who went to the Hokage building and found nothing. What a pity! Baiju looked at the red figure being suppressed on the ground, with a look of recollection on his face. As expected of a ninja from the Uzumaki clan, he got rid of the influence of Haiju so quickly. It seems that 9 tails will not be able to come out today. Baiju glanced at Saitama, who was silent, and continued. He thought that with the help of Haiju, Kyuubi should be able to break the seal today and get out of trouble completely. He didn't expect Kushina to regain consciousness so quickly, and he was fighting with Kyuubi for control of his body. Page 267. This also caused Kyuubi to be unable to go all out to the outside world, and was once again sealed. Let's go. That's it for today. I don't see anything going on. Saitama turned around and was about to leave. According to the current momentum, Kyuubi has no ability to stir up waves. Kushina regained consciousness. Namikaze Minato, the third generation, and the SEAL squad, whoever hit him casually, could deal with a half-tailed beast like Jinchuriki with only 5 tails. Baiju looked at the battlefield over there again with regret, and his body sank slowly to the ground. Saitama followed closely behind, and his plan to sneak into Konoha today was considered a success. After getting the ninjutsu he needed, it didn't cause any particularly big commotion. Namikaze Minato also thought that Saitama took the Book of Seals to lure him away. Roar! Nine Tails let out a final roar, and the unwillingness and anger were continuously conveyed through the roar. The general situation is over, although it is the strongest tailed beast, but due to the existence of the seal, he cannot use all of its strength, and Jinchuriki has been competing with it for the body, which makes it even more unable to display its strength. Namikaze Minato stepped on the Nine Tails coat, constantly suppressing Nine Tails from above. The sealing class gathered around and used the 4-elephant seal together as a technique that has been used to seal the tailed beast. They also mastered it. However, due to the great difficulty, multiple people are required to perform it together. The third generation stands outside the battlefield, guarding against any changes that may occur at any time. Although he also knows the sealing technique, he is not good at it, so he chose to watch out of the battle. Ninetail's chakra is getting less and less, and the red, tyrannical chakra keeps shrinking towards Kushina's body. Soon, the ominous Ninetail's coat slowly disappeared with the assistance of many people, and the tails behind him also disappeared continuously. All the chakras were sealed into Kushina's body, and she who was suspended in the air also smashed down. Puff! Namikaze Minato fell down with Kushina and hugged her with both hands before landing. It's all right. Namikaze Minato looked at the torn hospital gown on Kushina's body and hugged his wife tightly in his arms, with a flash of distress on his face. Minato! Kushina struggled to open her eyes. Looking at the face close at hand, her eyes began to turn red. At that time just now, she really thought that she would sink into the world of Nine Tails. The endless tyranny and ominousness made her feel like returning to certain days in the past. There's me. Minato moved to Kushina's forehead and kissed it lightly, and Kushina slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Having a baby again, and competing with Kyuubi again, she was exhausted both physically and mentally. If it weren't for the extremely strong physique of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina might not be able to support it. With a rare bloomy face, Minato Namikaze is very angry in his heart now, and the nameless fire is constantly burning. These mysterious people who came for Kushina must have planned their actions, and whether their goals are Kyuubi or Kushina, they all really touched their own pain points. Namikaze Minato looked around, and found that everyone was waiting for him to speak, and Sandai also stood aside, watching quietly. Everyone clean up here first, settle the injured people. Anbu members continue to keep vigilant and investigate suspicious people in the entire village. Namikaze Minato hugged Kushina and headed in one direction, and he had to settle down for Kushina. As for his child, Lu Ju had told him just now that he was safe in Lu Ju's hands. The next time was very busy. Although the outbreak of Nine Tails was only for a while, it still caused unrememberable damage. Fortunately, the surrounding residents were evacuated early in the morning, and there were not many casualties, only the destruction of buildings and the damage of some ninjas. Little Pepper, how is it? Namikaze Minato sat beside the hospital bed, while peeling an apple with a knife, while looking at Kushina who was half lying on the bed. It's much better. Kushina's physical fitness is excellent, and the dual blessings of the whirlpool and the Nine Tails made her recover quickly. Naruto was thrown to Shikaku's house by Namikaze Minato these days, and he was asked to take care of him for a few days. Anyway, Lu Ju's wife had just given birth to a child. Then I'll go and bring Naruto back today. Namikaze Minato saw Kushina's thoughts, stretched out his hand and handed out the apple, and said at the same time, he didn't mention what happened that night, but he wouldn't let it end just like that. His subordinate Anbu searched all the places in Konoha, but still found nothing. When Kushina recovers, Namikaze Minato will slowly ask about the enemy's information, and now let Kushina, who is seriously injured, take a good rest. Okay. A smile bloomed on Kushina's face. She has never seen Naruto since he was born, which made her feel very uncomfortable as a mother. Due to the weakness of her body before, she also knew that it was not the time, but now her body has basically recovered, and she can almost bring Naruto back to feed herself. Chapter 130. Half a month has passed since the Nine Tails riot, and all the turmoil seems to have calmed down. Both Kyu and Juya returned to Yuin village, and Pain and the others didn't ask what they did when they went out. Page 268. The civilians in Konoha village, although they really went through that night, didn't care, because they didn't cause much harm to them, and the higher-ups of Hokage later compensated them for their losses. That's how it all went. For them, it was not a night to remember, just an accident and nothing serious. Hokage building, conference room. There are not many people sitting here. The current Hokage Namikaze Minato, the previous generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruza, Naruto advisors Koharu and Mitomen, the ninja, class monitor and Narashikahisa Naruto assistant, and Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. Minato sat at the top, followed by Sandai and the advisor, and finally Shikahisa and Kushina. Oh, Naruto is still held in Kushina's arms at this moment. As a first-time mother, since she left the hospital, she has been reluctant to let Naruto leave her sight for a second. Even in such a serious meeting, Kushina still brought Naruto with him. As Hokage's wife and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, no one blames such behavior. It can only be regarded as a small privilege. Kushina. Namikaze Minato coughed, signaling Kushina, who was sitting below, to pay attention to his image. He was about to start the main body of the meeting, and Kushina looked up at Minato without saying anything, and continued to poke Naruto's little hand with her fingers, with a motherly smile on her face. The general course of the matter is like this. First, someone used an explosion to lure Sandai away, then someone stole the sealed book and lured me away, and finally someone intended to undo the seal of Kyuubi. Namikaze Minato's voice was calm and calm. He kept looking at the faces of the people around him while speaking, and finally fixed his eyes on Kushina. The explosion is simply an explosion caused by detonators and inflammables. There are 6 explosion points, which means that there are about 6 enemies responsible for the explosion. And when I got there, I didn't notice any abnormalities, and I didn't encounter any enemies. Sandai continued Namikaze Minato's words. His old face was a little gloomy. His wife was traumatized by this incident, and she is still recuperating in the hospital. The enemy in the Hokage building is wearing a black robe, with a brown smooth mask on his face, and his height is about 175. Also Namikaze Minato paused, as if hesitating. Lu Ju was a little puzzled and stared at Minato. The enemy I was fighting with is good at Thunder Dungeon, and also has Sharingan. Minato looked at the faces of the people around him, and continued to speak. What? Everyone was a little surprised by the news that the enemy has Sharingan. Minato, are you sure? Turning sleeping Koharu raised his head, looked at Mitomen for a second, and then looked at Namikaze Minato. Yep. Minato nodded. This is not the time to lie. All reasoning needs accurate intelligence support, and it cannot be sloppy. His exclamation. Lu Ju realized that things had become unusual, and took a deep breath. The third generation and the 2 consultants exchanged glances and did not speak, but their faces darkened significantly. Is this related to Uchiha? Mitomen raised his glasses and asked slowly. It's not sure yet, but the enemy does have Sharingan. Minato did not directly confirm that this incident was related to Uchiha. What Minato said reminds me of what Jiraiya said to me before. 3 generations thought for a while, breaking the deadlocked atmosphere of the meeting. An enemy Jiraiya encountered before is also suspected of possessing Sharingan, and is good at lightning escape, and can also use spiral pills. Midai said while looking at Minato. Yes, the enemy this time will also use Helix Wan. To be precise, he used the advanced version of Helix Wan. At present, I haven't fully understood the advancement of this ninjutsu. Minato was reminded by Sandaichi, as if thinking of something. It does not rule out the fact that these 2 people are the same person, but there is too little information to support this statement. The third generation looked at Lu Ju and saw that the latter was still thinking. Oh, the cry of a baby broke the solemn atmosphere of the conference room. Ah, Naruto is not crying. Mom is here. Be good, be good. Kushina was a little flustered at the first moment, but still quickly comforted Naruto, and Naruto twisted a few times in her arms, changed another position, and began to doze off. After all, it is a newborn child who sleeps for a long time. The atmosphere was suddenly awkward, but Kushina was also a ruthless person, with no expression on his face. He looked around innocently, and then looked down at the peaceful Naruto. Ahem, Jacksona, tell me about your previous situation. Minato blushed, but quickly calmed down and asked Kushina. Oh, okay. Kushina gently touched Naruto's body with her hand, and cleared her throat. The enemy is a yin and yang face wrapped in pitcher plants. One side is white and the other is black. As for the ninjutsu used, I'm not sure, but he can move freely on the wall. Also, he seems to be very good at the sealing technique, tearing the previous 9-tail seal almost instantly. Kushina seemed to be remembering, with a helpless expression on his face. As the descendant of the whirlpool, he was actually a little uncertain about the enemy's level in the sealing technique. The third generation frowned, and he didn't have any worthy characters in his impression of the information Kushina said. Page 269. Kushina also seemed to know that what he said didn't seem to be of any use. He also looked at Namikaze Minato and found that the latter was also frowning. It's nothing strange at all. Kushina lowered her head and grabbed Naruto's little hand, squeezed it, and muttered in her mouth, "Oh, I remember." Suddenly, Kushina yelled, attracting everyone's attention, including Lu Jinu, who had been thinking, "What else?" Minato looked at Kushina Uzumaki. "That person seems to be wearing a very special suit." Kushina tried hard to remember, and brought her fingers to her mouth. "Red cloud with a black background." "Yes, it is the windbreaker of a red cloud with a black background." Kushina nodded while talking, very sure. A red cloud on a black background? 3 generations tried hard to figure it out, but they still had no memory of it. "That's all." Kushina spread her hands, indicating that she had nothing else to say. The scene fell into a stalemate for a while, and no one could break the deadlock. "That's all for today, and the next goal is to investigate based on the current information. No matter who it is, we can't let go of those who reach out to Konoha." Minato was also enraged, and even said such words. After all, it was his wife and children who were in danger, and the enemy's target was obviously Kushina as Jinchuriki. The third generation nodded aside, and looked at the 2 consultants, and the eyes conveyed something. "It's nothing, we're leaving." Ju and Uzumaki stood up, nodded to Namikaze Minato, and was the first to leave. Then came Maitamanyan and Midai, and they followed. Namikaze Minato smiled apologetically at Kushina, and left as well, followed by Shikaku. Naruto twisted his body in Kushina's arms, as if he wanted to open his eyes. "Haijan, what do you think?" In the corridor, Juin Zingzai-chan asked the third generation beside him as he walked. "Uchiha is not ruled out. What do you want to do?" The third generation looked ahead and didn't say much. "Call Danzo. Let's sum it up later. After all, this matter has something to do with Jinchuriki." Maito Menyon walked last and came up to say something. "Danzo is not in good shape recently, so I won't call him anymore." Sandai didn't know what to think of, so he stopped thinking. "Okay." The other 2 paused, not knowing what to think of, and then agreed. "Shikaku, what do you think?" Namikaze Minato walked with Shikaku. His face was a bit depressed. "There is still too little information, and we need to investigate slowly. But I have some ideas now." Luju was half a step behind Namikaze Minato, his eyes gleaming with thought. "And tell me later." Minato Namikaze saw that he had reached Hokage's office, opened the door, and motioned for Shikaku to follow in. "The ninja who fought with you, I have some guesses in my heart soon." There was a conversation between Shikaju and Minato in the office. Chapter 131. The Art of Flying Thunder. God, this country, shrouded in rain all year round, is poor, backward, weak and helpless. Pain stood in front of the window on the highest floor, with no emotion, Samsara's eyes, looking at the hazy village below. "The latest news is the 9-tails riot, but there is no big loss." Zio-nan looked at Pain's back. Recently, Agoto's body has become thinner due to some ninjutsu attempts, coupled with the fact that the double script has a certain degree of hidden danger. Pain has really become the face of the public. Don't worry about it. 9-tails is still far from our plan. Even if we start to collect tailed beasts, 9-tails will be the last one. I will solve it. Pain didn't turn around, and his tone was very flat. "This matter should have something to do with Saitama, but we don't need to worry about it. After all, he came from that village. There should be some reasons for this attack." Pain went on to say something, as if he knew what Zio-nan wanted to say. "Saitama and Zezia have already returned to the base, and Kakuzu and Scorpion seem to have gone out to perform missions, so there are not many people at the top of the organization. For the past few days, Saitama has been practicing the ninjutsu plagiarized from the Book of Seals in his room. Now that he has come to this point, Saitama needs to prepare early." Page 270. Facing Namikaze Minato, a super ninja, who is good at space-time ninjutsu, Saitama must master the same type of ninjutsu as him in order not to fall behind. And like that night, Namikaze Minato's flying ragin was enough to give Saitama a headache. If it wasn't for his strong strength and the relatively small space, he would be very dangerous that night. Now that he has chosen this path, Saitama has made a plan, and obtaining Flying Thunder God is only one step. The learning of Flying Thunder God requires the learner to meet several conditions: spatial talent, dynamic vision, and neural response. Unfortunately, Saitama met all these conditions, and he was talented enough, so he didn't think he couldn't learn this well-known ninjutsu in the ninja world. However, it has been half a month since he got this ninjutsu, and Saitama can only scratch the surface and understand the difficult ninjutsu formulas. After reading it that night, Kyu memorized the entire ninjutsu, and after returning to Yuin village, he rewrote it silently. Although he is very confident in himself, it is still the first time for Saitama to come into contact with time-space ninjutsu, and the speed of mastering it is much slower than learning yin-yang denjutsu or even six paths jutsu before. Face-time ninjutsu is indeed the most difficult category to learn, and Saitama is not in a hurry. It still takes a long time, so he can practice slowly. At present, Nagato has not yet started a real plan, and Saitama still has a long time to learn slowly. Namikaze Minato's Flying Raijin. Saitama believes that only the same type of ninjutsu can fight. He didn't have the Shanwei with soil, so he could only take a step back and choose Flying Thunder God. After returning to the base, Saitama lost track of him again, and should have gone out again. Anyway, in the entire ninja world, basically no one can find the trace of Ju, and Saitama is not worried. Now Uzumaki Kushina has been produced, and there is no chance to fish in troubled waters for the time being. Saitama does not intend to go out to waste time at this stage. He is ready to learn the ninjutsu he has acquired, and only after mastering it can he face stronger opponents. To master Flying Thunder God, the most important thing is to engrave inscriptions with space attributes. Comprehending space is the most important part, and inscription is the last step. When all these are completed, Flying Thunder God is also basically mastered, and the rest is practical application. Foggy Village. Vigura had returned to the village a long time ago. Facing two of the Sannin, even with perfect Jinchuriki, he couldn't occupy the upper hand. Especially Jiraiya also mastered a ninjutsu that gave him a headache. It seems to be called Sage Mode. Sitting on the Hokage throne, on the table in front of Yagura was a letter from the daimyo of the Land of Water. What does the daimyo say? Do we still want us to continue spending time with Konoha? Terumi is like a secretary. She is not very old, but she is growing up very anxiously. Using his hands to brush a strand of hair from his forehead to the back of his head, Terumi's face was a bit complicated. The daimyo shortened the military expenditure again, but did not mention the battlefield. Yagura's purple eyes reflected everything in front of him, calm like a deep pool. How was King's recovery? Yagura seemed to think of something, with a smile on his lips. I can see things now, but further recovery training is needed. After all, there is still a big gap between our medical level and Konoha. Yeah. Yagura narrowed his eyes. In this battle with Konoha, King's eyes can be regarded as a big gain. When Yan Yin and Konoha fought fiercely at the most critical moment, Konoha sent many members of the big family to the Kirigakure front, which also gave Kirigakure a chance. In another encounter, Owl's team encounters Hinata's assault force. In the case of paying the team's heavy damage and one eye, the King team wiped out Hyuga and his group of ninjas, and successfully got a white eye that had not been destroyed in time. This can be regarded as a major mistake by the Hyuga clan, but it cannot be avoided. Since they chose to let the Zong family set foot on the battlefield, they had already considered this aspect, and they could only say that the protection of the Zong family was not enough. King's eye transplant was performed in Huayan village, secretly and patiently. It has been a long time since the eye transplantation, and Ao is slowly adapting to the fusion of Beian. Although he does not have Hinata's blood, his strong will and chakra control still allow him to meet the conditions for using Beian. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. The damaged building has been repaired, and Namikaze Minato has entered normal work. However, they are still secretly investigating the mysterious person or organization. That night, Minato, didn't you sleep well? Luju's office was next to Minato Namikaze, and he saw the dark circles around Minato's eyes. Well, last night Naruto was making a fuss, and Kushina let me hug Naruto until the early hours of the morning. Minato squinted his eyes, and the huge black circles around his eyes stood out. Oh, fortunately, my family is very peaceful. I sleep after eating, and I don't bother to make a fuss. Luju smiled with satisfaction on his face. Huh. Namikaze Minato sighed, continued to pick up the documents in his hand and began to review them. Page 271. He didn't know why it was so difficult to take care of children, and they were still big and small. Minato thought of Kushina in his mind, and felt that she became more childish after giving birth. By the way, the battle between Yan Yin and Yun Yin is coming from ahead. Do you want to see it? Lu Jiu took out a thick document from the side and handed it to Minato. Aren't they all ready for a truce? I don't know, it seems that something happened again, causing friction, and it is still under investigation. Okay, show me. Namikaze Minato started to do business, without ambiguity at all. With two panda eyes on his face, he started to work steadily. The fourth generation of Rikage has officially taken office. Will it have something to do with this? Namikaze Minato result file, as if thinking of something. It's possible, but it shouldn't be the main reason. Lu Jiu nodded, acquiescing to Minato's conjecture. If Union and Yanian hadn't fought to the death before, both sides would suffer. Konoha should still be fighting Yan Yin or Yun Yin. 10,000 to 1. One side loses thousands, and the other side loses its shadow. This is a contest between the three generations of Rikage and Yanian. The three wars seem to end slowly without knowing it, and the biggest winners seem to be Konoha. But only Minato knows that the current Konoha seems to be strong, but it may be the weakest period since the establishment of the village. Sanrin, those who run away run away. Those who rebel against the village rebel against the village. The only cage-level powerhouses that Konoha puts on the bright side are Minato and the old three generations, plus Jiraiya, who is not in the village. Therefore, when dealing with village affairs, Namikaze Minato was very cautious, but not cowardly. Chapter 132. 5 years' time is like running water, flowing past everyone, taking away the beauty and years. Time moves forward slowly, and the entire ninja world slowly falls into peace. Kirigakure and Konoha also officially ended the war, and Yanian and Union also shook hands after the fierce battle at the beginning. In the past few years, Konoha has become more and more prosperous under the hands of Namikaze Minato. Minato applied his own concept of life to the village, and won the love of more ninjas and civilians. Without going through the Nine Tails Rebellion, many of Konoha's core strengths are still intact, and because Namikaze Minato's concept of governing the village is relatively gentle internally and extremely strong externally, many things that should have happened in the original plot did not happen. Today is the quarterly market time for Konoha village, and businessmen from all over the Land of Fire, and even businessmen from other countries, gather here. This is also an activity specially set up by Namikaze Minato to restore Konoha's other industries after the war. To give some convenience to those businessmen who come to Konoha, they will come flocking. This activity will last for half a month, driving the GDP growth of the whole village, and bringing special products from other regions that they are interested in to some villagers who hardly leave the village. Father, look! A very immature voice sounded, and I saw a boy about 5 or 6 years old holding a tall figure beside him with one hand. Obviously, they are a father and son. They were all wearing a set of plain robes, apparently uniform in style. However, the tall man wore a Konoha ninja forehead protector on his forehead, which completely covered his forehead. The boy's forehead was also covered with a wider cloth, probably trying to hide something. If Neji likes it, you can buy one and take it home. Rizai patted Ningsai's head. His face was loving, his eyes narrowed into a line. Yeah. Ningsai nodded heavily, and grabbed the mask in his hand, liking it very much. The Daily Messenger gave him money, and he continued to drag Neji around. It was rare for him to come out with Neji, so he decided to compensate him well. So he tried his best to meet Neji's reasonable demands. In a meatball shop in the distance, many figures are surrounded there, but one of the red figures stands out the most. I saw her holding a child about half a meter in one hand, and holding a bucket of food in the other hand. Naruto, quickly help Mom get something. Kushina blushed, squatted down, and showed Naruto the food. Oh, before we came out, Dad told us not to buy so many snacks. Now Naruto has a happy family, with father and mother, and life is not worrying. Page 272. With a pair of strong and capable parents, he no longer suffers from the indifference of others, and has become a child that many people like. After all, his father is Hokage, and his mother is a Jonin and a powerful Jinchuriki. Anyone with a little brain will deliberately please Naruto. TCH, do you still want to eat? Kushina let go of Naruto's hand, tapped Naruto's forehead with the free hand, and made him back away. Naruto frowned, his face was a little unhappy, and he covered his forehead with his hands. Hurry up and get some for Mom, and I'll give you as much as you take. Jiuzinai was a little speechless. She knew her child very well. When he rejected her with a reason that sounded bright and upright, it was when she didn't have enough bargaining chips. That's okay. Naruto smiled on his ruddy face, and the serious expression when he just lifted the water gate disappeared. With the care of his parents, Naruto no longer lives on instant noodles and expired milk. It can be seen from his flushed face that he is very healthy. Taking out half of the meatballs in Kushina's bucket, Naruto's eyes narrowed, bent into the shape of a crescent, and paired with short golden hair, it was like a live-action comic. Let's go back after eating. Don't tell your dad, do you hear me? Kushina watched Naruto happily hugging a string of meatball sticks, stood up, and reminded again. Got it, got it. Naruto answered without sincerity, putting his head to work. Little slick. Kushina patted Naruto's head with a smile on his face. Naruto's birth brought her a sense of belonging that she had never had since the Uzumaki clan was wiped out. In the past few years, she did not do other things, and devoted herself to being a full-time mother, accompanying Naruto to grow up at home. Naruto walked forward with short legs while eating. Kushina looked at his small back and followed him. Naruto, wait for mom. Hurry up. Dad is leaving, get off work at noon. When I go back and find that I'm not home again, I will definitely say you. Oh, it seems so, then let's go faster. Hey, wait for me. Don't go so fast. Naruto's voice sounded at last. Obviously Kushina heard his words and started to speed up. Uchiha Zhang has gray hair all over her head, but her body feels more alive and younger. Her face is also pink, and she looks very healthy. Grandma, there is a market in the village today. Do you want to go and see? Uchiha, Shisui and Itachi stood side by side, and it was Shisui who spoke. Hey, no need, my old lady. I don't want to move around anymore. Go and play. Uchiha Zhang lay on the old man's chair, looking at Shisui who had grown up and Itachi who looked like an old boy. Okay, mother-in-law, here is the fish I bought, and I will put it in the kitchen for you. Shisui nodded, raised his legs and walked towards the kitchen. Okay, thank you Shisui. Uchiha Zhang didn't stand up. She was used to Shisui's treatment of her. Since returning from the battlefield a few years ago, Shisui has been taking good care of Uchiha Kawasaki, and would run away to ask for warmth when he has time. That's okay, let's go first. Mother-in-law. Goodbye, grandma. Itachi followed behind Shisui, glanced at the old lady basking in the sun peacefully in the yard and smiled slightly. Well, good. Goodbye. Police force office. Fuyu was a bit busy. In an opportunity a few years ago, he had a heart-to-heart negotiation with Namikaze Minato, which was also approved by Minato. So, in the next period of time, Minato provided Fuyu with a vacancy in the Anbu army and asked him to place Uchiha's ninjas into it. And Fuyu also arranged for members of the clan who have this idea and are not weak in strength and talent. After the feedback was good, Minato Namikaze provided places for several teams one after another, and let Fuyu arrange them at will. And yesterday, Namikaze Minato once again let Uchiha be incorporated into a ninja team in Anbu. So at the moment, Fuyu is still thinking about this situation. Crunch! The door of the office was pushed open, and a little man with a thick head got in. Fuyu was a little puzzled, raised his head, and was about to yell loudly, "Father!" Sasuke walked lightly to Fuyu's desk, tried to raise his head, and stared at Fuyu with two pure eyes. "Oh, it's Sasuke." Fuyu took off the gold eyes on the bridge of his nose and smiled. "What's the matter?" Fuyu put his hands beside him, beckoning Sasuke to come over. "It's nothing. It's just that mother asked you if you want to go back for dinner at noon." Sasuke was a little shy, but he happily ran to Fuyu's side and got into that familiar embrace. Page 273. Oh, Dad is very busy today, so I won't go back to eat at noon. Fuyu looked down at the documents on the table and thought for a while. Huh? Don't go back to eat. What's the matter? Dad is really busy today. Sasuke. Shukaku hugged Sasuke into his lap and scratched his nose with his fingers. Brother won't go back to eat today. And you won't go back. It's just me and my mother. Sasuke's face was a little unhappy, and his big eyes looked cute. Dad is coming back to eat at night. Now Sasuke will go back and tell Mom that Dad is going to continue working. Fuyu squeezed Sasuke's face and put him on the ground. Okay. Sasuke came and went quickly. Huh. Fuyu rubbed the center of his brows, put on his glasses, and continued to work. In recent years, Namikaze Minato has been in power and has played a very good role as a bridge between Uchiha and the village. It has brought many positive effects to both parties, and Fuyu is not as bitter as the original book, and appears more humane. Therefore, the requirements for Sasuke are not so high, and he has always played the image of a loving father. And Itachi and Jishui, also for no reason, were caught in a dilemma between the village and the family. The existence of Namikaze Minato coordinated all of this very well. Root base. Danzo's face was very gloomy, and he still looked like everyone owed him money. His physical condition has been gradually recuperated over such a long time. My lord, the root ninjas who went out to perform missions this month are still attacked by unknown forces, and 3 teams have lost contact. A masked ninja half-kneeled in front of Danzo. His movements were very respectful. Still haven't found out who did it. Danzen's expression did not change. In the past few years, he has long been used to such situations. As long as you are a ninja at the root, you will be attacked by unknown people if you leave the village to do business. If it's light, the mission will fail. If it's heavy, it will directly cost your life. No. The ninja paused and nodded. What a waste, Danzen said bitterly, but he also knew that the enemy was not easy. Just by being able to know that the root ninja has left the village, it can be seen that the enemy is not a small character. The first few times when this happened, Danzo thought it was Namikaze Minato who was deliberately tripping him up. After all, the political ideas of the two are very different. Since Minato took office, Danzo has not participated in high-level meetings for a long time. But after the roots were attacked more often, Danzo also knew that it wasn't Namikaze Minato who was against him. Although he has this ability, he will definitely not be so boring. Let's go down. Recently, the village is still reduced. Wait for the opportunity. The ninjas at the root are not brought by strong winds, and now it is a time of peace, and the talent pool is getting smaller and smaller. Even if he is cold-blooded like Danzo, he still feels sorry for the loss of his roots. Yes. With a bang, the figure disappeared, leaving Danzo alone. Who is it that has been secretly making trouble with this old man? Danzo's one eye is full of danger, and it glows green in the dim environment. He has already ruled out Namikaze Minato and Saruto by Hiruzen, and none of the influential enemies has the strength to snipe the root, so this also makes him a little unpredictable. Although he bit off a few teeth with hatred, Danzo didn't even see the enemy's face. This is what Danzo was most angry about. In the past 2 years, his physical condition has gradually improved due to some technical breakthroughs made by someone, so he has not left the village for a long time. Boom! Exclamation! Danzo patted his left hand on the railing of the chair, not as steady as his face. Chapter 133 Gears that start to turn. Rainy Village. Pain stood on the high top, overlooking the fireworks in the world. The rain in Yuin Village is no longer formed naturally, but has become Pain's secret technique to rule the entire village. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. This is a ninjutsu recently explored by Nagato. It can use chakra to artificially rain, and every drop of rain is related to him. As long as it is not the chakra in the village, it will cover the raindrops and reveal their whereabouts. Currently, Yuin Village will be shrouded in this ninjutsu every week, except Sunday. These are also some measures Pain has taken to control the entire ninja village, to prevent outsiders from stealing information. Page 274. In the past few years, Zhao has achieved considerable growth in the cracks. Whether it is the intelligence system that is absolutely responsible, or other tasks that other people are responsible for, they have all been successfully completed. And a year ago, the Zhao organization also welcomed another new member, Fei Duan, a cult member from Tang country. Hidden's age is about the same as Saitama's, but his personality is extremely arrogant, and he is always for the cult. In order for Hidden to join the organization, Saitama also spent some time as a guide. They're all here. Zhao Nan appeared on this floor at some point, with a very flat tone. After so many years of growth, she seems to have become more aloof and less expressive. Okay. Pei nodded and turned to look at Zhao Nan. Let's go. The next step is the gate of the new world. Okay. Pain and Zhao Nan left here one after the other. Today is the semi-annual regular meeting organized by Zhao, and Pain decided to release some tasks at this time. Zhao in the meeting room of the organization. Around the long table made of slate, several members in red cloud uniforms with black backgrounds sat around. Hey, don't disturb me to pray to Lord Evil God, or I will sacrifice you. Fei Duan combed her hair to look like an adult, clasped her hands together, and held the Evil God necklace on her chest. Jiadu sat beside him, tapping his fingers on the table unconsciously, thinking about where to get money after the meeting was over. Hearing Fei Duan's words, Jiadu stopped the movements of his hands, raised his head slightly, and looked at Fei Duan. Are you talking to me, kid? Although it has been nearly a year since he joined the organization, if Fei Duan hadn't been immortal, he would have been killed countless times. That's right. Fei Duan turned his body sideways, put one foot on the chair, one hand on his knee, and looked at Kakuzu with an arrogant tone. If I can't kill you, I will definitely kill you. Jiaodu's emerald green eyes fixed on Fei Duan. TCH. Fei Duan seemed to have thought of something, turned his head to the other side, and still did not show weakness. Is Mr. Fei-Duan really interesting? Baiju spoke at this time, and he said slowly in a playful tone. He had seen Hiduan's end after provoking Kakuto for the first time, with countless black silk threads piercing through his body, like a rag doll being pulled. HMPH, do you also want to see the power of Lord Cthulhu? Fei-Duan looked at Ju, his mouth reluctant. I've always been interested in your evil god. Maybe I want to meet you sometime. Baiju looked at Fei-Duan with curiosity in his eyes. As a product of 10 Tails, he has lost his basic emotions. Fear is a topic he is interested in. I hate waiting for people, Scorpion said in a gloomy tone at the end of the long table. Saitama folded her arms and leaned against the back of the chair without saying a word. There was calmness and indifference on the slightly mature face, as if nothing could make him fluctuate. The passage of time has made Saitama more mature and stable. Boom! Exclamation boom! Footsteps came from outside the room, and even Fei-Duan, who believed in the evil god, became quiet. Pain and Xiaonan entered the arena one after another, and sat on chairs. Everyone, the moment Pain entered the field, consciously straightened their backs to make themselves look less lazy. Hello everyone, it seems that we haven't seen each other for a long time. Pain looked around and nodded. I don't want to talk nonsense anymore. After such a long hibernation, the organization's plan is also on the agenda. Pain's tone did not fluctuate, but the eyes of reincarnation began to emit a faint light. Jayadu took a breath. His eyes were a little dignified. He felt that it was too hasty to officially start planning now. Although the major ninja villages have just experienced war, they are in the moment of recuperation. Ju's eyes were calm and his eyes were calm, but a smile slowly appeared on Baiju's face. Fei-Duan has no common sense at all. He only knows that when the organization really starts to plan, it will be able to sacrifice a huge amount of sacrifices to Lord Evil God. Scorpion hides in the puppet, unable to detect the change of mentality. But even if he could see the expression on his face, it was still fake, because Sai had already completed the transformation of human puppet, and his body was also a puppet, and what he showed was what he wanted to show others. When Kyu heard this, he moved his back from the back of the chair and straightened his face. Although Pain's plan was much earlier than in the original book, he was not surprised. Page 275, because of the existence of Saitama, many plots have changed. About the organization's plan, I mentioned it when everyone joined, and now I think it's time. Pain saw the flying section that was eager to try. Boss, when will it start? I'll be the first. Fei-Duan clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes were full of obsession with blood. Don't rush. I will assign tasks slowly. Pain nodded to Fei-Duan, not caring about Fei-Duan's attitude. There are only 4-tailed beasts in the wild at present, and its Renju power comes from Yan Yan's rebellious old Zai. Because of discord with Tang's personality, Lao Zai left the village alone, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. If we want to start attacking, Lao Zai is undoubtedly the most suitable target for us right now. After all, there is a village behind the other tailed beasts, and Lao Zai can let us try. Pain spoke slowly, as if the first brother and the fourth tail were not big roles, and he had already held them in his hands. Intel about Lao Zai. Absolutely, you are in charge. Is there anyone willing to be the first to do it? Pain continued to talk. Although he said that he would start planning, in fact, he didn't mean to start the plan in an all-round way at this time, but to slowly start the plan. And the action against Sawei can be regarded as a preliminary understanding of the whole plan and gain some experience. Let me go. Saitama narrowed his eyes and looked at Pain. Jiaonan turned his head and looked at Kyu, without speaking, with vigilance in his eyes. Over the past few years, she has become more vigilant against Kyu, who took the initiative to come to her, not only because of Saitama's growing strength, but also because he has never figured out his goal. All eyes seem to be on Saitama, but Pain didn't speak for a long time. Yes, I will definitely provide you with intelligence support. From the moment you discover Lao Zai, you have half a month to arrest him. Pain looked at Saitama and said, while speaking, he looked at Ju, who was sitting diagonally opposite Saitama. No problem. Saitama nodded. I will collect information and traces of Lao Zai as soon as possible. Give me 1 day. Ju has always paid attention to the movement of all tailed beasts, but Lao Zai is a lone traveler who leaves the village, and his whereabouts are uncertain. Even he has difficulty obtaining accurate information. What did Orochimaru think about what you said last time? Pain looked at Saitama again as if thinking of something. Saitama shrugged, a little helplessly. He refused to join our organization. As you know, he is a difficult opponent, and there is nothing I can do about him. That's good. Pain nodded slightly, but his eyes kept looking at Saitama. Due to the characteristics of samsara, Saitama also cannot read what Pain is thinking. If the 4 tails are successfully captured, we will continue to carry out the plan. Followed by Sand hidden 1 tail, Taki hidden 7 tails. These 2 are the best catches left. Pain continued, except for Hiduin. Everyone nodded in agreement. Erway and Bawei have been in Union Village all year round. It is extremely difficult to capture them, but as long as they dare to come out, we can take action. If they stay in the village, they can choose to be caught last. 3-tailed Jinchuriki is currently the water shadow of Kirigakure, and it is extremely difficult to capture. Ju, also pay close attention to his whereabouts. After leaving the village, we can start the capture plan. 5 tails are Renjiriki of Yaniden village and they used to be companions with 4 tails, but he didn't betray the village. The capture is postponed. If he leaves the village, he can also take action. 6 tails Jinchuriki bubble, suspected to be a rebellious village, from Kirigakure. The news about the rebellious village is still uncertain, and further investigation is needed. Kyuubi is the last target. Jinjuriki is the wife of the current Hokage. She is very difficult to deal with, and she will hardly leave the village to perform tasks. It is the most difficult to capture. I'll capture 9 tails myself. Others are tentative. Pain finished all the information he had on the tail beast's movements in one breath. I'm coming now. I'm familiar with it. The horns with Takian's rebellious forehead are all talking, and he, who was born in Takian, is indeed the most suitable. Leave it to me. The silent scorpion made a low voice, and no one could hear the thoughts in his words. Can. Pain nodded and looked at Hiduin. I can do it, as long as the leader arranges it for me. Hiduin couldn't seem to call out the opponent's name, looked at Pain, and waited for the arrangement. Page 276. Let's look at Saitama's performance first, and arrange the rest in this way for the time being. It is good. That's all for today. Ju and Saitama, you can take action first. Saitama nodded and exchanged glances with Queer. Pain got up to leave. Zaonan took a deep look at Caillou, and then left, leaving only 5 people here. You shouldn't have a problem, right? Kakuzu said. Although he had confidence in Saitama's strength, his opponent was Jinchuriki, who was known for his destructive power and brute force. No problem. You can prepare for the next move, and it should be over soon on my side. Saitama stood up from his seat, flicked the hem of the windbreaker, and walked outside. Fei Duan was very upset with Kitama, who recruited him into the organization at the beginning, but he was beaten again in terms of strength, so he only dared to boo after Kitama left. Scorpion, are you ready for what you told me last time? Jiao Du turned to look at Scorpion. Come and get it from me in a while. It's specially made, and it meets all your requirements. Zai's voice came from Fei Liuhu, and at the same time he also left the meeting room. Jiadu nodded and followed. Bless you, Lord Cthulhu. If you have the opportunity, you must sacrifice all these people to you and let these godless people fall into your arms. Fei Duan held the evil god necklace, sat upright on the seat. His face was full of piousness, and crazy colors flashed in his eyes. Extreme madness and extreme piety appeared on one person's face at the same time, making Fei Duan abnormal. Chapter 134. Departure. Coming out of the conference room, Saitama went straight back to his room. Now that the Akatsuki organization has started to implement the plan, Saitama will not delay. Having been waiting for several years, Saitama can't wait to start collecting tailed beasts. This period is just the end of the Great War and the time when each ninja village is weak. If it is possible to collect most of the tailed beasts before they have time to react while the major ninja villages are cultivating, it is indeed a beautiful thing. Saitama walked to the table, picked up the weapon and hung it on his waist. At the same time, he took off the leather rope that tied the hair, picked up a short knife at the side, and swiped it a few times to cut off the shoulder-length hair. After touching the short-cut hair a few times with his hands, Kyu felt that the length was moderate, and patted it casually with his hands a few more times. After tidying up his clothes, Saitama hid the knife in his clothes, and then went outside. Of course, his mission now is to capture 4 tails, but before he absolutely provides information, he still has enough time to do his own business. The dark underground, under the artificial construction, does not appear wet, but very dry. On the wall, there are also some strange patterns painted, making the atmosphere even more weird. People who live in this kind of place for a long time are either abnormal or sick, and obviously, Orochimaru may account for both. The lights flickered, and there was a toothache sound coming from the depths of the corridor, as if someone was crushing the bones bit by bit. Saitama walked in such a corridor without any fear in his heart. Instead, He looked at the carved patterns on the surrounding walls with interest. Exclamation. The sound of footsteps echoed continuously. Kiyu kept moving forward with a cold face. But he really got a little annoyed when he left. Why did the base of Orochimaru build such a long corridor? Saitama suppressed the thoughts in his heart and continued walking. In his perception, the chakra fluctuations of Orochimaru were like a bright light. Boom! Exclamation. A deformed hand slammed on the door frame next to Saitama, and through the iron bars, Saitama could see a monster-like body and a pair of murderous eyes. Pausing his pace, Saitama looked at Orochimaru's experimental subject, and slowly leaned his head towards it. Looking directly at these failed experimental products, Saitama has a sense of sight of walking into Resident Evil. While feeling pitiful, Saitama also has a strong sense of pathos. Kill you. The owner of those eyes slammed on the door, staring at Saitama. Kiyu looked at it for a while, and finally saw a hook-shaped pattern on the back of the monster's neck, and the strange changes on his body were also caused by this thing. Orochimaru is conducting experiments on spells, and these people are the failed products of his experiments. At a glance, both sides of this corridor are full of small cells like prison cells, in which some crazy or peaceful or strange or normal people are locked up. Boom! Exclamation. He punched heavily on the door bar again, knocking on the door loudly, and the loud sound echoed in this monster corridor. And this kind of sound seems to have angered some other people, and the sound of roaring or knocking on the door continued to sound deeper. Kiyu smiled slightly, turned and left, not continuing to talk to the provocative monster. After walking through this corridor, there was an open, circular space like a coliseum. Page 277. The place where Kiyu came out is on the second floor of this space. At a glance, the entire circular space and many similar passages look like brackets. And in the middle, Kiyu saw a familiar figure, immersed in the experiment, looking intoxicated. Saitama approached without making any extra noise, and the figure didn't care about Saitama's approach. Jingle! Exclamation. A scalpel fell on the operating table and collided with the stone table, making a very crisp sound. Does Kiyu-kun still have time to come to my place? Orochimaru's voice was still very magnetic. After wiping his hands with his back on his back, he turned around and looked at Saitama. Saitama looked at this extremely attractive man with a shimmer in his eyes. In the past few years, Saitama and Orochimaru have cooperated many times, and many of the researches on Orochimaru are provided by Saitama. It happens to be free, so come and have a look. Saitama is very casual, and the communication with Orochimaru has deepened over the years, which has also allowed him to have a lot of tacit understanding with Orochimaru. The organization has started planning. How is your research here? Saitama looked at Orochimaru. Just to show you something. Orochimaru smiled. His eyes narrowed dangerously, his purple eyeshadow glistening in the light. Remember the person you told me about last time? That little guy named Zin. Orochimaru stared at Saitama. His tongue began to lick near his lips, and there was a hint of amusement in the depths of his eyes. Letter? Correct. I have the impression that you brought him out of Konoha. Not long ago, I made a deal with Danzo, and I brought him out with me. You can go and see. Saitama was aroused by Orochimaru's words, and he was also very interested in Zin. Before, seeing Orochimaru obsessed with intercolumn cells, he mentioned Zin, the experimental subject of Orochimaru in the early years. The letter has no other particularities, but the body is extremely inclusive. Even if it is as strong as the intercolumn cells, it is also compatible. Originally, as the experimental subject of Orochimaru, Zin had been given up, but Saitama's words once again attracted Orochimaru's interest. Following behind Orochimaru, Saitama soon came to a relatively spacious room, and a thin figure squatted on the bed. Holding his legs with both hands, Shin buried his head between them. A strange atmosphere enveloped him. Zin! Orochimaru walked a few meters in front of Zin, but did not continue to move forward. Hearing the sound, Shin raised his head numbly and looked towards the door. The eyes were empty, without a trace of life, not even fear or desire. What's the matter? It was just 2 words, and the letter seemed to have exhausted all its strength. Orochimaru didn't speak, but his face was still a bit ugly. Zin originally worshipped Orochimaru, and really wanted to learn cloning technology from Orochimaru, and voluntarily became an experimental subject, but Orochimaru only used him as a tool, so he did not fulfill his promise to Zin. After repeated experiments by Orochimaru, Zin's heart has become numb, and even death is no longer scary in his eyes. I know you hate me very much, but as an experimental subject, you must be enlightened, don't you? After I abandoned you, I found you again, which shows that you still have a role for me. This is the reason why you can live until now. Orochimaru licked his tongue, not caring about Shin's attitude towards him. Anyway, in front of absolute strength, the weak have no ability to resist. Slap! Orochimaru took a step forward, and Shin's eyes, which seemed to be dead, suddenly became alive. Bark! Nabu raised his hand horizontally, pointing at Orochimaru, and his hands turned into twisted roots, directly piercing Orochimaru's chest. Saitama squinted his eyes. His body didn't move. Zin believed that all the movements were in his line of sight, without any omission. You're still so uncute. Orochimaru looked down at the pierced chest. Blood gushed out from the wound and spilled all over the ground, but he was not affected in the slightest. When Shin heard Orochimaru's voice, his eyes darkened, and the tree roots extending from his arm also slowly fell off from his arm. He hugged his legs again, leaned his back against the wall, and stared at Orochimaru vomit. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, and slowly stretched out his hands from his mouth. And the original body is like a piece of skin, abandoned on the ground. Saitama took a step back silently, and distanced himself from Orochimaru. It's interesting, isn't it? Orochimaru said, looking at Katama. Well, it's okay. Saitama glanced at the fallen tree roots and nodded. Page 278. It's a good container, isn't it? When I transplant all the blood inheritance boundaries I need into this body, I don't know what the scene will be like. Orochimaru said. His tongue couldn't help licking his lips. I have to thank you for reminding me. Otherwise I would have given up such a good experimental subject. Chapter 135 Reincarnation of Dirty Earth. When Zin heard what Orochimaru said, he looked at Saitama, numb, and this was the only thing Saitama could read. If nothing else, I'm leaving. Saitama raised his legs and walked out. Zin was not attractive to him. At most, he was a little curious about the characteristics of his body. After all, being able to be compatible with any cell without rejection is still very rare in the entire ninja world. Is Kyukan not interested? That's right. After all, Kyukan's body is absolutely unbelievable. Orochimaru has seen all kinds of miracles of Saitama very early, knowing that Saitama obtained the cells between the pillars from nowhere, and can use wooden done. He followed Saitama's footsteps, walked out, and closed the thick iron door densely covered with symbols. By the way, didn't you say last time that you hope to optimize the dirty earth reincarnation? Do you want to see the effect? Orochimaru and Saitama walked side by side and said suddenly, has the improvement been completed? Saitama was a little surprised. Because of Saitama's various reminders, Orochimaru put the focus of research on the blood succession limit. Although forbidden techniques are still involved, I feel that I am not as enthusiastic as in my previous life. You can try it. Orochimaru licked his tongue, his eyes full of amusement. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, Saitama turned around again, and came to a very open and enclosed space. The second generation was able to create the ninjutsu of dirty reincarnation, which plays with life and death. It is worthy of being the strongest ninjutsu master in the ninja world. However, this ninjutsu has several flaws. It is prone to collapse and lack of control. I have spent a long time strengthening these things, and I have also made many improvements to the experimental subjects who performed the technique. Kyu listened quietly to Orochimaru's talk, and he knew that Orochimaru had the most say in the study of forbidden techniques. Taking out 2 experimental subjects who had been tortured to the point of being reduced to human form from the small cell beside him, Orochimaru walked up to Saitama without changing his face. Kyu looked at the 2 people who were held by Orochimaru, frowned, but did not speak. I found that the stronger the strength of a carrier used as the filth, the greater the chance of collapse, but the weaker the carrier, the weaker the ninjas who came out of the filth will be. At present, I haven't found the most suitable carrier, but I found that the carrier transplanted with the cells between the pillars has the least chance of collapse after the reincarnation of the dirty soil, and the stronger the ninja that comes out of the dirty soil, the stronger it will be. But you also know that it is difficult for ordinary people to fuse the cells between the columns, and I am reluctant to waste the only letter like this. Orochimaru spread his hands, looking helpless. What about cloning technology? Haven't you already mastered it? Kyu looked at Orochimaru, but he knew that Danzo's arm was believed. As a collaborator, Orochimaru transplanted Sharingan onto Shin's right arm, and then gave the arm to Danzo as part of the deal. As for the arm on Zin's body now, it was cultivated with intercolumn cells behind Dashuin. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Saitama's eyes. Although the cloning technology is very good, the conditions are very harsh. Even a clone is very precious to me. Orochimaru smiled slightly. His golden pupils looked at the 2 experimental subjects who had fallen to the ground. Kyu leaned aside, ready to watch Deshimaru's performance. Although he has already mastered the technique of reincarnation of dirty soil, he does not have the talent for improvement. Putting the two unconscious ninjas on the ground, Orochimaru slowly walked to the back of one of them. Reincarnation of dirty earth. As Orochimaru squeezed out the ninja seal, rounds of black runes emerged from the bottom of the carrier, completely covering him in a blink of an eye. Boom! Exclamation! Orochimaru slapped the ground with a palm, and chakra burst out, connected by runes, and transmitted to the carrier. Oh, even the carrier that had been knocked out of consciousness by Orochimaru screamed at this time. Who is it? Saitama just saw Orochimaru dripping a few drops of blood on the rune, but he didn't know who it was. There are many similarities with Zaunen's paper clone. The carrier starts to stand up, and countless grayish yellow paper-like things begin to wrap the carrier. Kyu squinted his eyes. Although he still didn't know who it was, he felt that the strength of the carrier was constantly improving, and it soon reached an extreme. Although due to the limitation of the carrier, the filthy can't exert its full strength, but it is the best result so far. When I develop the cloning technology to mass production, this ninjutsu will be able to truly exert its power. Orochimaru seemed to think of something, with a dangerous smile on his face. Saitama didn't speak. His cooperation with Orochimaru was limited to mutual assistance. He could provide help to Orochimaru, and Orochimaru helped him optimize dirty earth reincarnation. As for the carrier needed by the dirt, Saitama, as a traverser, knows that the Beiju avatar is the best carrier. So it's him. Saitama finally saw who it was that made Orochimaru dirty, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I didn't expect it to succeed the first time. Orochimaru was also a little surprised. Although the technique has been improved, the success rate is still not very high, especially for such a powerful ninja. Long time no see, Sakumo. Orochimaru stared at the confused person who had just come out of the dirt in front of him. You are Orochimaru. Hatake Sakumo narrowed his eyes and was about to move his body, but he couldn't move. Page 279. He saw the mark made by Orochimaru's hands. Although he didn't figure out what caused him, a dead person, to reappear, he had already determined that all the black hands came from Orochimaru. That's right, Sakumo. I summoned you today just to experiment with this ninjutsu. Orochimaru licked his lips. Sakumo became famous earlier than Sanin, and his single-handed combat ability is also stronger. Even he can't guarantee that he can take advantage of Bai Fang, who is in a complete state. Don't struggle anymore. This is the second generation of dirty soil reincarnation. I have specially strengthened my control. Orochimaru looked at Sakumo, seeing the struggle in his eyes. Sakumo didn't speak, but he noticed Saitama standing aside with his arms folded, and began to think about the current situation in his heart. How do you feel, Saitama? Orochimaru asked Saitama, still keeping his hands in ninja seal, so that Sakumo could not move. It looks good. How many can you control now? Saitama looked at Sakumo, who was once famous in the ninja world, raised his eyebrows, and asked Orochimaru, if it's at Sakumo's level, I can only control 3 for the time being. If it's an ordinary Jonin, I can probably control about 20. Orochimaru didn't hide it either. Saitama nodded, with a thoughtful look in the depths of his eyes. He was comparing the gap with Orochimaru. What on earth are you two going to do? Sakumo said with a calm voice. He sensed something unusual from Orochimaru's attitude. You'll know later. Sakumo. Orochimaru quickly formed a seal, and Sakumo was about to speak, but his eyelids sank and he fell into darkness. And following the movement of Orochimaru, a coffin emerged from the ground and stood behind Sakumo. Boom! Exclamation! Controlling Sakumo into the coffin, Orochimaru took the coffin away with psychic techniques. Although the carrier is not very good, there should still be research on the dirt this time. Orochimaru turned around and explained, I'll give you the improved technique in a while. Okay. Saitama nodded without hesitation. Jiraiya hasn't been looking for you recently? Saitama teased as if thinking of something. That idiot Orochimaru didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't speak. I'm going to Kirigakure recently. You may not see me for a while. Orochimaru continued. Has there been any movement in Danzo recently? Kyu asked. He has been making Danzo unhappy for the past few years, but he has never had a chance to kill him. After all, no matter how strong Saitama was, he would not dare to rush into Konoha to kill Danzo. I thought you would continue to be patient. Orochimaru's voice was a little hoarse, with a strong demagogue. Last time I helped him solve his physical problems. He should go to the country of grass recently to get something. Orochimaru paused, and sent Danzo's information to Saitama without hesitation. Saitama nodded. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 136. You are welcome to come again next time, and I will definitely give you a surprise next time. Orochimaru stared at Saitama with complicated eyes. Saitama left without turning around. He gets everything he needs and can leave contented. And this time, if Orochimaru's information is true, he can untie a knot in his heart. And this knot is the culprit that led Kyu to take this step. On the surface, Konoha is singing and dancing, but there are still many potential dangers. When Minato was in power, his external methods had always been tough, even though he was a young politician in his 30s, just like Yun Yin's touch with Konoha a few years ago. When he failed to abduct and sell the Yun crops, he even took a bite back, hoping to gain benefits. At that time, Namikaze Minato, who had just taken the position of Hokage for a few years, did not compromise and responded strongly, avoiding the tragedy of his previous life. Today, there is nothing unusual in Mui village. Under the leadership of Namikaze Minato, everyone firmly believes that the village will reach its peak again and continue to prosper. If there is anyone who is least willing to see Namikaze Minato being so high-spirited, it is undoubtedly Danzo, who is the same generation as the third generation. For a long time, Danzo has a strong desire for the position of Hokage. He is a second-generation subordinate and disciple with Hiruzaru Sarutobi, but Hiruzaru Sarutobi took the lead, which has always made him worry about it. But he also knew that compared with Sarutobi, he was indeed much worse, so he aimed his gaze at Hokage behind him. Page 280. White Fang, a ninja who became famous earlier than Sannin, was jealous of Danzo because of his great reputation. Haddock Sakumo, who was forced to death by the village, had other considerations, but being too strong was definitely one of the factors. Slowly, Danzo also knew that his chances of succeeding Hokage were almost zero, so he aimed at the control again, or influence the direction of Hokage. In other words, he just hopes that the next generation of Hokage will be people who are similar to his ruling philosophy. Obviously, Namikaze Minato was not, and Orochimaru, one of the Sannin who was given great hope by Danzo, did not win in the competition of Hokage. Not only did he fail to win, he eventually betrayed the village and became a wanted ninja. After Namikaze Minato came to power, Danzo was temporarily away from Konoha's high-level circle. Although Hiruzaru Sarutobi, Koharu Maitobi, and Yan Maitaman were all his companions when he was young, they carried the years of Konoha's previous decades. But in some aspects, they are obviously more inclined to the powerful, young, and deeply loved Minato Namikaze. With his own arrogance, Danzo continues to take root in Konoha and develops his own small power with peace of mind. Although in the past few years, Gen has been attacked by various attacks and his business expansion outside the village has been severely hit, but under the guidance of Danzo, Gen has not suffered a fatal blow and still retains most of his strength root. Danzo squinted his one eye, looking at the surrounding situation. In front of him, in an open space, stood dozens of root ninjas, all of whom were currently more elite. My lord, the assembly has been completed. A ninja wearing a tanuki mask approached Danzo. Yeah. Danzo glanced at the crowd in front of him and slowly stood up. His right hand was bandaged and pressed to his chest. The right eye was also wrapped in a bandage, along with most of his chest. The destination of leaving the village this time is the country of grass, but our mission goal is not there. We may encounter enemies along the way. Your mission is to follow along and protect me from behind. As long as I encounter enemies, we need you to show up immediately. Danzo's one eye kept flashing bloodthirsty light. At this moment, he was like a wolf that had reached the limit of hunger. He could do everything for some food and fight to the end. Yes, the ninjas at the roots replied in unison, without hesitation, and looked at Danzo very firmly. Set off. Danzo stood where he was, remembering what Orochimaru had said to him before. You must not think of the person who is targeting you, but I can't tell you right now. That would be meaningless. You can bet all your wealth to see if you can kill him. I'm actually curious as to what step he can make. I will kill him, Orochimaru, no matter who he is. This is what Danzo said, and when he spoke, his eyes spewed fire. I can transfer your whereabouts to him, and you can prepare in advance. It is good. In memory, Orochimaru showed a wicked smile at the end, licked his lips with his tongue, and disappeared in front of Danzo. No matter who you are, I will crush you this time. Anyone who blocks my progress, no one can continue to enjoy themselves. Danzo began to walk forward. A piece of light was in the distance, and the ninja at Genbu had already passed through the exit. Waiting outside, Saitama left Orochimaru's base and went straight to the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. He didn't doubt the accuracy of the information provided by Orochimaru, but he still kept an eye on it. It must be true that Danzo came to the country of grass. As for his level of protection, It is definitely not what Orochimaru said lightly. Although after so many years of precipitation, Saitama still will not take it lightly. Danzo's methods emerge endlessly, and the ninjas under him are not lacking in difficult abilities. The Kingdom of Grass is sandwiched between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Earth. It is a small country that leans towards the Kingdom of Fire. It is not an exaggeration to count them as vassals, even though they maintain their own political freedom. Although this country still has Grass Hidden Village, the ninjas are not strong. Most of them are experts in using poison and hidden weapons, and they are not very good at frontal combat. In the 3 wars that ended not long ago, the country of Grass that became a battlefield suffered heavy losses. But fortunately, Konoha won the victory in the end, so it also received a lot of assistance. Standing on the branch, Saitama remained motionless. With the squirming of the trunk, a pitcher plant slowly emerged from it, and it was the best way to find the 4-tailed Jinchuriki in the ninja world. Raising an eyebrow, Saitama looked over. It's really interesting, Kitama. Baiju's tone was playful, but Haiju didn't say a word. What happened? Lao Zai is near the Kingdom of Grass, so he can just capture it. Well, I'll go after I get rid of Danzang. You continue to follow up, and I'll find you when the time comes. Okay, but Sui seems to be difficult to deal with, and his temper is very irritable. You should be careful then, although you are very strong. Page 281. Baiju tried to remind him one last time, and slowly sank into the tree trunk. I hope you won't let me down next time, Danzo. So many years of patience finally broke out today. Saitama narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of Konoha. Over the years, he actually thought about killing Danzo, but due to the needs of Zio's organization, he didn't want to destroy the overall layout because of his own affairs. I have endured until now, and it is almost time to explode. Kyu then prepared to attack Danzo, so as to release the grievances of the past few years. After all, there is a huge difference between the path he is currently on and when he first traveled to this world. But I have to say that the current road seems to be more robust and reasonable, solid and stable. Swish! Exclamation swish. Danzo is hidden under a bandage, accompanied by 2 root ninjas. His eyes are firm and energetic, and his old face is covered with wrinkles, exuding the gloom to the extreme. My lord, not far ahead is the border of the Kingdom of Grass. Well, continue to be vigilant, the enemy may be nearby. Yes, Danzo marched at the front of the team, showing no sign of fear at all. This action was decided after he considered it many times. The enemy who has been hiding in the dark and attacking the root is like a thorn, stuck in Danzo's throat, making him very uncomfortable. Only by killing this enemy can Danzo feel that he can continue to develop his root power with peace of mind. Boom! Exclamation. While thinking, a huge rock flew towards the 3 people who were advancing at an extremely fast speed. Ferocious. Chapter 137 End. Are you here? Let the old man wait for a while. Danzo noticed the moment the rock flew over, and his eyes began to narrow. Staggering to avoid the attack, Danzo and the 2 root ninjas fell to the ground. The moment one of the ninjas landed, he took out a flare from his pocket and shot it into the air. Saitama stood tens of meters in front of Danzo and the others, quietly watching the root ninja perform, and did not stop him. With his hands crossed to his chest, the cool breeze blows his short hair flying, while the windbreaker with a black background and red clouds flutters in the wind. Standing tall and straight on the branch, Saitama didn't hide anything. You are Danzo saw Katama standing on the branch the moment he landed, and frowned. Obviously, he recognized Saitama. Danzo-sama, you really are a nobleman who forgets things. Saitama taunted, kicked his feet, fell down as well, and slowly approached Danzo. Uchiha Saitama. Many emotions appeared on Danzo's old face, and various emotions kept surging. Thank you for remembering me. Saitama looked behind Danzo. In his perception, many chakra fluctuations were approaching here, obviously Danzo's backhand. I didn't expect that in such a predicament, you didn't even die, Danzo said in a gloomy tone, and slowly removed the bandage on his right arm with his left hand. Hold him. Danzo turned his head and said to the 2 people around him. The 2 people next to Danzo didn't wear masks, but one of them wore huge sunglasses that covered most of his face, while the other wrapped his head with a bandage, exposing only 2 eyes. Yes, the 2 nodded, then took a step forward to meet Kyu. Danzo, are you still so naive? Saitama glanced at the ninja who came forward, and instantly had some thoughts. The ninja wearing sunglasses is most likely an insect control master of the Yalmf clan, and it seems that his strength is not low. Saitama smiled and continued to walk towards Danzo, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Bark! Exclamation. The electric current was entwined all over his body, and Saitama still had no extra expression on his face, but his eyes kept staring at Danzo. Go! The two ninjas looked at each other and rushed up, and the ninja wearing sunglasses tore off the clothes on his upper body the moment he crossed with another ninja. Sharingan instantly appeared in Saitama's eyes, and he saw that the upper body of the ninja, who was suspected to be of the Oil Girl clan, began to show black lines, like a black armor. Insect, Saitama thought of a person who appeared in the original plot, a root ninja called Yun Tojin, but that person is obviously still a child now, and he doesn't know where he is playing with worms with Shino. Page 282. But the worms raised by the Oil Girls are very powerful. They are nanoscale worms, which can directly destroy the cells of the human body, and the bug of this ninja in front of him is also very similar to that one. Saitama narrowed his eyes, increased the output of chakra, and looked at that ninja. Under the watchful eye of Sharingan, Saitama saw the bug on the half of the ninja, which was indeed a poisonous bug at the nanoscale. It spreads in the body like a virus, and as long as it touches the enemy, it can cause fatal damage instantly. It's interesting. Saitama didn't care, and rushed over. Wind escape vacuum bomb. Another ninja threw a ninjutsu about 10 meters away from Saitama, and several huge transparent balls spewed out from his mouth and shot at Saitama. Swish exclamation, swish exclamation. Saitama stopped and leaned to avoid the attack. The moment Saitama avoided ninjutsu, he reached under the windbreaker with his right hand, touched the handle of the knife, kicked hard with his feet, and ran directly towards the enemy. Crackling exclamation. The electric current wrapped the blade dazzlingly, and one hand drew a round arc in the air. Saitama narrowed his eyes and looked at the enemy who had already reached his attack range. Swish exclamation. The blade seems to tear apart the space, drawing black lines in the air. So fast. The ninja who used wind escape to attack Saitama thought secretly, but then rushed towards Saitama regardless, as if he didn't care about life or death. Bark exclamation. Blessed by the power of thunder, Saitama directly sent the knife into the enemy's abdomen, but the movement in his hand did not stop. The moment the enemy was hit, he grabbed Saitama's knife, and at the same time pressed the knife and continued to insert the knife deeper, and he also approached Saitama. Secret technique, poison layer technique. The enemy behind showed his figure, clasped his hands together, and held them in front of his mouth, and with his movements, a piece of purple-black dust sprayed out from his mouth, wrapping towards Saitama and the root ninja, obviously to achieve a certain purpose. Even a companion is just a bait. Saitama ignored the ninja who had already been stabbed through by himself, and his body was also numb by the electric current, unable to make more movements. Bark exclamation. A huge force came from the handle of the knife, overturning the ninja who was still hoping to hold Saitama in place, and at the same time the knife opened his abdomen, and his body was also torn apart. Swish exclamation. Saitama threw the knife in his hand, aiming to step back and dismantle the bandaged Danzo. Die! The poisonous mist had already reached Saitama, and the body of the ninja who was overturned by Saitama before had been exposed to the poisonous mist, and the surface of his body was corroded to varying degrees. It was as if countless bugs were gnawing at his body, and the bones were exposed in the blink of an eye, and the bones also quickly turned black, showing signs of corrosion. Other ninja screamed a few times, and he lost his breath in a blink of an eye. Swish exclamation. Saitama's body didn't move, and the moment the poisonous mist arrived, it turned into a blue-white light and disappeared in place. What? The ninja thought he could succeed, but he lost Saitama's figure in a blink of an eye. There was a chill in the back of my head, and a strong sense of crisis emerged in my heart. He turned back quickly, but what greeted him was a knife flooded with blue and white electricity. Danzo jumped back the moment Saitama threw the sword, but in the next second, Saitama appeared beside the sword. Holding the knife, he didn't chase after it, but swung the knife towards the ninja of the Oil Girl clan. Flying Thunder God Art. Danzo's face was uncertain, as if he didn't expect Saitama to be able to use the space-time ninjutsu that only a few people in the entire ninja world can do. He thought of the ninja who appeared in the Hokage building on the night of Ninetales Jinchuriki's production and stole the sealed book. He is also good at lightning escape and has Sharingan. Everything was right with Saitama, and many thoughts flashed in Danzo's mind. Bark exclamation. Saitama's current strength is not something that ordinary people can compete with. The ninja kept a terrified look on his face, but was slashed on the neck by Saitama. His exclamation blood spattered, and the bugs on his upper body seemed to lose power in an instant, and began to fall from the surface of his body. Boom exclamation. A good man's head fell to the ground. Danzo's eyes narrowed, and a smile appeared on his face at the same time. Whoosh exclamation, whoosh exclamation, whoosh. Dozens of figures flew over, all of them wearing uniform root ninja suits. Grown-ups. When everyone landed, they surrounded Danzo in the middle and looked at Saitama standing next to the two corpses. Many of them here don't know Saitama, but they recognize the Sharingan in Saitama's eyes. The enemy is good at lightning escape, can use flying thunder god art, and can also perform many Uchiha's secret arts. Sharingan has also evolved to the highest level beyond Sangoyu. Danzo briefly talked about Saitama's information, and everyone became more vigilant after listening. Use the enchantment, don't let him run away. Danzo moved his right hand a bit, and the writing sharing eye of a three-god jade in his right eye was also exposed. On the pale arm, there are 3 sharing eyes inlaid. In this life, when Namikaze Minato was in power, the number of Sharingan that Danzo could get dropped sharply, but he still got what he needed from various places. Page 283. I'm a little excited. Danzo. Saitama's Sharingan exudes killing intent, and the electric current around his body is more active, surging up and down his body. Chapter 138. The shock Danzo spread. Danzo straightened his body and began to direct his subordinates. Swish! Exclamation swish. A group of ninjas dispersed instantly, surrounding Saitama in the middle. Danzo, do you think you can win with more people? Kyu looked at Danzo, the corners of his mouth turned up, and the electric current in his body kept stirring. Swish! Exclamation. As soon as the enemy was in position, Saitama rushed out. He didn't use Flying Thunder God, but only used Thunderbolt to cast his own blinking body technique at the moment of the outbreak. The figure flickered, and Saitama turned into lightning, and rushed straight to an enemy not far in front. This is all the elite at the root, right? Saitama looked around in midair and thought to himself. Bark! Exclamation. The blade contained lightning, blooming on an enemy, and the blue-white light continued to explode. What! Exclamation. The enemy screamed, but a ninja behind him, squinting, pierced Saitama with a knife through his armpit. Swish! Exclamation. Gaoyu flashed across Kiyu's eyes, and the blood was like liquid, leaking from the eye sockets. Go to hell. The enemy spat out 2 words, and the 2 eyes exposed under the mask were fixed on Saitama. Bark! Exclamation. Blocking the knife horizontally, Kiyu turned his body, and the moment he turned sideways, a kunai slashed across his shoulder. It's really troublesome. Saitama glanced at the dozens of enemies around him, with some helplessness on his face. Of course, he didn't think it was difficult to deal with, but that these people didn't have a shred of self-knowledge. When his foot slipped, Saitama approached Danzo and saw the look of hatred in his eyes. But Saitama didn't rush directly to Danzo just like that, but stuck the knife into an enemy's chest again, and the blood gushed out desperately like white water that didn't cost money. Pedal! Exclamation. Taking advantage of the momentum and kicking upwards, Saitama jumped into the air. Would escape. Advent of the tree world. Killing intent flashed in Kiyu's eyes, and he used ninjutsu that he had never used before. The moment Danzo activated chakra all over Saitama, the Sharingan in his right eye shrank, and half of his body reacted. No way? Danzo couldn't believe it, but the chakra that broke out instantly told him that what he thought was about to happen. Bark! Exclamation. Boom! Exclamation. Crash. Countless trees flipped up from the ground, and continued to grow and extend. The roots seemed to be alive, and they found enemies who were either surprised, fled, or resisted. Bark! Exclamation. The roots and branches, like rapping children, engulfed some elite root ninjas. As the tree roots shrank, many ninjas exploded like water polo, and the scene became uncontrollable for a while. Art fire escape ho fireball fire escape impatience art. But the ninjas at the roots are extremely adaptable. After the initial shock, they began to use ninjutsu in an attempt to burn or block the rising trees. Damn it. Danzo dodged aside early in the morning, not knowing what method he used to escape Saitama's ninjutsu attack. The gloom flashed across his face, and Danzo saw the casualties of his subordinates. Slap! Exclamation. Saitama stepped on a thick tree trunk and looked at Danzo not far away. His ninjutsu this time was aimed at Danzo's subordinates. Apparently, it works great. Saitama looked at the forest under his feet, countless intertwined roots, and trunks growing against common sense. All the root ninjas around Saitama just now were attacked by wooden dun, and none of them escaped. Swish! Exclamation. A daze. A ninja flickered in front of Kiyu, and a kunai quickly stabbed Kiyu's throat, but Saitama's attention was not on the ninja, but on the 2 enemies approaching quietly beside him. Bark! Exclamation. Saitama missed his body, and kunai wiped his throat, passing a few centimeters away from his throat. Out of the corner of his eye, Saitama could see the astonishment in the enemy's eyes, but it turned into pain in an instant. Bark! Exclamation. The moment he turned around, The knife in his right hand stabbed into the enemy's body at a tricky angle. Without even looking at the ninja who came to die, Saitama turned to the side and made a ninja seal with one hand. The two enemies stopped side by side 5 meters away from Saitama. Water escape, earth water wave. Page 284. The enemy on the right hand made mudras with his hands, and then he tilted his head back. His throat seemed to have opened a valve, and clear water spewed out of his mouth. Rushing towards Saitama, thunder escape, earth walk. The moment that ninja used water escape, another ninja also used ninjutsu. Hold the wrist of the left hand with the right hand and press the palm into the water just now. Immediately, a stream of water flooded with thunder light sprayed towards Saitama, carrying the momentum of thunder. Zizi! Saitama narrowed his eyes, bent his legs, jumped to the side, and poured the chakra in his hand into the knife at the same time. Twish! The knife wraps the thunder and lightning, and spins to shoot at the enemy. Crash! The sword passed through the enemy's ninjutsu, and the momentum continued to shoot forward. Flying thunder god art. Saitama saw the sword approaching one of the enemies, narrowed his eyes, and disappeared in place. Swish! Saitama flashed in front of the enemy, and slashed out with a knife. Although the enemy had some psychological preparations, it was useless in the face of Saitama's absolute strength. Just as his body made some dodging movements, Saitama's sword had already come in front of him. Screaming across the enemy's throat, Saitama didn't change his face, kicked his feet, and continued to follow the other enemy. Spiral pill with his left hand imprinted on the enemy's chest. Saitama pulled his wrist hard, leading the enemy's body back and forth. Puff! The enemy spat out a mouthful of blood, his body spinning and flying backwards. Tisk tisk! Saitama made a sound after killing these enemies, and looked at Danzo with a gloomy face. Around Katama, Danzo's subordinates were dead and injured, and there were less than 10 people who could maintain their combat effectiveness. Very good, Uchiha Saitama. I really have you. Danzo stared at Saitama and walked forward slowly. By this time, he had already seen that Saitama's strength was completely crushing his subordinates, and even if he is himself, he cannot be Saitama's opponent. What do you want? Danzo's face was gloomy, and his tone was a little abnormal. Danzo-sama won't be so memoryless. Why did you bring a group of root ninjas here today? My purpose is exactly the opposite of yours. Really? Danzen squeezed his right hand, knowing that today would be impossible. Glancing down at the 3 Sharingan on his arm, he knew that he had to use the few lives left to gain a certain advantage, and even reverse the situation. Twish! All the remaining ninjas rushed towards Saitama without any hesitation, and Danzo also started to run towards Saitama. His hands kept making seals. Wind escape, wind blade art, fire escape, ho, fireball, thunder escape, earth walk. A colorful ninjutsu hit Saitama, locking the space tightly. Even if you are as strong as you, I will tear off a piece of flesh. The corner of Danzo's mouth was raised, and the Sharingan in his right eye was operating to the extreme, capturing Saitama's movements, and the 3 hook jades were also constantly spinning, and dark bloodshots began to densely cover the eyeballs. Swish! Saitama also used Sharingan to the extreme, and the trajectories of the ninjutsu that hit him can be clearly seen in his eyes. Earth dungeon, earth hiding technique. Saitama squatted down and pressed the ground. His body was like clay, melting into the ground. Bang! 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 The ninjutsu failed, blasting the place where Saitama was standing into a deep pit. Wandering electric current, stranded water flow, and burning flames continued to exert their power around. Boom! The ground shattered, and a figure shot out from a deeper underground and landed in an open space. It was Saitama, who had just been besieged. Ki stood firm and straightened his body. There was not a trace of scratches on the red cloud windbreaker with a black background, and he looked spotless. Chapter 139. The death of Danzo. This old man has been in the ninja world for so many years, and he has never been afraid. Even if it is between life and death, this old man will be the most upright one. Danzo stared at Saitama, and slowly spit out a few words. It seems that Danzo has already made all bad plans. Page 285. The clothes on your body are Zio, right? The organization of Yuin village. Danzo went on to say that he and Hanzo had cooperated and killed Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, at the time, but later he got the news that Hanzo died at the hands of the new student Akatsuki. Interested in this aspect, Danzo sent someone to investigate and got the exact news, but the information that Danzo can obtain is also very simple. This new Zio organization seems to have taken control of Yuin village, and their core members are wearing black trench coats with red clouds on their hands, and they are wearing a sign that reads, Code Ring. Thinking of this, Danzo looked at Saitama's hand again, and really saw a ring inlaid with red gemstones at the position of his right index finger. Your news is still so well informed. Saitama raised the knife to his chest, and swung the hem of his clothes with his other hand. Although I don't know what you and your organization are going to do, controlling a ninja village is definitely not a trivial matter. So what? You won't be able to leave today. The old man regrets his kindness back then. Danzo clenched his fists. Twish! Tiu disappeared in place, and in the flash of thunder, a root ninja covered his throat, and blood gushed out from the gap between his fingers. With a terrifying face, the ninja fell to the ground. Danzo frowned, stepped on his feet, and ran towards Saitama. He figured it out, and here he was the only one who could fight Saitama a few times, and his subordinates could only be regarded as Saitama's warm-up exercise. The old man is here to meet you. Danzo could only bite the bullet, but he couldn't give in. Even ninjas from the roots are not really emotionless. Seeing colleagues who have been working for many years die in the hands of Saitama, the survivors only have 3 words in their hearts: inhuman. Looking at each other, they surrounded Saitama in the middle and watched Danzo rush forward to provide some small support for Danzo. Are you here? I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Saitama muttered to himself, drew the knife in his hand into a slash in the air, and then hung it on his waist. Twish! Stepping on the ground, leaving a black mark, Saitama disappeared in place. Danzo's eyes widened. Sharingan was running, and the blue chakra circulated around him, finally converging on his right hand, and a knife-like weapon appeared on his right arm, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Wind escape, wind blade. Danzo squinted his eyes, and his pace was not slow. Dayama spiral pill. Saitama does not show any weakness, but wants to go to Danzo head-on. On the right hand, there is also a blue chakra, which keeps spinning in the hand, and finally forms a huge ball, which is still glowing with a faint blue light. Old man, die. Saitama's eyes brightened. Killing Danzo has always been what he wanted to do, and today he finally had such an opportunity. Stretching his right hand forward, Saitama's body formed an approximate straight line in the air. Like Danzo, he slashed out with his right hand bitterly. Boom! As soon as the 2 ninjutsu collided, there was no reaction. Danzo's ninjutsu is not simply wind blade, but uses the nature change of wind dungeon, which strengthens the attack power and cutting ability. The power is not inferior to spiral pill. Click! After a stalemate for nearly 3 seconds, the ninjutsu in Danzo's hand couldn't hold up at first, and a crack appeared on the blade. Twish! Danzo didn't stop. His left leg swept over and hit Kiyu's genitals. This leg was extremely fast, and it was still at a critical moment in the battle. But Saitama was already prepared, and Sangaoyu's Sharingan gave him the maximum dynamic capture vision. So the moment Danzo just moved, Saitama also acted. Bend your right leg, push your knee up, just to block Danzo's provocative leg. HMPH. Danzo snorted coldly, and took advantage of the situation to retract his right hand. But Kiyu was not ready to do what he wanted, and the ball in his hand continued to move forward, pressing on the retreating Danzo. Boom! Viral pill. A huge hole was blasted out of the ground, and a few pieces of wood were lying on the ground. Substitution. It has to be said that Danzo's combat awareness is indeed very strong. Even in the face of Saitama, who is stronger than himself, some ninjutsu skills are handy. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. Saitama squeezed the seal with one hand, and exhaled air from his mouth, blowing away the rising and falling dust around him. Looking away, he saw Danzo squatting on the ground panting for breath. My lord, you go first. Let's break up. A ninja approached Danzo and said slowly. Page 286. Danzo had a gloomy face and didn't speak. Saitama's target is him, and he doesn't think he can escape from Saitama, who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Since he couldn't escape, he decided to fight with all his strength to gain a chance. Looking down again, Danzo saw 3 scarlet eyes. Let's go together. Danzo stood up and waved his right hand. The others looked at each other hesitantly, and finally rushed up. Swish! Saitama put his hands on his chest. Chakra continued to condense, and an energy ball flooded with lightning began to form on his chest. Thunderstorm. Thunder Jade. Saitama put his hands into the thunderball on his chest while silently controlling the output of chakra. Twish! With both hands, 10 fingers were pulled out from the thunderball, and at the same time, the huge ball was broken down into 10 smaller thunderballs, which were distributed on each finger. Pretty good. Saitama lowered his head and glanced at the small thunderball that was constantly bursting with electric currents on his fingers. Go! Saitama aimed at the surrounding enemies. Each of the 10 fingers found an enemy and bounced the thunderball from his fingertips. Swish! 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 With lightning in it, The small thunderball is like a bullet, shooting at the enemy with infinite power and speed, and the trajectory in the air also shows a vacuum-like trace. It was as if the air had been evaporated by a thunderball. The enemy is caught off guard. There is no way to avoid it, and the speed cannot meet the requirements for evasion. Saitama seems to have a lot of steps to do these steps, but it actually took less than a second. And this ninjutsu is also inspired by Saitama based on the application of Spiral Pill by Uzumaki Naruto, the son of fate in his memory. Zizi exclamation. Several enemies were hit head-on by Saitama's ninjutsu, and the seemingly small lightning burst out with different power in an instant. The exploding thunderball rages past, directly bombarding and killing enemies hit by the front, and those who barely avoided the attack thought that Saitama's attack was over, and the thunderball that had never thought of landing also exploded with power. An area around, and those enemies who were not in a hurry to dodge were directly hit by this blow. The fatal ones fell to the ground and struggled continuously, and the unlucky ones died on the spot. Junior, you are worthy of being a member of Uchiha. Danzo fell to the ground, and half of his body was directly electrocuted into coke by Saitama's attack, but he still didn't die, but panted and looked at Saitama. Bark exclamation. No nonsense. Saitama chopped off with a knife, and at the same time stepped on Danzo's intact right arm. Bark exclamation. Danzo's expression changed as his right arm was separated from the body. Crackling exclamation. The electric current on the knife turned into a thunder snake and wrapped around Danzo, making him unable to move. At this time, Danzo's face was ashen, like an old dog, and he fell at Kiyu's feet. Do you have anything else to say? Saitama stared at Danzo coldly, and Sharingan still didn't relax, although Danzo had no power to resist at all. Hee. Uchiha Saitama, you are really a dangerous person. The Uchiha family has always been a cursed family. I don't think I did anything wrong. You who use the power of the curse will definitely be the scourge of the village and even the ninja world. Danzo's old face was covered with sweat, dripping densely on his cheeks, and following the wrinkles on his face, under the effect of gravity, it slowly dripped to the ground. His face was also full of misery, but in what he said, it was obvious that he didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Hee. It's ridiculous. Saitama's eyes flashed with amusement, and the electric current in his right hand continued to explode. Oh, with a slash, a head full of astonishment flew into the sky. Boom exclamation. The head fell next to the severed arm that Saitama had chopped off earlier, but Danzo's eyes did not close, but continued to stare at Saitama's standing figure. Buzz. Danzo's body turned into a phantom, slowly disappearing like a mirror in water. Swish exclamation. A tricky corner stabs at Kiyu, but Kiyu's like a prophet, leaning his body, barely avoiding it. Twish exclamation. Saitama waved his right hand, and the blade crossed the space, and the thunder and lightning shone on the blade, shining brightly. Ding exclamation. Saitama lowered his posture and looked at Danzo in front of him. At this time, his body has recovered, apparently using his Inagi, and looking at his arm, one of the three Sharingan there has lost its light and turned pale. Although Saitama had just cut off Danzo's right arm with a single knife, the forbidden technique his Inage had long been set in his eyes. As long as he swallows his last breath, the ninjutsu reciting in Sharingan will be activated to save Danzo's life. It's really boring. What do you think, Danzo? Saitama taunted, but the force in his hand was even stronger, pressing Danzo's kunai to him. Crackling. The current turned into a bigger thunder snake under the action of chakra, and sprayed towards Danzo violently. Using Katama's sword as a breakthrough, the electric snake went directly to Danzo. Page 287. Bark exclamation. Danzo's chest was pierced by Saitama's thousand-bird flow, and he also snorted coldly and stepped back. Viral pill. A faint blue ball appeared in Kiyu's left hand, kicked his foot, and Kiyu kept up with Danzo's speed. Damn you. Danzen's face became very bad, and he seemed to lose another life after only meeting each other. Now, his subordinates can't count on it. All the ninjas brought out from the roots have basically been killed by Saitama's two big moves. Those who survived also lost their fighting power. Boom exclamation. In Danzo's Sharingan, Spiral Pill was heavily imprinted on his chest, and at the same time drove his body to rotate. The muscles in the chest also twisted, and the internal organs were also damaged to varying degrees. Bark exclamation. Lightning flashed by, and Saitama's face moved closer to Danzo's. Two. Lightning strikes. The knife on his right hand turns into a god of death who harvests life, and cuts Danzo's body in two. When you make up your mind about my eyes, you should know that there will always be such a day. Saitama glanced at the ground, looking into Danzo's eyes. Twish exclamation. Saitama moved sideways again, kicked on the ground with one leg, and leaped towards the tree beside him. The knife in his hand turned into a hidden weapon and shot at a rock not far away. Boom! Exclamation! The knife was inserted into the rock, and Saitama's figure also arrived in an instant. Flying thunder god Art Danzo, don't try to run away. Don't make me look down on you. Saitama stood on the rock and looked at Danzo hiding under the rock. Boy, the old man knows that today is a mistake, but don't push too hard. Danzo looked at Saitama with a cold face. Danzo-sama is joking. You have been persecuting me all this time. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be on the current path. If you weren't for ambush me, I might still be Konoha's role model on the battlefield. Saitama hugged his arms and looked at Danzo. At the same time, Saitama also noticed that there were already two pale eyes on his arms. HMPH. Danzo also knew that it was useless to say these things now, and after a cold snort, he ignored Katama in front of him and began to slowly peel off the clothes on his upper body. Lie Sixang seal. Saitama knew that Danzo was a ruthless person. In his previous life, he used the seal to destroy his own body before he died, so as to prevent Obito from getting Shisui's eyes. At the same time, he wanted to exchange it for another, take Sasuke away. Sure enough, as Saitama expected, Danzo's upper body was engraved with circles of spells, which were complicated and weird. I have lived for so many years. No matter what I do, I will not violate Konoha's interests. For Konoha, I can resist all the darkness. Danzo looked at Katama, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. The Sharingan in his right eye has dimmed a lot. Without the blood of the Uchiha family, he still has intercolumn cells, but using Sharingan for a long time will only make his body feel extremely empty, and the ordinary eyeball of his left eye is covered with countless bloodshot eyes, like a mutant Sharingan. If Kyu didn't know Danzo's background, he might have thought he was about to open his eyes. What's the use of saying this? My purpose today is to kill you. After you die, many people will be at peace, and I can start my plan with confidence. Saitama pursed her lips, moved her gaze upwards, and looked at the blue and white sky. Hee. When did this old man actually become a stumbling block for you juniors? Danzo will look at his chest with a bitter smile on his face. Always follow behind you, and I want to lead once. No one understands me, and only you are magnanimous to me. But this time, no one can stop me from making a contribution to Konoha. Danzo's eyes were dim, and he was muttering something. What did you say? Kyu didn't hear what Danzo said, and was a little puzzled. I said, I will take you with me even if I die. A fierce look flashed across Danzo's face, and the Lie Sixang seal rune on his chest began to turn red. Boom! Exclamation! With one step, Danzo shot at Saitama. The chakra fluctuations all over his body were very chaotic, and a trace of blood began to drip from the corner of his mouth. Swish! Exclamation! Saitama activates flying rage and jutsu, preparing to dodge Danzo's death blow. Huh? With a thought in his mind, Kyu frowned, and there seemed to be a barrier around him, which was interfering with his space transfer. Do you think the old man is going to run away? The old man used himself as a bait to attract you to this place where the enchantment was set up, just to prevent you from escaping. I just found out now, it's too late. Danzo's face was full of hatred. From the beginning, he never thought of running away, and he has been leading Kitama to this side, and now it's time to harvest. Huh. Saitama stabbed the knife towards Danzo, and put his palm on the end of the handle of the knife, giving the knife a force and letting it shoot out. Swish! Exclamation! The knife shot at Danzan, but Danzang ignored him and continued to run over. Bark! Exclamation! The knife pierced his chest, but it was of no avail. Danzo's speed did not slow down, and he came to a meter in front of Saitama. Susanoo Saitama's eyes widened, and the three hooked balls in his eyes twirled wildly, and finally turned into a complex and beautiful pattern. Boom! Exclamation! A huge skeleton enveloped Saitama's whole body. Page 288, and it doesn't end there. First, a half-body skeleton appeared, wrapping Katama and separating Danzo and Katama. Then, blue and white threads began to appear on the skeleton, like flesh and blood, and began to grow. Soon, the chest muscles, the muscles of the hands, and the muscles of the face are slowly formed. In a blink of an eye, a huge half-body giant with muscles made of blue and white chakra appeared here. It's useless. Lie Sixang seal covers tens of meters to hundreds of meters in radius. Even with Susanoo, it can't stop the killing. Uchiha Saitama, this time, you still lose. There was a flash of joy on Danzo's old face, as if he had seen Saitama's death. Boom! Exclamation! The black chakra erupted, and the liquid-like seal centered on Danzo, enveloping Saitama and Susanoo in a blink of an eye. There is not much momentum, and some just disappear quietly. A deep pit appeared in place. Susanoo, Danzo, Saitama, and the surrounding trees all disappeared into the world as if they had been erased. It took a long time for the peace here to be broken. The air was like a shattered mirror, and then a figure walked out of it. From fantasy to reality, it is Danzo's Izanagi. In the end, the old man won. Danzo covered his right arm. The pale muscles on it twisted continuously, like countless maggots wriggling inside. Ho! Danzo's face was very bad, and he lost the balance of the three sharing eyes, and the cells between the pillars of his right arm started to riot again, and began to continuously devour his own cells. Go back quickly, otherwise the explosion of the cells between the columns will be completely irreversible. It's a pity that Uchiha Saitama's eyes were not obtained this time. Danzo looked at the pothole, a little regretful, but his face still had the joy of remaining alive after the catastrophe. Bark! Exclamation! An arm pierced out of the air, penetrating Danzo's left chest, and also frozen his expression for the last second. This is Danzo, who couldn't believe it, slowly turned his head, and caught sight of the red cloud's clothes on a black background. Are you the only one who knows Izanagi? Don't forget, I am a ninja of the Uchiha family, and you are just a fake. Saitama's voice appeared in Danzo's ear, taking away his last sliver of luck. Puff! Exclamation! His heart shattered in Saitama's hands, and the last sharingan in his right eye began to turn white. What ninjutsu do you use? It's definitely not Izanagi. Danzo hugged his left arm and appeared beside Saitama. At this time, he knelt down on the ground, staring at Saitama's still bright eyes with his left eye, while the sharingan in his right eye had lost his vision. If Izanagi was used, Saitama would lose the light in at least one eye, but he didn't. Therefore, Danzo felt that the ninjutsu that Saitama just escaped his attack was not the Izanagi he used. Hey, because it's ninjutsu here. Saitama nodded his right eye with his finger, showing a funny look. Really, Kaleidoscope's sharingan is so powerful. Half of Danzo's body began to turn into a tree. Although he forcibly suppressed the cells between the pillars with chakra, it was impossible to do it without the balance of sharingan. It's over, Danzo. Saitama walked over and stopped 1 meter in front of him, and Danzo's right arm exploded directly, and a thick tree trunk grew out of it. The screams didn't last long, and Danzo's body completely turned into a tree trunk. Sure enough, what the teacher said is right. I don't have the ability of Raijan, but I really don't want to be reconciled. Danzo's eyelids became heavy and began to close slowly. Danzo, the darkness of Kenoshita, die. Art fire escape ho fireball. Saitama rested for a while, and then began to clean the battlefield, covering up his own battle traces as much as possible, so as not to be figured out about the fighting method. With a smile from the heart on his cold face, Saitama seemed to have done something that really made him happy. Ha 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 ha! Covering his cheeks, Kyu lowered his head and laughed a few times, wandering in the woods with a devilish smile. This war starts from this moment. After killing Danzo, Saitama settled down and started to collect tailed beasts. The next step is to implement your ideas. Whoever blocks Saitama's path will be struck by his thunder. Chapter 140: The Ability of the Kaleidoscope. Having fulfilled a wish, Saitama felt extremely relaxed physically and mentally. All the root ninjas brought by Danzo were also terminated by Saitama. Page 289. Of course, Saitama also erased the traces in the end. Although there may still be traces left behind, others cannot deduce from those things who they are, or what method they used to kill these people. Due to the explosion of the cells between the pillars, most of Danzo's body turned into a part of the tree, but the head left outside was intact, and his face still maintained an expression of resignation. After confirming Danzo's death, Saitama didn't take care of Danzo's body, so he left her like that, and in a circle around Danzo's body, Saitama randomly piled up dozens of root ninja corpses there. What a wonderful battle! Baiju stretched out half of his body wrapped in pitcher plants from the tree trunk beside him, and looked at Saitama. I'm curious how you avoided Danzo's Lysiksang seal. Baiju stared at Saitama with playful eyes. That's the ability of the kaleidoscope, the ninjutsu that resides in my right eye. It's similar to the Uchiha family's forbidden technique Izanagi, but it doesn't use up one eye once it's used. However, this ninjutsu also consumes a lot of pupil power. It takes a long time to recover after using it once. Saitama sat on the tree trunk with his legs dangling in the air, and the hem of his clothes fluttered in the air with the wind. He seemed unprepared, and told Ju directly about the ability of his right eye. Oh, that's pretty powerful. Baiju nodded, while Haiju was silent, but his eyes were flickering and thinking. When are you going to catch 4 tails? Baiju asked. Take a break. I just used the kaleidoscope, and I feel a little tired. All right, I'll continue to stare at Sui first. Come here when you're ready. Well, be careful, don't be discovered by the tailed beast. I heard that the four-tailed Jinchuriki can also communicate with the tailed beast, borrowing a large part of its power. Kyu turned his head and took a deep look at Baiju. An. Baiju raised the corners of his mouth. An impatient expression appeared on his face, and his body sank into the tree trunk slowly, disappearing. Saitama looked at the place where Ju disappeared. His eyes didn't change much, and in his right eye, if you look carefully, you can see a thread of blood passing through the pupil and connecting the two opposite corners of the eyeball. Touching the right eye socket with his right hand, Saitama sat there quietly without speaking. As he just told Ju, after a long period of research he has figured out the ability of his right eye. It is the enhanced version of Izanagi, and the cost of using it once is only part of the pupil power, but the ability in this kaleidoscope is partly different from Izanagi. Izanagi, it seems that it can only be used after the caster's death, but Saitama's ability can be used at any time. The bigger difference is that Saitama's ability is to record the previous physical state and summon that state back when the performer uses ninjutsu. In other words, Saitama records data for a period of time, and then activates the kaleidoscope ninjutsu of the right eye during state B, and he is able to return to state A. Of course, setting the activation conditions for this ability in the right eye can still allow the caster to return to the record state after death. This is equivalent to the archive of games played in Saitama's previous life memory, so Saitama called this ninjutsu archive. Putting his hand on his right eye for a long time, Saitama could feel the stinging pain in his eyeball slowly disappearing. Saitama put down his hands, propped his hands on the tree trunk, and looked at the distant sky. This ninjutsu consumes pupil power, and what Kyu lacks most is pupil power. With Saitama's current state, the ability of the right eye can be used multiple times, but every time it is activated, the pupil power consumed by save cannot be restored instantly even if it returns to the previously stored state. But fortunately, Saitama's pupil power is very sufficient. According to his own estimation, he can use it about 3 times in a row. In other words, Saitama has at least 4 lives in one battle, and the archive ability is equivalent to his resurrection coin. The left eye Amaterasu, the right eye save. Saitama's kaleidoscope ability is now very clear. The appearance of Amaterasu was because he was besieged at that time and wanted to escape to ascend to heaven, while save was when he was on the verge of death and wanted to do it again. Shirinen, also known as the eye of spiritual reflection, the ability of the eyes is formed by the inner desire of the ninja himself. Therefore, the appearance of these two abilities of Saitama is not surprising. Ichio's turn next. Saitama's eyes were deep, and his face was ruthless. Now that he has chosen to cooperate with Uchiha Madara, Saitama has found his own path, and Uchiha Madara's motives are impure, so he is naturally on guard. But tailed beasts still need to be collected. Only when these strategic weapons are collected can everyone be subdued. Although this method made Kyu feel a little awkward, it was the best way. Unify the ninja world! This is Saitama's ultimate goal. The best way to eliminate disputes is to unify. Whether it's a family and a village, or a village and a village, any grievances between them will soon be eliminated under the background of great unification. As for Nagato, Saitama also thought about it. Page 290. After collecting almost all the tailed beasts, Saitama is ready for a showdown with Nagato. How to choose is a matter for Nagato and Saitama at that time. In anticipation, Kyu felt that Nagato, who called himself a god, should be able to accept his opinion. Anyway, the two of them ultimately wanted to spread peace to the ninja world, but the methods and means were somewhat different. Okay, let's go to Ju first. Saitama narrowed his eyes, thinking of Haiju. Haiju has always been a trouble, and Saitama is also planning to get rid of this ninja black hand when he wants to be at ease. In the previous life, in order to control Obito, Uchiha Madara set a curse seal at the heart of Obito, so that Obito could not have the idea of lifting the curse seal, and the control of the curse seal is in the hands of Haiju. Knowing all this, Saitama was rescued by Uchiha Madara and found out the location of the heart the day after he woke up, but he did not find the curse mark. But this made Saitama even more surprised. Uchiha Madara was so relieved of him, so he has been silently checking the condition of his body, and since he can have this idea, it means that the curse seal on his body is definitely different from the Obito in his previous life, although up to now, he has not found any abnormalities in his body. In perception, the chakra fluctuations deliberately released by Baiju continue to guide Saitama in the distance. Only a few people in the entire ninja world can emit this kind of fluctuation similar to Hashirama chakra, and only a few people can perceive it. Follow along to find the past. Caillou and Baiju meet up soon. What's the matter? Saitama stood on the branch, and the rare pitcher plant slowly rose from his feet. Old Zai is in the commoner village in front of him. Since he left Taiyan village, he has been living like an ascetic monk, although the influence of the tailed beast made his temper flammable and explosive, but relying on the cultivation of his own heart, his current state is still good. Well, then I'll go there now. I can feel his powerful, scorching chakra. Kyu glanced at Baiju, who wanted to continue introducing him, bent his body, and ejaculated. With the experience of his previous life, he still has a certain understanding of the ability of the four-tailed Jinchuriki, and in the books left to him by Uchiha Madara, the abilities and characteristics of the tailed beast are even more precious. TCH. How rude. Baiju looked at Kyu's back, a little dissatisfied with his attitude. After all, he had worked so hard for so many days, but Saitama still didn't let him finish talking about everything he had collected. Obviously, he didn't respect the achievements of the working people. Chapter 141 Four Tails Jinchuriki Old Purple. This is a small village with a population of less than 300, and everyone lives a miserable but normal life. But just a few days ago, an ascetic monk who was said to have wandered around the ninja world and had great abilities came to the village. Every day, this ascetic monk will solve problems for everyone in the small square of the village. The master said that this is a kind of practice that belongs to him. The villagers, who have no other entertainment programs except working in the field and at home, are naturally happy to let this ascetic monk who appears in the village tell stories here every day, and they don't charge money anyway. Right. Lao Zai put an iron bar in front of him, curled his legs, and sat on the ground, ready to wait for the people who came to listen to his chicken soup story. The red hair is as bright as magma, like the third generation of Tukage, and Lao Zai is only less than 1 meter tall, wearing purple clothes with ninja armor on it. At first glance, no one would associate him with the wandering monk. Master, what are you going to talk about today? Tell me first. A man with dull skin and thick palms said to Lao Zai. Don't worry, I'll talk slowly when everyone is here and the time is up. Lao Zai narrowed his eyes, looked around the village, and saw the crowd slowly gathering. Okay, master. The man nodded, found a place to sit cross-legged, put his hands on his chin, and waited for the master's story. Anyway, he is a farmer and a bachelor, and there are no entertainment programs every day. As the Rinjalai of Four Tails, Lao Zai was planted by Four Tails at a very young age and became a strategic weapon of the village. Although he was not treated in a targeted manner in the village, it was still a little unnatural for everyone to get along with him. We all know that he is Rinjalai, and there will always be some barriers. Coupled with the influence of the Monkey King with Four Tails, Lao Zai's temper was violent and stubborn, so there was some gap with the third generation of Tukage, and finally left the village directly in a fit of anger. Fortunately, the third Tsuchikage did not include him in the ranks of rebels for the time being, and did not let Iwagakashi's Anbu hunt him down. It has been decades since he became Rinjalai, and the relationship between Lao Zai and Siwei has become more and more harmonious. Under mutual influence, they gradually became close partners. Lao Zai can also gain the power of Four Tails through communication, and Four Tails can also see the outside world through Lao Zai's eyes. Old Zai, do you feel it? Inside the body, the voice of Monkey King with Four Tails was a little abnormal, and he was very vigilant. Well, I always feel that something is going to happen. I haven't found out what it is exactly. Page 291. With a sullen face, Lao Zai communicated with Siwei in her inner world. There is a very powerful chakra approaching here, and there is some familiarity in the strangeness. The chakra that Sun Wukong detected is very familiar, somewhat like the person who captured it back then, but it doesn't have that strong feeling. It seems to be weakened a little. Old Zai, why don't you leave here first? Sun Wukong suggested to Lao Zai in his inner world. It should be just passing by. Besides, it's too late to leave at this time. Lao Zai's many years of ascetic practice are still somewhat useful, making him calm and optimistic. Okay, listen to you. Okay. Lao Zai raised his head, glanced over the head of the man sitting cross-legged in front of him, and looked towards the east of the village. Although she is not young, Lao Zai is still full of vitality and does not look old. Under the nourishment of tailed beast chakra, he looks like a middle-aged man in his 40s or s. But in fact, Lao Zai and the third generation of Taiying are people of the same generation. Master, you see that everyone is here. Is it about to start? It was still the same man from before, sitting cross-legged on the ground, waving one hand above his head, beckoning to Lao Zai. Lao Zai looked around and found that during the time he was communicating with Siwei, The idlers in the village basically gathered around him. All right then, I'm starting today's topic. Lao Zai nodded, but his eyes stayed on the opposite house. There just fell a man wearing a black-bottomed red cloud windbreaker, and those powerful chakra fluctuations came from this man. Seeing Katama's face clearly, Lao Zai made sure that he didn't know him and started his own topic. He found that Saitama really seemed to be passing by and didn't exude any malice. A long time ago, the old man passed by a monkey mountain. Lao Zai started his own performance, while Caillou sat on the roof opposite him, with a curious face on his face, and did not move. He wanted to see what was so special about this four-tailed Jinchuriki who didn't have much role in the original novel. Four-tailed Monkey King, famous for his damage and strength, is not low in the ranking of tailed beasts, but in the original book, Lao Zai met the dried persimmon ghost shark, which can be said to be his nemesis, and was directly maimed, captured, and finally stripped of the tailed beast, and made into a six-paths puppet after death. After Lao Zai glanced at Caillou, he didn't continue to care about him, but concentrated on his own narration. The stories in his mouth are made by adapting his own stories, and he also specially added some life attitudes and wise sayings. After dinner in the afternoon, the sky was still dim, and Lao Zai's story meeting lasted for several hours. Although it was very interesting, seeing that it was getting late, many villagers got up one after another and went home. They still need to do farm work tomorrow, so it's enough to spend a while here. As for those who stayed, most of them were children. They felt that the story told by this old man who didn't look old was much more interesting than the first teacher in the village, so they were willing to stay here and continue to listen. Saitama sat on the roof. His movements didn't change much, and he was still listening to Lao Zai's story with great interest. After another long time, Lao Zai stopped talking, looked around, and found that there was only one person left around, and that was the man who came first. Okay, that's all for today. I'll continue tomorrow when I have time. Lao Zai opened his mouth, and the man with his chin propped up was startled by Lao Zai's sudden raised voice. His body trembled, and he woke up from his sleep. Master, it's over? Then I'll go back first. You take your time to rest. The man yawned, stood up, patted the pants on the buttocks, and shook off the dust on them. Lao Zai has been living in this small square for the past few days, whether in the wind or in the sun. Even though the head of the village kindly offered him a place to live, he still declined, saying, "This is a kind of practice." Okay. Lao Zai stood up, nodded to him, and then the moment the man turned around, he looked at Saitama, who had been sitting cross-legged on the opposite roof. In Lao Zai's perception, Saitama's aura continued to rise, and the idea of being defined as malicious by the tailed beast also continued to intensify. Four tails Jinchuriki, old Zai? Caillou asked knowingly, and it was regarded as a greeting. He stood up slowly, twisted his neck a few times to relieve his fatigue, and at the same time looked at Lao Zai not far away, who was below. It's the old man. Lao Zai picked up the black stick that had been put aside early in the morning. It was his weapon, but it was not often used in battles. Instead, it was used for his ascetic journey on foot, to give him some support. Then I'm not wrong. Saitama shrugged, bent his knees, jumped off the roof, and headed out of the village. It was the first time to capture a tailed beast, and it was also the first time Saitama fought with a tailed beast. The momentum would definitely be great. In order not to cause unnecessary casualties, Saitama decided to move the battlefield to an open space on the side. Civilians are innocent. Page 292. Lao Zai can feel Caillou's sense of good and evil, and also understands the reason for such an approach. Old Zai, be careful. The enemy is hard to deal with. Sun Wukong poked his head out in his inner world, warning Lao Zai. Understood. This time we are going to fight together again. Monkey King. Lao Zai's face was sullen, with seriousness appearing in the depths of his eyes. Looking at Caillou's face, he felt that he was not very old, but the imposing manner on his body gave people an insurmountable feeling. This is the aura of a strong man, and Lao Zai knows that a person should not be judged by his appearance, so he does not intend to underestimate Saitama. Chapter 142. The explosion of old Zai. Saitama's speed was very fast, and without making any sound, he left the village in a blink of an eye and came to the wasteland to the east of the village. This area belongs to saline alkali land, which is not suitable for planting crops, so it was left empty by the people of this village. The annual gathering is held in this open space. Whoosh! Exclamation! The windbreaker made a whirring sound in the wind, and at the same time, Saitama's hair was carried by the wind and rolled behind his head. Originally, when Saitama left the Akatsuki organization, she cut her hair short and cut it into that kind of lazy half-length hair, which is very anime style, but now the cold wind blows at night, and it directly becomes the hair of a mature man. Dig back! Slap! Saitama stepped on the ground, and the fairly solid ground gave him a very comfortable feeling. Saitama didn't take the lead in attacking, so he straightened his body and stood in place. Boom! Lao Zai, who was following Saitama, landed not far from Saitama, making a rather dull voice. Who are you? Lao Zai frowned, his tone a bit unfriendly. I, the nameless man. Saitama remained expressionless, like a cold-blooded killer. Rubbing the windbreaker with his right hand a few times, Saitama slowly stretched his hand into the hem of the coat. Click! A smile appeared on Saitama's face as his fingers touched the sharkskin non-slip strap of the knife handle. I'm here, just for 4 tails. Saitama leaned forward, and the ninja sword at his waist was slowly drawn out. The blade reflected a blue-white light onto the reflection of the high moon. Is it for the tail beast? No wonder Lao Zai narrowed his eyes. The temperature on his body began to rise, and the ground under his feet showed signs of melting. Swish! Kiyu made the first move, kicked his left foot on the ground, and his body turned into lightning, rushing out. Since you have an unruly plan, you must have the psychological expectation that you can be killed by us. Old Zai's face was filled with anger and suddenly changed from the previous harmony. King Kong's glaring eyes may be referring to people like Lao Zai. In the last second, I can chat with you very kindly, but in the next second, I will directly breathe fire on you. Swish! Saitama blocked with his right hand in front of him and caught a burning fireball. Boom! With strong strength, fireball pushed Saitama back a step, but was slapped to the ground by Saitama in a blink of an eye. As soon as the fireball landed, it turned into scattered red magma, and the hot air flow began to rise, and even the air seemed to become thinner. It's interesting. Saitama glanced at the fireball that Lao Zai spewed out of his mouth just now. As Renjiriki, Lao Zai released many ninjutsu and skipped the seal stage, and aimed at hitting people at the beginning. And because of the characteristics of the 4 tails, the ninjutsu released by Lao Zai has a strong burning sensation. Because the 4 tails have the attribute of melting escape, as Jinchuriki, Lao Zai has more ninjutsu than this. The thunder and lightning entangled his body, and Saitama's speed increased in vain, and the Sharingan in both eyes also popped out suddenly. That's Lao Zai put his hands around his mouth, saw the change in Saitama's eyes, and recognized that it was Konoha's blood successor Kenki Sharingan. Bark! Saitama lowered the knife, and the tip of the knife touched the soil on the ground, and the lightning attached to the knife cut through the ground where it ran, leaving a long and narrow black wound. Melting escape, scorching fire, flowing rock art. Lao Zai put his hands in a strange shape, and placed them by his mouth, and his face began to turn red, and white steam was clearly visible from above his head at night, obviously caused by the high temperature. Here we come! Saitama turned on Sharingan, and he saw Lao Zai running all the countless chakras on his chest, and the scorching temperature slowly came out of his mouth. Bang! 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 Lao Zai leaned back, and then threw it forward, but his leg stood on the spot as if rooted. After this action, a huge magma fireball rushed straight towards Saitama with high temperature. And this is not over yet. When Saitama swung his knife and was ready to meet Lao Zai's attack, a magma fireball of the same size was ejected from Lao Zai's mouth again, and the target was still Saitama. Frowning, Saitama found that Lao Zai seemed to have a tendency to squirt, and stopped the movement tendency of his right hand. He didn't want to be hit like a target by Lao Zai. Water Escape Water Dragon Bullet Art. Page 293. At present, Saitama's chakra is not inferior to that of Laozi, who defeated Lao Zai in the previous life, and Kasama, who has shark muscles, is even worse. Since Kasama can use Water Dungeon to defeat Lao Zai, Kaiyue plans to try Water Dungeon. It is not the first time that Saitama, who is able to use all ninja attributes, has used Water Dungeon. In the 5 years of his spare time, Saitama has been honing his ninjutsu, whether it is the 5 elements Danjutsu, the Yin-Yang Danjutsu, or the 6 paths. As long as he can use it, he will find time to practice and strengthen it. Even the illusion that Kiyu has not been very good at, Kiyu also practiced in those years. But for the practice of illusion, Saitama usually practices how to fight and fight. The advantage of Sharingan allows him to be immune to or see through ordinary non-pupil illusions, which is also an advantage when he encounters illusion ninjas in the future. While pinching with one hand, Saitama slid his right hand down and inserted the knife under his clothes, into the leather button on his waist. Roar! With a dragon cry, a huge, transparent water dragon with a strong sense of power emerged from behind Saitama and flew towards the magma ball ejected by Lao Zai. As soon as the two ninjutsu came into contact, endless water vapor burst out. Saitama's water escape is not a simple escape technique, but some changes in nature have been added to enhance the thickness and envelopment of water. Let water dungeon no longer be defeated so easily. Lao Zai's magma ball is naturally not a mortal thing. It is directly the product of melting escape. A magma ball and a water dragon both disappeared into the air after contact, leaving only water vapor all over the sky. But Lao Zai didn't just spew out a magma ball. Swish exclamation followed by two huge fireballs, made of magma with scorching temperature, shot over one after another. The speed is not slow, and in the blink of an eye, he is 10 meters in front of Kyu. Ninja marks were formed on each of his hands. Saitama's face was calm, without the panic and anxiety of facing danger directly. Roar. Two more water dragons appeared behind Saitama. The water dragon circled behind him first, then roared and flew towards the two huge magma balls. Lao Zai's face was serious, and he didn't relax. The moment the water dragon appeared, he started to act again. Twish exclamation. Kyu ignored the ninjutsu that was about to collide, and his eyes fell on Lao Zai. The moment he moved, Saitama also started to move, even faster. As Lao Zai moved, white steam came out of his body. Those who didn't know thought he was Lihan the Six Tails Man, the machine master who used steam. Boom exclamation. Lao Zai stomped hard, pushing the ground out of the deep pit, and at the same time bent and stretched his body, like a bow and arrow ready to go, leaving the string in an instant. Whoosh exclamation. Lao Zai rushed straight to Saitama, and a red liquid began to appear on the surface of his body, like a layer of magma. Wrong, to be precise. That is magma. Saitama narrowed his eyes, and his body pulled out a blue-white afterimage in midair. The knife was held in his hand again, and a strong current was still wrapped around it. Hiss exclamation. The fireball formed by the water dragon and the magma collided together and turned into steam that filled the sky with a scorching and pungent smell. Melting chakra mode. At this time, Lao Zai's whole body was covered by crimson magma, and he became the most dazzling star in the dark night. Lightning chakra mode. And Kyu didn't give up too much. His body wrapped in blue and white electric current was equally bright and moving. Chapter 143. Four Tails. Monkey King. Saitama's Sharingan fixed her eyes on Lao Zai. Her muscles tensed completely. Thunder and lightning continuously wrapped around his body, giving him the blessing of speed and strength, and formed a solid thunder and lightning armor on the surface of his body, already looking like a god of thunder. Pedal exclamation. Kyu bent his knees, and his body was ready to shoot. The knife in his hand slashed at the side of his body, swung it in a semicircle, and slashed at Lao Zai. Good time, Lao Tzu said with a sullen face after using melting escape chakra mode. He is worthy of anyone's close combat. Melting dungeon buffed his defense and attack. Even Lei Ying, who is famous for his physical skills, Lao Zai thinks he can fight. Swish exclamation. Clenching his fists with both hands, Lao Zai spit out a mouthful of white steam. His eyes reflected a fiery red light. His body seemed to be about to explode, and hot air bubbles constantly emerged. Bark exclamation. Saitama looked at Lao Zai's arm with a knife, and the magma on it shook, removing the impact of Saitama, and at the same time climbing up along the blade. Huh? Saitama narrowed his eyes, and the chakra on his body erupted instantly, and the chakra transformed into a thicker thunderbolt. Drink. Lao Zai punched towards Kyu's chest. Due to his height, even though he has changed slightly in melting escape chakra mode, attacking the chest is the most comfortable position for him. If he wanted to lead, Lao Zai had to jump up. Bark exclamation. The blade split the package of magma and slashed towards Lao Zai's fist. Page 294. Pedal exclamation. As soon as they touched each other, both of them took a step back, and the strong strength almost made Saitama's sword fall out of his hand. Sure enough, it's Four Tails, Kyu said with a sullen face, stopped his retreat, and wiped the corner of his mouth with his left hand, wiping away the blood that had been concussed by a confrontation with Lao Zai. Dare to attack Renjilai. The strength is really not weak. Lao Zai stared at Saitama. The hot magma in his fiery red eyes seemed to be still flowing. Chidori stream. Saitama stood up straight, and the electric current around him made a sizzling sound, and the blue-white electric current became more condensed, and the color continued to deepen. Whoosh exclamation. The sound of breaking through the air spread everywhere, and Kyu disappeared from Lao Zai's sight. Boom exclamation. A figure appeared behind Lao Zai, and when Lao Zai didn't react in time, he slashed at Lao Zai's head. Bark exclamation. The fiery red magma flew out along the blade, while Lao Zai clutched his neck and smashed towards the back. The speed is too fast, Monkey King. Is there any way to stop it? Lao Zai's face was covered by magma, so no expression could be seen. If Sui hadn't reminded him just now, he might have been killed by Saitama. The magma formed by the tailed beast chakra protected the outside of his body, but Lao Zai still felt the coolness on his neck. Just now, Saitama's knife scraped across his skin, leaving him with a relatively shallow wound. Zizzy exclamation. The current continued to expand and stir, and Lao Zai lowered his body, his fiery red eyes fixed on Saitama. Saitama was faster than he expected, so he was ready to create a terrain that suited him. With both hands touching the bottom, Lao Zai crouched on the ground like an ape, and as he continued to exert force, the ground under his body began to explode, and cracks appeared one after another. At the same time, fiery red-hot magma spewed out from the cracks on the surface and gathered around him. Drink! Lao Zai's body swelled, and a dark red tail protruded from his buttocks. While the tail was flapping, the extremely hot airflow was constantly flowing, and the air became thinner and thinner. Roar! Exclamation. Lao Zai maintained his sanity, but still yelled at Saitama angrily, and the berserk chakra continued to wreak havoc. Saitama kept his body still and narrowed his eyes to look at Lao Zai. Fiery red and hot magma continued to grow along Lao Zai's feet, completely covering this place in a blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Kyu backed away, but his gaze was on Lao Zai's arm. In the dead corner of Lao Zai's line of sight, there was a row of black spells on the outside of the arm. In the hot magma, the spells still remain intact, as if frozen there by space. Water escape. Water burst. Saitama kicked his feet on the ground and jumped up, avoiding the magma that had spread to his feet. At the same time, when the body came to the midair, a ninja seal was formed with one hand. The surging chakra kept surging and gathered in Saitama's throat, and a wave of moisture slowly gathered around Saitama's body, fighting against the scorching air around him. Boom! Exclamation. Saitama turned her head downwards, endless streams of water gushing from her mouth, and the chakra in his body is like finding a catharsis, constantly providing backup power for the implementation of ninjutsu. At the throat, his exclamation. The hot magma and the clear and cold water are in contact with each other, just like burnt iron put into cold water. The water mist erupted instantly, filling the sky. This process compares which of the two has more chakra, or who can't persist first. Boom! Exclamation. Saitama fell to the ground, but the water dungeon in his mouth did not stop, and continued to spray water forward. A sea of fire, a vast ocean! Exclamation. The ninjutsu of the two are two different extremes. Countless water vapor and white mist are born at the contact of ninjutsu. Drink! Lao Zai's voice came. As a human being, he has never been afraid of chakra competition with others, so he continued to increase the output of chakra. Melting escape. Scorching fire. Flowing rock art. After being turned into a half-tailed beast, Lao Zai is more comfortable using this ninjutsu. Its power is also greater, its lethality is stronger, and its range is wider. Although the water vapor and white mist obscured Saitama's sight, in Saitama's shell onion he could still see Lao Zai's movements. The chakra output was instantly cut off with his mouth, and his hands began to form mudras. Saitama lowered his body, and a lot of airflow filled his abdominal cavity, propping him up. Water escape. Water breaking wave. Saitama tilted his head back, gaining momentum for the ninjutsu, and then caught sight of something passing through the white mist, and instantly spit out white water waves from his mouth. Bark! Exclamation. The straight line water wave carried terrifying speed and cutting force, and cut the magma fireball ejected from Lao Zai's mouth in half. Huh! Lao Zai snorted coldly and jumped to the side. Saitama's ninjutsu pierced through the magma he spewed out one after another, and was shooting at him with unabated momentum. After using ninja, Saitama also disappeared in place in a flash, and the blue and white light flashed in the night. Page 295. Old Zai, be careful. Sui reminded Lao Zai in his inner world, but it was still too late. Kyu used the Flying Thunder God technique that was engraved on Lao Zai's arm before the fight, and came to him in an instant. Bark! Exclamation. A ninja knife, carrying endless thunder force, chopped off one of Lao Zai's arms. And it's not over after all. This is over. Kyu is like a chef facing exquisite ingredients. The knife in his hand is like a butterfly piercing flowers, constantly flying, slashing and killing, leaving scars on Lao Zai's body. Lao Zai covered his right arm. There was nothing there, and the subsequent slashing attacks cut him so hard that he couldn't find the north again. Roar! Roaring like a wild beast, Lao Zai's eyes were red and he lost his clarity. Clenched his left hand into a fist. Hot magma wrapped his fist. Lao Zai punched Saitama with his fist. Boom! Exclamation. Saitama blocked his chest with a knife, but the strong force had already sent him flying backwards. Moreover, due to the magma. Although Saitama blocked most of Lao Zai's fist, part of it still landed on his chest. Click! Exclamation! There was a slight sound of bone shattering in Saitama's ears, and at the same time, an unbearable burning sensation came from his chest, and the smell of burning began to permeate. Ho ho! Saitama put one hand on the ground and slid on the rocks left by the magma after it cooled. Laughing, Saitama didn't care about the wound on his chest. In his perception, the flesh on his chest that was splashed by the magma began to sprout, and it seemed that he was about to heal. As for the bones, it's not a big deal. On the other hand, Lao Zai, who lost an arm and still used his right hand, can be said to have directly weakened most of his combat power. Roar! Exclamation! Lao Zai was covered in magma, grabbed the ground with one hand, and countless fiery red chakras began to gather around his body, and his human appearance also began to disappear, slowly transforming into the state of a tailed beast. Obviously, Lao Zai knew that he was powerless against Saitama, and let Sawei control the dominance of his body. Bloodthirsty, anger and cold blood flashed in Lao Zai's eyes, and then he roared to the sky. Sound waves are like water dripping like a calm lake, turning up countless ripples. It has a fiery red body, but it's not completely tailed. It is equivalent to Uzumaki Naruto and Orochimaru in the state of four tails in the previous life, fighting at Tenshai Bridge. Lao Zai's skin was damaged by the tailed beast chakra, bloody, but covered with a layer of red chakra. It didn't look so miserable, and the lost right arm, in this state, has been reconstructed by chakra to make up for it. With both hands and feet on the ground at the same time, Lao Zai grinned at Saitama like an angry ape. In the end, he punched his chest provocatively a few times to vent his emotions. It's interesting. Saitama felt the surging chakra and violent aura after Lao Zai turned into a beast with a tail, grabbed the collar of his clothes with one hand, and directly tore off the severely damaged windbreaker. Bark! Exclamation! Saitama threw away the clothes he had taken off, revealing the dark green close-fitting combat suit inside, and his tight and shapely muscles were just like that clinging to the battle suit, revealing a perfect shape. Roar! Lao Zai raised his head, purple-black chakra began to brew in his mouth, and a fist-sized tailed beast jade began to take shape. Hell! Kyu bent down. The previous wound on his chest has healed. Only the hole in the battle suit is still telling others what happened here just now. Petal! Exclamation! Saitama held the knife in his right hand, and the blue-white electric current that turned black began to wrap around his body. Whoosh! Exclamation! Quickly approaching Lao Zai, Kyu recognized it as tail beast jade at a glance, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. He decided to end the battle quickly and not waste any more time. Boom! Exclamation! The sound of the cannon being ejected came from Lao Zai's mouth, and under his guidance, the shape-tail beast jade shot at Saitama, extremely fast and fierce. Squinting his eyes, Saitama stabbed the knife straight forward. Countless currents condensed on the tip of the knife, and the blue-white lightning continued to compress, slowly transforming into black lightning. Black lightning, with an ominous taste. Bark! Exclamation! The muscles of Saitama's right arm tensed, and he pushed forward. The black tip of the knife was inconspicuous under the night. Only the chakra cyclone around him is still telling others that heat is still running chakra. Break knee. Sharingan judged the trajectory of this tailed beast jade in an instant, and Katama went straight to meet it without showing any weakness. The tail beast jade with a strange purple in the black flew towards Saitama with infinite power, and there seemed to be cracks and holes in the space it passed. Chapter 144 Four Tails. The capture is complete. Click! Exclamation! This is the sound made when the tip of the knife comes into contact with tail beast jade. It wasn't that the knife was broken, nor was tail beast jade broken. Instead, a black crack appeared in the nearby space where the two touched, like a gap in time and space. Of course, Saitama, who is proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, knows that those cracks are exactly space cracks. Drink! Saitama roared. His left hand reached the end of the handle of the knife. His whole body tensed. Bark! Exclamation! The body was still pushed back by tail beast jade, and his feet stepped on the ground, grinding out long scratches. Give it to me! Saitama gritted his teeth, clenched the handle of the knife with both hands, and the thunder and lightning that had become darker in color continued to explode around his body, and his hair was also stunned. Page 296. But tail beast jade is not an ordinary ninjutsu attack, and it cannot be destroyed so easily. After all, it is a ninjutsu attack produced by yin-yang done with a ratio of 2:8. Even Saitama, it is not so easy to forcibly destroy it. On the other side, Lao Zai or Monkey King with four tails, the moment Kyu resisted tail beast jade, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. As soon as he pressed his limbs on the ground, he went straight to Saitama. braving the scorching chakra airflow all over his body. Every step he took turned the ground he touched into magma. Soon, he was a few meters in front of Saitama. Roar exclamation with a fist in his chest. Lao's eyes straightened the arm made of chakra, and the hot temperature came out of his fist. This punch directly hit Saitama, who was still fighting against Tail Beast Jade. It seemed that he wanted to catch him off guard. His exclamation Kyu saw Lao's eye rushing in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he was not panicked. Fighting against Tail Beast Jade was just a whim on his part. It didn't mean he had no other means. Taking a deep breath, Saitama clenched the knife again with both hands, twisted his body, and moved sideways. At this moment, the tailed beast Jade seemed to be like a broken crystal ball, with countless cracks appearing on the surface. Because Saitama just secretly used a knife as a medium to import a part of chakra with yin and yang attributes. Under the control of four tails, Lao's eyes showed surprise in his eyes, and shrank his fist back. Tail Beast Jade has escaped its control and will explode at any moment. As a tail beast, it naturally knows the power of Tail Beast Jade. Swish exclamation Kyu took advantage of the opportunity to throw the knife in his hand, and threw the knife directly, turning into a dazzling star in the night sky, flying to the side at a very high speed. Whoosh exclamation. While the knife was still in midair, Saitama disappeared directly in place, leaving Laozi and Tailed Beast Jade in a daze. The fiery red magma exploded continuously and sprayed to the surroundings. Under the leadership of four tails, Lao's eye did not continue to retreat, because his speed was not so fast. Roar exclamation. He raised his head to the sky and roared furiously, hitting the ground with both fists, and countless cracks entered on it, spreading out continuously, and countless magma spewed out from the countless cracks. The scorching heat became more intense, the air trembled inexplicably, and the vision became blurred. Melting escape Grat Art Lao's eyes shot out an astonishing red light, and countless magma instantly surrounded him, and cooled down in an instant, hardening into a solid rock. Boom! Tail Beast Jade also exploded at this time. A small mushroom rose slowly, countless dust turned into a strong air current, and scattered in all directions. Wooden escape wooden ingot wall flying to the distance with the knife in his hand, but as soon as he landed, Saitama did not relax, and directly slapped the ground with one hand. The circles of wood instantly rose from the ground under the control of Saitama chakra, turning into rounds of protective circles, wrapping Saitama inside. Finally, a wooden silkworm chrysalis made of wood dun was firmly attached to the ground. The moment Saitama used ninjutsu, the explosion also happened to start. Bang 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 exclamation. Countless flying debris collided with the wooden chrysalis protecting Saitama, but it didn't hurt Saitama at all. It was far enough away from the place where Tail Beast Jade exploded, and it was also not harmed by the explosion. This should be cool enough. Saitama felt the movement outside, and as soon as the storm passed, he lifted the ninjutsu and jumped out from inside. Looking at the place where the explosion occurred, a pothole with a radius of tens of meters and a depth of nearly 10 meters appeared there. But Lao's eyes figure did not appear. It shouldn't be so easy to die. Saitama muttered to himself. The tailed beast is really strange. Strong is really strong, but it is very easy to kill. The power of Tailed Beast Jade is not weak, so Caillou is not sure that Lao's eye can survive. Staying vigilant, Saitama quickly approached the pothole, scanning for all signs, looking for traces of Laozi. Roar exclamation. As soon as the footsteps stepped on the edge of the pothole, there was a roar, and a huge red monkey came out from under the pothole. Although there are no scars all over the body, it seems that the mental state is not good. Bang 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 exclamation. With both hands clapping on the strong and broad chest muscles a few times, Four Tails opened its mouth wide and jumped towards Saitama. Hee hee! Saitama smiled, not feeling scared, but rather cheerful. Four Tails jumped to the sky. Countless red chakras gathered towards him, and hot magma began to spew out from the ground. Swish exclamation. With his right hand, he inserted the knife back into the leather buckle on his waist, and closed his eyes. Go to hell! Suwei uttered human words, with murderous intent rushing towards his face. If the explosion just now hadn't been for the use of defensive ninjutsu, it would have been completely tailed into a beast at the last moment to enhance its physical defense. At that moment, Lao's eye was almost killed by Saitama, so he was naturally very angry, and the nameless fire in his heart was like a crater before it erupted. Base exclamation. The blue and white chakra revolved around Saitama, and finally converged on the tanling cap. Roar exclamation. Saitama rose from the ground, and his body was suspended in the air, and a blue-white giant that is bigger than Lao's eye after the tailed beast appeared here. In his left hand is a red long knife burning with endless flames, and in his right hand is a blue long sword that keeps exploding. Page 297. Susanoo Kyu opened his eyes again, and his own kaleidoscope pattern appeared inside, which was extremely mysterious. This time, facing the perfect four tails, Saitama directly summoned his own Susanoo perfect body. Of course, it was only the complete human form, not the half-body used before. Susanoo, as soon as the apprentice appeared, he slashed at the leaping four tails, and the fiery red long knife looked dazzling under the night. But Suwei is not a vegetarian either. He twisted his body dexterously to avoid the attack, kicked his legs on the ground, and distanced himself from Susanoo. This is Lao Zai saw the situation outside through Suwei's perspective, and his heart was shocked. This was the first time he saw someone able to use such ninjutsu, and the extremely strong momentum was still being transmitted from that giant. The Susanoo used by Saitama this time is covered with a layer of blue and white chakra muscles, making this giant look as mighty as a god. I don't know either. This ominous breath is really uncomfortable. Lao Zai, I'm going to start desperately. Four tails and Lao Zai are communicating. Even if it is a tailed beast, he also feels a strong danger coming from Saitama. Okay, let me continue to control my body and fight. It is good. After some communication, Suwei continued to stare at the giant summoned by Saitama, and the hot magma was constantly flowing on the ground under his feet. He didn't attack first, but wanted to see Saitama's routine. Saitama hovered at the heart of Susanoo, at least a dozen meters above the ground. He folded his hands on his chest and stared at the fiery red monkey in the distance like a pet. Susanoo's body is bent. The left and right hands are tandem, and the two weapons with different attributes are also held in tandem. Swish! Exclamation! The huge size did not limit Saitama's speed, and Susanoo instantly disappeared from Yasuo's sight. Whoosh! Exclamation! The sound of piercing the air came from the top of the head, and Suwei didn't respond. Melting escape scene. Needle Four Tails' rough face revealed a hint of ferocity. Endless, scorching hot, and constantly bubbling magma began to wrap around its body, and his right arm was also raised high by him, pointing to Susanoo controlled by Saitama in the air. Bark! Exclamation! Hot air came out from the tip of the huge palm, and fiery red magma kept churning over it. All the chakras in the body are gathered on the arm, making the arm look like a bright lighthouse. Thunder Fire Escape Sword Art Online. Saitama controls Susanoo, left-handed sword, right-handed sword, both hands are tilted at the waist, and the blade surface of the weapon gradually becomes more dazzling. This is a ninjutsu developed by myself. To put it bluntly, it is the extended version of the technique of fighting between left and right. Weapons with different attributes adopt different properties, and then cut them blindly. Soon, Susanoo fell to Suwei, with the momentum of Mao Tai. Suwei was not afraid, pointing to the sky with one hand, as if he wanted to change his fate against the sky. Bark! Exclamation! The two huge bodies began to touch, and the hot, scalp-numbing voice began to echo. The place where Kyu and Lao Zai fought is not far from the village, so these amazing movements have already alarmed the whole village, but no one dared to come out to watch the excitement. After all, they were all honest people farming, and the level of ninjas was far behind them. Curiosity will kill the cat. This is the most reasonable saying of their law-abiding, and it is also a summary of the story told by Lao Zai in the village not long ago. But at the edge of the village, in a dilapidated house closest to the battlefield here, there was a man huddled under the window, revealing a pair of eyes, looking at the distant battlefield in shock. Although he didn't look carefully enough, he still recognized the two parties in the battle, one of whom was the wandering monk who was telling stories in the village recently. I didn't expect this old man to be so powerful. The one who peaked was the bachelor who was the first to hear the story and the last to leave. Roar! Exclamation! With a neighing sound, the man saw that the old man turned into a monkey was hacked to the ground by another giant, and he couldn't get up for a long time. Suwei struggled, trying to stand up, but Kyu didn't give him a chance, so he repaired it with several knives, leaving scars. Old Zai, four-tailed Jinchuriki, Saitama said slowly, looking at Lao Zai who had gradually lost his tailed beast form and turned into a human form below. Would escape the art of silent killing and binding dispersed Susanoo. The body fell to the ground, but the right hand stretched towards Lao Zai. Countless strong branches grew out of the right hand, and then according to Saitama's direction, he tied up Lao Zai who had turned into a human form. The branch bound the old purple queen, and it fell from Saitama's arm. And Kyu also approached Lao Zai, and condensed yin yang done with his left and right hands at the same time, creating two long black sticks that can restrict the flow of chakra. Bark! Exclamation! Bark! Exclamation! 2 times in a row, Saitama pierced through Laozi's left hand and legs, restricting his movement and chakra at the same time. It's over, Laozai. Saitama controlled the branch to lift Laozai up, and looked at his face. Page 298. After turning into a tailed beast, the clothes on Laozai's body have become dilapidated, and he has lost his right arm before, making him look extremely miserable. Hee. Laozai reluctantly opened his eyes, remembering Kyu's face, and then passed out. The battle just now made him exhausted, and he was injured in many places. Even Four Tails was severely injured in the battle and shrunk into the seal. Looking at Laozai, who was no longer able to resist, Kyu smiled slightly. The battle just now was quite exciting. Susanoo, who kept fighting with Four Tails, and was finally defeated by him. He glanced at the village, and looked at the nearest window with a feeling. Finding that there was no chakra fluctuation, he then controlled Wood Dun and lifted Laozai high. What a wonderful battle! Ju slowly emerging from the ground formed by the cooling of the magma, Baiju said in a playful tone. Okay, you take Four Tails with you. He won't be able to be aggressive for the time being, so it should be safe. Saitama squinted and walked away without saying anything. Baiju looked at Laozai's motionless body with a happy face, while Haiju stared at Saitama's tall and straight back, showing an interesting expression. He defeated Jinchuriki alone, and in the end there was hardly a trace of damage. Saitama's fighting power seems to be beyond Haiju's expectations. Take him, let's go too. Black Ju can only be white, and Baiju stretched out his hand. A layer of white paste wrapped Laozai, and then sank to the ground together. In a house on the outskirts of the village, the man clutched his chest with lingering fear. Did he find me just now? That look is terrible. He kept patting his chest, reassuring himself that nothing was wrong, while breathing heavily. After waiting for a long time, he was still curious and leaned over to the window again, looking at the battlefield over there. There are only red magma remnants, and there are no people. Going away? That's good. I'm just too bored. Just take a look. Not seeing anyone, he finally felt relieved, knowing that he should be fine. This village belongs to the country of grass. It is very poor and backward. The man who saw all the fight scenes between Saitama and Laozai also had no idea what it meant. He just thought that both of them were so powerful that he couldn't afford to mess with them. Leaf Village Route. The ninja wearing the tanuki mask was walking around the room anxiously. As Danzo's right-hand man, he was left in the village by Danzo to lead the remaining root ninjas. And not long ago, the bug left by the oil girl ninja who traveled with Danzo suddenly died suddenly, which cast a layer of haze on his heart. As the worms of the Yan family, when the host dies, the worms will also die. That's why he felt that something must have happened to Danzang when he left the village this time. And even such a powerful ninja from the oil girl clan encountered an accident. Holding his trust in Danzo, he decided to wait a little longer, although he was very disturbed at the moment. Naruto Building. Namikaze Minato and Shikaku looked at each other, and an Anbu had just reported some information to them. Danzo was one of them not long ago. What did Danzo do out there? This was the doubt in Minato and Luju's mind. Because Danzo has not left the village for a long time, due to his political discord with Minato in recent years, he has been shrinking in the Hebu base and never going out. And this time he left the village, according to intelligence. He also brought all the elite of the route, sent a team of Anbu to search and see what Danzo is going to do. Namikaze Minato didn't hesitate much, and ordered Anb. As the fourth generation of Hokage, he respects the older generation of ninjas, but the premise is that the older generation of ninjas can take care of themselves and not do anything that endangers the village. Danzo's leaving the village this time made Namikaze Minato a little uneasy, so he decided to send someone to investigate. Chapter 145 Follow-up. Human beings are always forgetful, forgetting their faults, pains, and all the memories they don't want to think about. Chizune also felt that she seemed to have walked out of Saitama's death. Although the process was uncomfortable and the price was high, it was finally no longer as depressing and sad as before. Master Tsunade, do you still have money? Chizune puffed up her cheeks and looked at the blonde woman beside her. Her eyes were a little red and swollen, as if she had just been stimulated by something. Page 299. And the blonde woman is one of the 3 forbearants in Lai Village, the medical giant Tsunade. At this time, she simply tied a ponytail, put on a green robe with the word gambling on her body, and dragged a wooden shoe under her feet. TCH, you just lost all the last money. Where do I have it? Tsunade crossed her arms, and was a little reluctant to talk to Chizune, because the two agreed to bet on their own. But Chizune lost half of her chips after losing, so she didn't enjoy the game. Okay. Jingyan turned her head away, her face flushed slightly. Since following Tsunade to come here in the name of trial, the two of them have achieved a great reputation, and the master and apprentice are called two beautiful fat sheep by the people of the rivers and lakes. Originally, the first time I came to this place with Tsunade, Shizune couldn't stand it. There are no books, no knowledge, and no teacher to teach her ninjutsu. Also, the people here are very rude, very loud and like to yell. But watching Tsunade go in with a chest of money in his hands, and finally come out empty-handed with a smile on his face, Shizune couldn't help it anymore. So, under the guidance of Tsunade, he carried out the first time in his life gambling. And this experience, although Shizune lost all the property brought out from Konoha, made Shizune happy like a child. Very happy! This is Shizune's true feeling. The excitement of betting everything let her understand why Tsunade-sama likes this game. From then on, the master and apprentice started a legendary experience in various entertainment cities in the Land of Fire. Although Tsunade has many small coffers, he still can't afford the extravagance of the two of them. As a result, the desperate two people began to write various IOUs and borrow usury for various days. Fortunately, the two who mastered the transformation technique moved to various casinos and owed a whole lot of gambling debts. Were not caught by the creditors. But I don't have any money. What should I do tonight? Jingyin covered her somewhat deflated stomach, and there was a sound of protest. Jingyin hasn't changed much in the past few years, but his personality has indeed become more cheerful, and there seems to be no trace of sadness on his face. Although the physical development is not as abnormal as Tsunade, it is still not small. She is taller, her figure is also prominent, and she is becoming more and more feminine. Although she was still wearing the dark clothes, she had the demeanor of an ascetic sister. I'll figure it out. What do you want to eat? Tsunade didn't care. He clasped his hands on his chest and squeezed out a fierce arc. Then let's have a self-service barbecue. Jingyin looked down at herself, then glanced at the master's figure, as if thinking of something. Okay, follow me. Tsunade shook his hand domineeringly and walked forward. Although penniless, he still has the aura of a king. Master Tsunade, we won't eat the overlord's meal again. Shijing quickly followed, a little embarrassed. Again, muting. When did we ever do this? Who are you looking down upon? When Tsunade heard Shizune's words, he felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and began to puff. Could it be? Isn't it? Last time in the capital city of the country of fire, you said you would take me to eat Odin, and then you didn't give me any money, so you dragged me away. Also last time, we ate fish sashimi at that sushi restaurant, and we finished eating too. Shizune stared into Tsunade's eyes. His voice became smaller and smaller, and finally there was no sound at all. Tsunade's face was sullen, and half of his face was shrouded in black shadows. Seeing that Shizune continued to speak, it was going to be completely blackened. Then do you want to eat? If you don't eat, I will go by myself. You must be hungry. Tsunade leaned closer to Shizune, a cold light appeared in his eyes. Okay, then let's pick a family? Jingyin nodded. There is no way without money. It is impossible to work part-time. You can only gamble, eat some overlord meals, and make ends meet. Then let's go to the one in front. The boss of that one has a fat head and big ears. He doesn't look like a good person. Tsunade glanced at him and signaled Shizune to look at the owner of the barbecue shop sitting in front of the shop. Master Tsunade, isn't that the one who just won our money away? Shizune looked over carefully and reminded Tsunade in a low voice. Really? Let's do him today. Tsunade listened to Shizune's words, looked again, confirmed that he still had no impression, and walked over with Shizune. Since Jingyin said yes, it is estimated that he won so much money from the Konoha gambler duo, and if he didn't spit out a little, what's the matter? The two walked towards the barbecue boss, who hadn't noticed it. The cool wind blew the few hairs on the top of the boss's head, making him tremble all over, and he also arranged his hair very skillfully. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. This is already the third day that Namikaze Minato sent Anbu. Anbu, who was sent out, also brought back the news he needed, but the news was extremely shocking. Mui has been building the village for so many years, and has never encountered such a thing! At least Namikaze Minato had never heard of it. Page 300. Are you sure? Namikaze Minato looked at the Amp ninja half kneeling on the ground with his head hanging down. This subordinate guarantees with Ninja's reputation that this news is true. I told other people to stay there to protect the scene. Namikaze Minato turned his head and saw some Shikaku who hadn't slowed down. Even though he was as steady as Luju, he still couldn't believe it when he heard the news Anbu brought back. Just like hearing that Uchiha Saitama was besieged to death by Iwagakashi, dreamy and unreal. Luju, follow along and take a look. Take it to the investigation team, record and bring back all suspicious things. As the current Hokage, Namikaze Minato naturally cannot leave the village, so he can only ask Shikaku, who is the right and left hand, to replace him. Do you want to ask the third generation's opinion? After all, he and Luju thought about it and said tentatively, okay, I'll go and explain the situation to him now. You go and gather the troops first. Namikaze Minato nodded and got up from the boss chair behind him. His golden hair was backed by the sun, reflecting the light, which was warm and warm. Understood. Luju straightened his face, knowing that the situation did not allow him to be slow. Well, hard work. Minato walked up to the desk. His body's chakra was running silently. His body turned into yellow lightning and disappeared into the office. Follow me. Luju glanced at Anbu and walked outside. His current identity is Naruto assistant and the leader of the ninja class, a member of Konoha's senior management, and he can command an An with ease. Yes. Anbu bowed his head, stood up, and stood behind Luju. The two left here one after the other and walked towards other places. Rainy Village. Today is Tuesday, and the village is shrouded in Nagoto's ninjutsu as planned. The drizzle is like silk thread, hanging down from the sky, crystal clear. Saitama has successfully captured the Four Tails Jinchuriki, so let's directly peel it off. Pain looked at the sky outside, and the raindrops drifted past his eyes, but they couldn't affect him at all. So fast? I didn't expect him to complete this task alone. Zhao Nan looked at Pain's back. Surprise flashed in his eyes. Less than 10 days have passed since the task was assigned, and it was unexpected that Saitama had already successfully captured the 4 tails. Well, 1 tail to 7 tails don't need to be sealed in order, but 8 tails and 9 tails must be placed at the end. When Saitama brings back 4 tails, seal them immediately. Pain slowly uttered a sentence, looking at the sky. Where is the limit of Rain Tiger Freedom technique? And it is also outside the village. A ray of yellow dawn is shooting into the village from there, giving people a very healthy feeling. In this case, your dream will be fulfilled soon. Yahiko, Pain muttered to himself, but the sound did not reach Zionan's ears. Chapter 146 The Three Generations Thoughts and Minato's Conjecture Swish exclamation. A yellow light flashed past, and Minake Minato appeared in a study. This is the study of 3 generations, not very high-end luxury, but very simple. On one wall of the bookshelf, there are many scrolls. It's about the art of war, ninjutsu, village governance, people's livelihood, and other aspects, to name a few. Is it Minato? Sandai sat in front of the desk, as if surprised by Namikaze Minato's arrival. I saw his hands twisted together awkwardly, and while talking, he moved the crystal ball in front of the table to one side. Yes, Sir 3 Generations, I came here, because I need to discuss something with you. Namikaze Minato glanced at the crystal ball on the table. His face remained calm and serious, and he walked closer. Oh, what's the matter? Sandai sensed that something was wrong, got up, and went to the sofa with Namikaze Minato. After several years of retirement, this old man who has protected Konoha for decades has the look that an old man of this age should have. With an old face facing Minato, Sandai gestured for Minato to continue. It's like this soon. Minato narrated everything he knew in detail, and at the same time observed the changes in the expression of the old man in front of him. When the 3rd generation heard the last word, his tone was a little trembling. His hands were placed on his thighs, and he subconsciously clenched into fists. Is this already the case? Page 301. Yes. Now Luju has gone to gather troops and prepare to investigate the scene. I'll go too. Sandai stood up without the slightest hesitation, and walked towards the outside room. He needs to change his equipment. Maybe he will encounter enemies when he leaves the village this time. Looking at Sandai's back, the narrow-eyed Minato Namikaze could tell that the figure had become a little stooped and lonely. Sighing from the bottom of his heart, Minato Namikaze did not speak, and kept his actions without interfering. He can understand the relationship between Sandai and Danzo. Decades of life and death together make the bond between the two indestructible. It is not an exaggeration to say that Konoha is able to have what it is today. Half of the credit for Sandai and Danzo, although this foundation was laid by Senju Juma and Uchiha Madara, and then the 2nd generation established the prototype for the village of Konoha. But Konoha has been able to get to where it is today, thanks to 3 generations, Danzo, Juinju, Zioharu, and Maidamanin. And such deep feelings also allow the 3rd generation to take care of Danzo and others very comprehensively. When he was young, Danzo always wanted to become the leader of Konoha Hokage, but the 2nd generation chose Saruto by Hiruzen, which made Danzo's dream come to nothing. He didn't say anything, but the 3rd generation always felt that he was being treated badly for Danzo, so he tolerated Danzo in many ways. As long as Danzo doesn't do things against the village, the 3 generations can turn a blind eye to other things. But now, Danzo is dead, the fetters were cut off by others in an instant, and Minato Namikaze could feel the anger and depression in Sandai's heart. Lu Jiu and the others are still in the Hokage building, right? Appearing again, Dandai had put on a pair of black ninja armor, shoulder pads, armor, arm guards. Everything is complete, and the 3 generations also wore a black hat on their heads. Inside the armor is a layer of black combat clothing, tightly attached to the skin. Okay, Namikaze Minato nodded, and was about to continue talking, when Sandai glanced at him, and then disappeared here. Oh, I want to say that I can take you there. Namikaze Minato was a little helpless, and raised his hand. He could already see that Sandai's heart was a little confused. In the past, the 3rd generation would not be so eager. Crunch exclamation! Another figure came over, the wife of 3 generations, Sarutobi Lake Biba. Minato, is something wrong? She was a little worried about the 3rd generation. At such an old age, judging by the way he was dressed, he seemed to be preparing to leave the village. Lord Baibahu, there is nothing serious, don't worry. I'll go back to deal with government affairs first. Let's go first. Namikaze Minato smiled apologetically, lowered his head, and disappeared here, leaving Baibahu with a worried expression on his face. He walked back and forth in the house a little upset. Zio base. Kyu and Jukian returned to Yuin village, and Zionin came to find him. Go to the basement and open the seal immediately. Zionin dropped a few words coldly, then shook his head and left, as if unwilling to continue talking to Katama. TCH, this woman. Saitama shook her head, not paying attention to this attitude. Conan was wary of him, a person who approached Nagato with some purpose, and Saitama felt normal. Let's go, let's rest when we're done. Saitama walked in front, and Ju, who was wrapped in a pitcher plant, followed behind. And at the end, a human-shaped object tightly stuck by the white paste was dragging behind Ju. Through the darkness, Saitama soon saw the figures of Pain and Zonin. However, Saitama didn't see anyone else. Still wondering, Pain clapped his hands on the ground, and something that Saitama was very familiar rose from the ground. A painful human figure, 10 closed eyes, and a hideous shadow. It was the heretic golem that Saitama had seen, and it was also the body of the 10 tails. Whoosh! Exclamation! Pain jumped on top of the right thumb of the golem, and at the same time motioned for Conan, Saitama and Zetsu to come up together. Swish! Exclamation! Swish! Exclamation! Swish! Conan falls on the middle finger of the right hand, Kyu falls on the ring finger of the right hand, and Ju falls on the little finger of the right hand. What about them? Baiju was a little curious. Could it be that only 4 of them are needed for the seal? It's coming soon. Page 302. Pain closed his eyes, and the ring on his hand began to emit chakra fluctuations. Soon, 3 figures were wrapped in colorful brilliance, appearing successively on the little finger, middle finger and index finger of the left hand. They are Scorpion, Jiaodu and Hiduin. TCH, it's really troublesome to keep my uncle waiting for a while. As soon as Fei Duan appeared, he started beeping. His face was full of arrogance. Shut up, idiot. Kakuzu was with Hidden this time, and was on a mission outside. Hearing Fei Duan's words, he tilted his head and said, with killing intent flashing in his eyes, TCH, Fei Duan is very sensible. He feels that he can only be so arrogant to everyone present, but with his immortal body, he can't control his mouth. Everyone is here. Let's start. Pain looked around and nodded when he saw the 6 people standing at his fingertips. With both hands in mudra, the golem's mouth began to open, and a blue soul-like dragon-shaped chakra protruded from the golem's mouth, rolling towards Lao Zai, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. Other dragon-shaped chakra wrapped Lao Zai, pulled him into the air, and at the same time got into his body, and began to pull something. Lao Zai struggled a few times at first, but then there was no movement. The sealing needs to be carried out for 4 days and 3 nights. Everyone, take good care of your surroundings and start sealing now. Pain reminded one last time, closing his eyes and keeping his fingertips still, and the others looked at each other for a few moments, and also pinched out the ninja seal, entering the sealing stage, and even an irritable flying section began to settle down. Here, falling into tranquility and darkness, a matter to change the structure of the ninja world is taking its first step, but no one knows except the people here. Yuin village is still reigning. No one knows what will happen tomorrow here. Will it be better? Who knows? 3 generations. Lu Jiu looked at the trembling old man in front of him. For the first time, he felt fragility. Well, take a look around. Let me stay here alone for a while. The 3rd generation looked around and spit out a sentence. His eyes seemed a little smoky, and he hadn't felt this way for a long time. The last time he knew that his son and daughter-in-law both died in battle. His eyes fell on the big tree in front of him, and Sandai looked at the head embedded in the trunk. It is my best friend for many years, my comrade in arms and partner for decades, Shimura Danzo. Old guy, let's go with peace of mind. Although I don't know who hit you, I will definitely avenge you. Sandai's hands covered with age spots moved to Danzo's face, and closed the eyelids of his eyes. It may be due to the interpillar cells that Danzo's head is well preserved, without decay and odor, but his body is completely transformed into a part of the tree. 3 generations. There are discoveries ahead. After a while, Lu Ju came back with a message. There is a village 10 kilometers away from here, and there is a huge battle relic outside the village, which may be related to this place. Clean up here. Let's go over there and have a look. Yes. The accompanying ninja quickly packed the corpses of those root ninjas into the storage scroll. Danzo's body was burned to ashes by the 3rd generation using fire escape, and put into a box. Danzo's appearance, if transported back to the village, it would be troublesome to explain, so the 3rd generation directly cremated him. Anyway, Danzo is also a loner, and there is no one else except the 3rd generation who will care about it. Let's go. Sandai asked Anbu, who discovered the situation there, to lead the way, and his face had returned to calm, but there were hot flames hidden deep in his eyes. Konoha's Ninashio, maybe too many people have forgotten its origin. Hiruzaru Tobai's heart surged for no reason, and the blood that had been cooled for many years seemed to have a tendency to burn again. Namikaze Minato looked at the report on the table, and kept tapping his fingers on the table, making a bang 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 sound, with a strong sense of rhythm. Swish! Exclamation! Minato turned the page again, but if he observed carefully, he could see that his mind was not here, because his eyes were blank, as if he was thinking about something. Who is behind the death of Danzo this time has become the biggest question in Namikaze Minato's mind these days. Although he disagrees with Danzo's political views, Minato Namikaze can still tell the difference between the seriousness and the seriousness. Anyway, Danzo is also one of the elders of Konoha village. Murdering Danzo is a provocation to Konoha! Exclamation! And under the protection of so many elites in the route, Danzo can still be killed, which shows how powerful this person and even this organization is. Minato Namikaze's blue eyes kept flashing with the light of wisdom. I'd better wait for the 3rd generation and Lu Jiru to come back and think about it. There is no more evidence to confirm my conjecture. Page 303. Minato pushed the table, and the whole person spun half a circle on the chair, facing the window behind him before. Looking at the thriving village outside, determination flashed in his eyes, with a gentle smile on his face, and some figures flashed in his mind. No matter who it is, you can't touch the person I want to protect. Otherwise, even if you die, I will drag one. Squinting his eyes, Minato leaned back on the chair and took a long breath. Bring them 2 bowls of ramen after get off work later. The taste of the Yale ramen is really good, and the boss is also nice. Minato thought of 2 figures, one big and one small, one red and one yellow, and muttered to himself. Chapter 147. Confirmation. Rainy village. In the darkness, the ferocious shadow was like a demon coming out of the cage, releasing its magic power wantonly outside. As the brilliance flashed, several figures appeared clearly on the finger of the shadow colossus. All right, this sealing mission is over. Pain put his hands down, and glanced indifferently at the body of Lao Zai, who had fallen to the ground. I'm really tired. I haven't prayed to Lord Evil God for a few days. I hope he won't blame me. Haidun stood on the finger of the golem, his body made of multicolored lights twisted constantly, as if he was moving his body. Anne, everyone has worked hard. Why don't we just break up like this? Baiju's tone was a little brisk. The others looked at each other, waiting for Pain to speak. Anyway, Pain is also the leader, and he is the only one who can give orders here. Okay, everyone has really worked hard these few days. Let's leave like this. Follow-up missions, I will send you information next time. Pain looked at Kakuzu and Hidden, and at the same time found that Scorpion seemed to be focusing on the dead Lao Zai. No problem. Kakuzu and Hidden nodded. Guanghua flashed past, cut off the connection, and disappeared here. Scorpion? Saitama looked at Scorpion and found that he hadn't disappeared yet. Leave Lao Zai's corpse to me. I want to try my creation. Scorpion dropped a sentence, also cut off the connection, and disappeared on the fingers. Pain didn't speak. He originally wanted to use Lao Zai's body as a spare 6-path puppet, but since Scorpion opened his mouth, let him do it. Then I'll go to rest too. Saitama jumped off the golem's hand and walked towards the door. Come to me after the break. I have something to see you. Pain looked at Saitama's back. His reincarnation eyes glowed with a faint blue light. His expression was still indifferent. Zhao Nan stood up straight without saying a word. She has also grown a lot in the past few years, and has learned not to show her emotions anymore. Except for Nagato, she looks cold to everyone. The leader, Zhao Nan, I will leave first. Although Baiju carried out the operation of sealing the tailed beast together with several people, he didn't feel tired at all. His body is composed of intercolumnar cells and other strange things, and he already looks like a monster. Pei nodded, but Zhao Nan didn't speak. Baiju sneered, jumped off his fingers, and sank into the ground, with a playful look in his eyes. Zhao Nan, I don't feel it. After leaving for a long time, Pain and Zhao Nan didn't move. Hearing Pain's words, Zhao Nan didn't speak, and kept his eyes on the golem in front of him. One of the 9 closed eyes has been opened, and the eyeballs are bloodshot, with a trace of terror. Yahiko's dream is one step closer to us. No matter what, I will accomplish it all. Pain squinted his eyes, stretched his hands to the sides of his body, and slowly rose. An indescribable aura slowly emerged from Pain's body, sick and domineering. Zhao Nan remained silent. Her hands under her sleeves were also clenched into fists. Her gaze was very firm. Lu Ju, what kind of ninjutsu do you think can produce such power? The face of the 3rd generation was a little dignified. The old body tensed unconsciously, and the 2 brows were tightly knit together. It's hard to describe, maybe only large ninjutsu can do it. Lu Ju pinched his chin, with a troubled look on his face. Even though he had seen many big scenes, he was slightly shocked by the scene in front of him. A few hundred meters away is full of rocks after the magma has cooled, and there is a deep pit with a radius of tens of meters. Page 304. There is a village over there. So close. Someone should know what happened here. Ask someone to ask. 3 generations squatted on the ground, touching the cooled magma on the ground. Understood. Lu Ju nodded, turned his head and signaled the Anbu to follow Sandai's wishes. This should be Molten Dungeon, right? Sandai grabbed a handful of coolant from the ground with his right hand, and approached Lu Ju. That's right. Lu Ju narrowed his eyes and nodded for confirmation. Around the 2 of them, nearly 10 ninjas from the scouting squad were collecting the relics they needed, and were preparing to bring them back to the village for further research. Such a scene reminds me of a person. Master Sandai, you mean the one over at Yannian? Shikaiju had assisted Namikaze Minato on the Iwagakure front before, so he had a deep understanding of Iwagakure's top ninjas. But didn't that person leave the village a long time ago and disappeared? Lu Ju frowned, and the ninja in the mouth of the 3rd generation flashed in his mind. I have fought with Lao Zai. He is a 4-tailed Jinchuriki, and his fighting style is very close to this place. In the entire ninja world, there are only a handful of people who can use Melting Dungeon, and the way of fighting is like this. It seems that only Lao Zai of Yan Yin. That's right. Investigate carefully, don't miss a single bit. Regardless of the reason why this old Zai came here, or whether it is related to Danzo, we must study it carefully. The person who can fight Lao Zai to this extent should not be a mortal. Slowly search through those ruins and see if you can find a match in the existing list. The 3rd generation turned and left, and his figure came to the edge of the pothole in a blink of an eye. He saw a charred place, which was very different from other places. Lu Ju stepped on his feet and followed the 3 generations to come here. This is the imprint left by Lei Dun. The chakra fluctuations in the air are also very strong. The 3rd generation pressed the scorched black place with his hand, picked up some black soil, and then moved to his nose to smell it. Do you still remember the mysterious ninja who appeared the night Kushina gave birth? The one who fought against Minato? Sandai raised his head and looked at Lu Ju. Remember, is it the same person? Lu Ju looked a little solemn, looking into Sandai's eyes. I'm not sure yet, but Lei Dun is very powerful here, and it's rare. Could it be someone from Uni-In village? Lu Ju tentatively asked. At this time, only he and Sandai were around, so he dared to speak so casually. It's not like that village's fighting style, but it still needs to be investigated slowly. Lao Zai is the 4-tailed Jinjulai of Yannian village. If he is from Uni-In village, he can also be justified. But I don't think things will be that simple. The 3rd generation stood up. The shoulder armor and the armbard rubbed against each other, making a click. Has the person who went to the village to inquire come back? Sandai frowned and looked in that direction. Somewhere that makes people happy. Jai Lai also hugged 2 women who had devoted a life due to their poor families, blushing all over their faces. Ninja-sama, hurry up and drink. A woman in blue kimono, also known as Chest D, approached him with a cup. Oh, I'm a writer, not a ninja. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, feeling a little unhappy, buried his head in the abyss, took a deep breath, and finally drank the sake with some joy. Yes, yes, you are a great writer. A woman next to her smiled apologetically, picked up the appetizers on the table with chopsticks, and sent them to Zilei's mouth, while hugging Zilei's thick arms and rubbing them constantly. Seems a bit cold. Although Jiraiya faced so many temptations, his eyes remained clear, and he looked at a man opposite him through the open window. That man was the target he had been following for several days, and he was suspected of having some cooperation with his former teammate, Orochimaru. Over the years, Jiraiya has been constantly looking for the traces of Orochimaru, following in the footsteps of Orochimaru, and constantly wandering in the entire ninja world. And the closest time to Orochimaru was when I saw the familiar back of Orochimaru. Jiraiya was also unwilling to give up Dashuin. He wanted to face Dashuin for real, and ask Dashuin what he thought in person. Has the bond of so many years been broken like this? This can be regarded as something that Jiraiya also found for himself. Of course, he has not given up on his dream of becoming a writer. In the past few years, he has successfully published a book called Intimate Paradise, which successfully detonated this type of market. As soon as it was released on the market, it became a hit, and the bachelors in the whole country of fire regarded it as a masterpiece. The realistic pictures, detailed layout, and deeply rooted golden sentences directly ignite the hearts of ninja otaku. Not long ago, the publisher also asked Jiraiya to finish the second part as soon as possible. This time the market will be the entire ninja world. With such financial support, Jiraiya's life is not miserable, and he is living a happy life on the way to pursue Orochimaru. Page 305. Well, here is your tip. I have something to do and I have to leave first. Babies, see you next time. Jiraiya also took out a thick wad of money from his pocket, took some of it out, threw it into the abyss, and then got up and left. Because his target seemed to have received some information, he left in a hurry. In the gloomy laboratory, a seemingly thin figure kept twisting, doing some work. There is a door behind him, and the faint light penetrates through the crack of the door, forming a line, extending all the way to his back. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, interrupting the tranquility. Here jingle exclamation with a sound of metal colliding. The figure stopped what he was doing. Turning around, a head of black and beautiful long hair was scattered on her shoulders wantonly, and on the looming ears, the purple hook jade pendant flickered. The long and narrow eyeshadows stretched from the corners of the eyes to the wings of the nose, making the entire straight face even more sinister. Come in. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time, but such a voice does not appear dry, but extremely magnetic. A deceptive power seems to reverberate in the voice. Crunch exclamation. The people outside heard the sound and pushed open the door. As the door opened, the light slowly shone into the dark lavatory. Similarly, the light first swept half of Orochimaru's body, and then slowly spread to the whole body. The golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, and Orochimaru was not disturbed by the light. My lord, I have found what you need. This person was the man that Jiraiya had been following before, and at this moment, he was looking at the operating table behind Dashimaru with unconcealable fear on his face. He is just an insignificant subordinate in the hands of Orochimaru, but his fear of Orochimaru is more intuitive, because he has seen too much moodiness of Orochimaru. Oh, good. Orochimaru turned around, picked up a cloth, and started wiping his hands, and the man kneeling in front of the door lowered his head and swallowed continuously, as if he was still overcoming his inner fear. Go down first, and bring my things back tomorrow. Orochimaru waved his hand, not paying attention to the expression of the man in front of him, as easy as sweeping away a cat or a dog. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Crunch. The place fell into darkness again. Only Orochimaru's eyes reflected a faint light. Did you come? Chapter 148. Rainy Village. Saitama lay on the bed and stretched lazily. Saitama was the only one lying on the big wooden bed that could accommodate several people. After the seal was over that day, Saitama returned here directly and began to sleep, fighting Danzang, fighting Laozi, and then sealing day and night. Even Iron Man has some strain. What's more, Saitama is not an Iron Man, but Saiyapuji with Hashirama Cell. Of course, Saitama does not need to rest, but as a front-end ninja who can maintain himself, he still chose Kungsin. Now that the 4 tails have been sealed, it's time to start the follow-up plan. However, the rest of the tailed beasts are basically in Ninja Village. When we start to capture them, they will definitely attract the attention of all ninja villages. Saitama sat up slowly. He was used to sleeping naked, so he didn't wear anything except a pair of underwear. This is not to say that Saitama is not vigilant. Maybe it is self-confidence. After all, this is the base of Akatsuki. There are Zionin and Nagato on the top, and Ju on the bottom, unless a few of the 5 great ninja villages go together, it is really not a soft bone. If it goes well, the tail beasts that can be collected at the moment when the major ninja villages are unprepared, there should be 1 tail and 7 tails. The information about the 6 tails is still unknown. I don't know if they have really betrayed the village. Cheyenne village, the current strength is very weak. Longyan village is similar, except for the terrain. Basically there is no one who can resist us. Saiyan, let Scorpion do it, and Takian is Kakutsu. They happen to be ninjas who defected from the village. There should be no shortage of intelligence. The remaining 2 tails, 3 tails, 5 tails and the uncertain 6 tails, make plans slowly. Saitama walked to the window. The outside sun shone in and hit his chest. His strong muscles were shining brightly under the sunlight, just like the artwork of the best sculptor. No wonder. Although Saitama has muscles, it doesn't look that exaggerated. The lines are generally streamlined and not obtrusive. Today is Sunday, the only day of the week in Yuyan village that does not rain on special occasions. Page 306. Looking out of the window, Saitama could see many market-goers on the streets of the village. Although it is not as prosperous as Konoha here, under Zio's rule, Yuyan village has indeed lost a lot of factional struggles. Even civilians are no longer mixed to the point where they have nothing to eat. Various industries began to flourish. Although Nagato has no idea of opening the village to the outside, he does not object to the people in the village going outside. Therefore, many people will bring novelties from the outside world into the village, and get certain benefits from them. There is no one to stop such a thing. After all, this is a must if the village and the outside world are not to be derailed. A little profit is not worth mentioning. Nagato told me to go find him that day. Anyway, there is nothing wrong. Go and have a look now. Saitama watched the scene outside for a while, feeling that his state had returned to its peak. He moved his body casually a few times, and then prepared to get dressed and went up to find Nagato. This sleep lasted for a whole day, and to be honest, Saitama still felt a little hungry. While putting on his clothes, Saitama took out milk and bread from the refrigerator that was placed close to the wall. These are the benefits of the Zio organization. Usually, someone will enter the room after asking the owner of the room to put these snacks in. With a loaf of bread in his mouth and a jug of milk on the table beside him, Saitama chewed slowly, and took out a set of close-fitting combat uniforms from the closet. These combat uniforms were custom-made by Saitama according to the same proportions and materials. There are 2 colors, pure black and dark green. This kind of battle suit made of special materials is very close-fitting, and it is also very conducive to the display of movements during battle. In addition, it also plays a certain protective role. Of course, it is only some attacks from ordinary people that can be protected. Also, in order to prevent others from treating him as a youth beast like Kai, Saitama also deliberately asked the tailor to separate the protective clothing into 2 pieces, such as clothes and pants, instead of a 1-piece suit. After putting on his combat uniform, he took out a pair of ordinary-looking trousers and put them on. Saitama also basically finished his own food and solved the problem of wrapping his stomach. Pulling out a windbreaker with a black background and red clouds from a separate closet, Saitama tossed the coat and put it on. Hanging the knife on his waist, Saitama buttoned the button again. No problem. Smiling at the glass reflecting his own image, Saitama pinched his cheeks with his hands to make it less stiff and indifferent. When communicating with people, the first impression is very important. Saitama thinks that this saying is also applicable to ninjas. Pain stood on a wooden pole sticking out of the window. His legs remained still, and his hands were raised above his head, as if a god had enlightened all beings. Zio-nan stood at the back. The room was not bright. The sunlight only hit half of her face. It just hit near the bridge of the nose and disappeared. Seeing Pain's actions, she didn't speak and remained silent, like a guardian angel. Her blue hair was tightly tied behind her head, and a white rose was inserted on it. There was neither happiness nor sadness on his face, and Zio-nan was now beginning to change towards the abstinent style. The door didn't open, but in a split second, Zio-nan turned to look there, and Pain, who was standing on the log, also glanced there with some sour eyes. Crunch! The heavy door was pushed open, and a tall and straight figure stepped in. With a smile, Kyu first nodded to Zio-nan, then walked to her side, and looked at Pain. At the highest level, since Akatsuki cleaned up all traces of Hanzo, very few people have been here. Conan counts as one, and so does Saitama. Boss, Zio-nan. He squinted his eyes and looked at Pain. He didn't find Nagato's trace. Obviously, the other party had already started to be wary of him. You've worked hard on the 4-tailed thing this time. Pain turned around, the circles of eye lines glowing with light blue light, and His Majesty cannot be underestimated. Small things, our purpose is the same. These are nothing. He restrained his smile. He found that he was still not suitable for this kind of hip-hop way, and it is not bad to keep the most authentic self. Pain didn't speak, just stared into Saitama's eyes with no expression on his face. Kiyu was not in a daze, but also looked at the pair of fairy eyes. The eyes were extremely clear, without a trace of fear. Pain smiled slightly, giving Saitama the illusion that Pain can also laugh. Xiaonan, you go down first. Pain looked past Saitama to Xiaonan. Hearing Pain's words, Xiaonan didn't refute. He glanced at Saitama with a calm face, turned around and left without any confusion. Only Saitama and Pain were left in this room. The two looked at each other for a long time, and there was a long silence. It's quiet enough here that we can talk. Pain walked a few steps and came to Saitama. The two are about the same height, and Kiyu is slightly taller. The four eyes looked at each other, and a faint flame appeared in the mid-air. Page 307 Konoha Village, Hokage Building. The atmosphere in the meeting room was dull, and no one was the first to speak. Sandai sat at the head of the long table, and on the left and right were Juinju Koharu and Maito Menyon. The faces of the three of them were very solemn, and their brows were furrowed. And Namikaze Minato and Shikaku sat on the other side of the long table, and even the good guy Minato had a sullen face this time. Bang! Sandai put down the bong in his hand, and slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke. This time, even Xiao-chan, who couldn't tolerate his smoking all the time, didn't speak. Tell me the specific situation, Namikaze Minato said. As the current Hokage, he must break this deadlock. Cough cough. This is how it happened. Lujiu looked at Minato's beckoning eyes, moved his hand to his mouth and coughed a few times, and began to describe everything he had so far. Yesterday, the Embu people also collected some information from the root. At present, the root of the emptiness is close to disappearing. Especially Danzo, who is the backbone, has died outside and went to meet the sage of the six paths. You mean Danzo knows who he needs to face when he goes out this time? Turning to bed, Xiao-chan asked. She frowned, a little puzzled. Yes, this time. Danzo left the village and brought out all the elite, including 23 Jonin and 12 Chunin. This part is already all the upper-level ninjas in the route, and the ones who stay in the headquarters are basically clerical ninjas and the lower ninjas who have just been recruited into the route. Lu Jiu nodded and told all the situation he knew. Tell me about the discovery of the enemy. Maitaman supported his glasses, then stroked his gray hair. Although the scene was severely damaged, our investigation team still restored part of the scene. There is only one enemy who fights Elder Danzo, who is good at Thunder Dungeon. Speaking of this, Lu Jiu paused, because this enemy was indeed familiar. The enemy who appeared mysteriously on the night when Kushina gave birth also matched this description. Haven't you found a ninja who matches this status? Chikeiju, what do you think? The third generation had a sullen face, and since he returned to the village that day he has always had a dark face. There are no clues yet. More evidence is needed to confirm my guess. The grievances between the enemy and Elder Danzo seem to have been going on for a long time, and the information obtained from the route can prove this. This information is said to be provided by Orochimaru. Turning to sleep, Xiao-chan lowered her head. Her eyelids were slightly closed. As a woman, she was sensual, before she was alive, although she and Danzang were very incompatible. Seeing Danzang die in such an unknown way, and thinking about how many people have suffered for so many years, her heart trembled inexplicably. Minato, what do you think? Sandai pointed his gun at Namikaze Minato again, and white smoke slowly emerged from his mouth, like several white snakes, entangled in the air. Hearing Sandai's words, Namikaze Minato did not speak immediately, but clasped his hands together and put them on his chin. The information Lu Jiu got is very similar to the enemy I encountered last time. Maybe it's the same person. I think I should have a rough candidate. Pausing for a moment, Namikaze Minato raised his head and said slowly, Who is it? Sandai stared at Namikaze Minato, the bond leaving his lips. I still need some information. It's useless to say it now, Namikaze Minato replied, not because he didn't want to say it, but because he felt that his thoughts were exaggerated. And all these speculations come from Lu Jiu's analysis of himself last time. Then let's talk about another scene. The two places are so close to each other, and the reconnaissance team also analyzed that the time of the battle was very close. Midai narrowed his eyes when he heard Namikaze Minato's words, and did not continue to ask. Sitting next to him, Xiao-chan and Maitonian were hesitant to speak. Namikaze Minato has been Hokage for so long, and he is no longer the young man who just came to power and was called around by them in various ways. The one who killed Danzo, and the one who fought Lao Zai there are very likely to be the same person. According to a villager there, Lao Zai was suspected to be defeated by the enemy and taken away. Did you notify Yanni in village? The third generation realized that the situation was uncontrollable, and the focus of the inquiry was not on the identity of the enemy. Lao Zai is not an ordinary ninja, but a Renjiriki from Iwing. Although he didn't get along with Tsuchikage and hadn't returned to the village for many years, everyone in the ninja world knew that there was still a village standing behind Lao Zai. Ninja pigeons have been sent over there. Luju nodded, and after getting the information that Lao Zai was suspected of being arrested, he discussed with Minato, and then directly shared the information with old man Tsuchikage. Yeah, Sandai nodded and stopped talking. He originally thought that this matter only involved Danzo, but he didn't expect to bring the tailed beast in. Page 308. Minato, it is said that you have several Uchihas Anbu teams under your command. The conference room fell silent for a long time. Sandai took a deep puff of the pipe and said, yes. Namikaze Minato thought for a while, and answered truthfully, this is not something that needs to be concealed. When he recruited Uchiha ninjas into his Anbu team, he did not do anything to hide it. It's just a very normal way to go. Well, if you have new information, remember to notify us. The third generation got up directly, and the other two looked at each other, also keeping up with the third generation. Before going out, Sandai turned his head to stare at Minato Namikaze, and took a deep look with complicated eyes. Namikaze Minato is no longer the rookie Hokage who needs his old guy to intervene in everything. Now he is more stable and mature, and has his own considerations in life and things. Shikaku, could it really be him? After Sandai and the others left, Namikaze Minato looked at the table with dim eyes. I hope my thoughts, and Minato's inferences, are all wrong. Luju's complexion was not very good. His lips turned pale. Go down first. You have worked hard these days. Minato turned his head and said to Luju, with a signature smile on his face, okay, you go back early too. It's getting late. If you go back late, your guy will be angry again. Luju pushed away the chair, got up and left, and reminded Minato before leaving. Namikaze Minato was alone in the entire meeting room, and the sunset outside the window came in through the narrow window and shone on the back of Minato, casting a pensive shadow on the ground. All the details of that night's battle flashed through my mind. Although so much time has passed, Minato will never forget. Thunder Dungeon, Shirien, sword skills, and the death of Danzo. Everything is slowly connected in Minato's thinking. His hands on his chin clenched tighter, and the knuckles were starting to turn white. Uchiha Saitama, is that you? In the end, Minato's eyes shone brightly, and the eyelids slowly sank, covering the look in them. Chapter 149. Shishui and Weasel Anbu Training Base. Here, compared to the roots, it is on the bright side. The training ground is built under the sun, but there will be strict identity restrictions when entering and leaving it. Only members of the Anbu or those who hold the Hokage handprint can pass through the sentry and enter here. Although it is a training ground, in fact most of Anbu's activities are carried out here. Assignment of tasks, deployment of personnel, division of teams and promotion of positions. Anbu is an assassination force directly under Hokage and only obeys Hokage, and being able to join Anbu, become a subordinate of Hokage, and be directly ordered by Hokage is the lifelong dream of countless people. Only those who have a young family background, a good style of work, almost no stains in their ninja career, and who are completely loyal to the village will be transferred to Anbu. Of course, this is the selection condition for ordinary people and there will be some exceptions. After Namikaze Minato took office, many changes occurred in Anbu. As Hokage's most trusted and relied on unit, the selection of Anbu members has always been very strict. Under normal circumstances, these Anbu members will only be selected from the group of civilian ninjas, because those ninjas from the family always think about the interests of the family when performing tasks, and sometimes even destroy the completion rate of the task for these reasons. Therefore, before Namikaze Minato, there were very few ninjas in Anbu who came from big families. After Namikaze Minato took office, he was careful and discovered some drawbacks of this system. Due to Naruto's rejection of family-style ninjas, many elite ninjas who could have contributed to Hokage were dusted, and he also discovered that, as a wealthy family in Konoha village, the Uchiha family has always hoped to be recognized by the village. As a result, Namikaze Minato had some negotiations with the current Uchiha patriarch. Namikaze Minato affirmed Uchiha's contribution, and Uchiha Fugaku also expressed his loyalty. As soon as the two talked, bosom friend. So Namikaze Minato went back to fiddle with it. Okay. Send me the excellent ninja of your family. Anbu needs the most elite ninjas, so let's start with Uchiha. This can also be regarded as Namikaze Minato's gesture of favor to Uchiha Fugaku, because before he took office, he vaguely felt the gap between the Uchiha family and the village. In this way, Namikaze Minato can feel that Uchiha's attitude towards the village has changed a lot, and Uchiha Fugaku also understands the thoughts of the fourth Hokage, and also spares no effort to match the common prosperity of the family and the village. Page 309. Originally, before Minato took office, he was ordered to go to the front line, and then with the support of many ninjas of the same race, he still had the idea of making contributions and competing for Hokage. But something happened later, which also made him understand that the conflict between the family and the village was almost impossible to reconcile under the watchful care of some senior officials in Konoha. Do you still want to compete for Hokage? It's just wishful thinking! He does not have this qualification. Fortunately, among the two most popular in Hokage, one is Orochimaru and the other is Namikaze Minato. And in the end, Namikaze Minato, who was born as a commoner, won. And Uchiha seems to have seen the dawn of salvation. Although Namikaze Minato is one of the Sannin, he is the disciple of the hero Jiraiya, and also the grandson of the third generation. Strictly speaking, he is also a thousand hands. However, he did not continue to adhere to the old-fashioned thinking of the past. Instead, I feel that the family and the village can actually coexist in harmony. In this way, the four generations of Hokage Namikaze Minato continued their way of life, for the Uchiha family who seemed to have come to an end. Jishuis, have you had any missions lately? Two figures sat together on the rest seat, and one of the shorter ones asked the one next to him. Well, I've been free recently. Shishui didn't look at Itachi beside him, and the expression on his face didn't change much. Although the two are in Anbu's training base, it is not mandatory to wear masks here, nor is it mandatory for everyone to use their own aliases for conversations. Anbu, in the village, all actions are hidden under masks and black robes. Even the name in the original work is rarely owned by Anbu, but that's not to say that these people don't have names, but to prevent them from being retaliated by the enemy during the mission. Here, everyone is safe, so they don't have to substitute those weird titles for their names. Itachi is almost 10 years old. He spent a year graduating from the Ninja Academy, and then formed a team with the seniors of the clan to practice for a year. Then, he directly applied to join Anbu. Although he is young, Itachi's talent and strength are excellent. May people compare him with Uchiha Saitama back then. Still thinking about Nagisa? That's not your fault. Itachi sat aside with his knees together, his black robe hanging down on the ground. In the black and white pupils, Shishui reflected a somewhat sad look. It's all because I'm not strong enough that Nagisa will. Shishui stared at his feet, dazed, thinking. His eyes seemed to have a layer of mist. Several friends left him one after another. First, a few years ago, his closest companion, Uchiha Saitama, died on the battlefield. Then, a year ago, Uchiha Nagisa, who was Anbu's companion, was besieged and killed by the enemy in order to cover him during a mission. Of these two partners, one died far away, while the other died in front of him. But the same thing is that they all brought endless grief to Shishui. Shu doesn't want to see you like this. You have to live well with his share. Itachi understood Shishui's mood. Uchiha Nagisa, he also knew each other, and fought together on the Kirigakure front. Every time I'm free, I can't help but think of those dead partners. Shishui nodded. His face became firm. He is not hypocritical, but the death of some people cannot be forgotten casually. Like Saitama, like Nagisa. Thinking of Nagisa, Shisui slowly put his hand on the seat of his right eye. The warm body temperature made him seem to feel the presence of his companions. Sometimes I think, if Saitama and Nagisa hadn't died, they would have gathered together and chatted like we do now. Shisui smiled and looked at Itachi beside him. I heard that your brother is going to start school. Do you want to see him off then? Sasuke, I will definitely go then. Father and mother are so busy. Only I can go. Itachi smiled softly. His eyes were full of tenderness. Of course, it was the kind of brotherhood between brothers, not some other weird forbidden love. Now the relationship between the family and the village has gradually eased under the influence of Master Minato. Next month, I will apply for a promotion. I think I should be able to take up the position of captain. How about you? When will you try to lead a dark team? Shisui began to chat with Itachi about Anne. As the first batch of ninjas of the Uchiha family to enter the And, Shisui's performance is obvious to all, and has also been recognized by many colleagues. From an ordinary member, to a small team leader, to a squadron leader, he will soon become a team leader with only 3 in the entire Anbu. Jai Shuizui said that he was only applying for a promotion, but in fact, he was pretty close. Becoming one of the 3 captains of Anbu also heralds the further relaxation of Uchiha and Konoha, and in the same way, Shisui has become one of the most powerful figures in Anbu except for the minister Namikaze Minato. I heard that there will be 2 vacancies for the positions of the 3 captains this time. Who is the other one? Page 310. Itachi didn't have as much pressure in his previous life, and started gossiping when talking about this. The other one is Kakashi-senpai. He is Hokage-sama's disciple, and his strength is also very strong, especially the lightning dungeon plus sword technique, which is almost as good as Saitama back then. Jishui's eyes flickered slightly, perhaps he was remembering something. It turned out to be him. Itachi nodded, and a cruel ninja with silver hair and a mask appeared in his mind. Come on, Itachi. Shisui put his hand on Itachi's shoulder and patted it hard a few times, encouraging him. At the same time, he looked towards the sky and remembered something. I will lead the family to glory, and no one can stop it. Okay, I trust you, Saitama. Shisui remembered the oath that Saitama made when he was a child, and the corners of his mouth rose. These words, as if they were said yesterday, even now, are still echoing in his ears. Saitama, I will fulfill your oath for you. Jishui's eyes were bright, and his whole body was full of energy. He has great confidence in his own strength, especially after experiencing Nagisa's death in battle. Thinking of this, Jishui closed his eyes slightly, and touched his eyes again with his right hand. The beating of the pulse was continuously transmitted from the palm to the eyeball, and he could feel the firm belief and strength. Itachi, let's have dinner together next time. I'm going to do something first. Jishui stood up, patted the robe on the buttocks, and patted off the non-existent dust. Okay. Itachi didn't move, but raised his head to signal. As Shisui walked, he took the mask hanging from his waist and put it on his face. Although he has been very leisurely recently, a major event happened a few days ago. He has not participated in it yet and does not know about it, but from the clues, he can feel that this event is extremely unusual. Itachi, you are here. Just as Shisui left, another figure approached. Judging from Linglong's figure, it was obviously a woman. And listen to the voice. The age is not big. It's Kwanmei. What a coincidence. You also come here to rest. Itachi looked up and saw a smiling face. And those 2 eyes have been narrowed into a crescent shape because of the smile on the face. At the corner of the right eye, there is also a small mole. Well, yes, Itachi. Kwanmei pinched the hem of the black robe tightly with her hands, and sat down next to Itachi in a very ladylike manner. Itachi didn't show embarrassment either. Izumi was his classmate and fellow family member at the same time. Although he graduated after only 1 year of study, the 2 are still very familiar with each other. Kwanmei is also one of Itachi's few female friends. Although Izumi is a woman, her talent is not low. It took 2 years to graduate from the ninja school. Joining Anbu is only about a year later than Itachi. Itachi, do you have time at night? I heard that there is a very trendy drama class in the village. They have new trendy dramas that have never appeared before. Can you go with me? Kwanmei kept kneading her hands, and her legs also showed a horoscope. Her eyes fell on the ground, and her face slowly turned red as she spoke. Is it at night? Itachi thought for a while, and seemed to be still thinking about it. Well, yes. Tonight when Kwanmei heard Itachi's voice, she was looking forward to it. I promised Sasuke to teach him Shuriken tonight. Itachi was a little embarrassed, and poked his temple with his finger. I'll forget it. Itachi will go back to accompany his brother. Meikwan was a little disappointed, but when she heard Itachi said that she didn't have time, she hurriedly followed what Itachi said. I don't know if Meikwan has time tomorrow. We can go and see tomorrow. Itachi tilted his head, a smile appearing on his face. Okay. Meikwan was stunned for a moment, and then called out. She did not expect such a turning point. Looking down at her hands, Kwanmei's eyes flashed with happiness, and some strange pictures appeared in her mind. Chapter 150 Information. The country of land has a vast land area, but its GDP is not very high, because this land is rich in mineral resources, but other resources are almost equal to none. Here, especially agricultural production, is a very difficult project. Even if Senchu Juma is alive, it is still a headache for him to do landscaping in the land of earth. Page 311. However, compared with the land of wind, the land of earth is much better. At least they still have land here, not a sandy land with 1 foot and 1 pit. Yanyin village, when Konoha and Sanyin went to war, sent troops with an aura that swept the ninja world, and it was bound to tear off a piece of flesh that had been coveted for a long time in the fertile land of the country of fire. However, seeing that Konoha were about to decide the outcome, Yanyin stabbed horizontally, which not only severely damaged Yanyin, but also directly gave Konoha the final victory. I don't know what's going on, but the stubborn third generation of Tsuchikage and the third generation of Reikage at that time got into a fight, and they used ninjas in exchange for Reikage death in battle. Although Union village lost the 3 generations of Reikage, in fact, they were the ones who lost the least in the 3 battles. This is also the time when they dared to clamor for Konoha in the original book at the end of World War III. Back to today's protagonist Yanyin village. After signing the armistice agreement with Konoha, Yanyin shifted the focus of the war to Union. Maybe it's because people are getting older and their temper has become more stubborn. After the war with Konoha ended, Onogi continued to argue with Yanyin. The 2 villages have been in constant friction over the past few years and have suffered mutual losses, but there has not been a major conflict breaking out again. Onoki is now in his 60s, but his abilities have not faded with age. On the contrary, the older you get, the better you become, and your knowledge of ninjutsu becomes deeper. Hey, when people get old, their waists are becoming more and more useless. Onoki sat on a special soft chair, with half of his body sideways, beating his back and waist with one arm. This is Dokage's office. Compared with Hokage's office, this place is more simple. After all, the funds are not as rich as Konoha. Here, the surrounding walls are all brownish-yellow, with some rock-like patterns on them, and the huge office is divided into 2 compartments. The big one belongs to Onoki, the small one belongs to his assistant. Master Tukage, here is a letter from Konoha, with Hokage's urgent seal on it. A woman with wheat-yellow skin walked in. She was Tsuchikage's assistant. As an old man's assistant, she still had a lot of things to do in a day. Especially when this old man can't do anything. Fight no. 1. Huh? Show it to me. Onogi straightened his face, feeling something was wrong in his heart. Here. The assistant handed over the scroll, and there was a Konoha logo on it, followed by a unique mark of Namikaze Minato. That is the symbol that Namikaze Minato designed to represent himself after he became Hokage. With his body floating slightly, Onoki stretched out his short hand from behind the table and received the information from Konoha. Click! Handprinted on the scroll. Onoki's unique chakra slowly blended into the small enchantment on the scroll. Soon, the enchantment of the sealed scroll was removed, and Onogi began to flip through it with a sullen face. This kind of scroll that travels between ninja villages can only be opened once, and the contents inside will be destroyed by the enchantment after a period of time after opening. The assistant folded his hands and stood by the table, quietly waiting for Taing's order. His eyes kept scanning the scroll. Onogi's face began to change, and his hands holding the scroll were clenched tightly. Boom! Onoki punched the table, knocking many things on the table. The assistant on the side was also startled, and covered his mouth with his hands to prevent himself from screaming. Tuvige, my lord, what happened? After waiting for a while, the assistant asked tentatively. She saw Onogi's hands clenched and loosened and then clenched, and repeated several times. Notify everyone that I need to call an emergency meeting. Tell them that they must immediately come to me. Onoki took a deep breath, suspended his body on the chair, looked at the assistant at the same level, and gave the order. Yes. The assistant nodded quickly. She knew that Onoki could not be messed with at this time. Then hurry up. This matter is a bit urgent. Onoki was just about to yell, but when he saw the assistant's rosy eyes, he knew that he had lost his composure, so he lowered his voice a little. Understood. The assistant hurriedly left, with a gust of wind behind her robe. Boom! The door of the office was closed, and the assistant disappeared from Onoki's sight. Damn bastard, if you listen to me. How could there be so many things? Onoki's nose was red, obviously a little angry. The bastard he was talking about was naturally Lao Zai mentioned in Namikaze Minato's information. I hope you are okay. Otherwise, I will pay you the loss of the village next time I see you. Finally, he said bitterly, Onogi's body began to levitate towards the outside. He had to rush to the meeting room. There were still many people waiting for him. If the information provided by Konoha was really followed, Lao Zai was obviously in danger, but they couldn't fully believe Konoha's words. All actions are based on the information you have. This night, Yanyin was also a sleepless night. What happened to Lao Zai broke the peace of many ninja villages. However, everything continued as usual. Page 312. After holding the meeting, Yanyin quickly dispatched troops to the scene in the country of grass. It was confirmed that the person who participated in the battle there was indeed Lao Zai, who had not returned to the village for many years. At the scene, there is also the chakra of the Four Tails. As the ninja village that has owned the Four Tails for so many years, they are very familiar with the Four Tails. Now that it is confirmed that Lao Zai is fighting there, the information from Konoha can basically confirm that there is no problem. And then, Anoki sent troops again to try his best to collect information about Lao Zai. He needs to confirm whether Lao Zai is really captured alive, and who is targeting Lao Zai. The Land of Fire occupies the most fertile land in the ninja world. The amount of resources here is also extremely high. The sum of several other countries with the same amount may not be as good as it. All the struggles in the ninja world are because of resources. As a big country with the most barren resources, the Kingdom of Wind, like many countries, hopes to own the territory of the Kingdom of Fire. Sand Hidden Village is located in a desert. It is a desolate, sparsely populated land with equally poor resources. There is also such a small story in history, that is, when Senjujuma divided the tailed beasts in the Gakage conference in an attempt to balance the strength of Ninja Village. Since Yue has always belonged to Sand Yin, the first generation of Kazekage said in the meeting that they don't need Hashirama to give them extra tailed beasts. They only want money and material compensation that can match the tailed beasts. In the end, Sand Yin got what he wanted as he wished, and other ninja villages also got tailed beasts as they wished. The 5 kingdoms are fire, wind, earth, thunder, and water. Except for fire and wind, all other countries have 2 tailed beasts. Not to mention Konoha, having the strongest 9 tails, is naturally incomparable to Sand Hidden Ikkyo. At the beginning, the first generation of Kazekage and a group of high-level Sand Hidden officials thought they had taken advantage of it. But from the development of history to the present, Sa Yin, who has reached the edge of the 5 great ninja villages, should also know how stupid their original decision was. Right. At present, Saiyan is in charge of the 4th generation of Kazekage Liuwusha, who is extremely powerful and possesses the magnetic dungeon that can get the greatest increase in strength when fighting in the desert. At this stage, Jinjurikyu is the son of Liu Shaogara, a kid who was misled by his living environment and surrounded by killing since he was a child. The sky is full of yellow sand, and the most difficult thing in the desert is to identify the direction. Fortunately, Saitama has a person who knows the terrain by his side, Red Sand Scorpion, a ruthless man who made the 3 Kazekages into his own puppet, and this ruthless person turned himself into an eternal work of art. In this operation, the leader asked me to follow you in order to ensure everything is safe. I don't have the strength to distrust you. Kyu and Feilu, who walked side by side, their footsteps left a line of marks on the desert, but the marks would soon be covered by the sky full of yellow sand. At this time, Kyu was wearing a yellow hat on his head, and there were many white cloth pieces hanging down from the hat. His face was hidden inside, so as not to be disturbed by the sand. Hearing Saitama's explanation, Zai didn't speak, but just controlled the puppet to move forward. In other words, we just broke into the village like this. Although we are confident in our strength, we can't be so arrogant. Saitama was not annoyed when he didn't receive Scorpion's answer, but continued to find topics. He knew that Zai had planted eyeliner in Yinsha village, and he said these words to arouse Zai's desire to speak. After all, along the way, not to mention people, there are not even a single ghost, and it would be too boring not to chat. I have a dark man planted in the village, and there is no problem in sneaking into the village. Zai answered this question. Feilu, who dragged out a long mark on the sand, and the red cloud windbreaker with a black background was put on it, which seemed very unsuitable. Let's say it first, I can help you block some people, but if the situation is not right, I will withdraw first. Saitama reached out to the edge of the bamboo hat with his right hand, and pressed it hard, making it tighter to his scalp. Up to you. Scorpion's answer was still indifferent, and his tone was impersonal, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Saitama's face hidden under the bamboo hat showed a hint of a smile, and the corners of his eyes sank, slowly becoming funny. In his opinion, it is very irrational for Zai to face a ninja village directly. Although it was mentioned in Ju's information during the previous discussion, Sandyin is currently one of the weakest villages with tailed beasts. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and Shaoyin's background is still there, unless the Zio organization comes out with all its strength. Otherwise, the plan to capture the tailed beast will be difficult to realize. Kyu had planned to find someone to infiltrate when Liu Shao was not in the village, but Zai was very confident and seemed to have a plan in mind. I hope the Scorpion is reliable. This kind of thing must be successful the first time, otherwise it will be difficult to carry out later. Kyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light shot out, falling towards the yellow sand in the sky. This time, after a period of rest, Pain called Saitama to join Scorpion, and temporarily formed a team to start the operation. On the other side, Kakuzu and Hidden are also on their way to Longyan village, and their goal is naturally Nanao of Longyan village. Page 313. The tasks of the 2 teams were carried out together. Nagato had the sweetness of capturing 4 tails for the first time, and he couldn't hold back his thoughts. There is still a day to go, you have to be prepared. Don't say I didn't remind you. The scorpion's voice came from the puppet, and then there was no more sound. 2 figures, stepping on the desert, head straight for the hidden sand village. If Lord Cthulhu knows my piety, he will definitely reward me again. Fei Duan was lying on the ground, and a symbol of an evil god was drawn with blood on the ground, and he was lying in the middle of the room. The red cloud's windbreaker with a black background was open, and a slender knife pierced Fei Duan's chest straight and stuck to the ground. How long will it take? If you don't hurry up, I will kill you. The horns were leaning against the stone beside him, and his emerald green eyes were full of murderous intent. At his feet, a ninja with a renegade forehead guard lying on his forehead, lay motionless, obviously dead beyond death. Bark! Fei Duan sat up straight, grabbed the sword on his chest with both hands, and pulled it out piece by piece. It's such a wonderful feeling. It's so cool. Ha ha. Fei Duan sighed while wielding the sword, with a bit of madness in his expression. And as the sword was pulled out, blood spurted from his chest. He didn't show a painful expression, but enjoyed it very much. He even moved his hand to the wound, wiped some blood, and then reached out to his mouth to lick it. Hurry up, idiot. It's time to close the gold exchange. Jayadu stood up, threw the dead body at his feet to his shoulders, and left without returning after saying a word. Hey, wait for me. Also, use your thread to sew up the wound for me. It's hard for me to bleed like this. Hey, hello. Fei Duan chased after him, and started chattering endlessly, but Jayadu had already gotten used to the kid's broken mouth beside him, and his body had already developed an automatic filtering function. I heard that in Longyan village, ordinary people can't even find the entrance. Is it true? Fei Duan was bare-chested, carrying a uniquely shaped red and silver sickle on his shoulder, and a black sword hanging from his waist. Hey, just tell me. Anyway, our mission this time is to catch Nanao. Let's find out what's wrong first. Fei Duan didn't even want to pay attention to himself, so he surrounded him and kept asking questions in a circle, like a hard-working bee gathering nectar from a flower. Boom! A black fist blasted over, and the sound wave exploded instantly. However, this punch landed on Fei Duan's sickle. If you disgust me again, I will kill you. Jayadu spat out a few words, but obviously, it was just his ruthless words, because he had tried many times before, but there was really no way to kill Fei Duan. Hey, don't say it if you don't say it. Why do you do it? Hiduan and Jayadu have also worked together for so long. Knowing his character, they will not continue to ask. This kind of thing is just a small episode between the two, and it happens every day. Rainy Village. Pain stood on the tall building, looking down at everything in the village with indifferent eyes, like a god. What's the matter? Absolutely. Pain didn't even turn his head and found Ju's trace. Sure enough, under the eyes of the immortal, even my escape technique can't hide from you. Ju slowly emerged from the wall and landed on the ground. The pitcher plant seemed to be his best support, never leaving him. Erwei just left the village. Should we do it? Give me her information, and I'll deal with her. Pain turned around without talking nonsense. His light blue circle eyes glowed with a faint light. Oh, did you do it yourself? Baiju's eyes were playful. Well, let me act faster, and I can also try the latest results. Pain glanced at Ju, with no expression on his face, as if he was really just trying to test his recent ninjutsu development. It is good. Baiju nodded, and his body sank slowly to the ground. Prash! Not long after Baiju disappeared, countless white pieces of paper suddenly appeared around him, and finally formed a human figure, which turned into Xiao Nan. Let me go, it's not time for you to go out. Xiao Nan looked at Pain. His eyebrows frowned, apparently worried about Nagato's body. It's okay, Pain replied indifferently, then turned around and continued to look at the drizzle outside. Page 314, Chapter 151. Synchronization. I don't want to run today, so I ran. This is the way of thinking of long-distance runners. Saitama has a deep impression on this sentence. In his previous life, this is what a Nobel Prize-winning writer said to his runners all the year round, and this sentence has always been regarded as his motto by Saitama. Even in this world, he used this sentence to motivate himself. When the body is exhausted and the spirit is ready to give up, this sentence will reinvigorate the body. Everyone has a limit, but this limit, even if you are yourself, you can't grasp it at all. Konoha, Naruto building. Although from the known information, Lao Zai can be confirmed to be captured alive by a mysterious person or organization, but no one thought it was an action against Tailed Beast, but only defined it as an action against Yan Yin. because they didn't dare to imagine that besides God of Ninja Senju Hashirama, there would be people who would dare to collect tailed beasts. Even the shadows of the major ninja villages dare not possess such an idea. Therefore, even if Lao Zai is four tails Jinchuriki, even if he may have been poisoned, Konoha and Yannian will not think about deeper things. Minato, this is a reply from Ewegakashi. Shikahisa held a scroll with both hands, on which was printed the logo of Iwayne and Onoki's personal badge. Well, thank you. Minato Namikaze took the scroll, entered some chakra with one hand, spread it out on the table, and started to read it directly. Lu Ju didn't leave either, he just stood by the table, his eyes also fell on the scroll. He is Hokage's assistant, and he is the most respected and trusted person around Minato. He is qualified to know these things. Onoki said that they have confirmed that Lao Zai once appeared there and participated in the battle. They hope to cooperate with us to search for Lao Zai's trace and the enemy's whereabouts. Minato watched while talking to Lu Ju. There was not much emotion in his light blue eyes, as if he had expected this situation a long time ago. Elder Danzang's matter is faintly related to Lao Zai's disappearance, so we can cooperate with them. And information sharing is still very important. Lu Ju crossed his chest with one hand, pressed the other hand on his arm, and pinched a bunch of beard on his chin. I think so too, and I plan to send Anbu outside to collect relevant information. We need to take the initiative to grasp these things. Minato nodded, agreeing with Shikahisa's statement, and at the same time picked up a pen on the table, clamped it between two fingers, and kept spinning it. I have an idea, perhaps he had thought about it for a long time. Lu Ju stared into Minato's eyes, and there were some abnormal changes on his face, as if what he was going to say made him very embarrassed. When Minato heard what Lu Ju said, the movement of his hands stopped, and he raised his head, with some surprise on his face. Do you think what happened to Lao Zai is very strange? Lu Ju got the response of Minato's actions, and said a word first, which aroused Minato's interest. What's so strange? Minato frowned, somewhat incomprehensible. I think this group of people targeting Lao Zai may really be targeting the tailed beast. As for Lao Zai, he is currently the only Renjulai living outside, and he is also the easiest one to get. After hearing Lu Ju's guess, Minato's eyes narrowed, as if he had been pointed out and had received an important revelation. It's possible. So what do we need to do next? Minato leaned on the chair, kicked his legs on the ground, and moved the chair back an inch. Such a distance and posture would allow him to listen to Lu Ju more naturally. Apart from Lao Zai, I think the next most likely targets are Sand Yin and Taki Yin, because these two villages are currently the weakest with tailed beasts. Of course, Sand Yin belongs to the 5 great ninja villages, so it should be impossible. This group of people should not have the strength to be tough. So, if they target Lao Zai's people, if their target is really a tailed beast, the next target will most likely be Taki Yin. Minato tapped on the table with a pen, looking into Lu Ju's eyes. Those eyes, full of wisdom, were black and white, with a look that convinced Minato. I'll send someone to Longyan village immediately, even if it's not true. I can remind them. Minato pulled the table, brought himself closer, and took out a list from the side. The above are some Anbu ninjas who are not currently performing tasks and are living in the village. Everyone is not weak, at least they are Chunin. I plan to send another team to Sand Hidden. Although you said that the enemy doesn't have the strength to confront Dainin village, we have signed an alliance agreement with Sand Hidden. It's okay to remind you. Looking at the list, Minato caught sight of 2 candidates, Hade Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui. One is his own disciple, and the other is the most famous ninja in the Uchiha family. These 2 are currently the elite ninjas of Anbu, and they will all be promoted to Captain Anbu in the near future, becoming people who can stand alone. This mission can also be counted as their experience. Yes, this can be regarded as showing our sincerity. Lu Ju nodded, agreeing with Minato's opinion. Then I'll send Kakashi to Takagakure, Shimizu to Segakure, and let them each take a team of Anbu. Page 315. Minato pressed the list and made a decision. I hope my guess is overwhelmed. After all, only the first-generation adults dare to think about and do things like collecting tailed beasts. Lu Ju showed a wry smile, rationally told him that his guess had some basis, but his sensibility made him completely unable to believe his guess. Okay. Minato nodded like that. The person who killed Danzo and fought Lao Zai has been confirmed to be the same group, or the same person. As for the identity of the enemy, Minato himself has many ideas. Take my warrant and go to Anbu training camp. Okay. Lu Ju took a scroll with Hokage's official seal from Minato's hand, turned and left. Minato put his hands on his chin, looked at Lu Ju's back, and didn't move for a long time. If the enemy's target is really a tailed beast, then why did Elder Danzo participate in it and was killed? A vendetta. Minato rubbed his temples with some annoyance, thinking of someone in his mind. Although I want to save the old man, there are too many enemies. Uchiha Saitama has been surrounded, so there is nothing we can do. This is his knife. The old man is waiting for my subordinates to come back here. This is a conversation Danzo had with Namikaze Minato a few years ago, when he was at the Iwagakure front. The details are vague and unconvincing, but Saitama actually died there. Why is it you? Namikaze Minato turned his chair around again, and looked out the window at the village. What happened recently really gave him a headache. Many things were hidden in the mist, making him confused. Base exclamation. A white-fanged short knife in Kakashi's hand flashed, and the blue lightning flashed across the air, turning into a thunder snake with its teeth and claws. Chinese letter exclamation, Chinese letter exclamation, Chinese letter. Several wooden stakes in front of him turned into several sections, and the cutting surface was still very smooth and tidy, completely natural. He has been in Anbu for many years, and his years of experience have made him grow a lot, becoming more mature and calm. Inheriting the sword skills of the Hatake family, his strength is only higher than that of the original book at the same time. Looking at the blade with two clear eyes, Kakashi felt a lot in his heart. Father, I will definitely continue the name of the Hatake family. It will not be dusted in my hands. Kakashi slowly touched the side of the blade with his left hand. A light flashed, and a masked silver-haired figure was reflected on it. On the arm, the electric current sizzled. Kakashi thought of a person, and the corners of his eyes drooped. To be able to be where I am today, I not only have to thank Minato-sensei for his cultivation, but also need to thank a person. That is Uchiha Saitama, who gave him the inspiration of Thunder Tunnel. Although the two didn't get along for a long time, Kakashi regarded Saitama as his friend in his heart. I don't know how you live down here. It's really unpredictable. I didn't expect that meeting to be our farewell. Kakashi held the knife in his right hand, slowly put the knife on his back, and walked towards the outside of the training ground. His training for today is over. Chapter 152. Sand Hidden and Kisgage. As the most miserable ninja village among the 5 ninja villages, Cheyenne Village would never have imagined that they would be targeted as soft persimmons. Due to the failure of the foreign war, the daimyo of the country of the wind handed over the tasks that had been entrusted to the hidden sand village to Konoha. It sounds unbelievable, but in fact, this is a real thing that actually happened. Leaving aside the brain circuit of this daimyo for the time being, what we need to know is that Cheyenne has had a hard time since his defeat in the war, and the title of the Big Five is barely maintained. In view of this situation, the 4th Kisgage, also known as Rasa, took many measures to make up for the shortage of resources caused by the absence of daimyo's funding. Fortunately, Liu Sha's magnetic escape can be said to be an excellent gold-making weapon. Through the control of the magnetic force, Liu Sha can attract out the hidden or deeply buried metal. It was precisely because of his personal ability that after the defeat, Sha Yin gradually got out of the predicament. But he alone can't change the situation. Those precious metals that are controlled by chakra and drilled out of the ground are not very pure. It's okay to fight. It's not about fighting over whose attack is more valuable. However, if one wants to convert these magnetically attracted metals into funds that can be circulated in the ninja market, many cumbersome steps are required. Similar to purification and casting, it is quite difficult, and the cost is not low. Therefore, even if Liu Sha doesn't eat or drink, sleeps and rests, and uses his blood inheriting limits day and night, it is still difficult to fill in the loopholes created by his name. Unhappy. Forced by such a severe situation, Liu Sha implemented a system in the village after discussing with the 2 village elders, Sheo and Abizo. Page 316. Elite Ninja System. What is an elite is to be able to do what ordinary people can't do, and to think what ordinary people can't think. So elite ninjas, the same is true. Liu Sha issued an order. Only those who are outstanding among their peers can continue to enjoy the benefits issued by the village for ninjas. Benefits are things like ninja allowances, discounts for house purchases, and discounts for buying and selling. This is equivalent to the 5 social insurances, 1 housing fund, and reimbursement of public expenses for civil servants in Saitama's previous life, which is a very good benefit. And those ninjas who are considered by the village to have no talent, of course, can still choose to continue their career as ninjas. This is something that no one can stop. After all, a ninja village will not really only have elite ninjas. This is a reserve of troops. However, the village will not provide any benefits. In other words, those who choose to continue to be ninjas are only equivalent to the village's mercenaries, not in the village's establishment. Of course, The mercenaries here are better than those in Saitama's memory. Naturally, such a system has advantages and disadvantages. The good side, of course, is that it can temporarily slow down the village's financial deficit, and can better allocate resources to those who are talented and have a promising future. What about the bad side? Of course, it's also obvious. What do the ninjas who are abandoned by the village think? Will the sense of dependence on the village decrease, and eventually lead to rebellion against the village under such a system? Will the cohesion of the village gradually disappear? These things are not profound things, they are easy to think of. However, Liu Sha, Cheo and other high-level Shan officials discussed these matters for a long time, and finally implemented this system. One of the main reasons is, at present, for at least 10 years, the village does not have the ability to provide welfare for all ninjas, which can be regarded as a kind of broken wrist, at least in the eyes of many high-level officials in the village. It takes great determination and courage to issue such an order. This is also Liu Sha's ability to support the entire village after the disappearance of the third Kasegage. Dare to think, dare to do, dare to work hard. Sand-hidden village was built in the desert, and the harsh geographical conditions have injected some positive and optimistic thoughts into the people living here. Similarly, their hearts are very strong. After Liu Sha officially promulgated this incredible decree, it was rare that there were not many voices of opposition in the village. Of course, it is impossible to have no one who opposes it! Many ninjas with bad backgrounds think that Liu Sha is trying to cut off the promotion path of civilian ninjas and increase his control over the village. This sound lasted for a long time and never stopped. However, the concept of elite is still spreading in the village, and it has inspired many people to forge ahead. For that small, untouchable hope of promotion, many people are working hard to make themselves better. This is also a scene that Liu Sha and others could not have imagined when they issued the decree. However, Saitama has a deep understanding of such situations. After all, in the world he came to, regarding studies, survival of the fittest is already the most gentle way of dealing with it. At least, in Saitama's eyes, the competition in the previous life will not be lost to the competition of a village. Today is Wednesday, and Liu Sha will go to the ninja school in the village for a guidance this afternoon. This is what he often does after becoming Fengyin, and it has basically become the norm. Those children who are still in school are the future hope of Shan village. Thinking of hope, Liu Sha thought of her youngest child, a child who was born as a container for a tailed beast. The tenderness deep in my heart was suppressed by Liu Sha in the blink of an eye, without the slightest hesitation or sadness. Only by holding the tailed beast in your hands can the village have a future. This is a practical insight that Liu Sha gained from experiencing the war. Wind Shadow Office. Compared with Yannian, the configuration here is more than one level worse. The four walls seem to be made of sand, without any extra decorations, and a simple calligraphy and painting is hung on a huge and empty wall. There is a word ninja written on it, and around the word are some blue-purple, strange lines with the characteristics of hidden sand. Liu Sha sat upright in his seat. The desk was large enough to pile up many documents without looking crowded. But at this time, he did not flip through the documents, but conceived a speech in his mind for a while at the ninja school. He doesn't have an assistant, and he's used to doing everything by himself rather than asking for help. From this point, it can be seen that Liu Sha's character is extremely conceited and rigorous. Boom! Exclamation! Just as Liu Sha was thinking, there was a knock on the door, and a voice came from outside. Master Kasegage, the time is up. That was the guard responsible for his personal safety. Even though Yin was already the most powerful existence in the village, but he can't be vigilant 24 hours a day. People always need to rest. In normal times, Liu Sha asked these guards to be responsible for providing him with itinerary reminders, acting as a memo. Page 317. Understood. I'll come out right away, Liu Sha said to the door, put her hands on the table, and stood up. Behind him is a huge window with a transparent glass-like material installed on it to allow the light from the outside to come in. Not in a hurry to leave, Liu Sha looked in one direction, and there was a hidden sand building with a dome over there. Although it looks dilapidated, it is still Liu Sha's home. But Liu Sha didn't want to look at his own house, but glanced around, looking for something. Soon, his eyes fell on a child in the yard. Short red hair, thick black eye circles, and above the right eye, there is also a red love engraved on it, which is very eye-catching. He is the youngest son of Liu Sha, and the current Ikitao Jinchuriki Gara. At this time, Gara was alone, sitting on the sand pier in the yard, with his eyes focused, while his hands controlled the quicksand to continuously interweave and pass through the fingers. In addition to being focused, His eyes also carried the purity and ignorance unique to children of this age. Gaara in this period is simply a young lady carved in pink and jade. Even strangers will call him kawaii from the bottom of their hearts when they see him. After Liu Sha confirmed Gaara's location, he glanced at the hidden locations of the Anbu around the yard, and then walked outside the office. Chapter 153 Akio and Gaara and Scorpion Hidden Sand Village, Ninja School. As one of the 5 major villages, Cheyenne has a large population. Even though the village has implemented the elite system, there are still many people who are willing to send their children to school for further studies. Liu Sha led a few guards and walked into the school very normally, but no one came to greet him, and no one came to cheer. This time, what Liu Sha was going to instruct was the 2nd and 3rd graders of the school. There were probably hundreds of them. Anyway, they were all in the dark, standing in the playground. It is not the first time for the students here to see Liu Sha himself, but they still have a lot of curiosity about this 4th generation who has been helping the village out of the predicament in difficult times. Liu Sha's reputation in the village is very good, and his love for the village can be seen in his life and work. Even though he has done many wrong things, at least for now, the original intention of all his actions is for the strength of the village. Liu Sha saw a group of children who had been lined up neatly and were standing there waiting for him. A smile slowly appeared on his face. At the front of the queue, he also saw his other 2 children, Temari and Kankuro. Temari has light yellow hair and wears a dark ninja robe with a tight mesh combat suit underneath. Looking at it this way, she looks capable and stable, even if she is only a girl about 8 years old. As for Kankuro, although he is only 7 years old, his talent as a puppet master has already been initially revealed. His whole body was covered by a black robe. Even his head was tightly wrapped. On his back, there is a puppet that does not match his body in many ways, and it is completely hugged by white bandages, making it impossible for people to see the puppet's true condition. Liu Sha noticed the 2 siblings standing together. They didn't speak, but raised their right hands and waved them to the crowd as a greeting. He came to the school to give guidance, nothing more than to guide a few students who he thought were good. Father is really majestic. Temari turned into his father's fangirl, with a smile in his eyes, and poked his younger brother with his arm. TCH, Kankuro rubbed his body, did not express his opinion, but looked at Liu Sha with a little admiration still in his eyes. As a child of Kasegage, he is still young, so how could he not be fascinated by such a father? But his family experience taught him a truth, to learn to be prudent, to keep his true feelings deep in his heart, and not to show them easily. Hey, what do you mean? Temari didn't have that many thoughts. She was Liu Sha's favorite child, so her love for her father was naturally beyond words. Kankuro clasped his hands, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Liu Sha on the stage. Rose's home. Gaara is 5 years old this year, but his mother died because of his dystocia, and he became a very young ginjali, so he didn't have many friends since he was a child, and his temper seemed a bit withdrawn. Without the love of his mother, fortunately, he still has many relatives. Father Liu Sha, who is the hidden shadow of Sha, has always been very strict with him, and rarely smiles at him. But Gaara knew that his father still loved him. In addition, he has a brother and a sister. My brother is very conceited, but he has never bullied him. He always loves him silently, even if it is his favorite puppet, he can play with it casually. As for his sister, she was also a wonderful person to him. All the while, the older sister has been playing a sort of motherly role, filling the void in his heart so that he doesn't feel so alone. Oh, Gaara thought, he also has an uncle who is his mother's younger brother, a medical ninja who seems to work at Sand Hidden Hospital. My uncle is called Yashimaru, and he is a thin-looking man with an unconcealable sadness on his face. Thinking of this, Gaara still controlled the quicksand in his hand boldly. According to his uncle Yashimaru, his ability came from his mother's love, and it was his mother's protection and dedication to him before she died. Also, Gaara didn't understand why he couldn't sleep. Every time he wanted to sleep, an uncle wearing a mask would come and wake him up. Page 318. Moreover, a strange voice can always be heard in his body, although it is not clear, but there is a tyranny in it, which makes him very upset. Fortunately, Gaara can always find other things to divert his attention without letting his inner emotions explode. His family's love for him is the root of his understanding at such a young age. He doesn't want to see those who are kind to him disappointed and shake their heads. With a pair of dark circles under his eyes, Gaara sat quietly in the yard. A circle of quicksand consciously surrounded him, and he, neither making noise nor making noise, was immersed in his own world. Perhaps this is the best state of Renjali. A guarding crane, a tapir covered with curse marks, is a tailed beast with eccentric temperament and perverse behavior. Although Shu's ranking is not high among the tailed beasts, he is not the weakest one either, and if the battlefield is chosen in the desert, even other powerful tailed beasts, it will be the very difficult problem to defeat Shu. Renjulai of the previous generation was a monk. No one remembers his real name, but everyone in Cheyenne village calls him Monk Fenfu. In this monk's hands, there is a heart and a feeling. When the hands are put together, it is a love. On this point, the two Jinchurikis have such similarities, and Fenfu, as the first crane guard, Juli, has spent many years getting the approval of the crane, and his strength is extremely strong. Gaara is just a child and can't communicate with Shuzuru, so he doesn't have much strength at present. Sand-Hidden Village is built in the desert, and there is a natural barrier around the village. There is only one way to enter and exit the village. You only need to send heavy troops to handle it. There is almost no possibility of being breached by external enemies, unless the breakthrough point comes from within the organization. Saitama and Scorpion are hiding a few kilometers away from Sand-Hidden Village. Here, it is desolate, with strong wind and sand, and people's sight is greatly restricted, so they are not afraid of being discovered by ninjas hidden in the sand. Saitama and Scorpion have been here for most of the day, and it is around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The two of them are waiting for an excellent opportunity to launch this operation against Izuo. Where are your men? How are the arrangements going? Saitama sat cross-legged on the sandy ground, using his windbreaker with a black background and red clouds as a cushion. No hurry, he is already waiting outside the village. As long as there is a good time, we can start to act. Zai's deep voice came from Fei Liuhu. He controlled the puppet face Sha Yinkun, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Saitama didn't ask any further questions, and when he returned to sane, Scorpio had a lot of feelings, which was normal. We are expected to enter the village at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and my men will clean up the outermost sand ninja for us. You should know the layout of Sha Yin village. The target this time is the son of the 4th generation of Sand Yin, Gaara. Scorpion's voice was cold, and he shared his information with Saitama bit by bit. Saitama nodded. Even if Zai didn't tell him the information, he knew it himself. And the layout of the hidden sand village must have been told to him early in the morning. I'm in charge of entanglement with Kasegij and others, and you are in charge of taking Gaara out of the village. This should be easy for you, right? Scorpion continued to assign tasks. At this time, he had many ideas, and Saitama was willing to listen to his arrangements. No problem, Saitama nodded, while lowering her head and fiddled with her 10 fingers. Time passed slowly, and the two fell into silence, waiting for the time to come. But the people of Sha Yin village knew nothing about all this. Chapter 154 Spies and entering the village. The sky gradually darkened. Time slowly passed, while waiting, and the time that Saitama and the two were waiting for also came. It was almost time for most people in Hidden Sand Village to cook dinner, and the ninja school was about to leave school, and Liu Sha is about to finish his work in the school, but he won't go home immediately. His working hours are still long, and he will continue to return to Fengying building to continue working later. Father, Teju walked up to Liu Sha, nodded obediently, with a smile on his face. Kankuro, on the other hand, looked a bit middle school, with his back straight, his head bowed, and the puppet on his back made him look very funny. Liu Sha didn't care about the child's attitude, put her hand on Temeri's head, and stroked it gently a few times. Go back in a while, get something for yourself and eat first. Don't wait for me. Okay, father. Nodding his hand, he pulled Kankuro towards the outside of the school. At this time, many people began to pack their things and leave the school. For Kasegij, this is just a daily routine, due to the many affairs in the village, and at such critical times, Liu Sha seldom has time to eat with his children at home. Most of the time, Temeri takes care of her 2 younger brothers at home by herself. Yura, a ninja of Hidden Sand Village, is now a chunin, but his usual performance is extremely good, so he was assigned to be responsible for the security work at the outermost perimeter of the village. At the same time, he is also a spy hidden deep in the sand, a spy that only 2 people know. He was voluntarily used by Zai to use ninjutsu in his brain's subtle brain manipulation sand technique, in order to win Zai's trust, and at the same time he became a spy planted by Zai in the sand. He is also a loyal fan of Scorpion. He is younger than Scorpion, but he has been impressed by Scorpion's talent and temperament since he was a child. Page 390. Not long ago, he received a message from Scorpion. This was also the first time Zai had contacted him in so many years since Zai disappeared mysteriously from the village, so he seemed a little excited. Scorpion's information said, He will sneak into the hidden sand in a few days, and I hope Yura can open up a passage for him to enter and exit freely. Although it was difficult, Yulian still did not give up. He started to prepare since he received the news from Zai. In Hidden Sand Village, there is a special ninja branch, the Puppet Master. The exquisite, magical and extremely powerful puppets are a key factor for Zhang Yin to be famous in the ninja world. But what makes a puppet master truly frightening is something else. This thing is poison. In this world where the technology tree is completely crooked, the development of science and technology is like a joke. As for the poison, only a few great ninja villages have the ability to develop antidote. And in these ninja villages, not all ninja villages can crack every kind of poison they encounter. And what you are prepared was poison! This is a kind of poison prepared according to the prescription provided by the scorpion, which can paralyze the poisoned person in a short time and block the flow of chakra in his body. If the poisoned person has not obtained the antidote in the next period of time, the blood all over his body will start to coagulate due to the paralysis of the body and the blockage of the veins. This kind of poison does not have the toxicity of blood seal throat, but it is more difficult for people to detect, and it is colorless and tasteless, which is unexpected. There are a total of nearly 40 troops guarding the outermost layer of the village, many of whom are Junin, but most of them are Chunin of the same level as Yura. The poison provided by the scorpion can be dissolved in food or air. Just think about it. This virus can spread in different ways to infect different people. Seeing that it was getting late, Yuliang silently walked outside the corridor leading in and out of the village. Since the whole village is blocked and surrounded, there is only this one entrance and exit. So whenever night is coming, this corridor becomes a vent. Due to the temperature difference, the air in the desert outside will form convection with the air in the village and generate wind. This is Yura's chance, and the one Saitama and Scorpion have been waiting for a long time. Hey, Yura, why are you going outside? It's windy over there. Isn't the sand blinding your eyes? A Chunin who usually does missions with Yura reminds Yura that although they all have a piece of cloth hanging down from their heads, which can barely cover some wind and sand, but it must be in a light wind situation. Oh, it's okay, I'm bored. Just wander around. Don't worry about me. Yura touched the cloth on her face that was directly attached to her skin due to the howling wind, as if nothing had happened. Okay, the ninja wasn't suspicious either. It's really boring to be responsible for the security of this area, and it will take at least an hour or two for the next batch of people to change the guard. Yura smiled at the ninja and continued walking to the wind. Looking outside, he could already see the desert outside. The yellow sand was constantly undulating under the action of the wind, like a yellow ocean. After pretending to look at it for a while, Yura turned his eyes to this tunnel again. The corridor is several meters wide and can only accommodate one car. Sand ninjas stand scattered on the posts on both sides. Since the establishment of the village, Cheyenne has not encountered any attacks against the village, so most of the people are not very vigilant, and they are talking and laughing with each other. There was a burning pain in his mind, and Yu Yang knew that this was a signal from Master Zai. And it was also a signal that the two agreed to start action. Reconfirming that no one noticed him, Yura quickly squatted down, took out a bamboo tube-shaped box from his pocket, and directly pierced the sealed box with one finger. Sissy! Only Yu Liang, who was close to him, could hear the sound of the airflow coming out of the box, and if it was far away, it would be covered by the sound of the wind in his ears. Holding her breath, Yura silently took a step aside. Although he had already taken the antidote in advance, it is better not to inhale this kind of invisible poison that kills people as much as possible. Okay, let's go. Scorpion pinched a ninja seal in the scarlet amber, gave Yura a signal, and then waited for nearly 10 minutes. Feeling that the time was almost up, and then said to Saitama. Saitama rested his chin in boredom, heard Scorpion's voice, looked up at the sun that was about to set, stood up slowly, and then stretched again. After Scorpion finished speaking, he moved forward silently, and did not intend to wait for Saitama. He is really an impatient person. What will happen after a while? Kyu shrugged and complained. He knew that Zai hated waiting for others the most. The state of the body was adjusted to the best, and all the muscles in Saitama's body began to work without any slack. He knew that the next journey would be very difficult, but full of exciting challenges. Quickly catching up with Zai, Kyu put his hands on his sides. His saber was hidden under his windbreaker, and the white gauze with the bamboo hat hanging down on his head walked slowly forward with him, also at an oblique angle. Float away. Yin, I'm still looking forward to it. Saitama thought of his first time on the battlefield. At that time he was weak and pitiful, and survived several missions. And one of the deepest impressions of that battlefield was watching the duel between Orochimaru and Liu Sha from a distance. Saitama has never forgotten the feeling of suffocation that hit her face. It's not because Orochimaru and Liu Sha are so strong that even Katama is scared today, but Katama was really too weak at that time. Saitama always remembered that indelible feeling, and it was also a reminder of his own weakness. The two of them walked in a normal way, without dodging, or using any strange ninjutsu to cover their tracks, and they didn't look like they were about to sneak into the enemy's base camp. As the distance approached, Saitama could also see a huge encirclement circle built with sand and soil. Page 320. Similar to the shape of the bird's nest in Saitama's memory, there is Cheyenne village, and their goal this time is in the village. Still far away, Saitama, with his amazing eyesight, saw a black figure standing at the only entrance of the wall, looking in their direction. Is that your subordinate? It's amazing. It's done so quickly. Keeping the speed unchanged, Saitama's tone was teasing. Scorpion made a sound, not knowing whether the hum was to admit that he was his subordinate or that he was very powerful, or both. My lord, they were still more than 10 meters away from there. Yu Yang had already knelt down, looking at the scorpion hiding in the crimson liuhu, and he didn't know why he recognized the mutated scorpion immediately. Yeah, Zai still didn't say much. Fei Liu, who slowly approached. Saitama stood next to Scorpion with a funny face on his face under the bamboo hat. You've done a good job. This operation is over. Just follow me out of here. Fei Liu, whose head was raised slowly, as if examining Yura. Yes, I will definitely follow your lord. Yura looked very excited, lowered her head, and leaned on the sand. You continue to stay outside and prepare for the response. We will go in first. Zai said a word again, and went straight towards the tunnel. Saitama paused and glanced at Yura, who was still kneeling on the ground. In my memory, when Scorpion and Dodara came to Sand Hidden Village to capture Gaara, this ninja called Yura also opened the way. After the mission was over, Scorpion also took him away. However, in the end it seemed to be the carrier of Pain's elephant turning technique, transformed into Uchiha Itachi, and died in the hands of the 7th class. It's also a poor thing. Saitama didn't pay much attention, squinting his eyes, and followed Zai. The corridor is very long, with solid rocks on both sides, and there are many positions for ninjas to stand on, but at this time, there is no one on it, because all the ninjas fell to the ground, staring, helplessly watching Saitama and Scorpion passing by them. They mustered all their strength, but they couldn't move. They could only watch the enemy walk into the village. The poison in the body is constantly eroding the bodies of these ninjas, making them weak and unable to move. Still so weak, Scorpion continued to move forward, and made a sound that only he could hear, as if he felt that these ninjas of Sand Hidden were useless. Kyu followed behind, with the corners of his mouth turned up, stepping on the side of these ninjas. His whole body was covered in clothes, and he was completely hidden. The corridor is nearly 100 meters long, not to say that the walls surrounding the village are all 100 meters thick. Standing at the end of the tunnel, Saitama and Scorpion looked at Sand Hidden Village. A round of red sun was under the sky on the other side of Sand Hidden, and only half of it was still emitting light and heat. I can feel the breath of the tailed beast. It's really a shuddering chakra. Saitama took a deep breath and looked in the next direction. Sensitive to chakra, he had already determined the location of Kazuo. If there is no problem, you can start to act. The puppet made the sound of some parts moving, and at the same time, Scorpion said to Saitama, "Okay, let's make a quick decision. After all, it's in someone else's village." Saitama nodded, touched the bamboo hat with his right hand, and fixed it, and there was a lot of seriousness in his eyes, and his face was still so indifferent. "Welcome back, Scorpion." Scorpion's body hidden in the puppet became inexplicably hot, and such words came out of his heart. Swish! Exclamation swish! The two figures jumped down and headed in one direction. The windbreaker of the red cloud with a black background was whistling in midair, and a blurred afterimage was drawn in the space. That's how the Shukaku capture project started. Chapter 155. Start. Capture. Temari and Kankuro walk down the village street side by side. The streets of Cheyenne are not like Konoha. Every place is tightly pasted with floor tiles, but a layer of flat rocks is laid on the middle road, and the ground in other places is flattened. Both of them were carrying something in their hands. Kankuro was carrying some meat strung together with threads, and Temari was carrying a few cloth bags in his hand, which contained fresh vegetables. Located in the desert, although vegetables can be grown, they can only be grown in a small area because the cost is too high. Even in the original world of Saitama, one of the most expensive things in the desert is native vegetables, not to mention this world where production seems to be very backward. scarcity and cost lead to extremely high prices of vegetables, even more than twice as expensive as ordinary meat. And it is impossible not to eat vegetables in daily life. After all, to become a strong ninja, the first step is not to let yourself be malnourished. Can you go faster, mother-in-law? Are you girls so boring? Kankuro held those silk threads in his hands and kept fiddling with 5 fingers, as if he was still practicing the dexterity of his fingers. At the same time, his tone clearly revealed some displeasure. Okay, I got it. I don't know what Gaara did at home alone today. It's not like playing with sand in the yard all day again. Temari's tone was a little helpless. If he hadn't been pulling Kankuro, he probably would have gone into the room to play with his cold puppets by now. Page 321. Stepping faster. Temari misses his younger brother who is alone at home, although he has always been very sensible. Ding dong exclamation, ding dong exclamation, ding dong. A few rapid and loud alarm bells sounded from a distance, and the siblings who were walking quickly froze and looked up at the place where the sound came from, and the atmosphere of the entire hidden sand village seems to be condensed in this warning sound, and there is such a second of tranquility between heaven and earth. Is this an enemy attack? Temari was a little nervous, and his little face turned pale, as if he was frightened. I love Luo. The next second, Temari found that many ninjas who heard the voice were rushing towards his home, and had a bad premonition in his heart. Kankuro was also a little nervous. His fingers stopped moving, and his eyebrows huddled together. Go back. Temari dropped a sentence, and began to run down the street towards the house, holding the bag of vegetables in her hand, and as she ran, she swung it back and forth on both sides of her body. Her home is just ahead, just around the corner from the intersection, not far away. Wait for me. Kankuro straightened his face. As Gaara's older brother, he knew some of Gaara's differences since he was a child, so he felt even more pitiful for his younger brother. This incident, he and Temari thought about it together, and they both felt that something happened to Gaara. Quickly catching up, Kankuro didn't hesitate. Who the hell are you? A masked ninja half-kneeled on the ground, blood dripping from the lower edge of the mask onto the sand, condensing into a dark stain. Crunch exclamation. A tail made of countless metals, connected in series, with various small organs cut across the air. Bark exclamation. A metal tail deftly moved in the air, pierced the ninja's chest with a swish, and strung him up into the air. I actually underestimated you. Scorpion's voice sounded. He was careless just now, and actually let the Anbu ninja who was guarding Gaara send out a distress signal. Tear exclamation. Before the ninja could utter a scream, with a flick of his tail, his body was cut into 2, and he fell to the ground without a sound. Get rid of that kid. We have to get out of here quickly. I'll block you first. Zai left a word, and Fei Liu, who moved slowly towards the ninjas who had just arrived. There was a slight smile on the face under Saitama's bamboo hat, and there was a trembling feeling all over his body. This feeling of going against everyone in other villages is very exciting and makes one's scalp tingle, but it's also very good. The voice from Anbu just now has attracted the attention of many people, and they really need to leave here quickly, or they will be miserable if they are surrounded by people. Zai went to block the enemy. Kyu temporarily had no worries and looked at the child in the yard. In this yard, nearly 10 ninjas had died protecting him, but he still didn't panic, and even stood up and stared at Saitama. You are Gaara, right? Saitama walked towards the boy with red hair. His eyes looked at this little boy who was only about 1 meter long through the fragmentary strips of cloth hanging from the bamboo hat. Who are you? Gaara was very calm, and his eyes were full of innocence. Is he really the kid? Saitama murmured, not intending to continue talking. Electricity began to wind up on his right hand, and he grabbed Gaara directly. But Gaara didn't move at all, as if he didn't react. Whoosh exclamation. Before the palm touched Gaara, Saitama heard a voice, glanced slightly, and saw 2 figures. What did the scorpion do to let 2 children in? Twish exclamation. With a kick, Saitama left the spot and fell to the side, and where he was standing just now, there were several long 1,000 roots. Kyanbin was half submerged in the sand, obviously strong, and there was a trace of black marks on it, which should be poisoned. Gaara. Temari ran over, grabbed Gaara, and looked at Saitama warily. TCH. Saitama looked over Temari, and looked at Kankuro, who was manipulating the puppet behind him. Stay away from my brother. Kankuro put his hands in the air in front of him, A blue chakra line was formed from all 10 fingers, and a black puppet was suspended 1 meter in the air in front of him. And the Kyanbin just now also came out of this puppet's mouth. It's interesting. Kyu looked at the few people who seemed to have a close relationship between siblings, and did not expect that the 3 siblings in this period had such a good relationship. Twish! Saitama remained motionless, but disappeared abruptly from the sight of Kankuro and Temari as if melting into space. Where did you go controlling the puppet? A drop of cold sweat appeared on Kankuro's forehead, and his clothes clung tightly to his back. This was the first time he used a puppet to confront an enemy. No matter how hard he trained, when it came time to actually start a fight, he still had some weakness, so he couldn't grasp the rhythm in a short time. What are you looking for? Saitama pressed one hand on Kankuro's head, feeling his body stiffen, not daring to move. When Kankuro didn't move, but his eyes turned to one side, and at the same time, he caught sight of a figure with a red cloud on a black background. Kankuro. Temari also found out that his younger brother was being controlled by the enemy, and quickly pulled Gaara aside, looking over with vigilant eyes. The strength in his hands continued to increase, and Saitama could feel that Kankuro's breathing was also increasing, as if he was about to do something. A little brat has to look like a brat. My lord is in charge. Don't come here and make trouble. Kaiyu's arms suddenly erupted with electricity, which passed along the arm to Kankuro's body. Oh! Kankuro let out a scream, and his body fell limply to the ground. Boom! Kicking Kankuro on the back to push him away. Saitama was like throwing a fly. Page 322. Kankuro, what did you do to him? Temari shouted in surprise, clenched his fists, staring at the enemy in front of him who was wearing a windbreaker and a bamboo hat, but didn't show his true face. Maybe he's dead, who knows? Saitama spread out his hands, but his feet started to move again, walking towards Gaara and Temari. Uteju's pupils shrank, and he glanced at the younger brother who fell to the ground in the distance, motionless, but his chest was heaving and rising. His whole body was emitting black smoke. If Kankuro really had an accident, she must not be able to accept this fact. The single enemy's target is Gaara, and she can't let Gaara have an accident. Thinking of this, Temari firmed his eyes, straightened his chest, lowered his body slowly, and put his legs forward and backward, putting on a posture of guard. The arm burst into electricity again. Saitama raised the corner of his mouth, and stretched out to Gaara beside Temari. At this moment, the incarnation of Saitama extended his magic claws to the child's strange sorghum. Chapter 156. Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara get away from Gaara. Temari pulled Gaara behind him, glaring at Saitama. When Saitama first heard the sound of Temari's explosion, there was a slight pause in the movement of his hand, and then he continued to stretch it regardless. Wind escape wind blade. The enemy's hand was close at hand. Temari had no choice but to use ninjutsu in order to protect his younger brother. Although she has a very high talent for wind dungeon, being able to use complete ninjutsu at the age of ninja school is already difficult but rare. Twish! A foot-long transparent blade appeared in her hand, controlled by chakra, and suspended there. It's really touching, but what's the use? Saitama narrowed his eyes and looked at the somewhat tough little girl in front of him. Twish! The ninjutsu was launched by Temari and headed towards the enemy's face at an extremely fast speed. While performing this ninjutsu, Temari also felt the weakness of his body, and he began to feel a sense of emptiness all over his body. She knew that this was caused by the short-term loss of a large amount of chakra in her body. Gaara, run! Go find your father. Throwing ninjutsu, Temari yelled at Gaara behind him, but Gaara didn't move at all, just like a puppet. Watching him fall on the ground not far away, Kankuro on the ground. Zizzy! The current surged, and Saitama reached out to grab the ninjutsu attacking him, as if pinching a toy. Click! As soon as he exerted force, the wind blade in his hand was crushed. Saitama spread his hand, and let the shattered blade turn into chakra and diffuse into the air. Do you think you can stop me, little girl? Saitama looked at her still waiting eyes, blocking her. Temari, threatening in a low voice, and following his words, the aura on his body began to rise, and the murderous aura accumulated over the years of fighting turned into an invisible attack, all of which rushed towards Temari as if venting. Oh! The girl, who had never experienced a real war, was frightened by Saitama's murderous aura. Her face turned pale, and she took a step back. Kang cheered up and stood firm. Teju realized that his younger brother behind him was still there, and his heart tightened. Taking a step forward, Saitama's eyes looked at Gaara with a calm face, as if what happened around him had nothing to do with him. Bark! Chimoto passed in front of Katama, passed through the hat on his head, and flipped the hat over, but did not hurt Saitama's body at all. Oh? Saitama turned his body slightly, looking at Kankuro, who was half lying on the ground. Just now Katama still knew the severity of the strike, so he didn't strike hard. He just estimated that he could knock Kankuro unconscious, but he didn't expect Kankuro to slow down so quickly. Are you looking for death, kid? Saitama showed a cold smile. His delicate cheeks were a healthy wheat yellow, and the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on half of his face, which was very rosy. Stay away from Temari and Gaara, you bloody intruder. Kankuro opened his eyes with difficulty, and kept bending the 5 fingers of his right hand. At this time, he was in a very bad state. His whole body was paralyzed by Saitama's previous Chidoryu, and it was difficult to use his strength. But seeing that his relatives were about to encounter murderous hands, he gritted his teeth and persisted. This is a village. As long as you gain a little time, reinforcements will be enough to arrive. But a disobedient child. Saitama shook his head, a strand of bangs fluttering lightly on his forehead. Boom! Katama disappeared, and in the next second, the whole person had come to Kankuro's side, and under his feet, Kankuro's puppet turned into pieces. Weakness is the original sin. Have you heard this sentence? Saitama stared at Kankuro's stubborn eyes, the corners of his mouth slowly raised. Slap! The soles of his feet were entangled with electric current, and Saitama stepped on Kankuro's head, stomping his head into the sand. I think you are very interesting, so I won't kill you. Kankuro heard the last sentence he heard before he passed out, and the tall man disappeared from his sight. Kankuro. Temari looked at Kankuro, who was stepped into the ground by Saitama's foot, and his heart was raised in his throat. Twish! The next second, Saitama disappeared again. Enough time has been wasted. There is no need to continue talking nonsense. As soon as Temari's vision blurred, he was lifted into the air by the enemy. Because girls are naturally developed early, she is only 8 years old and is nearly 1.3 meters tall, but in Saitama's hands, she still looks like a chicken. If you don't have the strength, don't waste your life, you know. Saitama clasped Temari's neck tightly with her right hand, making it extremely difficult for her to breathe. Temari kept kicking his legs, and grabbed Saitama's right hand with both hands, trying to pull it away. Page 323. Let her go. A crisp voice sounded, but Saitama didn't speak, just quietly looked at the speaker. Gaara. The strength in his hands seemed to be getting worse. Teju's eyes were getting more and more white, and the eyeballs were about to roll over. Gaara's eyes fell on Temari, who was controlled by Saitama. Some shadows began to appear in the corners of the eyes, and the tyrannical look flashed past, and a circle of quicksand rose from under his feet, slowly surrounding his body, constantly rotating and flowing. Crackling, electric current flashed through his hand. Temari didn't even make a sound. He just rolled his eyes that hadn't finished rolling just now, and leaned his head weakly against Saitama's tiger's mouth. Snapped! Saitama casually put Temari aside, with a hint of curiosity on his face, looking at the sand surrounding Gaara. You shouldn't hurt them. They are my family. I don't know what's going on in Gaara's brain circuit, and Kiyu couldn't help laughing at what he said. Is it really okay to be so small, just like the second grader? Since you don't want me to hurt you, act sooner. Oh, so what? Kiyu began to stir up electric current all over his body, making a hissing sound. Whoosh! The sand under his feet began to spread upwards along his ankles. When Saitama chakra moved, the electric current flashed past, shaking away the sand that was trying to climb up on him. Slap! Saitama kicked on the ground with one foot, stepping out of a black bunker on the spot, and his figure disappeared again. Gaara was a little puzzled, and looked around, looking for Saitama. He has no combat experience, and he fights entirely by instinct, and the skills he uses are all mastered by him playing with sand in the yard alone. Clatter! A warm and thick palm was placed on the top of Gaara's head. Gaara reacted instantly, and was about to control the sand to attack the palm, when the whole person was pulled into the air out of control. Boom! Speaking of Gaara, Saitama punched Gaara, and the fist containing thunder attribute chakra hit Gaara's abdomen heavily. Puff! Gaara's eyes widened, his pupils shrank, and at the same time, he opened his mouth wide, spitting out a mouthful of bloodshot gastric juice. Saitama used of his energy all of a sudden, and for a monster like Jinchuriki, he knew that this blow would not kill him. Death is not death, but it is very possible without the strength to resist. Looking at Gaara's suspicious eyes, Saitama, just to be on the safe side, exploded the electric current again and transmitted it to Gaara, paralyzing his whole body. It is really a technical job to make Gaara lose the ability to resist, and make him unable to fall asleep. After several operations, Gaara has no power to resist. Anyway, he is just a child now, and he is still a non-black and Jinjuriki, so Saitama can deal with it fairly easily. Holding Gaara's hands with one hand and throwing him to his shoulders, Saitama was about to walk outside. Scorpion has helped him stop the ninja and created a lot of time. If it is not over, Scorpion will start to go berserk. Gaara was resisted by Saitama on his shoulders. His hands and feet were entangled by the current created by Saitama with chakra, and he couldn't move. And because he was punched by Saitama before, he still hasn't recovered yet. His head rests on Saitama's back. His mouth is slightly opened. Clear saliva drips down the corner of his mouth towards the ground, like a broken doll. Don't go, let go of Gaara. As soon as he lifted his foot, Saitama felt his ankle being grabbed by a hand, and looking down, it was Temari who had just been thrown on the ground. At this time, Temari's face was covered with stains, and tears and sand mixed together and stuck to his face. But even so, she still raised her head, looked at Saitama who had blocked the setting sun, and tightly grasped his ankle. What a stubborn little girl, why bother? Kyu pulled his feet and found that the girl's grip was really tight. But today, Gaara, I have to take it away. Saitama shook his head. The current passed along the ankle, and the strength of the hand on the ankle was getting weaker and weaker. Don't go. Temari raised his hand, catching the gradually receding footsteps, while his heavy eyelids slowly closed the whole world. For the last time, she met Gaara's eyes with thick dark circles. I'm sorry, sister can't protect you. Temari lost consciousness, his hands hanging limply on the ground. On the street outside the courtyard, the Scorpion controlled Fei Liuwu, and kept strangling the ninjas who rushed here, and there were nearly 10 ninjas piled up on the ground. This period of time seems to be very long, but in fact, only about 2 minutes have passed. In Sand-Hidden Village, the alarm bells are still ringing, and there are countless winds coming from my ears. It is obvious that Sand Shinobi is coming. Successful. Withdraw. There is a large wave of enemies approaching. Saitama grabbed Gaara on his shoulder with one hand and said to Scorpio, bark! The metal tail swept by, and Scorpion strung the nearest ninja onto the tail. You go first, I'll come right away. A deep voice came from the puppet, and at the same time, the creaking puppet kept moving, killing all the nearby ninjas. Okay, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the village. Keisuke should be coming. Hurry up. Kyu nodded, bent his legs, kicked on the ground, jumped up, stepped on the roof, and then walked towards the entrance of the village without hesitation. Electric current was surging in his body, and Saitama's speed was very fast, and the moment he climbed to the roof, he glanced away, and he saw a person wearing a white royal robe, with blue patterns embroidered not far away is approaching fast. Squinting his eyes, Saitama quickly recognized that it was the current Keisuke, 4th generation Rasa. It's coming fast, but it's still too late. Page 324. Leaving Liu Sha back view, Caillou didn't look back, and ran away with Gaara on his shoulders. He is not afraid of a Liuosha, but the ninja army of a village. At present, he should not be able to single out. As for the Scorpion, I can't control so much now. Since I dare to stay in the Queen, there must be some way to get out, right? Chapter 157. That is, hearing the alarm bell, Liu Sha, who was still working, quickly rushed towards this side. The Fenying building is a high-rise building in the village, so you can see his home directly from above, but it doesn't mean that his home is very close to it. From hearing the sound, to rushing here and finally arriving soon, Liu Sha still spent nearly 3 minutes, but the ninja following him was even slower and was still chasing him. Looking towards the direction of the house, Liu Sha saw a figure of a red cloud with a black background jumping high and stepping on the roof of his house. That figure was very tall and straight. The owner of the body was also very young, and on his shoulder was a figure Liu Sha was very familiar with. That's Gaara. Damn it! Liu Sha's expression changed when he saw who was on the shoulders of the figure. Nameless flames burst out from his eyes, and his feet accelerated again, shooting towards that side. The enemy not only broke into the village, but also attacked their people directly. In this way, they did not take them seriously. Unforgivable exclamation. This was the first thought that popped up in Liu Sha's heart. Scorpion looked up at the surrounding situation. Because of his obstruction, Saitama was almost unstopped, and left directly, and those enemies who came in a hurry also set their sights on the self who was still here. HMPH! Zai let out a disdainful voice, even though Liu Sha had come tens of meters in front of him. Stop him! Don't let him run away. The rest of them will go after the fleeing enemy. Be careful. Master Fenying's youngest son is still in the hands of the enemy. A ninja wearing an animal mask landed in this battle group. He arrived here very early, but because he was not good at fighting, He never made a move. Many ninjas judged the situation and were ready to give up and continued to surround here. In their view, this enemy who has not left is already a turtle in the urn, and his death is not far away. Swish! 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 Crimson flowing whose tail kept swaying, passing through the air, making a whistling sound. Sensing that Saitama was almost out of the siege here, Scorpion was also preparing to retreat. Although he has a record of destroying a country by one person, this country is only a small country without the protection of a formal ninja village, not one of the top 5 crunch! Thinking in my heart. Before Shinobi could react, Scorpion controlled the puppet to stick to the ground, and rows of holes appeared around the puppet. His exclamation, purple poisonous smoke spewed out from inside, turned into poisonous snakes, and kept attacking the surroundings. Get away! This is poison. The Anbu ninja reminded a group of ninjas who had just arrived, but it was still slow. Those ninjas who had just arrived had not yet adapted to the fighting style of the Scorpion, and they were plotted against. A ninja shrouded in poisonous mist clutched his neck and fell to the ground, bleeding from his orifices. Damn it! As soon as Liu Sha was about to go after Katama, a poisonous mist shrouded her eyes, and her face became even colder. Wind escape big breakthrough. Several clever ninjas stepped back quickly, while their hands were constantly interlaced, and ninja marks were pinched out on both hands, and chakra was permeated all over their bodies. Crash! The gust of wind blew past, and the poisonous mist was blown away, revealing a ninja who had been beaten by surprise inside. Most of them had lost the battle and fell to the ground, and some were even bleeding from their orifices. Chasing, inform the troops, rush to the entrance of the village. Don't let them leave the village. Liu Sha narrowed his eyes and saw the Scorpion that was already galloping on the roof, left a word, and hurried to catch up. Gaara is still in the hands of the enemy. Judging by the situation, the opponent's target should be the tailed beast. Oh! Saitama stepped on the roof with one foot, leaving an almost negligible footprint. At the same time, the upper part of his body twisted in midair, and he squeezed out Chidori with his left hand, and sent it directly into the abdomen of a sand-hidden. Although Scorpion created an opportunity for him to leave, there were still a steady stream of ninjas coming towards him. However, the strength of these ninjas varies from high to low, and they can't even stop Saitama for a second. Gaara was carried on his shoulders, and following Saitama's movements, he was thrown around like a sack, and the saliva was thrown out like that. Saitama doesn't have time to take care of Gaara now. As long as Gaara is not unconscious for a while and doesn't die, that's enough. Take a step, and there may be a sand rushing up bravely and trying to block Saitama. The Chidori squeezed out by the left hand has not stopped the input of chakra since the second it was released, because the chakra cannot be stopped if it wants to maintain its shape. Like a dexterous cat, Saitama's figure shuttled across the roof, pulling out a blue and white afterimage while continuously harvesting the lives of the enemies. We're almost here. Saitama glanced and saw that the entrance to the village was close at hand. Bark! Once again, with a sword in his hand, using Chidori as a weapon, he killed a sand ninja who was rushing forward. Saitama narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Boom! With a heavy step on both feet, the roof collapsed directly, and the whole house collapsed and turned into ruins. And Saitama himself shot out after this shot, and went straight to the exit a certain distance above the village. Grown-ups. Page 325. As soon as he landed, Saitama noticed a chakra hiding behind the rock, and was about to make a move when he heard Yura's voice. Are you ready? Saitama stood still, threw Gaara to him, and turned to face the chasing ninjas. Damn, you are a traitor. A sharp-eyed sand ninja was the first to see Yura standing next to Saitama. His face was a little abnormal, and he turned red with anger. Well, it's ready. Yura took Gaara with a calm face, not caring about Shinobi's attitude, and nodded to Saitama. Zai had asked him to prepare a bomb in the tunnel before, and as soon as they left the village, they would blow it up directly, so that Sha Yin could not send a large number of pursuers. You go out first. I'll take care of Scorpion. Saitama gestured to Yura, and slowly touched his right hand into his clothes, touching the saber that belonged to him. The few ninjas who arrived first had also seen Saitama's strength, so they didn't take the lead, as if they were waiting for more companions to arrive. Squinting his eyes slightly, 3 Gaoyu appeared in his scarlet pupils. That Sharingan, a middle-aged ninja standing at the front, held kunai across his chest. He saw the enemy using the famous ninja world's blood succession limit, and his pupils froze. Shrinking, a terrible thought appeared in the bottom of my heart. Could this be Konoha's action against Sand Yinger enough for the Big Five? The agreement seemed like a piece of waste paper. Get ready to fight, he yelled, reminding his companions around him that he lowered his body and stared at Saitama's footsteps. Saitama passed the figures of several sand ninjas in front of him, and saw a figure wearing the same uniform as him rushing towards him. Zizzy exclamation with the corners of his mouth raised. Kyu slowly pulled out the saber hanging from his waist, and dazzling electric currents began to surge all over his body. Get rid of your roadblocks first. Kyu stared at Sharingan, beeping softly, looking very cold. Are you coming? Several sand shinobu held their breath, their bodies tensed, and looked at Saitama, who seemed to be about to make a move. Along the way just now, this enemy killed melons and vegetables with his hand, lightning done like chopping melons and vegetables, and directly killed them at the entrance of the village, leaving a deep impression on those who chased them all the way. Twish exclamation. Saitama lowered his body slightly, kicked his right leg backwards, gave his body an acceleration, and instantly disappeared from Sand Shinobi's sight. Bark exclamation appearing again. Saitama's knife has passed through a ninja's chest, knocking him to the ground. Let's go together. The enemy is strong, a ninja said calmly, holding a scimitar-like weapon in his right hand. So what if we go up together, die together? Saitama smiled mockingly. Blue and white electric current wrapped around his right arm, and his figure disappeared again. Ding exclamation. The scimitar broke in two, and Saitama stared at the enemy in front of him, and his knife had already sliced across the enemy's throat, leaving a thin red line on it. The red line slowly expanded, and the red liquid slowly gushed out from it. You haven't left yet? Scorpion also arrived, and the moment he landed, he strangled two ninjas who were about to attack him with his tail. Waiting for you. Let's go. Yuo Sha is here. Saitama shrugged, not caring about the surrounding atmosphere, but at a place less than 20 meters away from the village, Liu Sha led a group of ninjas to chase after him aggressively. Liu Sha pulled the troops far behind. If the enemy hadn't been running all the way and constantly releasing poisonous mist, he would have been able to catch up to the enemy within the village. However, now is also good. When you come to the outskirts of the village, you can use it in battle, and you are not afraid of killing civilians by mistake. From the very beginning, he never thought about whether he would fail, because he is the shadow of Hidden Sand Village exclamation, one of the top powerhouses in the entire ninja world. He didn't believe that he would be defeated by a few unknown people who appeared suddenly. Saitama and Zai met, and ran outside without looking back, without any thought of fighting. Before leaving, Zai left a circle of poisonous mist at the entrance, and the narrow corridor gave him a better space to display. Twish exclamation. It took the two of them a few seconds to rush through the tunnel of tens of hundreds of meters, and at the same time they saw Yu Liang, who was waiting at the entrance outside. Yura, do it! Scorpion saw Yu Liang and gave him an order directly. Yes, Yu Liang was also determined to follow Zai from now on, and without any hesitation, he took out a match directly at the bomb that had been prepared long ago. His exclamation. The fuse turned into a fire snake in Katama's eyes, and Gaara, who was put aside by Yura, picked up Katama and walked forward without looking back. Let's go! Scorpion controlled the puppet, followed Saitama, and at the same time did not forget to call Yura, who seemed to be still thinking about it. Boom exclamation. The three of them turned around, and an explosion appeared instantly. The 10 meters of the corridor near the exit was submerged in dust, and the pursuers inside also disappeared. Leave here quickly and rush to the reserved location. Blowing up the tunnel will only prevent Sha Yin from sending a large number of chasing troops. Liu Sha will definitely chase them out. Saitama is carrying Gaara. Gaara just now seems to have regained some mobility. He wants to manipulate the sand to attack him, but he punches him again. Now he has fallen into the state of a sage thinking about life. Gaara at this age and state, although cute, is really weak. Zai said concisely, knowing the urgency of the situation. It was not a good thing for Shang Liuosha and the pursuers. Yu Liang tried his best to keep up with the speed of the two, and he was completely unqualified to interrupt. At the same time, he had already exhausted all his strength in rushing. The three figures are far away from Sand Hidden Village, and the distance is getting farther and farther away exclamation. This plan against Yue seems to have ended perfectly like this. Boom exclamation. The black iron sand turned into a sky, resisting the falling rocks above his head. Liu Sha's face was sullen, and he didn't say a word. Boom exclamation. More iron sand emerged from the ground for his use, and he kept moving forward, using the iron sand to make his way. At this time, he can't manage the situation of his subordinates. Gaara and Ikuo are the issues he is most concerned about at present. Everything else must be postponed. Page 326, chapter 158. After spending some time, Liu Sha finally came out of the collapsed tunnel, and he could only see a black shadow of Kai Yu and others' backs. With a cold snort, Liu Sha did not give up on the pursuit, and looked behind him, only to find that several subordinates who were very close to him escaped after him. Go back and inform the village to activate the first-level security. In addition, please ask the elder Chidai to come out and preside over the overall situation. I will go after the enemy first, and you will follow with the troops. I will leave a chakra mark on the road. Liu Sha explained some things and shot it directly, leaving behind a few subordinates who looked at each other. They looked at me and I looked at you, and their minds were still a little confused. This is a forest, which belongs to the country of Sichuan, a country sandwiched between the country of fire and the country of wind. The country attaches great importance to commerce and has a good economic development. At the national level, it is also biased towards the country of fire. Captain, after this mission is over, you will be promoted to captain, right? In the marching team, there were 4 people in total, each wearing an animal mask. Obviously all of them were Anbu. The person who spoke was a tall man. He was the second strongest attacker in the team, and he was also one of the most promising candidates to succeed the squadron leader after Jishui was promoted. During the mission, don't say these words, Sakata. Jishui didn't even move his head, just kept staring at the front, said something casually, and ended the topic. Oh, I see. The ninja named Sakata was not annoyed. He had worked under Shisui for so long, he knew the captain's habits. The captain likes to do things, he doesn't like to beep beep too much, and he doesn't like his subordinates to beep beep. This mission was directly ordered by Hokage-sama. If it is done well, it will do no harm to everyone, and judging from the mission itself, this mission should not be too dangerous. Shisui was at the forefront of the team, and the 3 subordinates behind him followed him in an inverted formation. Understood. Everyone answered in unison without any hesitation. This place is currently at the junction of the Kingdom of Rivers and the Kingdom of Wind. According to our speed, we will be able to arrive at Hidden Sand Village in half a day at most. Everyone cheer up. Okay. Shishui's voice was calm. As the team leader, he was already very comfortable in handling tasks. Before accepting this mission, Namikaze Minato briefly introduced the cause and effect of the matter to him and Kakashi based on the idea of humanity and the possibility of encountering enemies. Therefore, before he set off, he understood the special nature of this mission. According to the description of the purpose of the 4th generation, the various characteristics of the enemy are also kept in his heart. At the same time, Shisui also had a strange feeling, as if this mission seemed to be specially arranged for him by God. He had a feeling that he would definitely meet someone who surprised him on this mission, as if it was destined. Of course, this is just an inexplicable feeling, and Jishui didn't express it on the outside, but suppressed it in his heart. Moreover, he also remained vigilant. Generally, when a person has his situation, it is not a good thing. The team fell into silence, but from time to time someone chatted. For the whole team, Shisui is the captain. He is already the Jonin of Konoha village. The remaining 3 are all elite chunin. One is good at throwing ninja tools, commonly known as Krypton Gold Flow. The other is good at chakra control and has a strong sense of chakra. Medical missions. The last one is Sakata, who took the road of physical training. He is said to have practiced with Dai for a long time when he was a child. Liu Sha's strength is not weak, especially if the battle venue is changed to the desert. Even a few people with similar combat power as him, it is estimated that it will be difficult to deal with him. This is also his courage to pursue Saitama and others alone. It's impossible that Saitama and Scorpion, 2 people who have never heard of it or seen it, have the same strength as him, right? Liu Sha didn't dare to think that way. The strength of the shadow class is enough to become a powerful figure in any village, who would feel uncomfortable and organize a group to run to a place where they don't want to shit. In his line of sight, Liu Sha could see that among the 3 distant figures, one figure seemed to have stopped in place, while the other 2 figures still did not stop and ran forward. Should this be said that the enemy is self-confident or arrogant? Liu Sha narrowed her eyes and went even faster. Quickly approaching the enemy, Liu Sha is ready to instantly kill the remaining enemy, and then continue to pursue and bring Gaara back. Sha Yin can't lose one tail, at least at this stage. One tail is needed to deter some enemies and buy some time for the village to recuperate. Black iron sand condensed in the space around him, and Liu Sha could already see the face of the enemy. A very young and handsome face. The hair is not long, but there is a bunch of bangs that are deliberately long on the right forehead, dancing in the breeze. The figure is also very tall and straight, and the black-bottomed red cloud uniform on his body is not the clothes of any organization he knows. Liu Sha stopped tens of meters in front of Kyu. He felt that the enemy seemed to be not easy, and he felt full all over his body, so even if he could win, it would not be too smooth. Looking behind the enemy again, Liu Sha saw Gaara being entangled by a tail, flicking and flicking in the air, and gradually drifting away. "Who the hell are you guys?" Liu Sha said calmly, staring at Saitama. The black sand and iron continuously condensed in the space around him, and under the influence of the magnetic force, he stepped on the black sand and slowly floated into the air. Arms crossed his chest, Liu Sha knew that there was no need to be in a hurry at this time, and he took a deep look at the direction where Gaara disappeared. He hoped that the reinforcements would come sooner. "Long time no see, Keisuke-sama." Saitama showed a funny look, with a smile on his face when he saw an old friend, and his hands were put in the pockets on both sides of the windbreaker, looking very relaxed. "Oh, who are you?" Liu Sha frowned. Looking at Saitama's young face, she was sure that she didn't know this enemy. "A few years ago on the battlefield, I watched the battle between you and Orochimaru from a distance. It was wonderful." Saitama didn't answer Liu Sha's question, and just talked on his own. "You are Konoha's ninja?" Liu Sha thought of something. His face was not very good, and his right hand began to clench. Page 327 it used to be, but not now. Saitama pulled out his hand from his pocket, stretched it out in front of him, and spread it out. "I don't know if it's your magnetic dungeon that is stronger, or my thunder dungeon stronger." He began to emit a dangerous breath all over his body, while blue and white lightning began to swim around his body, and some electric arcs continued to strike on the surface of his clothes. "That's right." Liu Sha narrowed his eyes. The corners of his eyes began to turn black, and Sha Tai also began to keep wondering. He smelled a hint of danger from the enemy in front of him, which made him not dare to take it easy, and he also adjusted his mentality and became serious. "I hope that the reinforcements will come soon. Otherwise Gaara will be taken away and it will be difficult to find him. And in this way, Yue will lose control from Sha Yin's hands." Ki pursed his lips and stopped talking, just looked up at Liu Sha, who was suspended, and the electric current on his body was also getting thicker and bigger under the control of his consciousness. "This is a fierce battle, at least that's what Caillou thinks, against a veteran cage-level powerhouse like Liu Sha, who has a geographical advantage. Even he should be more careful." A gust of wind passed between the two of them, rolling up a layer of yellow sand, reflecting red light in the afterglow of the setting sun. "It is already far away from Sand Hidden Village, so there is no need to worry about reinforcements for the time being." After thinking clearly, Kiyu slowly touched his saber with his hand, and his body slowly pressed down, and the soles of his feet sank into the sand unconsciously. Chapter 159 Magnetic Escape. I had a deep impression of Liu Sha's strength very early on. At that time, I was weak and had to look up to him as a shadow. Saitama's blade was raised slowly, and the electric current on it kept stirring, and it glowed blue and white in the dim yellow atmosphere. Liu Sha looked at Saitama, pinched his right hand, and the iron sand on the right began to condense and turned into various shapes, including cubes, cones, and spheres. The invisible aura diffused from Liu Sha's body, and Kiyu knew that it was his unique blood succession limit, magnetic escape. Pedal exclamation! A huge crater appeared in the bunker, and countless yellow sand exploded and scattered from the ground in all directions, and Saitama's figure also disappeared on the ground, heading straight for Liu Sha in midair. Magnetic escape. Iron rain. With a wave of his right hand, the iron sand floating on the side transformed into countless small iron balls again. Tweet exclamation! Tweet exclamation! Tweet! The black iron ball blends into the twilight, making it difficult to distinguish, but Saitama, who has Sharingan, happens to be not among them. Even though he was in the air, Saitama still made different evasive movements, dodging dexterously with his body. But Liu Sha's attacks were too dense, and in the end he had to use Thunderbolt to condense a substantial barrier in front of him. Countless iron balls touched the currents in front of Saitama, and they seemed to lose control in an instant. Without power, they turned into black iron sand and fell to the ground. Magnetism generates electricity. Electricity generates magnetism. This is the knowledge that Saitama has known since junior high school, although he has long forgotten about it. Only this sentence still has a little impression, but it is always useful to influence the trajectory of the iron ball with a turbulent current. Saitama narrowed his eyes, saw that his method really had some magical effect, and smiled slightly, but his movements didn't stop. His body turned over, fell to the ground, and then jumped out again. This time, he shortened the distance between Liu Sha, and Liu Sha's danger was somewhat greater. Stepping on the sand, Liu Sha, who was hanging in the air, saw Saitama's movements, understood his intentions, and frowned. Because Kiyu's speed is too fast, even if he uses sand, He can't hit Kyu. A wide range of ninjutsu is needed. Liu Sha knows what to do when he thinks about it. He just knows how to use large-scale ninjutsu. With a pinch of his hands, the chakra in his body gushed out from his body, and a stronger magnetic force permeated his body. And with his movements, traces of gold slowly permeated the sand around him, and under the reflection of the red sun, it gave off some dazzling light, just like gold under the sun. Magnetic escape dust gold. Liu Sha squeezed her nose towards the center of her eyebrows, pinched her ninja seal with her hands, and sank slightly, stepping on the flooded golden sand. Huh? Kyu paused, and found that the sand in Liu Sha had changed from black to golden. According to the general plot, such a change means that the villain has undergone an evolution and has become more powerful. Sweeping the knife in front of him, the thunder and lightning made a hissing sound, sweeping away the gold dust in front of him. The body sank. Kyu took a deep breath. All the muscles in his body tensed, kicked his feet, and looked at Liu Sha, who was less than 10 meters away from him in a straight line, showing a somewhat cold expression. Boom! Exclamation. The sand exploded again, and Saitama turned into a shell and shot at Liu Sha. Magnetic escape golden sand waves. Liu Sha stretched out her right hand and pointed at Saitama. Boom! Exclamation. Between the two, the desert suddenly exploded, and countless golden sand spewed out from below, sweeping towards Saitama in the air. HMPH! Saitama stared at Sharingan, and a strong electric current erupted all over his body, and he charged straight up with unabated momentum. Why bother so much? It's over! Exclamation. Saitama put the knife at the front, and a strong, compressed current appeared at the tip of the knife, and the current there showed a black color due to the extreme compression. But it's not that pure black, but with a hint of purple, which is very similar to the color of Kyudama in Saitama's impression. Bark! Exclamation. The golden sand, like a stormy sea, slapped towards Kyu, and Kyu did not show weakness, and pointed his sword at the vast ocean. The tip of the knife collided with the golden sand, making a sound as crisp as metal. Bark! Exclamation. Saitama used force with his arm, as if opening a curtain, piercing the golden wall in front of him. Page 328. Saitama was about to cross the golden sand, but the facts told him that he took it for granted. Boom! Exclamation. Surrounded by gold dust from all directions, it is like a dumpling wrapper, with Saitama as filling, wrapped in it. Magnetic escape gold sand bound coffin. Liu Sha stepped on the sand, spread her right hand first, saw Kyu falling into her siege, the corners of her mouth curled up, and at the same time, she clenched her 5 fingers hard, forming a fist. Boom! Exclamation. The golden sand swished around, wrapping Saitama in the innermost part, and it was still shrinking inward. There was pressure from all directions, and Saitama struggled a few times, but found that it was useless. In the last scene in sight, Saitama saw Liu Sha showing a cruel smile. Soon, the gold dust completely wrapped Saitama, and Saitama's struggle gradually became smaller until it disappeared. Susanoo plunging into the darkness, Saitama closed his eyes. The power of the pupil was brewing inside, and a complex pattern appeared at the position of the pupil. Boom! Exclamation. Liu Sand was still smiling, and the next second, the gold dust burst, and a giant with blue and white muscle lines suddenly appeared at Saitama's original position, squeezing the sand that had just wrapped him away. What is this? Liu Sha was a little surprised, but the movement of his hands did not stop. The moment the giant appeared, he landed directly and pressed his hands on the ground. Saitama is in the position of Susanoo's chest with his throat down, with an indifferent expression. Originally, I just wanted to fight you with ordinary ninjutsu, but if you insist on messing with me, then you can't blame me. On the red flame knife in his left hand, the scorching flame burned more vigorously under Saitama's control, and a faint black layer began to permeate the outermost layer of the flame. Is this what you rely on? Saitama looked down and saw the surging desert under his feet. Gold and yellow were mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish for a while, so Kyu never discovered when Liu Sha had spread the gold dust to this area. Be buried by me, Liu Sha said in a low voice, pressing her hands deeply into the sand. Boom! Exclamation. The golden ocean swept across again, this time, with even greater momentum and a wider scope. Magnetic escape golden sand funeral. The feet kept tumbling, and gold sand surged in all directions, but Saitama didn't change his face, but just controlled Susanoo to cross the weapons of both hands and lay them across his chest. Twish! Exclamation. Red, blue, 2 different colors began to bloom on Susanoo. Looking up, Kyu saw the sand curtain that had already covered the sky and the moon, and lowered his head. It was also a sinking sand sea. Are these moves really inherited from my love Liu, and Liu Sha will also do it? Saitama pursed her lips. Susanoo slightly bent her legs, The blue and white muscles on them had obvious lines and a sense of strength base exclamation. The golden sea of sand began to envelop Saitama, and while the sand that covered the sky and the moon covered Saitama, the huge body of Susanoo was also being pulled underneath. Twish exclamation, the two weapons started to swing, first from the chest, and then the powerful chakra was continuously injected into the weapons, emitting two different special effects. The fiery red is extremely hot, like a burning stove, and there is a trace of black flame at the very edge. The blue and white is the continuous bursting current, and black arcs also appear at the tightest position. Boom. The placer gold that kept coming over was chopped off by Susanoo, and Saitama's danger was constantly relieved. Luo Sha's face changed, and chakra erupted again in his body, increasing the control and cohesion of the placer gold. Such a move. I'm useless. Keisuke-sama. Kaiyu smiled faintly, and controlled Susanoo to slowly raise the flame knife in his left hand, pointing at Luo Sha in front. Chapter 160 Chiyo. The chaos in Hidden Sand Village was quickly quelled, and the poisonous mist left by the scorpion was also quickly cleared away without causing too many casualties. In the crowd, an old woman who looked very old stood there, holding a fishing rod in her hand and wearing a grass-yellow hat on her head. Wearing a plain robe, Chiyo had a sullen face, listening to an Anbu report information to her. Originally, she had almost stopped meddling in the affairs of the village, and was fishing leisurely with her younger brother. But the urgent siren made her run out in a hurry, and then she saw such a chaotic scene. Elder Chiyo. Anbu bowed his head as a greeting to Chiyo. Since Liu Sha came to power, Chiyo and Ebenozo have given up their core positions, unless they really need to come out to discuss important matters. At other times these two people live a leisurely life in their own back mountain position. Ebizo is also standing beside Chiyo. As Chiyo's younger brother, he looks older than Chiyo, but he also looks very energetic. There are two enemies. One is good at lightning dungeon, and the other is a puppet master. With the help of the traitor Yura, they sneaked into the village and took away Rinjulai. Master Keisuke has already chased him out, but because the passageway is destroyed, we are unable to send reinforcements yet. The Anbu reported the information he had so far to the two members of the former leadership team in front of him. Yura, puppeteer? Chiyo stared at Anbu in front of her. Her eyes began to narrow. Her puffy face was very rosy. Master Keisuke chased him out alone? Hai Leazang frowned, and his two gray eyebrows knit together. He felt that Luo Sha should not be such a reckless person. Why did he chase him out alone? Since the enemy dared to break into the village, he must have confidence in his own strength. Page 329. Yes, Keisuke-sama is alone. Anbu nodded. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead under the mask, and the strong aura of the two people in front of him made him overwhelmed. Go and count the casualties first, and send those injured to the hospital. Chiyo signaled Anbu to go down, and at the same time looked up at the exit of the village. There were some twinkling lights in her eyes. Sister, what should I do? Ebino stared at Chiyo. His lips moved a few times, and asked, quickly gather a group of elite ninjas, cross the tunnel, and go to support Liu Sha. Well, I heard that the enemy's poison is very powerful. Do you want to go and see those poisoned ninjas? Hai Leazang put his right hand in his pocket, and looked in the direction of Liu Sha's house. Well, I'll take a look. You go ahead. Chiyo nodded and did not continue speaking. Let me go. I want to talk to Grandma Chiyo. Outside, two medical ninjas stopped Temari with a perplexed face. They arrived at the scene very early, and after a brief treatment, Temari was revived. Her injuries are not serious, but she needs more rest and recuperation. However, after waking up, she began to ask about Gaara. When she was told that Gaara had been robbed and Liu Sha chased him out, she still looked anxious. So she came over and wanted to say a few words to Chiyo, hoping that Chiyo would gather people quickly and go out to help Liu Sha save Gaara. Chiyo recognized Temari and waved at the two ninjas, signaling them not to stop Temari. Grandmother Teju came over, with a worried face and red and swollen eyes. Temari, don't worry about your father and younger brother. We will send someone out soon. Take a good rest, you know. Chiyo touched Temari's left cheek with her hand. Her tone was very gentle. She likes Liu Sha's eldest daughter very much. Her personality is very similar to her when she was young. She is very strong and can endure hardships. Yeah, Temari stared at his big eyes and nodded. Go and see Kankuro first. He was hurt more than you. Chiyo reminded Temari again. Well, mother-in-law, I'll go there first. Temari walked over to Kankuro's situation. Before coming, she took a look at Kankuro and found that he was still awake. In the marching team, Jishui suddenly felt something and stopped abruptly. What's wrong, Captain? Sakata was a little puzzled, and the other two were also a little puzzled. Jishui didn't speak, but looked at the desert in front of him. The light in his eyes became more concentrated. This feeling can't be wrong. The ability to sharing eyes. Jishui covered his right eye with his right hand, silently feeling something. Rubbing the warm right hand over the eyelid, Jishui could feel a force inside. And in the depths of the desert, there is also a power similar to the power in the eyes fluctuating. Who is it? At this time, does Uchiha still have ninjas wandering outside? Jishui squatted down, constantly feeling the fluctuation of the power from the same source in his eyes. There is a situation ahead. Speed up. No matter who is in front, Jishui is ready to take a look. In the information Namikaze Minato gave him, for the sake of the overall situation, he didn't tell him that the enemy who was good at Thunderbolt had Sharingan, so he didn't have any thoughts about it. Yes, the three looked at each other and nodded. Jishui stood up straight. Yi stared at the front with energetic eyes. His heart was filled with anticipation. Who is in front? Such fluctuations. Even Jishui felt very powerful, and the person with Sharingan was definitely not weaker than him. Moreover, his intuition also told him that surprises seemed to be ahead. Holding the knife on his back with his right hand, he adjusted the knife slowly, and Jishui rushed forward again. Taki Hidden Village. Due to the existence of the waterfall, the village is isolated from the outside world, which also makes it difficult for outsiders to find their way in. Therefore, Longian Village has always existed in the entire ninja world in a form of seclusion. But no one will underestimate this village. After all, it is the only village with tailed beasts besides the 5 great ninja villages. Today, the atmosphere in Longian Village is very bad or very frozen. Fei Duan was lying on the ground, with a symbol of an evil god drawn in blood under him, and there were many wounds on his body, and he looked very embarrassed. But even so, Fei Duan's expression was still rampant and reckless. Page 330. Where he was lying, there were many other corpses with exaggerated wounds, as if he had been hacked randomly by a person to vent his anger. Fei Duan stared wide-eyed and looked at the sky. His silver hair was messy and pulled across his forehead, and his hairstyle was no longer so complete. Half of his hair was pitch black as if it had been scorched by flames. Not far from him, on an erected wall, a girl who seemed to be very young was fixed on it with a long sword pierced through her chest. Her breathing was very weak, but a force was forcibly keeping her from dying. This is Longian Village, and it is also the place where the undead duo chose to capture Nanao. Now, this place has become a purgatory. The buildings have been destroyed one by one, and most of the ninja combat power in the village has been consumed by powerful enemies. Jiaodu's emerald green eyes first fell on the girl, and then turned his eyes again to look at the young man leaning against a ruined wall with difficulty. That is the current village head of this village, and also the shadow of this village, but in fact, this person does not have the strength of shadow level. In the previous battle, he forcibly increased the strength and quantity of chakra by drinking something called hero water, but he still had no advantage against the strong Kakutsu and hidden. Thank you for not offering a reward amount yourself. Waste. Otherwise, I will take you out to exchange for money. The corners all showed mocking smiles. The man squinted his eyes. His face was smeared with dried blood, and he was a little stiff. This green-eyed man is very familiar with Takian Village, and the ninjutsu he uses is very similar to a secret technique he saw on the scroll left by his predecessor. That secret technique seems to be called Earth Resentment. It is said that it has been stolen out of the village for decades. Chapter 161. Approaching Jiaodu. This village is so weak, I didn't expect you to come out of this village before. Fei Duan had already sat up, and the windbreaker on his body was broken, so he simply tore off his clothes and left his upper body naked. HMPH, stop talking nonsense. Take that girl and we can leave. Jiaodu snorted coldly, and glanced at the man leaning against the corner of the wall. Although he was already powerless, his gaze was still stubborn, and he stared at him firmly. It had been a long time since Jiaodu had met someone with such a personality, and there was still an indescribable feeling in his heart. TCH. Okay, I didn't expect Nanao Jinjuriki to fly after turning into a beast. Fortunately, she has some brain problems. She has already run away, but she turned around to save these people. Otherwise, she might really let her run away. Fei Duan stood up, walked towards Fu, and kicked the corpses, blocking his way with his toes. Previously, Fu had successfully transformed into a tailed beast, transformed into a pair of wings, and was ready to leave, but looked back at Hidden and Jiaodu, who kept slaughtering her companions. In the end, she was defeated by Hiduan and Kakuto, who had no taboos, taking advantage of her flaws in her character, and beat her half to death. Boom! Exclamation with a scythe. The wall was chopped down, and the gravel flew, but Fei Duan's weapon was not damaged at all. Then Fei Duan held Fu under his arm as if holding a piece of trash, and Fu snorted coldly, but still did not open her eyes. She had already fallen into a coma due to serious body injuries, and just now she was only wounded by Fei Duan's rough movements, and she reacted subconsciously. Let's go. Fei Duan grinned at the horns, showing his white teeth, then walked towards the outside exit without looking back. At the outermost edge of the ruins, there were a few scattered ninjas with weapons in their hands, but when they saw Fei Duan, they trembled all over and voluntarily gave up their positions, without the slightest intention to fight. Jayadu remained expressionless, following behind Hiduan, with his hands hidden under his sleeves. Takian is such a cowardly village. It has always been like this. This is a sentence that suddenly popped up from the bottom of Jayadu's heart, and he himself thinks it is very appropriate. The current situation is the same as when the village senior officials were unwilling to bear the consequences of their failure to assassinate Zhujian. When they encounter a strong man, they dare not face it! Only dare to hide behind, cowering. Don't go. Let go of Fu. The man leaning against the corner stretched out his hand forward with difficulty, and his body couldn't help but fall forward with this movement. HMPH, I don't know what to do. Jayadu stopped, glanced at him. Wow, the man yelled, seeming to intensify the pain in his body, pulling some wounds. Then, another mouthful of blood spewed out, spraying all of it on the ground in front of him. In the red blood, there were still small pieces of broken meat, which were already his internal organs. He stopped when he saw the corner, and the man put his hands on the ground, trying to prop himself up, but to no avail. After struggling for a second, his forehead directly touched the bottom, and he fainted on the ground. There was no sound, only the slight ups and downs of his abdomen still told him that he was still alive. Jayadu was stunned for a moment. A joke flashed in his green eyes. He didn't know who it was aimed at, then ignored the man, followed Fei Duan's pace, and walked outside. In this world, there are always some people who will be desperate for some unnecessary ideas, and generally this kind of people will be called fools. Seeing Kakudu approaching, those remaining ninjas threw away their weapons, and quickly ran to the side, as if Kakatsu was the god of plague. Because of the fight just now, Jio was punched every time, no matter who it was. Every time he got a punch, he would be seriously injured or even killed. Ignoring those Taki shinobu who looked like trash, Kakudo continued walking with a blank expression. Less than 10 miles away from Longian village, 4 figures continued to move forward, shuttling through the dense woods. In the team, the leader was a masked silver-haired man with a tall and straight figure. His whole body was covered in a black robe, and he looked not weak. On his back, like Shishui before, there is a white short knife pinned. The short knife looks very ordinary, like a weapon that can be bought casually in an ordinary weapon shop. But in fact, this knife looks ordinary, but its material is very extraordinary. It is an extremely good ninja knife. The silver-haired man is Hate Kakashi, who set off from Konoha village with Shisui, a disciple of contemporary Hokage, and son of Konoha Bega. It is now the autumn of Konoha's 53rd year, and Kakashi is nearly 20 years old. He has really grown up, and his whole body exudes the aura of a stable, mature man. Page 331. And his strength and talent, at this stage, have been fully revealed, and have been recognized by many people. This task is a good reflection of his strength. After Shikahisa's analysis, Pakigakure village is the next most likely village to be attacked by mysterious people, so Kakashi was arranged here by Namikaze Minato, and Kakashi was ready to encounter the enemy. The enemy is very dangerous, but Minato still does it like this. It can be seen that he also has certain confidence in Kakashi. Even if you can't defeat the enemy, you can still escape if you want to. Everyone, get ready, get out of this woods, and then go forward to a valley. See a waterfall, and you will almost reach Longian village. Kakashi said calmly to his teammates behind him. Behind him, among the 3 teammates, one is a white-eyed ninja from the Hyuga branch, one is an insect control master from the Oil Girl clan, and the other is a sword master from the Moonlight family. Strength. Tick! A few drops of blood drip down from Saitama's arm, wetting the sand and leaving a dark patch of land on it. And in the mid-air a few meters in front of him, Liu Sha clutched his abdomen and stepped on the suspended gold placer. The blood formed a thread and dripped down from his hand. He raised his head, smiled, showed his white teeth to Liu Sha, and licked his lips a few times with his tongue presumptuously. It seems that I won, Saitama said slowly. Only his right hand had a wound all over his body. It was a wound made by Liu Sha with gold placer. It looked deep, and the flesh inside was clearly visible. curled outward. However, for him, whose body is composed of intercolumnar cells and the products of 10 tails, such a wound is just a minor injury. It doesn't take long to heal, and it's hard to leave even a scar. Ho ho! Liu Sha stepped on the gold dust. His body was hanging in the air. He was panting heavily, and the sweat ran down his forehead. One drop after another gathered together, and then turned into bigger sweat drops, which flowed down drip away. In his abdomen, there is a penetrating wound caused by Saitama, which has had a great impact on his battle, and he himself has not felt that death is so close to him for a long time, which also makes him feel that he seems to be out of the era. Such a character who looks very young can make him use his full strength, but he still can't please him. After a brief rest, Saitama started to move again, taking small steps. He walked towards Liu Sha, and the chakra all over his body reappeared, and the blue-white arcs continuously exploded on the top and bottom of the clothes, making a hissing sound. The windbreaker on his body had been beaten into short sleeves in the previous battle, leaving both of Saitama's arms exposed. I've never heard of you. Who are you and what's your purpose? Behind Liu Sha, golden placer gold began to surge, and when he spoke, his eyes never left Saitama, and the pain in his body didn't let him relax. Although the sky was getting dark, Kiyu could still see the gold dust clearly, and Liu Sha's behavior just showed that he was afraid of himself and was taking precautions. Saitama's speed is very fast, and it doesn't take long at all to rush over this distance. Liu Sha squinted his eyes, and the enough chakra in his body kept circulating, guarding against Saitama's surprise attack. After fighting for a long time, it turned out that I haven't introduced myself yet. It seems that I was rude. Kiyu stopped when he heard Liu Sha's words. Once this incident is over, his exposure is inevitable, and there are not a few people in Cheyenne village who have seen him. Moreover, he is not going to continue to hide. Xiao, the plan to collect tailed beasts has officially started, and it will soon attract the attention of the entire ninja world. At that time, my identity will also be exposed. Instead of being exposed, I might as well be open about it. In this way, you can also do things above board. As soon as his identity is exposed, some people will naturally know that he is still alive. Maybe this news is good news for some people, such as the old Uchiha Zhang. You can call me Saitama. My previous name was Uchiha Saitama. Saitama raised the knife with his right hand, and the electric current exploded at the tip of the knife, piercing the gradually dark night, like a bolt of lightning, exploding in the dark night sky. Liu Sha narrowed his eyes, and when he heard the name Saitama, he had a familiar feeling, but he didn't find any relevant information in his recent memory. Then he heard the surname Uchiha again, and the information from a few years ago slowly emerged in his mind, causing his pupils to shrink to varying degrees. It's you! Liu Sha stared at Caillou with wide eyes. According to Liu Sha's information, Uchiha Saitama is an extremely talented ninja in Konoha village. He is very powerful at a young age and may become a strong enemy of Sa Yin. However, before Sand Yin sent a ninja to snipe, he had already died in the battle between Konoha and Yan Yin. Don't think about why the dead people mentioned in the information will come back to life. Liu Sha wants to know why this Uchiha Saitama went to Sand Yin to capture the tailed beast. In other words, who is he working for? Don't be surprised, I said it all. That was before, so I have nothing to do with Konoha now, and my actions are not ordered by Konoha. The Gaoyu and the Sharian keep spinning, and Kiyu leans forward, and at the same time slowly sinks the knife, and puts it on the right side of the body. This is a small movement of his energy accumulation, and it is also a small movement before the battle. Liu Sha's strength is very strong! Even if I used Suzano just now, I still couldn't kill him. In the end, due to the disproportionate consumption of pupil power and the damage dealt, Saitama had to give up continuing to use it and instead adopted a more familiar melee combat. But Kiyu knew that Liu Sha consumed a lot, at least much more than him, and because of his physique, Liu Sha's battery life was definitely not comparable to his. Under Liu Sha's seemingly relaxed surface, there is a weakness and powerlessness that both of them know well. After fighting for so long, Kiyu has also figured out the battle mode of magnetic escape, and now he continues to fight. He is sure to end Liu Sha in this land he is most familiar with today, and keeping Liu Sha will definitely cause unnecessary trouble to the entire organization in the follow-up Tail Beast Collection battle. Thinking of this, a strong killing intent appeared in Kiyu's eyes, and the expression on his face became even more indifferent. Page 332. Do whatever you think of. Kiyu doesn't plan to keep it for the new year. Twish! Kiyu stepped on the ground hard, and the sand under his feet exploded instantly, forming a large depression, and he himself disappeared in place. Liu Sha took a deep breath, quickly raised her seat, and distanced herself from Caillou. And just below him, a figure was shooting at him, and the thunder and lightning around him wrapped that figure like a bolt of lightning. Bark! Exclamation! The blade scratched on the placer gold, breaking a big hole in the placer gold that formed a barrier. Q knew that such an attack would be useless to Liu Sha, so he prepared a big move to entertain Kasgage. Magnetic escape gold binding coffin. Liu Sha's voice came from the top of his head, and Q looked up and saw Liu Sha stretching out a hand towards him. 5 fingers were about to close together, and invisible fluctuations kept rising and falling around him. Boom! Exclamation! Stepping on the ground with 1 foot, Saitama swung his ninja sword round, and his body also spun away in place. Crackling! Exclamation! Under Saitama's movement, trend, the electric current on the blade and everywhere around his body slowly sprayed to a position 30 or 40 centimeters around his body, and formed an ellipse, slowly enveloping Saitama. Such a scene is like the members of the Hyuga family using their secret technique Return to Heaven. However, what Saitama covered the outer layer was not pure chakra like Hinata, but the lethal Chidori Ryu. The placer gold surrounding Saitama was swept away by Saitama's moves. First it turned into uncontrollable sand grains, and then under the strong control of Liu Sha, it turned into condensed gold placer again, and continued to attack Saitama. Bang! Exclamation! Bang! Exclamation! Bang! Gold placer kept colliding with Saitama, and under the high-speed rotation, Chidoryu surrounded Saitama impenetrably. Kyu took a deep breath. His body seemed to stagnate for a moment, and then the electric current exploded, and the range was extremely wide. Boom! Exclamation! Under such an impact, the surrounding momentum of the placer gold was instantly dissipated, and under the influence of the current, it scattered in all directions. Damn it! Liu Sha controlled the placer under his feet to continue to rise, and at the same time his face turned pale. Whoosh! Exclamation! The ninja sword was thrown by Saitama, and the target was Rasa floating in midair. HMPH! Liu Sha saw Saitama's movements, and at the same time understood how wise it was for him to raise the height. In his opinion, being able to fly means that he is in a natural invincible environment. Even if he can't kill Saitama, he can leave as he wants. The blade turned into a flying arrow, and there was a dazzling electric current at the tip of the blade. Bark! Exclamation! The knife rubbed against Liu Sha's shoulder, and continued to fly to a higher sky, slowly turning into a twinkling star in the sky. Hee! Seeing that his attack didn't work, Saitama actually laughed out loud, and the right hand that threw the knife still maintained the throwing motion. This is Liu Sha narrowed his eyes, realizing that something was unusual, and a bad premonition enveloped his heart. Chapter 162 Swish. In the dark night sky, Liu Sha's eyes saw a silk thread. One end of this thread is connected to the knife thrown by Saitama, and the other end is held in Saitama's hand. Did you find it? Kyu looked at Liu Sha's changed face and the direction of his gaze, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. The index finger and thumb of the right hand were squeezed together, and a transparent silk thread that was difficult to be noticed appeared between the 2 fingers. Arm muscles tightened, Saitama's body twisted to the right. The thread in his hand stagnated for a moment, and then quickly jumped back. At the other end of the line, under the influence of Saitama's traction and power, a ninja sword drew an arc in the air and flew back from another direction, while Liu Sha was surrounded by the silk thread. Fire escape dragon fire art before his own saber flew back. Saitama made a seal on his chest with one hand, then his chest bulged and his head fell back. Hot chakra appeared at the throat. Saitama's eyes locked on Rasa, and he opened his mouth and began to breathe fire. The flames came out of Saitama's mouth, followed the silk thread in Saitama's hand, and quickly approached Liu Sha in the air. Magnetic escape gold placer defense. Liu Sha has rich combat experience. After discovering Saitama's tricks, he quickly used ninjutsu to build a circle of defense around his body. Boom! Exclamation! The flame and the placer gold collided, and the heat wave exploded in an instant, while the surface of the placer gold showed black marks and some melting tendencies. 1 person is on the ground, 1 person is in the air, 1 attack and 1 defense. Very visual impact. Saitama's chakra surged again, increasing the output of ninjutsu. Liu Sha's body was hidden behind the gold dust, and Saitama's ninjutsu kept hitting him, making his forehead sweat more and more. As for the abdominal injury, when he used magnetic escape with all his strength, it continued to worsen, and the wound also showed signs of tearing. Gold placer is a special sand formed by mixing metal extracted from the ground by Liu Sha using magnetic escape and sand. The hardness is high, and the degree of chakra fit is also high. But under Saitama's fire escape, it actually began to melt, and the outermost layer of gold dust condensed together and turned into a smooth surface. Clatter! Letting go of the steel wire held by his right hand, Saitama grabbed the knife that had returned. Page 333. Such fluctuations in the Jishui team. The ninja in charge of the investigation raised his head and looked into the distance. Even if he didn't say anything, the 4 members of the team all stopped in unison. I'll go first. Hurry up. Jishui knew that it was the place that gave him a kind of inner surge before. The person who can make his eyes feel familiar is in that position. Yes. Several people nodded, seeing that Jishui was a little unusual. In normal times, Jishui would not give such an order, nor would he voluntarily leave the team and set off alone in order to rush for time. Jishui glanced at the place where the chakra wave was coming from and stomped hard. The speed increased in vain, and the distance between him and several teammates was widened. The black robe whistled in the wind, and the Konoha forehead guard was tightly tied to the forehead by Shisui, reflecting a faint light under the moonlight. He kept his mouth shut, and kept his eyes on the front. His heart was flustered. The closer he got there, the more familiar the chakra fluctuations were. The frequency of his steps continued to accelerate, and the speed of Jishui continued to increase. He wanted to meet the person who made him feel uncomfortable all over, the person who also has Sharingan. I hope you don't regret chasing after him. Liu Sha. Tiu clenched the knife in his hand, and slowly pinned the knife back to his waist. At the same time, the Gaoyu in his eyes twirled and gradually changed into a kaleidoscope. At the corner of the left eye, blood slowly flowed down from the eye socket, down the cheek, and dripped down. After the gold placer, Liu Sha controlled the gold placer around him to spread out, revealing a hole that allowed him to see Saitama. Although it is very strong, my placer gold will not be broken so easily. Liu Sha let go of the abdomen that he had been covering all the time, where he used placer gold to form a layer of sand armor on the body surface, temporarily preventing the loss of blood. Standing up straight, Liu Sha raised his hands high. The chakra in his body began to flow, and the gold dust all over his body began to surround him again. Saitama bent his body downward, and the sand under his feet sank downward. Afterwards, a gust of air flow centered on him and dispersed towards the surroundings, and Caillou jumped up with it. With his left eye closed tightly, Saitama opened his right eye wide, locking onto Rasa. In front of him was an ocean of gold dust that was constantly turning over and over. Zizi! Blue arcs shone all over Saitama's body. The night wind was very cool, hitting his face and making him more energetic. Bark! The thunder and lightning did not flash by, and Saitama slashed out from top to bottom with his right hand, cutting a hole in the wall in front of him, briefly exposing Liu Sha behind the wall. It's now! Saitama narrowed his eyes. The pupil power in his left eye disappeared instantly, and a hot impulse appeared in his eyes. Amaterasu! A black flame appeared in Saitama's line of sight and landed on Liu Sha, who was originally calm. Liu Sha was entangled by the flames that suddenly appeared on her body, and screamed boom! The placer under the feet lost the control of Liu Sha and turned into loose sand, without cohesion. Boom! Liu Sha also fell to the ground from midair, smashing a deep hole. It seems that I won in the end. Caillou smiled slightly, approaching Liu Sha, standing a few meters away from Liu Sha. The black flames kept splashing on Liu Sha's body, making him scream. Zizi! The sound of thunder and lightning appeared in the right hand, and Chidori was used by Saitama. He was going to give Liu Sha the final blow to solve this possible hidden danger in the future. Raising his right hand high, Chidori was stretched by Saitama and turned into something like a spear. Chidori sharp gun staring at the figure that kept turning over on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames with sand. Saitama charged his waist, straightened his arms, and threw the ninjutsu. Fwish! The air was pierced by ninjutsu, making sound. Liu Sha, who was lying on the ground, narrowed his eyes, saw Saitama's movements, and subconsciously wanted to control the placer gold to protect himself. But the pain in his body made him unable to concentrate no matter what. The blue and white ninjutsu was getting closer and closer. Liu Sha's eyes also showed a trace of fear. Bloodshot eyes began to fill the whites of his eyes, and his body's struggle became stronger and stronger. This man who can carry a whole village is still scared at this moment! Death, at this moment, is continuously magnified. At this moment, a chakra that was quickly approaching him appeared in Saitama's perception, a chakra that he was very familiar with. Twish! A knife was thrown, and a blue light glowed in the night sky, shooting at the ninjutsu in front of Liu Sha, and that figure also quickly approached here. Is it Jishui? Saitama smiled and looked at the figure standing not far away. He had foreseen many reunions, but he did not expect such a scene. Jishui fell beside Liu Sha and picked up the knife that fell to the ground after pushing Saitama's ninjutsu aside. Page 334. There was disbelief on his face, and the pupils of his eyes continued to dilate, as if seeing a ghost, looking at the familiar figure in the distance. He didn't expect that here, in this way, he found that Saitama didn't die. Is it Saitama? Jisui raised the knife in his hand and pointed it at Saitama. The person at his feet, he had already recognized as Keisuke of Sagakushi, Rasa. At this moment, his mind was a little confused. Kiyu, who had died long ago, why did he appear here? And swung the knife at Liu Sha. Chapter 163. Shisui and Saitama. The battle has progressed here, and a long time has passed. The night has fallen, and the temperature in the desert is very low. Some creatures that appear at night began to emerge from their burrows, such as scorpions, such as lizards. Saitama didn't move, just stood there quietly, with his hands hanging by his sides. The night wind blows, rolling up the yellow sand, with a strange smell, permeating the desert. Liu Sha had stopped struggling, and the black flames on his body began to disappear, but he remained motionless, as if he had lost his breath. Shisui held up the knife. His pupils kept shrinking, but his doubts about Saitama's appearance still remained on his face. He hasn't had a chance to squat down to check Liu Sha's situation, but after a quick glance before, he must be in a bad state. Since he didn't die, why didn't he go back to the village? After a long time, Jishui seemed to relax, and the clear voice echoed over the desert. The winds seemed to be getting stronger, and the surrounding creatures sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and hurried back to their lairs, seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, which was their nature and instinct. Kiyu didn't speak. His face remained calm, and his eyes stared at Shisui. He was thinking about what kind of attitude he should use to deal with his former companions. Make him understand himself. Is there an option? For this Saitama knew that such a high probability would not work. Shisui didn't have a similar experience with him, so he would never have such an idea. Even if the relationship between the two is good enough, it doesn't mean that they can understand it. After all, without empathy, how can we empathize? If there is anyone in this world who can understand him, Kiyu feels that only Nagato has the qualification to say that he can. Oh, that's not important, is it, Shisui? Saitama bared her teeth, moved her body a few times in a relaxed manner, and climbed onto the handle of the knife with her right hand. What are you doing now? Do you know that Liu Sha is Keisuke? Do you want to provoke a war between Ninja Village again? Shisui stared at the nonchalant expression on Katama's face, with many thoughts in his heart. Seeing Katama's calm expression, he was surprisingly angry. It's not that he hasn't grown up these years. He knows that time will change a person, but he never thought that such a thing would happen to his familiar partner. So what? Does it have anything to do with me? After Kiyu made up his mind, he no longer hesitated in his tone, and his tone of speaking became stiff and cold. Now that he has chosen this path, he has no possibility of turning back, and he can't help being hypocritical. People always have to learn to be strong. Some things must be given up or discarded on the way of growth. Damn, do you know what you're talking about? Shisui was very angry. The Saitama who said this could not coincide with the person in his mind who wanted peace in the ninja world, and a prosperous family. What I do has my own purpose. You don't need to know. What's more, do you think you have the right to control me? Saitama's tone was very cold, and when talking to Shisui's, it was like talking to a stranger. So, what are you doing now? The chakra in Jishui's hand began to condense, and a thin layer of chakra began to flow on the blade, as if adding a layer of special effects to the knife. The blue blade, in such a gradually darkening environment, is as eye-catching as Saitama's electric current. Danzo was killed by me. You still don't know. Shisui's body froze, and he stared at Saitama firmly. He hadn't connected Saitama with the person Namikaze Minato mentioned before. In his opinion, Saitama may have embarked on a wrong path, but he will definitely not attack the village. Before in Yanyan, it was Danzo who led people to ambush me and almost killed me. Fortunately, I was lucky and was rescued. Do you know what I wanted to do most during that time? Just kill Danzo. But after I recovered, I didn't do it right away. I know it's not the time yet, and I must be absolutely sure before I can make a move. Saitama continued to talk on his own, while Shisui stood in front of him, listening quietly. His face changed constantly with Saitama's narration, and finally solidified into a complex look. After being put together by Danzo, I told myself that I have to fight for everything by myself, and don't expect others to give it to you. Saitama clenched the handle of the knife, slowly pulled the knife out from his waist, and pointed at Shisui. Like peace? Do you understand, Shishui? Kiyu's eyes narrowed, his tone became more serious. A powerful aura came out of his body and pressed towards Shisui. In the corner of his left eye, there is still some blood, which is the mark left after using Amaterasu just now. The blood on his face made Saitama even more ruthless at this time. Page 335. Although due to the particularity of his body, he has more pupil power, but this does not mean that his pupil power is unlimited. All of this only allowed him to increase his total pupil power and recover quickly, without the troubles of pupil power failure and blindness. Therefore, after excessive use of Sharingan, there will still be damage, but with enough time, it will be able to recover later. Then what is the relationship between what you are doing now and the piece you have always been thinking about? Shisui didn't understand, and it was difficult to understand Saitama's brain circuit. In his hand holding the knife, veins kept appearing, obviously trying to restrain himself. The current peace is created by the mutual containment between ninja villages. This is not the peace I expected. Maybe I can create a more perfect peace. Saitama's voice is high, and what she says may be a little childish, which will make those tens of years old feel ridiculous. However, Shisui did not smile. He looked at Saitama with complicated eyes. His mouth was tightly closed, not knowing what to say. If Elder Danzo really attacked you, and you killed him now, I believe Namikaze Minato-sama can understand you. Come back with me. If this continues, you will become the collaborator of each ninja village and be wanted by the entire ninja world. Shisui doesn't know what Saitama is going to do, but from his behavior of attacking Keisuke, it can be seen that Saitama's goal is very big and dangerous. After so long, are you still so stupid, Shisui? Kyu shook his head. His tone was a little mocking. He thought Shisui was too idealistic. Based on what he has done now, 3 of the 5 villages can't tolerate it. He killed Danzo, captured Yashio, and now seems to have killed Keisuke. Putting all of these things on one person is already terrifying. Don't you really want to see the Uchiha prosper again? Shisui asked again. Saitama said this to him when he was very young, so he hoped that he could use such words to convince Saitama. Hee. Saitama looked at the sincere expression on Shisui's face, although Shisui looked funny like this. Shisui, I can't go back. After thinking for a long time, Saitama only found such a sentence to express his feelings. Is that so? Shishui's eyes darkened for a moment, but then, the eyes became firm. If your news is sent back to the village, you will definitely be defined as a traitor. You are wanted by every village. Since you don't want to go back, I will defeat you and bring you back. I, as well as the entire Uchiha family, will stand behind you, and the 4th generation will definitely handle your affairs as appropriate. TCH. Sure enough. You are still a fool. Saitama held the knife across his chest, looking at the white moonlight reflected on the blade. The chakra in his hand began to output, turning into a sizzling arc. Are you ready to start? Shisui looked at Katama's knife. The corners of his mouth raised, and 3 hook jade appeared in his eyes, staring at Katama firmly. Saitama is no longer an ordinary ninja, who can beat Keisuke, Yu Sha, into such a state. But fortunately, Shisui felt that he was not an ordinary person either. Since Nagisa's death, his body has undergone some changes, and he hasn't let go of his hands and feet for a long time, and now seems to be an opportunity. Chapter 164. Leave Kyu was not surprised when he saw the Gaoyu in Shishui's eyes. With Shishui's talent, it was reasonable. However, I don't know if he has opened a kaleidoscope. Saitama narrowed his eyes, and the Gaoyu in his eyes also began to rotate, and his attention was fully concentrated. If Shisui also opened the kaleidoscope, he must be more careful when fighting. After all, Jishui's ability is a little scary, and there should be no way to resist it below the 6th Dao level. And Jishui's determination to persuade himself to turn back is so great, and if he really uses the ninjutsu and Sharingan in the end, it is not impossible. And he himself is not sure whether his particularity can make him immune, or resist the ability from Jishui. Do you want to fight with me, Shisui? Saitama asked. Shisui seemed not ready yet. The hand holding the knife was still trembling weakly. Captain, here is the chakra imprint left by Master Keisuke, which is his unique gold dust. In the distance, a ninja wearing sand-hidden forehead protection picked up a kunai condensed with gold dust from the ground, and said to the leader, well, keep chasing in this direction. Lord Liu Sha should be not far away in such a short time. In addition, send a signal to inform the troops in other areas to move towards us. The ninja, who seemed to be the leader, glanced at the kunai, instantly confirmed that the kunai was indeed from Liu Sha, and then gave the order. They were just one of the troops sent by Sha Yin village to reinforce Liu Sha this time. This time, There were 3 troops leaving the village, all of which were composed of nearly 50 squadrons. Moreover, one of the troops was led by Elder Cheo, who hadn't left the village for a long time. Page 336. In order to support Liu Sha and regain the plundered Renjulai from the village, Sha Yin village almost did its best this time, and Hai Leazeng stayed in the village to prevent the enemy from killing a carbine. At present, Shayan village has entered a state of alert, sounding the alarm bell in wartime, and everything can be compared with that in wartime. Boom! Exclamation in Saitama's sight. A red firework bloomed in the sky, and then turned into a symbol, staying in the sky for a long time. Shisui also saw such fireworks, and then his eyes fell on Saitama again. This is Sha Yin's contact signal. It seems that their people are catching up. Shisui was a little confused when he saw Saitama, and reminded him. Oh, really? Saitama estimated the location, and the people of Sand Hidden seemed to be about a few kilometers away from here, and it would take some time to come directly. Not to mention that they didn't know the exact location. Twish! Exclamation swish! Exclamation swish! The moment the two raised their heads in a daze, 3 figures rolled over from behind the sand dune and landed beside Shisui. The clothes on them are very similar to Shisui's. They are all black robes, and they are the Konoha ninjas behind Shisui. Team leader. The 3 ninjas fell beside Shisui, and naturally saw Saitama, who was confronting Shisui, looking very vigilantly at the imposing man in front. They and Shisui nodded. Check the situation of Luosha first. I will deal with the enemies over there, Shisui said to the companion who knew a little bit of medical ninjutsu, and motioned her to look at Luosha lying on the ground. Yes, the ninja nodded, with vigilant eyes, looked at Kyu, then bent down and squatted beside Luosha. The black Amaterasu flame has disappeared, and Saitama doesn't know why Luosha hasn't been burned up after the flame has burned out. Logically speaking, if you hit Amaterasu, you will definitely be burned by the flames, because of the special nature of the flames. This is equivalent to a passive. But he believed in the power of Amaterasu in his heart. Although he didn't know how Luosha avoided Amaterasu's passivity, there was a high probability that he was dead. Being hit directly by Amaterasu, he fell into burning, and there was no reason to survive. These are your subordinates? Saitama glanced at the 2 standing behind Shisui. Yeah, Shisui nodded, answered Saitama truthfully, and at the same time glanced at the 2 standing behind him, looking ready to attack. Then I'll leave first. Today is not a good day to reminisce about the past. Saitama smiled seemingly innocently. His eyes became dangerous, and his feet began to move. Shisui's current strength is still unclear, but judging by his confident appearance, he is definitely not weak. If you are entangled by them, those sand hermit ninjas will rush over again, and there is basically no possibility of leaving today. Be cautious! Exclamation. You can't fail in the great cause, but the middle way collapses. Do you want to go? Shisui leaned forward, as if he didn't intend to let Saitama go. Swish! Exclamation. Shisui disappeared abruptly, and the transient body technique was activated in an instant. As expected of Shisui, it really is fast enough. Saitama was not surprised. His eyes squinted, and he looked to the side of himself. Shisui had appeared beside him, and the knife was pointing straight at his throat. But Saitama's knife also appeared at Shisui's throat. The atmosphere froze in an instant, and both of them looked at each other at the same time, and the cold night wind howled past, pulling their bangs. You are still so powerful. I thought my speed was fast enough after all these years. Shisui didn't care about Saitama's knife, and his tone was very calm. He held the knife against Saitama's throat tightly with his hands, and he didn't shake it when he spoke. You're not bad either. I heard that people are telling you to stop the water in a blink of an eye. It's really not a lie. Saitama's tone was equally calm, and he wasn't surprised by Shisui's speed at all. Zizi! Exclamation. Saitama directly used the electric current to stimulate the muscles, and the electric arc flashed all over his body. Twish! Exclamation. The 2 disappeared in place at the same time. The yellow sand began to fly, and the sound of air pressure continued to resound in the air. And those Konoha ninjas who just arrived and were about to help Shisui looked at each other with the expression of seeing a ghost. Is this the captain's real speed? Sakata was a little surprised. He relied on physical skills for a living, and he was always proud of his speed and strength. Although he had never fought with Shisui, he always felt that he would not be too far behind Shisui. Looking at it now, it was true that he was overthinking before. The gap between the 2 was too great, and in Jisui's current state, he couldn't even see the movement of his hand. As for the person who fought against Shisui, he was also unusual, and his speed was also blurry. Ding ding ding! Exclamation. Saitama and Shisui kept colliding, and the battle between the 2 turned into a pure swordsmanship competition. Page 337. The figures of the two also flickered on the desert, and the blue chakra special effects kept interlacing. What Shisui blesses on the blade is the change in the nature of wind escape, mainly to strengthen the cutting ability. It is somewhat similar to Asma and Saitama's memory, but the advantage in speed makes Shisui more threatening than Asma. And what Saitama uses is naturally Chidori Ryu, which strengthens the damage. Ding! Exclamation! There was another collision, and Kyu pressed Shisui tightly, staring at him with a vague smile on his face. He could feel the improvement of Jisui's strength, but he was still far away from defeating him. Swish! Exclamation! Stretching out his left hand, Chidori was held directly by Saitama, stabbing at Shisui. There is no need to hold back in this kind of battle, and Saitama doesn't intend to hold back either. His left hand wiped the clothes on Jisui's chest, leaving marks on it, but did not hurt Jisui. Not surprised, Saitama kicked out his right foot again to block Shisui's attack. Just now, Shisui took advantage of the moment when Saitama's attack missed, and kicked towards Saitama, trying to catch him off guard. But obviously, Saitama would not make such a mistake, and would not give Shisui such a chance. Chapter 165. Crackling! Exclamation! The electric current was surging, and the blue and white rays of light continued to intertwine in the night sky. Saitama and Shisui were still fighting each other, colliding in midair, making ear-piercing noises. On the other side, Yuosha, who was lying on the ground, felt very uncomfortable. The intense heat was turbulent in the depths of his soul, constantly scorching him, and he didn't expect that the young ninja who had only heard the name before had such powerful ninjutsu. Although he has been famous for many years and is considered a veteran cage-level powerhouse, he still hasn't gotten any benefits from the former Konoha ninja named Saitama. Whether it was the giant or the flame just now, it was a new version of the ship that he had never seen before. Moreover, the enemy seems to have studied his ninjutsu very well, and they are using different tricks to target him everywhere. If it wasn't for the last moment, he condensed a layer of gold dust, covering the surface of his body, and that black flame would definitely burn him up. Even so, the high temperature of the flame caused him great harm through a layer of gold dust. The most serious thing is that his left hand was already ignited by Saitama's flame before it could be covered with gold dust. At that time, Yuosha quickly realized that this was not an ordinary flame, so he immediately cut off his left arm when his body was rolling. He originally thought that he might have been planted today, but unexpectedly, another Konoha ninja appeared to help him stop Saitama. Opening her eyes with difficulty, Yuosha saw a figure squatting beside her, as if checking her injuries. The mouth squirmed a few times, but no sound came out. Senior Keisuke, you're awake. The ninja, who mastered some medical ninjutsu, crossed his hands and pressed on Yuosha's broken left arm. On Yuosha's arm, the palm and forearm have been cut off, and the elbow of the arm is a smooth-cut surface. Yuosha squinted his eyes, feeling that he had regained some energy. Squinting his eyes, he saw Shisui, who was fighting Saitama. Konoha always has such amazing and brilliant characters. The first thought in his mind was actually this. Yuosha showed a wry smile. What time is this? And his focus is still so strange. Zin, you've worked hard. He knows how to squirm best. His throat shrugged, and he made a sound. It's okay. The Konoha ninja shook his head and continued to focus on the work in his hand. Sakata, do you know this person standing aside? The other two guarding Yuosha started a conversation. Looking at the captain's appearance, he should be someone he knows, but I have no impression. Sakata stared at the two fighting, only seeing afterimages. I just heard Captain Shisui call him Saitama. I always feel a little familiar, but I can't remember who it is. Another ninja continued talking, wearing a black hood with goggles tightly attached. Saitama Uchiha Saitama, I think I should know who he is. Sakata frowned, looking at those afterimages. The dusty memory in his heart was slowly opened. It took him 4 years to graduate from ninja school, and he is not a gifted ninja. It has only been a few years since he joined and the name Uchiha Saitama reminded him of something he often heard when he was about to graduate. At that time, Captain Shisui hadn't risen yet, and the Uchiha family had a genius ninja who was already on the battlefield. It seems to be called Uchiha Saitama, but in Sakata's memory, Uchiha Saitama died in the Battle of Yanian, and that was 5 or 6 years ago. The relationship between the captain and this ninja named Saitama seems strange. Sakata muttered to himself. He had heard some conversations between the two before. The smell of gunpowder was not heavy. It was more like old friends meeting again. Page 338. Jisui, you can't stop me. Your current strength is not enough. Saitama was panting, looking very relaxed, but there were still many small cracks on the windbreaker on his body, as if torn apart by wind blades. A few meters away in front of him, Jishui was panting heavily, and there was some sweat on his forehead, which was slowly gathering together. On Jishui's left arm, there was a scorched black wound, extending from the shoulder to the elbow joint, with some blood that had clotted on it. Ho ho! Jisui took a deep breath, staring at Saitama with scarlet eyes, and knit his brows together, as if he was afraid of Saitama. In Saitama's perception, other people's chakra senses have already appeared, and it is obvious that the people from Seian began to come here. The battle between the two gave a signal to those who came to recruit Liu Sha, like a lighthouse in the harbor. Saitama looked down at his finger. The ring on the ring finger trembled slightly, and traces of chakra were transmitted from it. This is a signal from Pain. It seems that Scorpion has arrived at the reserved position. Awareness flashed deep in Kiyu's eyes, and he knew that he needed to speed up and get out of the siege here. Twish! Thinking about it, Saitama took action, directly. First deal with Shisui, so that he can leave here as soon as possible, and the people of Seian must also arrive. He had to deal with Jishui within 1 minute, and then rush to join Zai and the others. I don't know if Kakuzu and Hidden have succeeded. Kiyu doesn't want to be compared to others. On the blade, a blue-white electric current flickered instantly, and the moment the right hand swung out, the body also leaned forward, pressing against Jishui. Boom! The two knives collided. Jishui snorted coldly, stepped on his right foot behind him, stopped the momentum of retreat, and at the same time, Vane stood on his arms. Clenching his left hand tightly, Kiyu narrowed his eyes, and punched Shisui with a punch. Boom! Jishui didn't react to the attack from this angle for a while, but Sangaoyu's Sharingan still gave him the final guarantee. He also blasted out his left hand, blocking Saitama with the water stop. As soon as the apprentice touched, a huge force swept towards Shisui. His face flushed, knowing that he was careless, but how could Saitama give him a chance to correct his mistakes? The right hand increased strength again, and Saitama pressed down on Shisui's figure, making it impossible for him to escape. At the same time, Saitama turned his fist into a palm, grabbed Shisui's hand, and pulled him towards him. Shisui couldn't compete with Saitama's power, and the power gap between the two was not so simple to explain. Interpillar cells not only provide Saitama with strong vitality and resilience, but also make his body more monster. If Saitama is willing, he can play a strange power punch similar to Tsunade. Feeling Saitama's power, Shisui feels bad about his secrets, and at the same time bursts out chakra all over his body, trying to make up for his own strength disadvantage. Boom! Kiyu raised his knees, and at the knees, the electric current made a sizzling sound. Knees and Shisui's belly collided, and Saitama could feel a soft muscle. Immediately, he increased the chakra output at the knee position, making the current there stronger. Puff! With just one click, Jishui's body flew backwards as if hit by a truck. While the person was in the air, Jishui spat out a mouthful of blood. And his body was in midair, with his hands and feet parallel, and he quickly stepped back. Captain! Sakata saw that Shisui was blown away by Saitama's knee. His expression changed, and he was ready to step forward to help. Swish! Jishui quickly stopped his body's slump, and stabbed his knife into the sand. He glanced at his teammates, he signaled not to come over, and then looked at Saitama again. The cold wind howled. Ki raised the knife in his hand, and bullied him again. Chapter 166 Decision. Jayadu and Fei Duan walked out of Longyan village, and their figures also emerged from the waterfall. The people of Longyan village did not chase them out, and they did not have the courage to continue chasing. Although the tailed beast is an important strategic weapon in their village, it is only a weapon. They are used to this kind of secluded life, and they have long lost the ability to deal with such things. As a ninja village that has never been affected by the war, many people here have no actual combat experience and lack this experience. But at the beginning of the establishment of the village, they also had a glorious period. As mercenaries of other ninja villages, they were also popular in the entire ninja world for a while. But now they have lost their aggressiveness for many years, and have not shown up in the ninja world for a long time. Nanal Jinchuriki was clamped under Hiduan's armpit, like a small accessory, which didn't cause him much burden. With an unruly smile on his face, Feiduan swaggered as he walked, resolutely looking like a bully. Although Fu is a Nanao Jinchuriki, she is too young and has no combat experience, and Nanao is not good at fighting, so she was finally overthrown by the undead duo. Find a place to rest first. Jayadu looked at Feiduan, and glanced at the waterfall behind him. He had long since given up on the village he was born in, as cowardly as ever, without any responsibility. Although the two of them didn't seem to have any injuries, Fighting against a single person still took a lot of energy, and now it takes some time to recover. Well, I can also find a time to continue praying to Lord Cthulhu. Hidwin nodded. He is immortal, but that doesn't mean he won't be tired. Page 339 swish exclamation. When the two were talking, a team happened to be shuttling through the woods, and it was Kakashi's team that was about to arrive here. Jayadu seemed to feel something, frowned, and looked in that direction, while Feiduan was careless, holding the sickle on his shoulder with one hand and tightening Fu with the other hand, throwing her onto his shoulder. Whoosh exclamation. Kakashi squatted on the ground. Just now, that Hyuga teammate had reminded himself that there was a powerful chakra wave ahead, as if someone was fighting, but now that they were approaching, they didn't feel the slightest movement. Captain, there is a situation, the Hinata ninja said to Kakashi again. His eyes were wide open, and hideous meridians surrounded his eyes. At this time, he was standing beside Kakashi, and in their line of sight, not far ahead, there were 3 chakras in human form. One of the chakras looks very powerful, but its fluctuations are very weak, like a candle in the wind, which is in danger of being extinguished at any time, but there is another force that keeps it disappearing. What's the situation ahead? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, put his right hand on his forehead, tidied up the forehead guard, and by the way, grabbed a handful of hair with his hand, so that the messy hairstyle returned to normal. The chakra fluctuations are very strong, not familiar ones. One of them is very strange. The chakra fluctuations in his body seem to be composed of several people. It is messy. The other 2, one has very weak fluctuations, and the other, it should be at the level of a ninja. Hyuga ninja turned his head towards Kakashi. His face was a little dignified. Where is it? Kakashi looked at the Hyuga ninja with a calm look in his eyes. He is the captain of the team and a soul-level figure. He must maintain his demeanor at all times and stabilize the morale of the army. It's near the exit of Longyin village. What should we do now? Hinata ninja replied, while paying close attention to the movement of those chakras. They are coming. This is the ninja of the Oil Burl clan talking again. He wears sunglasses and has a very low sense of presence, but what he said at this time made several people stiffen. Although they don't know the identities of these people, this kind of powerful but strange chakra always makes people feel uneasy. Twish exclamation. Kakuzu stood on the branch with his arms crossed in front of his chest, looking down at the several ninjas gathered below. Feiduan carried Fu on his shoulders and stood on the branch behind the angle, showing his disdainful expression. Kakashi and the others tensed up and quickly formed a formation, looking at the 2 on the tree. Kakashi's eyes swept across the black-bottomed red cloud trench coats worn by Kakuzu and hidden, and then saw the rebellious forehead guards worn by the 2, and his heart sank. The Hinata ninja looked at the 2 of them, and his eyes fell on Fu, who was held on the shoulder by Hidden, with some doubts in his eyes. That seems to be the Nanal Jinchuriki mentioned in the 4th generation information wearing sunglasses. The ninja of the Oil Girl clan whispered something, and at the same time pushed the glasses frame on the bridge of his nose. When Kakashi heard this, his eyes became deeper, and the muscles all over his body began to tremble, ready to deal with everything. Looking at it this way, the enemy directly forcibly took Karengula away in Takian village, and there was not much damage. The strength is definitely not something they can handle. But this time, the mission had already been declared a failure at this point, and they were still a step too late after all. Kakashi was calm, without speaking first. All 10 toes tightly grasped the upper of the shoe. You are Konoha ninjas. Why do you want to come here? Jayadu's emerald green eyes revealed an amused look, and he felt inexplicably relieved when he looked at the 4 people who were very vigilant below. He has been in the Xiao organization for a long time, and it has been a long time since he felt that he was a person. Usually in the organization, everyone is stronger or not weaker than him, which always makes him feel that he has become a small role. Now seeing these ninjas from Konoha treat themselves with such an attitude, I feel much more at ease. TCH, do you want to kill them? I feel a little in the way. Hidden spit out a mouthful of saliva, and his tone was very arrogant. He looked at Kakashi's hair color that was very similar to his, and felt a little angry in his heart for no reason. Forget it. I'm too lazy to make trouble now. Let's leave first. If they don't get in the way, let him go. We'll talk about it next time we meet. Let's get down to business now. Kakuzu looked indifferently, looking at Nanal Jinjulifu. He knew what to do next. Instead of being like Hiduin, doing whatever he thought of, completely out of his mind. Okay then, let's leave. I don't want to be the last to complete the task. That would make people think I'm the most trash. Hiduin grinned, as if thinking of something. The 2 looked at each other, passed Kakashi and the others, stepped on the branches, and continued to rush forward. Kakashi and the others seemed to not exist in their eyes, and they did not attract the slightest attention. Kakashi stayed where he was, his eyes following the movement of Kakuzu and the two of them. At this stage, his strength may not have reached its peak, and he does not have the Sharingan of his previous life. In this life, his development direction is different. Fighting with ordinary ninjas may be stronger than that of Saitama's memory at the same time, but Kazuko was like this. The ninja fight seems to be missing some kills. Kakashi didn't move rashly. Maybe he can survive the enemy's hands, but his teammates may not have such strength. The four of them just looked at the two of Kakatsu, and disappeared from sight with an Analjinju Lifu. Do you want to continue chasing, Captain? The teammate watched the enemy leave, and the oppressive feeling disappeared. Instead of wiping the sweat from his forehead, he asked Kakashi, "Go to Longian village to see the situation. I will rush back to Konoha as soon as possible and bring the information back. Remember, don't entangle the enemy. The enemy's strength is beyond your ability to deal with." Kakashi looked at the direction where the horns disappeared. Fear flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he put his hands on his side, pinching them tightly. He didn't have the courage to do it just now, which made him, who had always thought himself very strong, feel a little ashamed. Chapter 167, The Beginning of Chaos. Page 340. Foggy Village. The 4 generations of Mizukage were in power, and the government of Blood Mist in Saitama's previous memory did not appear. And as Renjiriki, Yakura understands the importance of those blood successor families even more. This world is not the world of ordinary ninjas, but the world where the blood successors are the masters and the blood successors are the masters. Of course, among all the shortcuts to becoming a strong man, Jinchuriki is the first gear, and the second gear is the blood successor ninja. Therefore, Yakura, who is focused on rectifying Ninja Village, did not add any policies to persecute blood successor ninjas. Instead, he opened many preferential policies so that the blood succession family can get enough discounts. However, people can't be too kind. If you are always so tolerant and generous to a person, there will be great hidden dangers. Be nice to him all the time, and he will feel that all this is justified. When you don't continue to be so nice in the future, he will still feel uneasy, and even secretly develop a grudge. Water Shadow Building. Yakura was sitting on the seat. Beside him was Terumi Mei, who was Mizukage's assistant. The two have known each other since they were young, and they can even be said to be childhood sweethearts. But Yakura is older and plays the role of an older brother. At this moment, Yakura flipped through the documents on the table, but anyone could see the impatience on his face. Ugh, after a long time, Yakura really couldn't bear it, put down the file, and sighed. What happened? Terumi Mei looked at the manicure she had done yesterday, and asked absent-mindedly. She didn't think there was anything she needed to worry about. Anyway, there was Yakura-san. Wine Village in this life has not been closed. After the truce with Konoha, they soon began to communicate normally with the entire ninja world, and business exchanges continued. Because there is no large amount of funds from the daimyo of the water country to maintain daily expenses, Wine Village also attaches great importance to self-development. Compared with Hidden Sand Village, Wine Village is much better. The daimyo of the country of the wind directly assigned all the tasks that should have been assigned to Hidden Sand Village to Konoha Village, and usually no longer continue to allocate funds to Hidden Sand Village to maintain their daily life. The daimyo of the country of water is much better. Although the battle between Wine Village and Mu Village failed, he was also very unhappy, but the funds that should be given to Ninja Village were not cut off at this point, but reduced a little to show own dissatisfaction. Yakura, as Jinchuriki Mizukage, is dissatisfied with daimyo's actions, but he has nothing to do. Ninja Village is a tool for daimyo to serve, and daimyo has absolute control over funds. This month's financial report is out. Why don't you read it? Yakura slapped the table with his right hand. His purple eyes caught Terumi Mei's fiery red manicure, and his teeth suddenly hurt for no reason. Brother Yakura, aren't you? Terumi Mei raised her head, revealing a gradually mature face, and her wine-red hair gave her a bit of charm. Let's not talk about this. The atmosphere in the village is very strange recently. You should keep an eye on it. Yakura nodded. He knew that the woman in front of him didn't like the cumbersome things like reading documents. Well, I know the reason. Maybe you've been busy recently. When Terumi Mei mentioned this, she became serious, sat up, and looked at Yakura. Is that family unavoidable? Yakura looked at Terumi Mei. The light in his eyes became darker. HMPH. A group of mentally handicapped people whose brains are filled with bones can't reason at all. Terumi Mei snorted coldly as if disdainful. Her face was full of coldness. Tell Anbu to get ready, I don't like to see extra casualties. After a long silence, Yakura walked to the window and looked at the increasingly prosperous village outside. No one can destroy this kind of peace. Whoever dares to stretch out his claws will have his head smashed. Yakura is also considered ruthless, as Mizuki. He is also very decisive. Dare to think and do. This is a dark dungeon. Damp, cold, is the main theme here. In the deepest part of the dungeon, there is a narrow cell. The prison door is a thick iron pillar, which makes people feel that it cannot be broken at first sight. In the shadow of the prison cell, there is a thin figure. He squatted in the corner, hugging his knees, and buried his head between his thighs. This child has white hair, but due to staying in such a place for a long time, many hairs are stuck together, looking very embarrassed. He is said to be a child, but he is actually 7 or 8 years old. But due to long-term malnutrition, his development has been restricted. Probably because he was used to such an environment. Junmalu hugged himself without making any sound. After a long time, Junmalu raised his head, revealing a pale face, with 2 red dots between his brows, and green pupils which are not so common. Shouldn't it be time for dinner? Junmalu's eyes showed a thoughtful look, as if looking forward to it. Since he was very young, he showed the family's unique blood succession limit, and was locked here. So he began to think about himself at a very young age, why he was locked up here, and what he should do. These kind of questions are a bit far-fetched. Page 341 crunch exclamation while thinking. The cell door was opened, and a very rough man walked in. The man's attire is very similar to Kimaro's, and there are 2 red dots between his eyebrows. At this time, the man was holding a large plate in his hand, which contained some food, something that Junmalu had never eaten before. In this cell, Junmaro had only eaten one kind of food, rice balls with a damp and musty smell. He swallowed with some difficulty, and fixed his eyes on the uncle who brought him food. Junmalu, this is your food for today. After eating this meal, you will have enough strength to participate in the carnival at night. The man threw the plate in front of Junmalu, with an indescribable madness on his face, like a mental patient who knew he would be able to leave the hospital immediately. Junmalu didn't speak, his eyes kept on the food on the plate. He doesn't care about what activities are going on tonight. As long as he has something to eat right now, he feels happy. As the weapon of the Takatori clan, tonight is the time for you to show your sword. Eat all these foods, and then go for it. The man looked at Junmalu, the corner of his mouth turned up, and finally turned and walked outside. This time, when he left, he didn't lock the cell door. Junmalu was taken aback, watching the man leave with some doubts in his heart. Why is there something delicious that has never been seen before? Why not continue to lock him this time? These 2 questions were quickly overshadowed by the aroma of the food in front of him. Junmalu grabbed the delicious food on the plate and began to stuff it into his mouth. No matter what greets him next, he will finish eating them. At this moment, Junmalu felt a kind of relief in his heart. Outside YN village, a snake coiled in the grass, swallowing its letter. The whole body is snow white, with delicate scales covering the whole body. This snake is not big, and it is very similar to the pet snake in Saitama's memory. The snake has golden vertical pupils, and through the pupils, it can actually read a human look in the eyes. After waiting for so long, is it finally time to start? The snake began to crawl far away, and the night slowly fell. This drama about YN village also began to enter the track. Chapter 168. The snake and Junmaru. Chaos is slowly born unconsciously, killing starts in the dark and hides in the dawn. Water shadow building. Yakura sat on the chair. His face was very ugly, and the glint in his eyes was breathtaking. Teramime hugged her chest, looking like she was watching a good show, but everyone who knew her knew it. When this irritable female killer smiles, it is the real end of the world, because she will never reason with you. Whoever can resist her melting escape and burning escape will speak up right. Teramime, who is strong and able to figure out the boundaries of the 2 blood successors by himself, is not a character to talk to. Anbu has already surrounded the Takatori clan. I don't plan to give them a chance, I will act first. Teramime is very young, only in her 20s, but she is not only Mizuki's assistant, but also the leader of the upper ninja class in Kirigakure village. Moreover, the relationship between Teramime and Yagura is extremely close. Therefore, she can not only mobilize Jonin, but also command Anbu. You can figure it out. I'm tired. Yagura rubbed his temples, narrowing his eyes slightly. Who would feel so tired for such a family that doesn't want to get in, and yearns for war every day? In this operation, Other blood successor families will also participate in it. The Takatori family has no allies, and there are no allies. Terumime nodded, then said, "All right, if you want to do it, just solve it at once. Don't leave any hidden dangers. Wine Village doesn't have time to turmoil. You should know this." Yakiura raised his head, looked at Terumime's side face, and the wine-red hair, which made him feel bright. "Understood, I'll go down and get ready first. If there's nothing to do in a while, you can come and take a look." Terumime grabbed a strand of hair that was out of her hairstyle with her right hand, pressed them back to where they should go, then turned and walked out of the office. Tonight is destined to be unsettled and busy, but it is not a major event that can change the situation in Wine Village. The Takatori clan, against all the people in Ninja Village, attempted a coup d'etat, and the final fate is not enough to make people feel sad. The other blood successor families will not feel ashamed because of this incident. They have long lost favor with this family, and because the Takatori family is against Yakura's policy everywhere, it has seriously affected everyone's interests. In the village, many figures are running around, and their common goal is the residence of the Takatori clan at the outermost layer of the village. The Takatori family, backed by mountains and forests, is on the edge of Wine Village. It can even be said that their residence is not in the village. Page 342. When the village was first established, the Takatori family was still surrounded by the village, but after several planning and rectifications, the Takatori family was almost excluded from the surrounding area, because very few families are willing to be neighbors with the existence of a group of lunatics like them. In the past, when the former head of the Takatori family was still there, the family could still do some personnel work, but ever since the intelligent patriarch died in the battle with Konoha, and the new patriarch was assumed by the former younger brother, things have become extremely abnormal. They were full of brains, and none of them had any rational clan members. Back then, when Kirigakure decided to make a formal truce with Konoha, they almost went to provoke with a family, but fortunately, they were suppressed by Yagura. Now it is useless for anyone to come. This family has been completely eroded by madness. The blood in the bones is full of madness and unreasonable. The interests of the family, in the eyes of these lunatics, are not as important as the desire to fight in their heads. The dungeon of the Takatori clan. Junmalu put the last piece of meat into his mouth, chewed it thoroughly, and swallowed it into his stomach. He has recovered a lot of energy now, since he can remember. He has never eaten so full and so comfortable. After moving his fingers a few times, Junmalu felt a force in his body agitating, like a stimulant, which made him a little unclear. He shook his head, hoping to get rid of the heat wave in his head, and stood up at the same time, because he heard the familiar footsteps again. Da da da! Exclamation! The man who delivered food to Junmalu came back again. This time, he held a knife in his hand, which looked white and hard like a bone. Around his neck was a string of necklaces polished from bones, with a crazy smile on his face, just like a crazy primitive man. Junmalu, do you feel the power of restlessness in your body? Go out with me and start a carnival. The man stood a few meters in front of Junmalu. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot. The family's secret berserker potion was added to the meal that Junmalu ate just now. After eating it, the people of the Takatori clan can be immune to pain and become stronger. If Kiyu was here, he would definitely be able to see that this so-called secret medicine is equivalent to a stimulant or drug, which can make people in a state of extreme excitement. In this state, the injury received by the person will not be slowed down, but the person's pain sensory system is paralyzed. Junmalu didn't speak when he heard the man's words, but he was still affected by the secret medicine in the man's mouth, and he began to pant heavily. Follow me. The man's eyes were red, the knife in his hand was squeezed even tighter, and he started to walk outside. Junmalu was stunned for a moment, then followed up in a daze. There is a fire in his body, and it seems that he needs to do something to extinguish it! Otherwise, he will feel uncomfortable all over. Is this the beginning of the chaos in Wine Village? Coming out this time, the harvest is still not small. A snake, hidden in the shadows, coiled its body, and a wild rabbit was entangled in the middle, with blood slipping from the corner of its mouth. Beside the snake, a straight figure looked at the Wine Village under the high mountain in the distance and muttered to himself. With purple eyeshadow, golden vertical pupils, pale complexion and shoulder-length flowing hair, this person's identity is ready to be revealed. I don't know if there are any experimental products that I am interested in. Such a chaotic scene makes people feel refreshed. Licking his lips, his long tongue deftly stretched out in front of his nose. It's really fun. The sky became more gloomy, and the chaos in Hidden Fog Village began. The land of the winds, the desert. Satama squeezed out Chidori with one hand, and electric arcs flashed all over his body, while Shisui squatted halfway in front of him, covering his shoulder with one hand. Saitama's knife was hanging on his waist, but Shisui's knife fell to the side, stuck upside down in the desert, and it was scorched black. Obviously, in the battle just now, Saitama gained the advantage and occupied the top. Shisui, without using the kaleidoscope, has no advantage in his hands, especially after he is already familiar with Jisui's fighting style. Jisui, if you only have this level, I will leave. Kyu squinted his eyes, but the murderous intent in his eyes was vague. Shisui was not flustered, his face was neither happy nor sad, and he stared at Saitama intently. It seems that if he wants to keep Saitama today, he must use that power. Shisui thought to himself, and slowly stood up straight. There were scars left by Saitama on his shoulders and arms. Fortunately, it's not very heavy and not fatal, but this also shows one thing. Kyu really has no possibility of going back with him. He seems to have embarked on that road, and drifting away from him. The corners of his eyes began to get wet. Jisui felt sad for no reason, but his heart became more determined. The scarlet pupils began to become darker, and the three gaoi began to rotate, as if there was a tendency to merge. Come here, but I don't have time to waste here with you. Saitama squinted his eyes, and activated the ninjutsu in the kaleidoscope one step ahead of Shisui. Page 343. The people from Cheyenne arrived soon. It's time to leave. Next time I have time to catch up on the old days. The cyan chakra airflow began to flow around Jisui's body, and rib-like things appeared piece by piece. Shisui showed a dignified expression. He has not fully grasped this kind of power at present, but it should be possible to use it to deal with Saitama. It's now. Saitama's eyes lit up as he watched Shisui's Susanoo take shape immediately. Amaterasu, wherever the line of sight passes, everything is engulfed in flames. The immortal flame of Amaterasu began to descend on the world, burning everything it touched. Boom! Exclamation. The black flame instantly exploded on the cyan chakra around Jisui, and then began to burn. Saitama twitched his mouth and looked in Shisui's direction. Team leader, the few Konoha ninjas who stood watching the battle and couldn't intervene, shouted, with anxiety written all over their faces. Chapter 169. The black flames were very active, and the sound of flames kept ringing. But Jisui was not affected. A blue skeleton appeared around him, wrapping him and separating the flames. Liu Sha, who was receiving treatment at the side, shrank his eyes when he saw the skeleton suddenly appearing on Jisui's body. He has seen Saitama use this ninjutsu before. It can defend and attack, and it is not comparable to ordinary ninjutsu in both offense and defense. Is this the secret technique of the Uchiha family? Liu Sha cheered up, sat up halfway, and had competed with Konoha ninjas for so many years. It was not that he had never fought against ninjas from the Uchiha family, but this ninjutsu was only seen in the hands of the two in front of him. We've caught up. Jisui let out a long breath. Through Susanoo, he saw the black flames outside, like maggots attached to the bones, tightly attached to the blue skeleton, burning continuously. Is this the ninjutsu in your eyes? Shisui maintains Susanoo, constantly confronts Amaterasu, and at the same time, the thoughts in his heart keep turning. Saitama stared at her left eye, with a smile on her face. Just now he actually had a chance to activate his own Amaterasu before Shisui activated Susanoo. However, he didn't think it was necessary. He just wanted to use Amaterasu to slow Shisui's pace, and then left. I hope you like my gift, Shisui. Kyu touched the handle of the knife at his waist with his right hand, and the kaleidoscope pattern flashed in his eyes, and he returned to the state of Sankauyu. Want to go? Shisui squinted his eyes, and was about to control Susanoo to block Saitama, only to find that the black flames were burning hotter and hotter, spreading over the entire skeleton in a blink of an eye, and still there is a tendency to continue to burn. The pupil power in his eyes was constantly being consumed, and Shisui found that this flame was constantly burning Susanoo, causing his pupil power to be consumed quickly, so that he had no free time to intercept Saitama. Damn it! His eyes bulged and swelled. Shisui's brain went black, and Susanoo blurred for a moment, but returned to normal in a blink of an eye. Taking a deep look at Shisui, he found that he was still fighting against Amaterasu, so Saitama was about to leave. A large number of chakra fluctuations began to appear within the range of his perception, which should be the reinforcements of Sand Ninja. With a glance, he saw Liu Sha lying there again, and the corner of his mouth twitched. You're lucky. You won't be so lucky next time. Facing Liu Sha, Kyu lip-synced from a distance, expressing his feelings. Stop him. The two ninjas standing aside saw that Shisui was entangled by a ninjutsu, and the enemy was about to leave. They were anxious and prepared to intercept him. No, Sakata. Shisui was still fighting against Amaterasu with his pupil power, and when he looked up, he saw Sakata rushing forward. Boom! Saitama's figure disappeared in place, and Sakata stepped on the place where he was standing before. A force shook the sand in the sand field and turned it into flying dust in the air. A blue-white electric current flashed past, and Saitama appeared behind Sakata, who had just attacked him. Clatter! With a hand on his shoulder, Saitama narrowed her eyes dangerously. He will keep Shisui back, but it doesn't mean he will keep his hands back like others. Like Sakata, he has killed countless ninjas from Konoha. Do you know Liang Jingru? Kiyu's faint voice appeared next to Sakata, making him stiff. As a taijutsu ninja, he is very confident in his taijutsu, but the speed of the enemy is too exaggerated. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Sakata's forehead, and he clenched his right hand, ready to fight back. Although the enemy's strength is very strong, he still cannot sit still. Bark! A knife tip appeared on Sakata's chest, with traces of blood on it. This is Saitama's knife. The knife pierces from the back, and then comes out from the chest. A white knife comes in, and a red knife comes out. Page 344. Sakata had a look of astonishment on his face, and then looked down at the tip of the knife piercing through his chest, where there were still flashing electric arcs. TCH! Kiyu snorted coldly, looking very disdainful. Sakata, Shisui and the ninja who hadn't rushed over shouted at the same time. It was hard to believe that Sakata was strangled by Saitama. Damn it! Shisui took a deep breath and was about to explode. He had figured out the operating mechanism of Amaterasu. It seems to burn what it touches, so as long as he removes the Susanoo, the flame should disappear. Goodbye. Saitama pushed Sakata down, pulled out his own knife, glanced back at Shisui, and found that he was withdrawing Susanoo, shook his head, and was about to leave. Leave it to me. Shisui stretched out his hand and touched Saitama, but his eyes suddenly felt stinging, his vision blurred for a while, and then the world became dark, without light. Slap! With a sway of his body, he couldn't control his body and fell towards the ground. Captain! The remaining Konoha ninjas looked at Shisui with anxious expressions on their faces. Even the captain can't do it anymore? He stopped his pace of running towards Sakata, and walked towards Shisui, and the ninja who was treating Liu Sha on the side also put Liu Sha down, and ran towards Shisui. Shisui quickly recovered, but the kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes also disappeared, returning to the state of three-hook jade. At the same time, the light in the eyes became even dimmer. Have your eyes been overwhelmed? Shisui knew the reason for his situation, looked at Saitama's back, and clenched his hands unwillingly, next time definitely muttering in his heart. Jishui's brain swelled again, and he fell into a coma. Since he opened the kaleidoscope, this is the second time he has used it, and he still can't grasp the speed inside it. In this contest with Kiyu, if Kiyu hadn't exhausted all his strength, he might have been unable to resist and lost. But even so, Saitama still crushed him in terms of pupil power. Saitama has used the kaleidoscope so many times, and his body still has no adverse reactions, and he is still in excellent condition. Master Feng Ying. Saitama disappeared here very quickly, and shortly after he disappeared, many sand ninjas came up. They saw Liu Sha sitting slumped on the sand at a glance, and at the same time saw 4 Konoha ninjas. Protecting Liu Sha in the middle, they surrounded Konoha ninja and kept vigilant. Konoha village, Hokage building. Namikaze Minato tapped the table with his fingers, feeling a little uneasy. Lu Ju sat on the office seat beside him, flipping through the documents. Lu Ju, I feel something is wrong. I haven't felt this way for a long time. Namikaze Minato frowned and looked at Shikaku. Lu Ju was stunned for a moment, put down the document in his hand, and looked up into Minato's eyes. When they come back, we will know the situation. Lu Ju is very calm and rational. He will make arrangements based on the information he has, rather than completely relying on his feelings. Ding dong! There was a knock on the door, and Ninja's voice came from outside. Minato-sama, Kakashi's ninja dog has brought back information. Anbu reported this, and after getting permission from Minato, he opened the door and let in a vicious dog with a forehead guard on his head. Originally, Kakashi was going to bring the information back by himself, but in order to get the information back to Minato as soon as possible, he chose to let Ninja Dog bring the information back halfway, and he was also on the way back. Ninja Dog Parker can only bring back the news that Nantail's Jinchuriki has been captured by the enemy. The specific situation still needs to be described by him himself. Minato looked at Parker, who walked in, and had a bad premonition in his heart. Hello, Minato-sama, and Shikaku. Parker walked in, first jumped on a chair beside him, and then said hello. Chapter 170 Turmoil. This is a valley located in the south of the Land of Thunder. Swish! Exclamation. A figure fell on the branch. It was a female ninja, a head of long brown hair, very smooth, combed into a braid, hanging down the back. On her head, she wears a pair of ninja forehead protectors from Union Village. This ninja doesn't look very old. He only looks like a teenager, but he is tall and tall, always has a confident and proud smile on his face, and looks like a queen who needs to grow up. She is Yumirin, the Urwei Jinchuriki of Union Village. She has just been promoted to Jonin, and she already has the conditions to go out of the village to perform tasks independently. This time, it was the first time she left the village alone to perform a mission. Page 345. As a 2-year-old Jinchuriki, she has been protected behind various ninjas since she was a child. Although the status of Renjulai in Union Village is much better than that of other ninja villages, he will still be treated specially and cannot leave the village without authorization, which is one of them. Therefore, Yukido felt that this was too unfree for her. Therefore, she made an agreement with the third generation of Reikage who was still alive at that time. As long as she becomes a Jonin, she will be allowed to go out of the village alone to perform tasks. Now at the fourth generation of Reikage, she finally became a Jonin and fulfilled her wish for many years. As soon as she became a Jonin, she applied for the first task of leaving the village alone. The task this time was just to escort a minister from the Kingdom of Thunder back to the capital. It was not a dangerous task, and the task evaluation level was only B. So the fourth generation of Reikage AI let Yumirin come out to relax. It's really free to be alone. The wooden man stood on the branch, reaching out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead due to the rush. She has now escorted the minister to the appointed place and is now on her way back to the village. But when she went back, she didn't completely settle down and go on her way, but stopped and went, playing as much as she could. Although this is not the first time she left the village, it was the first time she left the village alone. So in this free atmosphere, she decided to play for a while before going back. After resting for a while, the wooden man decided to continue walking forward. She remembered that after leaving this forest, there was a small town ahead. Maybe she could go there to eat something, and take a good bath, which would make her cry out in comfort. Thinking of this, Yumirin's footsteps became lighter and faster. In the magical second, the wooden man stopped his pace and his body tensed. And after she made such a move, she realized that this forest was so quiet, without a single sound. Urwei Yulu is a cat demon, vigilant by nature, and as its Jinjulai, Yumu also maintains the same nature. The first time she sensed that the atmosphere was not right, she bent down and put on a vigilant posture. A layer of blue chakra, like a burning flame, began to appear on the surface of her body, and her eyes began to turn white, and her braided hair also spread out and rose above her head, like a tail constantly swaying. Two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yumu, a muddy voice sounded, not far from the wooden figure. She turned around sharply and looked there. The sun was hazy, and several figures were standing in that direction against the sun. I couldn't see the exact appearance, but the person who spoke was a tall, fat man with a bald head, but there were several nail-like things on his head. Ho ho! His mouth was neighing like a feline animal before attacking, and the wooden man looked nervous, and the enemy appeared without a trace of defense, as if appearing out of thin air. On them, Yumirin felt that the chakra reserve was not inferior to hers. Yudu! Exclamation! The blue flame chakra burst upwards, and a bubble-like chakra made a sound. Behind the buttocks of the wooden man, a blue tail covered with black charms showed its original shape, constantly stirring the air. It seems that there is nothing wrong. The voice sounded again, and the wooden man narrowed his eyes, and saw a tail smoking, spiraling towards his ninja tool. Boom! Exclamation! A violent explosion suddenly appeared, and a huge deep pit appeared on the spot, and the surrounding trees were blown to one side or another by the air current. Swish! Exclamation! In the explosion, a blue figure jumped out, landed on all fours, grinning, two sharp canine teeth looming. Red cloud on a black background. 6 people. Who are they? Yumirin couldn't calm down, and the enemy's posture seemed to be targeting her. At this point in time, who dares to provoke Union Village where she lives? 7 Konoha, who is known as the 5 strongest, still compromised with Union Village due to some things a few years ago. Who are these strange-looking guys? The doubts in my mind were not over yet. The enemy's attack came again, and it was the hidden weapon with a smoking tail, the long-range ninja weapon, which could explode like a detonating charm, and it was even more powerful. Pressing her limbs on the ground, she jumped and left the spot. Chan Dao stood in front of Liu Dao Pain, and Hungry Ghost Dao stood beside him. Just now Hungry Ghost Dao launched an attack. Circles of faint blue light rippling in the eyes, Tandao looked at the Urwei Jinjuriki who dodged the attack and bared his teeth in his direction. There was no expression on his face, and he maintained his usual indifferent attitude. Urwei capture plan. Start. The 6 figures scattered in a flash, and landed in front of the wooden figure. At this moment, Pain's momentum is extraordinary, and it seems that the BGM is still ringing. Grunt! A threatening voice came out of the throat, and the wooden man arched his back, and a tail swung behind him. On the 10 fingers, sharp nails began to protrude, drawing neat marks on the ground. On the other side, throwing off the entangled pursuers, Saitama headed towards the meeting point reserved with Scorpion. Page 346. It was the junction of the land of wind and the land of rain, a Grand Canyon. After fighting all night, Saitama was also a little tired, but it was still within controllable range. As for Zai and the others, they should have arrived there and started waiting for Saitama. Without anyone chasing and blocking him, Saitama arrived there before dawn. From afar, Saitama sensed Scorpion's strangely fluctuating chakra, and Yua's chakra, which was significantly weaker. You look very embarrassed, Saitama. Fei Liu, who raised his head. No expression could be seen on his face under the black cloth, but there was a strange look in his 2 black eyes. I don't know how the Scorpion made the puppets express their emotions. Saitama didn't pay attention to the teasing in Scorpio's tone, and his eyes fell on Gaara, who was wrapped by Scorpion's tail and put on his back. Is this kid okay? Why is he still spitting bubbles? Saitama looked at Gaara with some doubts, because he saw that Gaara's face was purple, and white foam was still blowing out of his mouth, like a crab that has been basking in the sun for a long time. Oh, he just woke up and wanted to run, so I just gave him an injection. Don't worry, he won't die. According to Regulai's physical fitness, he should be able to last for a few days. Scorpion's voice was very calm when he spoke, without the slightest fluctuation. Standing behind Zai, Yuliang didn't speak from the beginning to the end, keeping his head down and looking at the ground. Oh, let's go. Pain signaled me before. Saitama nodded and did not continue to ask. Gaara's sacrifice was inevitable. As Jinchuriki, after stripping off the tail beast, it is impossible to escape the fate of death, unless Chiyo in this generation is willing to change one life to save Gaara. But this is basically impossible! Because Gaara at this time doesn't have the value to make Chiyo use forbidden art self-reincarnation. Continuing to set off, the 3 of them headed towards Yuan village, which is already the border, and they will be able to go back in a few hours at most. This mission seems to have been successfully completed, although there were some twists and turns, but fortunately, the final ending is good. Chapter 171. Closing Taki Hidden Village. Several Konoha ninjas have already entered Takiyan village, but they are greeted by ruins and absent-minded Takikin. Here, who is the speaker? The Hinata ninja walked up to a ninja who was slumped on the ground, bent down, and asked. That Taki shinobi seemed to have never heard of it, still looking down at his feet. There were no obvious injuries on his body, but he didn't have the strength to speak. It is a shame for a ninja to be too intimidated by the enemy, and it makes him doubt his career. Konoha's ninja, just as they were about to ask someone again, they heard a weaker voice. Looking over, it was a very young ninja who seemed to have been seriously injured, sitting paralyzed in blood, with many scars all over his body and messy hair. Several people looked at each other and walked towards him. They need to find out the situation as soon as possible, and then get information from the parties involved, so as to be helpful for the next action. Sand Hidden Village, Hospital. Liu Sha and Jishui team have returned to Sha Yin Village. Due to her injuries, Liu Sha was sent to the hospital directly after returning. Although Jishui was in good spirits, he still had injuries on his body, so he was taken to the hospital. Originally, Shishui and the other 4 were still regarded as the murderers who besieged Liu Sha. After Liu Sha explained, Xiao Ren changed his attitude again. Chiyo stood beside Liu Sha's hospital bed. Her old face was tired, and there were some black circles under her puffy eye bags. She went out with the reinforcements overnight to look for Liu Sha, and brought the injured Liu Sha back overnight for treatment. Up to now, she has not closed her eyes all night. Thank you, Elder Kyandai. Liu Sha leaned against the head of the bed, with a pillow propped on his back. His face was pale, his left arm and abdomen were wrapped tightly with bandages, and he looked very embarrassed. It's good that Master Fenkage is fine. The old woman's body can still bear it. Chiyo pursed her lips and sighed. Tell the old woman about the situation at that time. Pulling a chair over, Chiyo sat directly near the end of the bed, staring at Liu Sha. And Bizo, the previous Cheyenne think tank, also pushed the door in at this time and sat next to him. He squinted and didn't say a word. Liu Sha nodded, swallowed, twisted a few times on the bed, and adjusted her sitting posture. The enemy I fought with is called Uchiha Saitama. Liu Sha said the name first, and then looked at the reactions of the two, and found that they were not very surprised. Page 347. I've paid attention to him before. Elders, do you still remember the few teens behind the battle line that were wreaking havoc at the beginning of the battle with Konoha? He was among them, but in a later time, he died in a mission against Yaninin. Appearing here this time, I found out that he joined an organization. This time, he sneaked into our village and took away Gaara's people. There are 2 people in total. This Saitama is only one of them. There is also a puppet master. I didn't fight. Liu Sha paused, and when he said that the other enemy was the puppet master, his eyes kept falling on Chiyo. When Chiyo heard this sentence, her breathing became significantly heavier. Being able to plant spies in the village, and being an excellent puppet master, Elder Chiyo should know who I'm talking about. Although I haven't fought against him, I can't be sure, but the entire ninja world should not be able to find other people who meet the requirements of. Liu Sha had a sullen face. This was not the result he hoped to see, but it was the truth. The old lady understands. Let's talk about other things. Chiyo's expression was dim, and a layer of haze was cast on his face. Hai Leazang sat on the side, silent. His black pupils kept rolling in his sunken eye sockets, as if he was thinking. Their goal is the tailed beast. Konoha's ninjas seem to want to remind us this time, but it's still too late. Chiyo continued to talk. When she was treating Shisui for medical treatment, Shisui told her the purpose of coming to Sandian this time. Iwagakushi's 4 tails are said to have been captured by the organization that Saitama belongs to. In addition to the 1 tail that was taken from us this time, there are already 2. Hai Leazang nodded, sat up straight, and looked at Liu Sha. What they want to do. This matter is still unclear for the time being, but it is definitely not a good thing. Liu Sha looked at the bed sheet with a gloomy face. His right hand was tightly grasping the sheet, making wrinkles on it. Not only did Gaara fail to recover during this chase, but he also lost his left hand and left forearm due to a momentary carelessness. Although it was difficult for him to use his hands when fighting due to magnetic escape, losing a hand still had a great impact on a powerhouse of his level. I have dispatched a reconnaissance force to follow the signs and hope to find the enemy's foothold. Chiyo looked at Liu Sha and talked. She sent people out at this time, and she still went after Saitama, a cage-level powerhouse who could defeat Liu Sha. In fact, she hoped that there was not much, but it was better than doing nothing, and she could comfort herself. I have a heart. Liu Sha sighed. Knowing that this was a theory, he didn't give much hope. I decided to cooperate with Mui Village. This organization that collects tailed beasts will never stop here, and will definitely make the next move. Liu Sha sat on the bed and thought for a long time. Well, this is our idea too. The enemy is too rampant. Hai Leazang spoke, and the light of wisdom flashed in his deep eyes. How about that Konoha ninja? Liu Sha asked. He had seen Shisui fight before. Although he didn't win Saitama in the end, his strength still cannot be underestimated. He's fine, just a few minor injuries. Chiyo replied, but the attitude in her tone was not good. Because of some experiences in her early years, it was difficult for her to have a good impression of Konoha's people, even someone like Shisui who saved Liu Sha's life. But if you don't have a good impression, you don't have a good impression. To maintain the face between the villages, some projects still need to be done. Let's rest first. We will talk about the specific affairs when we leave the hospital tomorrow. Chiyo got up, signaled Abino to leave, and then said something to Liu Sha. Boom! Exclamation! Flames splattered, smoke filled the sky again, and a figure flew out from the explosion. Slap! Exclamation! The figure hit the ground and groaned. His brown hair had become scorched black, and the silver-white ninja armor on his body was also in tatters. The wooden man stood up with difficulty, and blood slowly dripped from the corner of his mouth. She was about to stand up and continue to struggle, when she heard a few crackling sounds. Swish! Exclamation! A figure descended from the sky and landed beside Yomiurin. Bark! Exclamation! The moment the figure landed beside her, the attack followed. A black stick was inserted from the back, pierced through the body, and then inserted from the chest, into the ground, nailing the wooden man to the ground. Puff! Spit out a mouthful of blood, and the wooden figure found that the chakra in his body seemed to have been cut off from her, making it difficult to control. Bark! Exclamation! Another stick was inserted, and the body of the wooden figure froze, and the white eyes began to change and return to their normal state. At this time, everything about the tailed beast disappeared from her body and she had no power to resist. Heaven's Way Pain stood beside her, looked at her indifferently, and didn't speak. Yomiurin, who was in a runaway state, was still quite strong, and actually destroyed a six-path puppet, which was the beast path who was good at spiritualism. But it's just a dying struggle, and it has no effect. Due to the existence of Hellway, the damage of the puppet can be repaired. Twish exclamation swish exclamation swish. There were a few more piercing sounds, and 5 figures landed behind Heavenly Tao, which were the other puppets. 2 tails and brigades, successful capture. Page 348. Heavenly Way staring at the immobile Yumu, he muttered to himself, while looking in the direction of Yuian village. There is a high mountain over there, and there seems to be a gaze watching him on it. He didn't continue to pay attention. He doesn't care about this anymore. Just see it when he is seen. Hungry Ghost Way come up to him, grab Yumu figuring with one hand, and throw her roughly onto his shoulder. If Renjulai is caught by him, he can keep Renjulai in a state of powerlessness, unable to refine chakra. The surrounding woods have been destroyed by more than half due to the fighting, but there are still large areas of trees that block the sun. Everything is developing as expected, which is a good thing. It seems that success is not far away. Chapter 172 Development. Damn it. A dark-skinned ninja in white ninja armor growled before taking a few steps back. He has a long telescope in his hand, which he just borrowed to observe the battle of the wooden figures. As Erwei Jinchuriki, it is impossible to leave the village alone without guards. Although he said he was relieved, Lei Yingai still sent a ninja who was good at concealment to hang behind the wooden man, so that he could report the situation back at any time and let the village know the whereabouts of the wooden man. The ninja took a few steps back and shrank behind a rock. Just now, the enemy seemed to have spotted him there, and glanced this way, which made his scalp numb and sweat profusely. Hiding behind the momentum, he let out a long breath, and then his face sank. Erwei Jinchuriki was caught by those mysterious people just like that. The situation seemed urgent. Thinking about it, he made seals with his hands and pressed them to the ground. Following a puff of white smoke, a lizard the size of a puppy appeared under his hands. Twish exclamation. Opening a scroll, he picked up his pen and began to write. The distance was too far before, and due to his lack of strength, he couldn't see the details of the battle. Therefore, he can only write the most prominent features on it. Red cloud with a black background, 6 people, with amazing combat power. Some of them have not fought yet. The exact dream is unknown. The Yumu man has also fallen into the enemy's hands. Writing with the pen in his hand, Yunin wrote the enemy's information on it. Please hand it over to Lord Rakage as soon as possible. He handed the scroll to the lizard, watched it swallow the scroll in one gulp, nodded to himself and left, and finally felt relieved. There is only so much he can do. Let's do our best to see the destiny. In other words, is the ninja world, which has been quiet for a few years, starting to become chaotic again. He leaned against the stone. The sweat on his back wet his close-fitting clothes and stuck to his skin. Although it was just a matter for Union Village, he already smelled something unusual. This organization started by the wooden man will definitely bring a great change to the entire ninja world. This is different from ordinary village battles. If it is against tailed beasts, it may be a real ninja war. Looking at the sky, he saw the gray sky, the dark clouds that had appeared in the distance and slowly pressed over. The sun was gradually covered by the dark clouds, and even the sunlight could not penetrate. The rain is coming from the wind. Foggy village. This is the residence of the Takatori clan! The flames were monstrous, and the chaos was incomparable. The people of the Takatori clan did not expect that they were the ones carrying out the rebellion and should have the initiative, but they were actually approached by Kirigakir's troops first. They were still preparing the ceremony for the carnival at night, and the enemy came directly to the door. Well, since they're here, it saves them from continuing to look for it. This group of crazy warriors with bones and dung in their minds didn't think too much, and directly started fighting with the Waiyan regular army, who had come to besiege them. This is an action without a winner. Even if Kirigakir wins, they will lose a blood succession family with extremely strong combat power. As for the Takatori clan winning, it doesn't exist. While the intense and exciting battle is going on here, the forbidden area behind Kirigakir belongs to the place where Tailed Beast and Renjulai run in and seal, but at this time, a tug-of-war is also going on. In Saitama's impression, Six Tails Jinchuriki Bubble was also born in Kirigakure, but later rebelled against the village and left. The exact time of this rebellion is actually uncertain. Not long ago, Baiju got information about the bubble. According to the information, Bubble, Jinchuriki Six Tails, and the ninja of Waiyan village have not betrayed the village yet. Therefore, in Xiao's plan, the capture of Li Wei was postponed again! Wait until the time is right, and then make plans. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, the atmosphere is not harmonious, and there seems to be a corrosive chakra surging in the air. In a cave, one old and one young. The younger one was lying on the ground, naked all over. The older one put his hands on the lower abdomen of the younger one, rubbing it constantly. At a certain moment, chakra suddenly froze, and the air seemed to stop flowing. Page 349. The old man's face sank, his brows were furrowed, and at the same time his hands were straightened, and blue flames began to emerge from his 10 fingers. On the ground under the young man, countless dizzy spells began to emerge. As the old man increased his strength, those spells began to twist like tadpoles, and then climbed onto the young man's body. All. The black talisman turned fiery red and climbed onto the young man's body, and the young man's body also began to heat up. The skin touched by the talisman began to emit heat, and traces of pale yellow chakra began to emerge in the form of foam come out. Bubble, hold back. It will be over soon. The old man looked at the disciple who kept twisting his body slightly due to the pain, stopped his movements, and began to comfort him. His apprentice is Jinchuriki, a 6-tailed rhinoceros dog, but because of the atmosphere in the village, he has not been so happy. As a teacher, he is ready to do something for his disciples, such as taking out the tailed beast in his body. According to the summary of past experience, after being taken out of the tailed beast, Jinchuriki will die. But the old man doesn't believe in evil. He just wants to find a balance point, which can take out the tailed beast without killing July. Bubble didn't speak, and his teacher didn't tell him what he was doing. But years of relationship made him trust his teacher very much. So even if it was really painful, he was still enduring it, and at the same time suppressed the riot of the tailed beast in his body, preventing the chakra that came out from hurting his teacher. Hurry up, foam, hold back. The old man's eyes widened, and the chakras in both hands were surrounded by a layer of enchantment under the blessing of the surrounding curse seals. Bark exclamation. The 10 fingers are like touching the surface of the water, directly sinking into the belly of the foam. Bubble's eyes widened, and he looked up at the teacher. I've touched it, Bubble. The old man didn't notice the change in Bubble's eyes, and he was still focused on what he was doing. Bubble looked at the teacher in front of him, and his heart tightened. At the same time, the tailed beast that was originally sealed in his body was pulled by an external chakra and dragged outward, and the vitality in his body was also continuously lost as the tailed beast was dragged outward. Teacher, stop. Feeling the changes in his body, Bubble called out to stop the teacher's movements, but his teacher didn't have the slightest desire to stop. It seems that he is determined to strip his tailed beast and kill him. Feeling an inexplicable coldness in his heart, Bubble looked at the somewhat crazy expression on the old man's face, and suddenly there was no bond to restrain himself. Roar! A deep voice came out of his mouth, and chakra-like bubbles emerged from his lower abdomen, turned into a tail, and wrapped around the teacher who wanted to kill him. Bubble, you are in the cave. The dim light reflected a shadow. A monster with 6 tails entangled a person with its tail, and then tore him apart. Before the old man could make any cry for help, he was killed. Here, calm is restored again. Orochimaru stood on the high mountain, watching the chaos below, the corners of his mouth slowly raised. I saw a small figure break away from the battlefield over there, and start stumbling towards the woods here without anyone noticing. Little guy, maybe this is fate? Orochimaru clasped his hands and started to turn around and walk deep into the woods. That child seems to have awakened the rare blood successor limit of the Takatori clan bone vein, which is a good seedling. Chapter 173. The Return. Rainy Village. Xiaonan stood on the tower, and Nagato did not take her with him when he left the village this time. Overlooking the village below, Xiaonan had no other expression on his face. His eyes were a little dull, as if he was thinking. Nagato leaves the village, so the village will always be shrouded in rain. Tiger freedom art, no matter what day of the week it is. Should be back soon, no matter what. Xiaonan was still worried, but he didn't dare to show it. Just thinking about this, Xiaonan noticed something, turned around, and looked at the wall. Under the wrapping of the pitcher plant, Ju slowly emerged half of his body from the wall. What's the matter, Ju? Xiaonan asked. All the members of the organization went out to perform tasks, and Ju was responsible for reporting the information of all parties to Xiaonan. The situation is very good. Both Yue and Nanao are on their way back. For Erwei, Pain has already arrived at the village. Baiju opened his mouth. Most of the green algae-colored hair was tightly attached to his scalp, and some thin hair was floating in the air with the air crunch exclamation. The door was pushed open, and a figure walked in. It was Heavenly Way Pain. Pain, you're back. are you okay? Xiao Nan's eyes lit up and he looked over. Ju showed an interesting look and did not speak. When Pain was fighting before, he was watching from the sidelines, paying attention to his abilities. Well, everything is fine. Haven't they come back yet? Pain nodded. His eyes glanced over, and then he walked to the window. Erway has been brought back by me. When they come back, we will start to seal them. Pain stood on the single log extending outside, sat on it, and looked indifferently at the figures walking hurriedly in the rain below. Page 350. After this mission is over, the villages with tailed beasts will definitely be more vigilant, so we will temporarily restrain ourselves for a while. Pain didn't look at the two behind him, as if talking to himself. Xiaonan approached and nodded. I'll go check on them. Ju narrowed his eyes and glanced at Pain, then slowly sank into the wall and disappeared. Hey, hurry up. Fei Duan carried Fu and his sickle, with some reluctance on his face. Jiadu was more than 10 meters in front of him. Under Jiadu's feet, a guy covered in blood could no longer move. By the way, didn't you urge me to go back quickly before? Don't you want me to be troublesome? Hiduan looked at Kakuzu, watching him throw a ninja he had just killed onto his shoulders. You see a pile of money on the ground. Will you pick it up? There was a faint smile on the corner. It's not too late to change some money and go back. It's up to you. I don't care anymore. Koku exclamation. The puppet rubbed against the ground to make a sound. Yura walked at the back, and Gara was resisted by him. They arrived at Hidden Rain Village immediately, and they have already entered the territory of the Kingdom of Rain. What are you thinking, Sai? Saitama looked at Fei Liuwu, always feeling what he was thinking. Scorpion didn't speak, kept his speed, and continued to move forward. Saitama didn't want to make fun of himself, and didn't ask any more, but his eyes flickered a few times from time to time, thinking about something. This action, encountering Jishui, was beyond his expectation, but it was reasonable. In any case, there will be greater resistance to future actions, but it makes Saitama more motivated. I don't know what will happen if some people know the news that they are still alive. The air became humid. This is the unique climate of the Land of Rain. It is humid all year round, a country shrouded in rain. Sand Hidden Village. Master Casegage, let's go back and return. Jishui bowed his hands to Liu Sha, and Liu Sha was discharged from the hospital the next morning after returning. Although his complexion still looks bad, he has returned to work normally. The current situation in Yinsha Village does not allow him to stay in the hospital to recuperate. The injury on his left arm has basically healed, and Liu Sha plans to ask a few puppeteers to install a prosthetic limb on his left hand in a few days to maintain normal needs. Well, thank you for your hard work. Liu Sha nodded, looked at Jishui's young face and smiled. Jishui smiled, then turned around. They need to go back quickly and explain the specific situation clearly. And Saitama's news can be regarded as a heavy bomb. Here is a dark forest, and there is a clear stream. A pale child crouched by the stream, looking at the reflection in the water. Where am I going and what am I going to do? Jun Malu looked at the water, looking very confused. Since he was very young, he didn't know the meaning of his life. Now that he left the family, he was even more clueless. With a glance, he found a white flower at his feet, which was very beautiful and incompatible with the dark mud around him. Thinking about it, Jun Malu grabbed the branch of the flower with his left hand and picked the flower off. Exclamation with a brisk footstep approaching him. Jun Malu tightened his back, turned around quickly, and looked over with his right hand across his chest. Who are you? Jun Malu looked vigilant, looking at the man approaching. He didn't look like a villager, and the aura emanating from his body was not that malicious. But for his own safety, he still maintained the necessary vigilance. From the palm of his right hand, a white sharp bone knife slowly protruded from there. Orochimaru stared at the child in front of him with great interest. It is meaningless for people to live, but if you keep living, you will definitely find something meaningful. Orochimaru thought of something, and there was a philosophical breath in his eyes. Just like you found the flower, I found you, didn't I? Orochimaru slowly stretched out his right hand and spread it out in front of Jun Malu, with a few fingers retracted, signaling Jun Malu. Is that so? Jun Malu heard the words of the strange man in front of him. The doubts in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he became firm. Page 351. I don't know the meaning of life yet, but it's still a long time, so I can really find it slowly. Raising his head, Jun Maru stared at Orochimaru, looking at the face that gave him a sense of intimacy. The bone knife in the right hand slowly retracted. Jun Malu held the flower in his left hand, and climbed onto Dashimaru's hand with his right hand. Let's go, I'll take you to a place. live well, and then find the meaning of your life. Orochimaru took Junmaru's hand, turned and left. Junmaru raised his head, his eyes gradually became firmer, he seems to have found it. Yen village, tying building. Anoki stood in front of the window with a sad face and frowning. Who is against this old man and Yen village? Don't let me find out. Otherwise Yen village has sent several troops out to search for all signs, but judging from the information sent back, there is nothing useful. Tell Ban not to leave the village for a while, continue to stay at home, and strengthen the siege of Anbu. Anoki looked at the village outside and gave orders to Anbu, who was hiding in the dark. Ban and Lao Zai are both powerful people, and what happened to Lao Zai made him feel the same way, so he felt even more uncomfortable. Recently, he has been applying to go out to collect intelligence on the enemy. But for the safety of Ban, Anoki has never agreed and has been suppressing Ban's thoughts. He has been very noisy recently. Many people are getting a little impatient with him. I don't care about this. You can figure it out. If he wants to make trouble, just tell him I arranged it. Yes, Konoha village, Hokage building, has now been captured by the enemy. Minato Namikaze frowned, Shikaku held his chin, and Parker the ninja dog sat on the stool. Kakashi didn't make it clear about the specific situation. He is right behind me and should be here soon. Parker held a cup in a very humane way, drinking water little by little. Okay. Minato nodded and looked at Shikaku. The enemy's movement is much faster than I imagined. If it develops like this, the hidden sand village will probably. Luju's face was a little ugly, and he also looked at Minato, and he read the same thoughts as him from Minato's eyes. Chapter 174. Gathering time passed, and a long time passed. It's over. Saitama stretched his waist and relaxed his body. Boom! Exclamation. Looking over, he saw a corpse on the ground. It was Nanju Renju Lifu. Beside Fu, there are two other people, Gaara and Yukito. However, at this time, none of them were angry, their faces were pale, and their lips were purple. Yeah, I'm really tired this time. Baiju grinned and moved his head a few times inside the pitcher plant. This time, the Zio organization brought back a total of 3 tailed beasts, which is not a small project, but the sealing task is still proceeding in an orderly manner. Gaara was the first to be sealed, followed by the Yuki figurine brought back by Pain, and finally Fu from Takein. This time the seal is over, everyone can rest for a few more days. For a long time, there should be no chance to continue to act. Pain looked at the 4 eyes that had been opened on the heretic golem, with the corners of his mouth raised, and a smile appeared on his indifferent face. Let's go everyone. The eyes of reincarnation looked around, and a light blue halo flooded around the eye sockets. Yes, Saitama and the others nodded and started to leave here. This time, the seal was done first, followed by a day's rest, and the subsequent 2 seals were completed consecutively. This was a process that was not exhausting. Zai, Kakuto, Hidden, Saitama, and Z left this space one after another, leaving only the heretic golem and Pain Zaunen. The huge space is not very dark. There are many holes above the head, and the sunlight comes in from those holes in the form of lines. It's like headlights, and the lights are focused on the 2 hands of the golem. Pain didn't speak, and quietly looked at the blood-red eyes on the golem. A beam of light from outside hit his back, covering him in the light. Page 352. It will be very difficult for us to have a chance to attack those tailed beasts. Wait for a while. Let's continue. Zhao Nan looked at Pain, his mouth wriggling. Well, I know. Continue to let you collect information. We still have time to spend. Glanced over the several corpses lying on the ground. Pain was thoughtful. That one-tailed Jinchuriki was too young to help him, but the corpses of the other 2 Jinchuriki seemed to be operable. Leaf Village, Naruto building. Since the end of that meeting, the 3 generations have not been here for a long time and have been staying at home. After all, he is a retired Hokage, he has no right to stay in the Hokage building. And today, he visited here again, and with him, there were 2 elders who were Hoying's advisors. Today, Namikaze Minato called him here. There should be something important to tell him. After a long time, the door of the meeting room was pushed open, and Namikaze Minato and Shikiju walked in one by one. The expressions on their faces were serious, not at all relaxed. It was the same as last time, with the old and new forces sitting on both sides of the long table. The 3 generations looked very plain in loose dark home clothes, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is really older than before. Recently, he not only couldn't eat well, but also couldn't sleep well, and he was always thinking about the death of Danzo. Minato sat down on his seat, nodded and greeted the 2 advisors, and then 3 generations. 3 generations of adults. Well, Minato. The 2 greeted each other briefly, and they were ready to get down to business. I heard that a few days ago you sent someone out. I don't know if you got any information. Sandai knew that Minato called him here today, so he must have some information to tell him. So he asked. Yes, a few days ago I sent Kakashi and Shisui to Takagakure and Sandvekure respectively. Minato nodded, crossed his hands, resting on his chin, and Shikaku sat on his right hand, holding the beard of his chin with his right hand, thoughtfully. Tell me, I want to know about that mysterious person or organization. The third generation breathed heavily and waited for Minato to continue. Takagakure's Nana has fallen into the hands of the enemy, and Sandgakashi's one tail has also been taken away by the enemy. So fast? Sandai narrowed his eyes, his gray eyebrows squeezed together, like two shining white silkworms. Over Takagakure, Kakashi has encountered enemies, but since he didn't do anything, he didn't see their identities. But on Cheyon's side, Shisui has already recognized the enemy's identity. After a pause, Minato spoke. Over Sand Hidden, one of the enemies who took Kazuo is called Uchiha Saitama. He used to be a ninja from the Uchiha family. Uchiha Saitama. Mid-Eye was a little puzzled, but he felt a little familiar. This Saitama is the recorded Uchiha ninja who died on the battlefield, Shisui's peer. Minato explained to the three confused eyes. According to Shisui's information, Saitama participated in this operation against Kazuo and severely injured Kazunari Rasa. Minato's voice is a little calm, and his face is a little ugly. He has seen Uchiha Saitama before and admired it very much, but now I remember him. Uchiha Saitama. After a long time, Sandai seemed to think of something and spoke. I remember that it was Danzo who brought back the news of Saitama's death. Taking a deep breath, Sandai continued talking that he had the impression that Danzen was going to leave the village at that time, and he still asked for proof from him. And Kiyu's death also passed through his hands. At that time, Uchiha Saitama was a figure in the limelight that Uchiha hadn't seen for a long time. In order to appease Uchiha's emotions, the third generation did not wait for the war to stop at that time, and arranged Saitama into the hero monument, hoping that it would slow down some angry Uchiha wave. The turning point should be here, Sandai thought to himself, thinking of Danzo's abnormality and some of his physical conditions that he discovered during that time. After a long time, Sandai's face darkened and he sighed. Minato, who was sitting on the other side, saw Sandai's appearance and knew that he must have thought of something, but he didn't say anything for a long time. Then what's the situation now? Has this guy named Uchiha Saitama already rebelled against the village? Turning to bed, Zayachan held back her mouth. Her face was a bit complicated. This guy named Uchiha Saitama, as a Konoha ninja, did such a thing? Maitaman's eyes behind the lenses flashed a dazzling light. Page 353. Minato, you can figure it out. After thinking for a long time, Sandai gestured to Minato. Namikaze. In such a short period of time, he has already figured out many causes and consequences. Uchiha Saitama, I will issue an arrest warrant, treat it as a traitor, and send Anbu out to collect his information. However, the Uchiha family seems to have some other ideas. Minato was a little uncertain, so he approached Sandai and the others, hoping to discuss a complete plan. Danzo's death must have been caused by him. Turning to bed, Zayachan thought for a long time, and asked, because she didn't understand the grievances between the two, but she read such information from the dumb words of Sandai and Namikaze. Minato. Sandai raised his head, looked at Namikaze Minato, and did not speak. Minato froze, looked over, then nodded. Uchiha Saitama killed Danzo. Although there are many secrets that cannot be known, but killing a high-level village is absolutely unforgivable. I am in favor of issuing a wanted warrant. No matter what complaints the Uchiha family has, they can be called to find me. Juanju Zayachan was the first to express his opinion, and at the same time looked at Maito Menyon, who was sitting opposite her. Afterwards, Maito Menyon also nodded, agreeing with her statement. Continue to track down things about Uchiha Saitama. We need to know more things, such as the organization he belongs to, their purpose, their current location, etc. Sandai nodded to Namikaze Minato and expressed his opinion. According to the temporarily known information, among the current members of this organization, there are a total of 4 people, namely Uchiha Saitama, a puppet master who is suspected of being born in Sand Hidden, a Taki Hidden rebel who is good at ninjutsu, and a Tang Nin who was born in the Tang Kingdom. Their specific abilities are unknown, but the only thing that is certain is that they are all powerful rebels. With his right hand resting on the back of his left hand, Minato looked at Shikaku, and listened to Shikaku summarizing the information he had collected from Takagakure and Sandvekure. In other words, Are there already three-tailed beasts collected by this mysterious organization? The third generation is a bit complicated. What are they doing? Threaten Ninja Village to create their own Jinchuriki. Chapter 175 Uchiha's reaction. Naruto office. Minato and Shikaiju sat together. The two did not speak, and the room fell into a long silence. Luju, you think we're doing this, right? Namikaze Minato leaned back against the chair. A strange light shone in his blue eyes. 3 generations of adults are obviously not going to admit that Danzo took the lead in attacking Kitama. The attitude just now is already obvious. Luju showed a somewhat far-fetched smile. He is a smart person, and he understood the intention of Sandai's approach in an instant. Danzo, no matter how you say it, has contributed to Konoha village for decades, no matter what he did during his lifetime. After his death, the 3 generations hoped that his companion for many years would be decent. Uchiha Saitama, although Danzo made the wrong move to attack him first, Danzo died in his hands in the end, and according to the current form, it is impossible for Uchiha Saitama to turn back. Therefore, the practice of the 3rd generation is nothing more than letting a person who has been irreparable bear a small blame for what he has done so far. Minato, the attitude of the 3rd generation, we still need to respect. After all, Danzo is his comrade-in-arms who has lived and died together for decades. Luju was afraid that Minato would not be able to figure it out, so he reminded him. But how could Minato have not thought of this exclamation at the meeting just now? He didn't directly point out that Danzo targeted Saitama first, just to take care of the face of several people including the 3rd generation. But Minato knew that under the prompt of his language, Sandai definitely understood the hidden meaning of this layer. I'm afraid that such an approach will chill Uchiha's heart again. After all, the relationship between the village and them has eased a lot in such a long time. If it's because of this, Minato was still a little hesitant. He didn't expect Sandai to really decide to cover up some facts for the sake of Danzo's posthumous name. What Kyu is doing now, the village has to draw a clear relationship with him, so it is not impossible for Sandai to do this. Luju has deep eyes, seeing through everything. The relationship between him and Saitama back then was pretty good. Their pig deer butterfly also talked and laughed happily with this young man, but in front of him, reason told him that although the actions of the 3 generations were a bit unhuman and unrighteous, they seemed to have some truth. Uchiha, let's come up with a plan as soon as possible, and I will explain it to Fayu. Try not to make them feel uncomfortable. After thinking about it for a long time, Minato nodded with difficulty. In fact, when he decided to discuss this matter with Luju, he was already biased towards the 3rd generation in his heart. Morally speaking, it is very uncomfortable to cover up such a fact in the dust, but in fact, such an ending doesn't matter much to Kyu, and he doesn't care about these things. Determined to join Akatsuki, Saitama will not be able to turn back. Okay, I will arrange this. Luju stroked his mustache on his chin. Uchiha Station, Konoha Garrison. In Fuyu's office, the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Uchiha Shisue, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Namikaze Minato are all in this not-so-small office. Page 354. Minato-sama, are you sure you're not joking? Fuyu didn't speak. It was Shisui who spoke. He couldn't believe it, and looked at Minato. Minato had a wry smile on his face, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. He didn't expect Uchiha Saitama to have such a high status in the hearts of these people, so when he expressed his thoughts, the atmosphere became cold. Looking at Fuyu, who was sitting on the seat, who had been silent all this time, Minato realized that this matter was really complicated. I know Saitama can no longer return to the village, but at least before, he did a lot of things for the village, and he shouldn't accept such an ending. Itachi looked very calm, and he broke the deadlock again. Originally, Shisui and Itachi were not eligible to join this kind of meeting for the time being, but Fuyu still brought them here, because Saitama has a good relationship with the two of them, and they are also the outstanding generation in the current family. This should be the meaning of the 3 generations. Fayu was a sensible person, and after observing for a long time, he spoke for the first time. Minato didn't speak, but looked over. But silence speaks louder. The office is on the 2nd floor. The window is behind Fuyu. Minato is sitting on the sofa opposite him. Itachi and Shisui are on the left and right. 4 people were sitting there, with a tea table in the middle with several cups of tea on it. It's afternoon now, the sun outside is still warm, and it shines in through the window, hitting Fayu's back and shoulders just right. We can accept not rectifying Saitama's name, so let's stop here. What Fayu means is that in the matter of Kitama and Danzo, They can choose not to fight for Katama who is right and who is wrong, and the village can be blurred. They didn't intend to cause a stalemate with the village because of this incident. This was Fu Yu's decision after thinking for a long time. The relationship between the family and the village finally improved under the influence of this Hokage in front of him. If it really fell into freezing point again because of this incident, it would not be a good thing. Master Fayu, but Shisui was a little unhappy. His face was very bad. He made a sound, and was about to speak, but saw Fayu's gloomy face and raised right hand. Itachi didn't speak, and maintained his usual calmness. His eyes flicked between Fugaku and Minato. He had a calmness that didn't match his age. Thank you for your understanding. I'm sorry about Saitama's matter. Minato smiled wryly. His blue eyes were full of complexity. Unexpectedly, he, who devoted himself to the village, gradually became the politician he hated before. Needless to say, Minato-sama, I won't give it away. Fuyu stretched out his hand and pointed to the door of the office. The meaning of the expression was already obvious. Shisui and Itachi, as members of Anbu, belonged to Hokage's direct troops, and they still stayed in place at this time, without moving. Okay, then I'll leave first. Minato looked around, saw Shisui and Itachi, and shook his head. He is very clear about Jisui's character, and he can't hide things a little bit, so the dissatisfaction on his face has already shown. As for Itachi, Minato found that he had never been able to really hear Itachi's inner voice, and he couldn't find what he should see on Itachi's face. At this moment, Itachi looked at Minato, with a calm look in his eyes, and no expression on his face, appearing very indifferent. With a sigh in his heart, Minato stood up, opened the door, and left. As Hokage, he felt that such an approach was indeed a bit of a shame for the trust of the Uchiha family. However, he had to consider the thoughts of the older generation, such as 3 generations. Just blur the relationship, it's really difficult. Minato decided to follow Fugaku's proposal to blur the matter of Danzo and Saitama. No matter who among them is Konoha's hero, they have done many things for Konoha. No matter what the final outcome is, these 2 people have worked hard for the village. After leaving the building of the security force, Minato looked at the sun in the distant sky, but in vain felt it was extremely dazzling. He did something he had never done before, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Is this what you brought back when you went out not long ago? Saitama stood in front of Orochimaru, with interesting eyes, looking at the very thin boy standing behind Orochimaru. That's right. He's an awakened bone meridian that's rare to see, and he's a very nice kid. Orochimaru put his hand on Junmaro's shoulder and pulled him to his side, wrapping his tongue around his lips for a week and a half. It's really good. Saitama looked at Junmaro's firm eyes and felt that there was still plenty of chakra in his body. Are you free recently? Orochimaru looked at Kyu. Recently, Kyu always came to him to discuss the development of some forbidden techniques with him. It's okay. Saitama shrugged. Recently, there were no tasks in the organization, and he really had nothing to do, so he came here according to the address that Orochimaru had given him before. Page 355. Since you're here, let me show you something. Orochimaru thought for a while, turned around and walked towards the depths of the base, and motioned Saitama to follow. Chapter 176 Chongo and Senju Chakra. This base is located in Tanjai country, which is very hidden. Among all the big bases of Orochimaru, it is also well known. The base is very large, and it is basically built after hollowing out a mountain, and the structure inside is also complex and delicate enough. The last time I went out, not only did I get a talented ninja embryo like Junmalu, but I also made a great breakthrough in the study of curse seals. I think you should be interested. Orochimaru was talking to Saitama while walking. He knew what great event Saitama was planning to do, so he had been accumulating strength and improving his abilities. And it just so happened that what he developed this time might make he find it interesting. In the dark and dry corridor, Saitama and Orochimaru walked side by side, but their eyes never moved. There is a candlestick every 3 meters, and a candle is lit on it, so that this corridor will not be plunged into complete darkness. And in his perception, a chakra wave that is very violent, but completely different from the tailed beast is raging ahead, and that chakra makes him feel very familiar. Saitama had seen it before at another base. It should be the power of Curse Seal that came into being from Shigego combined with the toxin of Orochimaru. Junmaro never said a word from the beginning to the end, and kept following Orochimaru and Saitama one step behind. Although it didn't take long for Junmalu to be brought back by Orochimaru, he was deeply loved by Orochimaru, and Orochimaru wanted to train him, so he always took him by his side, and while guiding him carefully, He also continued to increase his knowledge, but Junmalu knew that he was not qualified to speak casually, so he had been listening silently. This man and a windbreaker, Junmalu has often seen this time, and also knows some information about this man from other places. The man's name is Saitama, and he is a partner of Ashimaru in many places. The relationship between the two is very good, and he is also good. In the past few times, Junmalu has never been in contact with Saitama, so today is the first time to meet. You know that I have been studying natural energy before. It is a kind of magical power, which is densely distributed in the ninja world. After absorbing that power, combined with the original chakra of the body, it can become a more powerful chakra, carve, known as Zainju chakra. Orochimaru was afraid that Kiyu would not be clear, so he explained. In fact, he doesn't know. Kiyu has known this thing for a long time, maybe even better than him. I've used this kind of ninjutsu before, I've seen it before. Saitama nodded, responding to Orochimaru. Back then on the Kirigakure front, many people saw that Jiraiya had used miraculous ninjutsu, but they didn't call out his name. That's right, that guy Jiraiya was born in Mt. Myogi, and the immortal technique he used also came from there. What about you? Isn't it Yujidong? Why not? Saitama has always been puzzled. In the original book, only two has learned the Yujidong Senjutsu, but did not learn. Although in the last life, Dashwin's inability to learn may be related to his lack of soul because he used undead reincarnation. But in this life, Kiyu knows that under his influence, Orochimaru seems to have not had a reincarnation, and the soul should not be missing. So, what about the sage mode of Orochimaru? Long Cave naturally has its own fairy art, but for some reason, I can't practice it. Orochimaru has a gloomy face. He also thought about practicing the magic of Yuji Cave, but because of his body modification and some other reasons, he is not compatible with the magic of Yuji Cave. It will cause some damage to his body. But now, he has found another way to synthesize immortal chakra, which is different from the three holy lands, which can be regarded as a compensation. The most important thing is that he can use this immortal chakra flexibly. In the previous curse seal, because the restrictions were not strict enough, the receptors were easy to go berserk. But during this period of time, I have studied it in depth, and I have been able to release the power of the curse seal in a peaceful way. Saitama didn't speak, but listened quietly. Due to the growth of his strength and other things, he forgot about the killer weapon of Zainju chakra. Now when Orochimaru said it, his eyes lit up again. Although he was very powerful, things like Zainju chakra are still very useful. If he can master it, it will still be of great help. But if he is allowed to master the fairy chakra in Changwu's body, he thinks it's okay. Therefore, he decided to pick a time to bring Dashwin's psychic scroll, and he decided to try the fairy art practice in Long Cave. The three of them walked forward chatting like this, and soon came to a relatively spacious room. He could clearly feel that here, the strange ability in the air became more active, and it seemed that it would explode at any time. Changwu, you should know, it's the boy who gave me the inspiration for the seal. Yeah, Saitama nodded. He knew Shigego, so there was nothing strange about it. But Junmaru, who was standing at the end, seemed to be here for the first time and seemed very curious. He kept trying to miss Orochimaru and Saitama and see the situation in the room clearly. Changwu's body is very special. When he is angry or the natural abilities around him are very active, he will go into a state of rampage, turning part of his body into a fairy. At this time, although he uses his mind, he can improve a lot in battle. Orochimaru walked to the door, opened a small window on the door, leaned over there, and looked inside. After studying for so long, I have mastered the control method of the spell. Orochimaru motioned for Saitama to take a look, and then moved away. Kiyu smiled slightly. I didn't expect Orochimaru to be quite cautious, but he didn't even open the door. Are you afraid that Shigego will run away? Page 356. In the same way as Orochimaru, Saitama leaned over the small open window and looked inside. I saw that the huge room was extremely dark, and only a faint light came in from the small window here, and at the end where the light can reach, a child with a thin body but thick bones is hugging his legs and leaning against the corner of the wall. Are you interested? I can let you try the effect of the curse seal. Orochimaru's voice sounded inappropriately behind him, and Saitama looked away. Forget it. I won't mix this. I don't want to become those strange things. Saitama meant something, and he didn't seem to care about it. The curse seal born by Shigego Nobuo has a lot of side effects. Although the effect is obvious, people's strength has increased a lot, but after using it, people will indeed become much uglier, like a monster. Okay, anyway, I've been researching for a while and I'll put it to use. By the way, cloning technology has also made some breakthroughs recently. It won't be long before the mass production of interstitial cell bodies should be possible. At that time, it should be we can meet your request. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. He had already expected that Saitama would not like the chakra of the fairy art he had in his hands, but it should be no problem to use it on his own subordinates. That's pretty good. You still need to improve the art of reincarnation in the dirty soil. There should be no problem. Well, no problem. I heard that you have collected several tailed beasts. I'm curious, what is your final purpose? Orochimaru doesn't care about the trivial matter of helping Saitama. He always does things as long as he is happy and willing. As for the reason, what is that? If he is pleasing to the eye, he can help in any way. But if he is not pleasing to the eye, there is no chance to talk to him. As for cooperating with Katama, it is also because of personal happiness, and Katama provided him with a lot of useful research information. Give me your psychic scroll. I found that I don't have a psychic beast. I think snakes are very good. Caillou directly signaled Orochimaru. Since today, under the reminder of Orochimaru, he remembered the celestial chakra. He naturally couldn't give up. Anyway, he has been free recently, so he can try to see if he can learn it. As for the power of the curse seal, leave it to those who are unwilling to be lonely but lack talent. Broken fairy mode. Teta doesn't need it. Chapter 177 Spiritualism. So you're waiting for me here. Orochimaru smiled slightly, wrapping his tongue around his lips for a week and a half. From Orochimaru's eyes, Kyu knew that he must have seen through his plan. Scratching his head, Saitama didn't care. Okay. After staring at Saitama for a while, Orochimaru nodded, and the psychic scroll was nothing unusual. Anyway, his relationship with Saitama was already so good, so he didn't care about it. Saitama was about to say a few polite words and thank Orochimaru, but he made a strange sound, as if seeing something uncomfortable. Under Saitama's gaze, Orochimaru raised his head to the sky and opened his mouth. Then his throat squirmed, and one end of a scroll much larger than his mouth was exposed, and then Orochimaru grabbed the end with his hand, directly pulled out the scroll. Saitama couldn't find words to describe such a scene, although he had seen such a scene on TV several times in his previous life. But today was the first time he saw such a scene in person. Even for someone like him who has seen big scenes, his stomach churns for a while. This is not the nausea of seeing a dead person, but like when Saitama saw a certain Gyo brother on the live broadcast platform in his previous life, and after yelling Ali, he grabbed the unknown object under his body and stuffed it into his mouth, feeling uncomfortable all over. With a glance, Kyu saw Junmaro behind Orochimaru, and found that he did not show the same disgust as himself, but there was some strange light in his eyes, faintly revealing admiration. Sure enough is beauty in the eye of the beholder, Kyu thought silently in his heart, and then he didn't care. Here, I don't need to teach you how to use it. Orochimaru grabbed the scroll and was about to hand it to Saitama. His mouth squirmed a few times. Also, if you want to psychic 10,000 snakes, be prepared. It has a bad temper. Orochimaru saw Saitama's dislike, and the chakra in his hand swung around, and a gust of air swept over it, blowing away the unknown liquid on it. I'm not you. I like spoiling my pets. Saitama shrugged, emphasized the word pet, and then took the scroll processed by Orochimaru. Okay, it's up to you. Orochimaru turned around, put his hands on Junmaro's body, and walked back. Since Saitama is not interested in the mantra he has perfected, there is no reason to stay here any longer. He is very busy and has many things to do. Seeing Junmaro following behind Orochimaru, Kyu felt more and more similarities between the two. The way he walks, the way he talks calmly, and the way he dresses in the previous life. Junmaru died in a hurry due to blood-inherited disease, which still made Kyu feel very sorry. After all, Junmaru's talent and blood succession limit are both excellent. If it is not for the entanglement of illness, perhaps few people can reach the heights he can reach. Orochimaru thinking of this, Kyu was about to remind Orochimaru. If I had reminded Orochimaru earlier and let him discover Junmaru's disease hidden in Tsuji earlier, maybe he could have been cured. What's the matter? Orochimaru stopped in his tracks, a little puzzled. The moment he turned his head, the golden vertical pupils flickered under the blessing of the dim yellow light. I heard that in many bloodlines, there are hidden factors in the bloodline, both good and bad. You can do more research on this aspect. The words can't be pointed out directly. Kyu looked at Junmaro when he spoke, but the meaning he expressed was already obvious. Page 357. Orochimaru froze for a moment. His eyes flickered, and then nodded. I understand. You go and do your work first. There is a battle room over there. It should be enough for you to learn spiritism. Orochimaru pointed to the other side of the corridor with his finger, and then pulled John Malu to go in the opposite direction. What Katama said just now should be a reminder to him, and he understood it easily, so he decided to take Junmaro back to check it out. It's not that he hasn't come into contact with such things as blood-inherited diseases, but because of things like corpse bone veins, he doesn't have a lot of information, so it takes time to explore. And Saitama's words are still very credible. Although many things from his mouth are quite unacceptable, the final results are very convincing. Understood. Saitama threw the scroll upwards, then caught it, and walked towards the place Orochimaru said. Maybe because there is a large space in front of it, it is very empty. The more you go there, the faster the wind will be. With a bit of coolness, those winds blew on Saitama's face, swaying the bangs on his forehead, and the hem of the windbreaker also unknowingly swayed back. Soon Saitama came to the battle room. This place is very big, basically comparable to the circular dual field in the Konoha Chunin exam in memory, but there is a cover added here to seal the top. Walking to the very middle, Saitama spread out the scroll and put it on the ground. As the scroll opened, Saitama also saw what was on it. The scroll is not very big. It seems to be a circle smaller than the psychic scroll of Mount Myamu. As for what was written on it, there were very few people who signed a psychic contract with Longdi Cave, and the first few were blurred, and the last one is Orochimaru. Smiling, Saitama slightly recalled the steps of signing the agreement, and then started to move. Bite the skin of the right thumb, squeeze out some blood, and then smear the blood on the 5 fingers of the right hand. Snapped exclamation, when the blood was even on his right hand. Kyu slapped it down with his palm, imprinting his own handprint. After doing all this, Saitama went on to write his name on it with the blood on his hand. Acheya Saitama. Looking at the dragon flying and phoenix flying font on it, and the neat and immature words of Orochimaru in front of him, Saitama felt inexplicably happy. Orochimaru was still a child when he signed the contract with Yujidon, so the font naturally looked childish. Is this a contract already signed? In the dark, Kyu can feel some strange connections, and because he has mastered the Flying Thunder God art, he is very familiar with things like space coordinates, so he can perceive the moment the connection appears. Then the next step is psychic. What about direct reverse psychic? Saitama knows the